Returning with the advanced technology of the Marvel Universe, standing atop the pinnacle of scientific innovation, I gaze down upon the world. Marvel? Is it not the realm where, on average, every ceiling tile that falls manages to strike approximately 3.1415926 superheroes? Please inform Mr. Stark that I shall not be returning point one. The Imitation Prince. Marvel Universe, Earth 199999. On May 24th, 2018, in San Francisco, under clear skies, since his traversal, Sheng has harnessed his innate talents to become an exceptional inventor, establishing close business ties with major corporations such as Stark Industries, Oscorp, and PIM Technologies. During this period, Sheng severed all external communications, secluding himself within an underground laboratory, engrossed in the pursuit of new inventions. Upon his emergence today, his first task was to access his voicemail and discover what messages awaited him. Ding. This is the legal department of Stark Industries. You have unlawfully infringed upon a total of 1,017 patents related to Stark Industries weapons, aviation, robotics, microcomputer technology, and new energy development that we will formally file a lawsuit against you. Ding. You're implicated in the infringement of 10 patents belonging to Oscorp's biotechnology division. Your case will commence on May 1st, 2018. Given your previous instances of absence, evasion, and illegal departure, you will be subjected to 24-hour indiscriminate house arrest during this period. Ding. Your patent infringement case with PIM Technologies has been postponed until May 2nd, 2018. Ding. You are suspected of infringing upon AI. Ding. Your patent infringement case with PIM Technologies has been postponed once again. Please stay tuned for updated core information. This, then, encapsulates Sheng's personal dealings with various renowned tech conglomerates, a self-proclaimed brilliant inventor, yet one who is often treated like a pariah. He had long anticipated such a day would come. Fortunately, most of these court summonses had already surpassed their deadlines, and there were no signs of forced entry at his residence, suggesting that the legal threats from these companies were mere paper tigers. Why should I face sanctions for creations born of my own ingenuity? The voicemail continued to relay messages incessantly. Sheng, uninterested, reclined on the sofa and switched on the news channel, eager to ascertain whether he had missed any noteworthy events. 27 days have elapsed since the planetary-scale population extinction catastrophe of April 27th. Currently, only 2 regions worldwide have restored power and network connectivity. The latest survivor statistics indicate that the number of vanished individuals has exceeded 2.4 billion and continues to rise. No individual or organization has yet claimed responsibility for this incident. Today, the most searched terms in the restored areas remain, what exactly happened? And where have the superheroes gone? Due to the king's passing, the third nation of Wakanda, which had opened its borders for less than 3 months, has once again entered a state of complete lockdown. Surviving dignitaries from various countries have issued the 51st Joint Statement, declaring this the greatest disaster in human and Earth history, urging unity in overcoming the crisis. A torrent of explosive news struck Sheng like a tempest, leaving him utterly bewildered. The continuous stream of voicemail messages had abruptly ceased after April 27th. From the looks of it, this did not appear to be a prank. Even in a world teeming with superheroes, this incident had escalated beyond any reasonable threshold. The bizarre sensation led Sheng to ponder whether he had truly been secluded for a month or perhaps for a millennium. Oh my God, what on earth have I missed? Bing, you have a new voicemail message. Would you like to answer? At that moment, a voice faintly broke through the weak communication signal. Answer. Sheng promptly responded. Hey Ding, it's Luis. Given the recent events, I'm unsure if you'll receive this message, or if you, like many others, are no longer among the living. Regardless, I am currently at your doorstep with urgent matters to discuss. If you do not respond within 10 seconds, I shall force my way in. Upon hearing the message, exactly 10 seconds elapsed, leaving Sheng no time to intervene. Bang! A resounding crash erupted as sparks flew. The security door had been breached, sending debris scattering across the floor. Well, with the world in disarray, it seemed no one would care about the fact that his door had been smashed in. Glaring at the stout figure of Luis as he entered, Sheng felt a surge of irritation. Have you lost your mind, Luis? Thank heavens you're alive. Luis rushed forward, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Years prior, Sheng had spent 2 months in San Quentin prison, where the two had become cellmates. After their release, they occasionally kept in touch, but their bond could hardly be termed intimate. This embrace was more testament to the joy of survival. Your sudden visit, what brings you here? Sheng cut to the chase. It's a long story. After I got out of prison, one day I attended a wine tasting with my cousin Ernesto, primarily featuring red wine. You know I'm not fond of red wine, but thankfully, there was a delightful roast that made the trip worthwhile. Then my cousin mentioned a girl, Emily, who used to hang out with us. In fact, she was the first girl I ever touched. Ding Sheng, listening, felt an urge to intervene, realizing that Louis' loquaciousness was a trait he would never shed. Then my cousin told me that Emily is now a housekeeper for someone and is dating a guy named Carlos, who's the big boss across the bay. Emily mentioned her employer, a retired big shot CEO who is exceedingly wealthy. Carlos and my cousin play on the same baseball team, and they struck up a conversation. Before his traversal, Ding Sheng had believed that the most talkative person on earth was Tang Sung from Chinese Odyssey. Yet, without a doubt, if Tang Sung were to engage in a dialogue with this fellow, it would be difficult to ascertain who truly reigned as the loquacious one. And then Carlos said, "Hey, buddy, that retired CEO has a gigantic safe in his basement. It's fantastic." Naturally, my cousin came to me, knowing I possess exceptional skills in theft, and I immediately inquired further. Get to the point. Ding Sheng's impatience was palpable, shared by the three individuals Louise had brought along. The first was a middle-aged man clad in a checkered shirt, who appeared somewhat familiar. The second was a young woman with a distinct aura. The third, a middle-aged man wearing a hat and keeping his head bowed, whose identity could only be inferred from his stature. Ding, do you remember Scott, my cellmate from San Quentin? Regarding that time we attempted to infiltrate the retired old man's safe. Guess what? Inside was a suit that allows Scott to shrink and grow at will not merely certain parts, but his entire body. PIM particles, I have once replicated them. Recently, PIM Technologies has been embroiled in a plethora of infringement lawsuits alongside Ding Sheng. Then Scott made a blunder, donning his battlesuit to participate in a grand conflict in Germany. Upon his return, he was placed under house arrest and dreamt of a woman. Guess what? That woman is the wife of the retired CEO, allegedly trapped in some realm. The quantum realm? Yes, I knew you would be aware. Ding Sheng was indeed familiar. The subject he had diligently studied in seclusion for a month was deeply intertwined with this phenomenon. Later, the retired CEO devised a passageway, mind you. Not one of those clandestine passages us rescuing his wife. Scott also found love with their daughter. In the parlance of your Eastern culture, one might say he ascended to the pinnacle of life. Perhaps concerned that Louis might continue with his nonsensical anecdotes, Scott took the floor. Subsequently, I ventured into the quantum realm to gather energy, while they were obliterated by this incident outside. How did you return to this world after entering the quantum realm through a quantum tunnel, especially without external manipulation? Ding Sheng was genuinely intrigued by the technical inquiry. This is where I must express my gratitude to her, Ms. Carol Danvers. Many years ago, during her battle against the Kree, she severed the quantum pathway between the extraterrestrial realm and Earth. When I entered the quantum realm, I inadvertently reopened that passageway, and Carol, who was trapped on an alien planet, seized the opportunity to enter the quantum realm and fortuitously brought me back to Earth. Scott elaborated on the lady. Carol Danvers? The name was unfamiliar. S.O. Your purpose in seeking me today is, allow me to elaborate on the forthcoming matters. A middle-aged man who had been standing at the back stepped forward and removed his hat. This face was all too familiar to Ding Sheng, whether from the news media, periodicals, social platforms in this world, or from the silver screen before his journey across dimensions. After 8 long years, he finally beheld the living embodiment, Iron Man. A formidable alliance. A mere snap? With a single snap, half of the universe's life vanished? Indeed, half of the universe's existence was erased. Tony Stark's countenance was grave, devoid of frivolity, entirely unlike a jest. By the heavens, Ding Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. 8 years ago, when he traversed into this realm, the Marvel Cinematic Universe was merely in its nascent stages. He genuinely had no inkling that a mechanism existed to randomly eliminate half of all life. Was it that he would turn to ash if he fell short by 50? This world is utterly insane. I must flee post-haste. Take whatever you desire. The house is yours. During his time in this world, apart from being embroiled in numerous lawsuits due to piracy and infringement, akin to a stray dog, his existence had been rather mundane. His attachment to this place was minimal, and the incident of the snap felt like the proverbial last straw. It was time to bid farewell. Otherwise, should that fellow named Thanos take a whim, who knows what further calamities might ensue. A chilling thought indeed. Ding Sheng made his way to the underground laboratory, where he had devoted a month's worth of effort to devise an escape mechanism. Tony Stark cast a distant glance at the so-called laboratory, then stepped forward to block his path. I have perused some previous materials and discovered that in the preliminary studies of the Goliath and Perseus projects, it was theoretically possible to enable interactions between particles, thereby transcending spatial isolation and distance limitations. Ding Sheng interjected, yes, thanks to Dr. Hank's continuous enhancements, a quantum tunnel has been constructed. This quantum tunnel can access the quantum realm, which serves as the nexus of the multiverse. You wish to enter the multiverse to save the world. Observing the brilliant genius Stark before him, Ding Sheng began to grasp his intentions. However, even if you traverse to another dimension, the snap remains an irrevocable fact. You would still need to travel through time to reverse it. I am aware that you have imitated and infringed upon over 1,000 patents of Stark Industries. Tony Stark shifted the conversation. Previously, when faced with legal notices and court summons from a rival's attorneys, Sheng had been unfazed, adept at handling such trivialities. Yet, facing the rival CEO in person was a first. Mr. Stark, let us converse amiably. Are not patents and such merely services for the people? How much do you understand about the barf time reversal device? Tony Stark inquired. I possess a rudimentary understanding, Sheng replied without hesitation. Suddenly struck by a thought, he slapped his forehead, a light dawning upon him. You intend to integrate the barf time reversal device with a quantum tunnel to create a temporal bridge? A temporal bridge, in Sheng's original world, was also known as an Einstein-Rosen bridge, or a portal of sorts. In summary, the ability to traverse through time and space is indeed remarkable. It must be acknowledged that those capable of replicating so many patents from Stark Industries are undeniably intelligent. With Dr. Hank having vanished, I find myself lacking the energy to organize his research materials and data adjustments. Given that you recently emulated Dr. Hank's quantum technology, it is likely that you have already constructed a prototype of the quantum tunnel. Sheng chose to remain non-committal, awaiting further developments. My search yielded no information regarding your existence from 8 years prior, which strongly suggests that you are not from this world. I surmise that your earlier mention of fleeing refers to returning to your original realm. Tony Stark, true to his nature, swiftly unveiled Sheng's background with a few well-placed words. Thus, the prospect of collaboration arises. How shall we collaborate? Sheng expressed intrigue. I shall manage time while you oversee space. Together we will forge a bridge through time and space, allowing me to confront Thanos while you return to any desired time and place. Rather than relying on a rudimentary quantum tunnel crafted in a third-rate laboratory to risk venturing into a world you left 8 years ago. Undoubtedly, Sheng was captivated. Agreed. In just 7 days, Sheng and the team returned to Stark Industries, successfully integrating the quantum tunnel with the barf time reversal device to create a new, yet unnamed, time-space bridge. With the aid of nanotechnology and Stark Industries' formidable industrial prowess, the time-space device was ultimately condensed to the size of a wristwatch, making it highly portable. Reflecting on the cumbersome quantum space-time machine in his underground laboratory, Sheng could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment. Comparisons can indeed be disheartening. Fortunately, as merely a replicator of inventions, he had managed to create affordable and practical devices without ever aspiring to challenge the eminent Stark Industries directly. After all, wealth and power are universally acknowledged. You need not depart. Although you have replicated various technological products over the years, you have never exploited them for exorbitant profit nor engaged in any wrongdoing. With your intellect, I hope you will choose to stay and assist us. Despite Sheng's past subpar products, it was due to a lack of sufficient financial and industrial support. After 7 days of interaction, Tony Stark was convinced that, at least in terms of understanding and innovation in science, this young man was indeed a genius. Are you inviting me to join the Avengers? Sheng, having never seen a pig run but having eaten his fair share of pork, was well aware that since the Battle of New York in 2012, the Avengers had become a household name in this world. You are mistaken. Tony Stark doused the notion with a splash of cold water. I merely wish to invite you to Stark Industries. 8 years ago, or even 6, at the very least 3 years past, had the illustrious Stark Industries extended an olive branch to Sheng, he would have embraced the opportunity with unrestrained joy. Yet, times have changed. Mr. Stark, in my homeland, there exists an ancient poem that articulates the sentiment of feeling like a stranger in a foreign land, particularly during festive seasons when one longs for family. Another verse conveys the notion that the setting sun marks the edge of the world, and gazing into the horizon yields no sight of home. I appreciate your kind offer, but I must truly return. Sheng endeavored to adorn the disparaging notions of fear of death, mere survival, and hasty retreat with the poetic elegance of China as profound and story culture. Tony Stark, evidently captivated, began to ponder these words with great care. On May 1st, 2018, Sheng equipped himself with a nanotime bridge, resetting the device to an evening 24 days prior, exactly 8 years ago, and pressed the activation button. Not long ago, someone told me that geniuses are often burdened by knowledge. I hope you will not be, he reflected as he watched Sheng depart. Meanwhile, Tony Stark and all the reassembled members of the Avengers rallied to embark on their own journeys. On May 7th, 2010, in Huaxia, Jiangnan Province, in the neighboring town, the grand premiere of the Marvel blockbuster Iron Man 2 took place at the Yundang Mountain Cinema. Are there any tickets left? I need 3. Any seats will do. I want 3 as well. I need 2. Sheng, why are you dazed? It's Friday. There are too many people. If you don't grab tickets soon, they'll be gone. At that time, the small-town cinema still did not support online ticket sales. Ding Sheng felt as though he had experienced a long dream, only to be awakened by the enthusiastic shouts of his classmates. Touching his face, he marveled at his youthful appearance from 8 years ago and noticed a watch on his wrist, smiling to himself. Ding Sheng, have returned. Ultimately, Ding Sheng failed to secure a ticket. Though the neighboring town was merely a small county with a population of 200,000, it housed only one cinema. To procure a ticket for a newly released blockbuster on a Friday evening was akin to vying for train tickets during the Spring Festival. Upon exiting the cinema, Ding Sheng finally had a moment to observe his dejected classmate and friend beside him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he joked, while Chen Su, feigning terror, took a step back, arms crossed. The theatrics were all too evident. Despite the playful banter, Ding Sheng could not help but smile. The nuances of human relationships, every blade of grass and tree, were the essence of the world he knew, while his sojourn in the realm of Marvel felt more like a fleeting dream. Really? No wonder I wasn't nominated for the Oscars this year, Chen Su lamented, deep in the sorrow of his unfulfilled aspirations. This time it's much better. The audience can easily see that you're constipated. The two individuals engaged in a spirited exchange, reminiscent of their youthful exuberance, transporting Ding Sheng back to the age of 18, as if he had never left. Eventually, they agreed to meet the following morning for the earliest screening, then parted ways at an intersection, each returning to their respective homes. Yinlin Garden, an ordinary residential community in the county town of Linzhou. The last time he left home was merely this morning. Now, returning after 8 years, Ding Sheng felt a profound sense of nostalgia, akin to a young man returning home after a long absence. He retrieved his keys from his pocket and unlocked the door. Just ahead lay the dining room, filled with the enticing aroma of food. In the kitchen, his mother was busily at work, her familiar silhouette bustling about, while simultaneously expressing her discontent towards his father, who was ineffectively trying to assist. "Mom and Dad, I'm back," he called out, his voice slightly catching in his throat. After a moment of silence, noticing no one responded, he approached the dining table, and his heart sank. "Why didn't you wait for me to eat?" he exclaimed, gazing at the remnants of the meal before him, rendered speechless. "Didn't you say you were going to see that Spider-Man movie with Chen Su? You weren't coming back for dinner," his mother scolded as she emerged to clear the table, her words flowing with a mix of concern and bewilderment over the appeal of a foreign film featuring a young man bouncing about town at such an hour. Isn't he worried about not getting enough sleep? Doesn't he fear will hinder his growth? Ding Sheng was at a loss for words. His outing was to see Iron Man, not Spider-Man, yet his father seemed to grasp this slightly better. "Is Iron Man about steelmaking?" his father queried, but the conversation could not progress further. Ding Sheng redirected the topic, explaining that the cinema was too crowded to procure tickets, and they would attempt to see it the following morning instead. "Don't you have studies to attend to? The college entrance examination is merely 30 days away. You are not permitted to go," his mother admonished, returning to the task of washing dishes while sorting through vegetables, clearly reluctant to let her son go hungry. "Let him go. A balance between work and rest is essential. We must trust our son," his father interjected, exhibiting a more lenient perspective. "Ding Wang, I believe you're in need of some discipline," his mother replied, her irritation mounting after being countered by her husband twice in quick succession. In the vast expanse of Huaxia, the regions of Jianan and Yuzhou are renowned for producing men who are particularly submissive to their wives, colloquially known as ear-tuggers. And Ding Sheng's father was no exception. Upon hearing his wife address him by his full name, he fell silent, unwilling to engage further. Speaking of his father's name inevitably conjures thoughts of a flourishing lineage. Indeed, Ding Sheng's grandfather bestowed this name upon him with the hope that the Ding family would thrive, a wish that was perhaps overly ambitious. Regrettably, as an only child, Ding Sheng's existence rendered that name somewhat unfulfilled. Yet, in the absence of quantity, quality would suffice. Ding Sheng, with a commanding presence and exceptional academic prowess, was already a scholar before his traverse into another realm. This is evident from his mastery in various scientific disciplines such as physics, chemistry, and biology within the Marvel Universe. However, he is also an unconventional academic prodigy, a specialist of sorts. If we consider the highest score in each subject to be 100, Ding Sheng's pre-transitional academic prowess could be summarized as follows: Chinese 70, mathematics 98, English 20, physics 98, chemistry 98, biology 98. The disparity in his skills is glaringly apparent, particularly in his Chinese proficiency. What is Marvel, you may wonder? It is a realm where the entire universe communicates in English. The pressures of this environment have propelled his English skills to unprecedented heights. Following his immersion in the Marvel cosmos, Ding Sheng's current capabilities are reflected thus: Chinese 70, mathematics 500, English 98, physics 500, chemistry 500, biology 500. There is no doubt that the maximum score remains 100. Therefore, the rigors of college entrance examinations do not weigh heavily on Ding Sheng's mind. Reviewing? That is simply not on his agenda. Mother, I've already promised Chinsu. You always teach me the importance of honesty and trustworthiness. You cannot expect me to go back on my word now. Understanding his mother's temperament, Ding Sheng knew that as long as he approached her with the right reasoning, everything would be manageable. After a brief contemplation, his mother acquiesced. All right, we shall let this slide this time, but you must inform me in advance next time. As a mother, Ding Sheng's mother held firm beliefs regarding her children's education. She has always upheld the principle that character is paramount. Poor academic performance can be remedied, but a lack of innate talent may be beyond salvation. As long as one is diligent and earnest, life in the 21st century should not be too harsh. However, a deficiency in character poses a significant dilemma. If one's character is lacking while also excelling academically, that is an even greater concern in the Marvel Universe. Such an individual would undoubtedly be a villain. Reflecting on the years Ding Sheng spent in Marvel, often imitating and facing disdain, he never considered joining the ranks of villains. Relegated to mere background characters while superheroes bask in glory. His mother's educational influence has been invaluable. The following day, Chinsu called early to invite Ding Sheng to the cinema. After hanging up, he once again focused on the mobile phone in his hand. At that time, the iPhone 4 had not yet made its debut, and if one were to inquire about the most popular mobile phone on the market, it would undoubtedly be the Nokia 520 that Ding Sheng possessed. The phone was relatively new, a reward from his mother for ranking among the top 10 in the last mock examination, and he cherished it dearly, maintaining it in pristine condition without a single scratch. Time has passed, and the once sweet and innocent persona has transformed into a formidable figure after Ding Sheng's excursion through the Marvel Universe. Even if he were merely a counterfeit inventor, he would still return as a Marvel entity. The notion of appearing in public with a communication device that is merely an antiquated relic running on an outdated symbiont system is utterly intolerable to him. Upon his return, the only item he brought along was the nano time-space bridge adorning his wrist. After removing it and executing the clone command, he gently touched the mobile phone on the bedside, and the nano time-space bridge morphed into a nanomaterial version of a smartphone, perfectly mirrored in appearance and functionality. After a few swipes, he realized that the system remained cumbersome and unwieldy. His critique was not aimed at Symbiont specifically, but rather a commentary on the mediocrity of all systems available on the market. Since cloning did not rectify the issue, he resolved to rewrite an entirely new system. Alas, those capable must bear the burden. In the opening lines of Iron Man 2, the narrative draws upon the conclusion of its predecessor, effortlessly showcasing the confidence and arrogance of Tony Stark. Upon his arrival in this world, Ding Sheng was oblivious to its nature until he spotted Tony Stark on the covers of New York's newspapers and magazines, revealing that he was in the Marvel Universe, specifically, the Cinematic Universe. The reason was simple. This Stark bore an uncanny resemblance to Robert Downey Jr., although he had only seen him the day prior. Watching the omnipotent Iron Man on the big screen felt akin to reuniting with a long-lost friend. He wondered whether they had managed to defeat Thanos. 2 hours later, as the film concluded, Ding Sheng stood to leave. Not so fast. There should be an Easter egg, Chun Su reminded him. Easter egg? Ding Sheng sat back down, intrigued. How do you know? There was one in the last film. That makes sense, given that this screening was an early show with a sparse audience. Few remained to witness the Easter egg, ultimately leaving just the two of them. When the Easter egg revealed a large crater created by a hammer, Chun Su nudged Ding Sheng with his elbow. Did you understand what that means? Although Chun Su enjoyed Marvel films, he was not yet a devoted fan, having never read the associated comics, making his unfamiliarity with Thor's hammer quite understandable. That is the weapon of Thor, forged from the core of a dying star, and it is wielded by very few. Ding Sheng, not an ardent Marvel enthusiast nor a reader of comics, found himself in a rather unremarkable position throughout his years within the Marvel Universe, despite possessing a unique ability akin to a divine insight. However, this did not hinder his familiarity with Thor's hammer. The battles in which Thor participated, such as those in the small town of New Mexico, the conflict in New York, the skirmish in London, and the clash in Sokovia, had garnered significant media attention, establishing Thor as a globally recognized idol. Thus, it was quite natural for one to recognize his formidable weapon. Interestingly, Ding Sheng had once attempted to create a replica of Thor's hammer. Unfortunately, he could not procure a suitable star for materials, resulting in a compromise where he crafted a 1-to-1 scale imitation from aluminum alloy, which he then welded to the floor of a bar, concurrently organizing a weightlifting competition to raise funds. Initially, he managed to fool many unsuspecting participants. However, once the truth emerged, he found himself pursued for 3 streets before the matter settled. The past was not one to be revisited fondly. Yet, A life devoid of dreams bears little difference to that of a mere fish out of water. Thus, Ding Sheng resolved that when the day comes that the sun falters, he would endeavor to forge the Ding Sheng hammer. Research indicated that the sun has an estimated lifespan of around 14 billion years. Well, that seems imminent. Who is Thor? Shen Su inquired again. The king of Asgard, though at this time he is still a prince. He is also a superhero, and a solo film should follow shortly. Having gleaned a bit of information, Shen Su refrained from further questioning. In the past, both Ding Sheng and Shen Su viewed superhero films merely as a spectacle. However, circumstances had changed. The inventor Ding, having returned from studying abroad in the Marvel Universe, was acutely aware of the dazzling technologies depicted in films that could potentially be realized with the knowledge now nestled in his mind, stirring a restless ambition within him. For instance, Iron Man's iconic armored suit, the first iteration of which was merely a standard metal box, posed no insurmountable challenge. The most daunting aspect lay in the arc reactor providing power for the suit. Given sufficient time and resources, Ding Sheng believed he could indeed create one, albeit perhaps of slightly inferior quality, but certainly functional. Moreover, one must be resolute and undeterred by the life-draining properties of palladium, the element that supplies the energy. Ding Sheng, a staunch advocate for safety, had refrained from attempting to construct his own suit of armor even during his time in the Marvel Universe. Certain endeavors, however, were largely contingent on chance, and even with time, success was not guaranteed. Take for instance the new element synthesized by Stark for his own salvation. This process required the addition of a sufficient number of protons to an existing atomic nucleus, alongside a robust particle accelerator and industrial-grade electricity, culminating in the injection of high-energy particle beams for activation and storage, all while generating intense radiation, a daunting challenge indeed. The film undoubtedly romanticized this intricate process. Life, as it were, is not a movie. This newly discovered element, possessing an energy source, is indeed quite remarkable. However, within the Marvel Universe, only Tony Stark, fortified by Stark Industries, has been fortunate enough to synthesize it amid life and death circumstances. A young man like Ding Sheng, who cannot even be considered a bankrupt version of Iron Man, should refrain from harboring lofty ambitions. Now that he has returned, with crises averted, lawsuits resolved, competitors eliminated, and debts to the bank no longer looming, it is wise for him to engage in modest inventions and pursue knowledge step by step. While others emerge from viewing Iron Man 2, exhilarated and electrified, Ding Sheng is left with but a single word: survival. At the very least, he should rewrite his own intelligence system to secure a reliable assistant before contemplating other endeavors. As the two strolled through the county town and enjoyed a meal together, Shen Su received a call from his family urging him to return home to study and prepare for the college entrance examination. In this realm of academia, there exist two types of individuals who are seemingly above it all. The scholars, like Ding Sheng, who possess a solid foundation and extraordinary potential, and whose subpar performance will still likely secure them a place in university, merely a matter of whether it be a good university or an exceptional one. The other type consists of underachievers, who rely solely on multiple-choice questions, leaving their fates to chance, sometimes benefiting from mere guesses. Shen Su, whose academic performance hovers in the middle, feels no anxiety himself, yet his family is in a state of desperation. The Chen family has been brewing wine in the county for generations, tracing back to the Northern Song dynasty. For nearly a millennium, no scholar has emerged from their lineage. In the past, the low acceptance rates of the imperial examination of scholars, candidates, and successful candidates could be excused. Yet, as we have progressed into the second decade of the 21st century, with the proliferation of universities and continually dropping admission thresholds, the Chen family remains devoid of a single college graduate. Shen Su, without exaggeration, represents a glimmer of hope in a millennium of darkness for his entire clan. In order to watch this film, I have signed a contract with my family, effectively binding myself until the conclusion of the college entrance examination. Shen Su's face was one of profound melancholy. It was indeed a grim situation. Ding Sheng succinctly expressed his feelings of helplessness. And you? What will you do next? I replied, if I say I'm going to an internet cafe to enjoy some online gaming, would you strike me? Beast. To ensure Ding Sheng could focus on his studies, his parents refrained from providing him with a computer. Thus, he could only write programs at the internet cafe. Generally speaking, high school students have few opportunities to use computers for serious matters, and a spirited young man like Ding Sheng is particularly unfit for such indulgences. While gaming may be one thing, the concern lies in inadvertently stumbling upon inappropriate websites. An ancient saying goes, the masts and sails vanish into ashes. The internet cafe in neighboring Zhou City has implemented unprecedentedly stringent regulations since the beginning of the year, requiring identification for access, with minors strictly prohibited from entry. However, In the realm of commerce, the daring thrive while the timid perish. There are still a few small internet cafes, taking advantage of their remote locations to skirt the rules and sustain their livelihoods. One such establishment is the Fantasy Internet Cafe. Today is Saturday, and a long queue has already formed at the cash register, with patrons facing a lengthy wait to access the internet. Ding Sheng, who turns 18 next month, is still a minor, and this cafe is one of the few that allows some leniency, leaving him with no alternative. How much longer must we wait? Inquired a boy at the front of the line, carrying a small backpack. He appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. If the second account isn't renewed, there is still 36 minutes left, the female attendant replied without lifting her gaze. The boy sighed in resignation and opened his backpack, standing on tiptoe to begin his homework at the counter. Impressive. At the current rate, it seemed unlikely that Ding Sheng would get a turn before nightfall. Undeterred, he wandered around the cafe and stumbled upon something intriguing. Excuse me, can that vacant computer be used? Ding Sheng returned to the cash register. No, the female attendant replied, still not looking up. It's fine, just let me use it. I can fix it, Ding Sheng asserted confidently. Are you sure? Of course. He was joking. After all, he was a prodigious inventor, adept at everything from spacecraft and satellites to calipers and mechanical pencils. There was nothing he couldn't handle. A mere computer? How trivial. Finally, the female attendant raised her head for the first time. She was quite attractive and pondered for 3 seconds before conceding. All right, 3 yuan per hour. Thank you. Ding Sheng produced 10 yuan and placed it on the counter, turning with flair to walk toward the malfunctioning machine under the watchful eyes of the queue. With skill comes a certain audacity. The female attendant accepted the money and skillfully retrieved an ID card from a large stack in the drawer, enabling Ding Sheng to log on. A minute later, he returned to the cash register. I'm done, he announced. What? You couldn't fix it? She asked. Sister, there's no motherboard. How can I repair it? Even the most skilled artisan cannot work without resources, Ding Sheng explained. Ah yes, it was stolen a couple of days ago. I thought you seemed confident, so I wanted to let you give it a try. The female attendant replied, feeling somewhat wronged. Come on, if the motherboard was stolen, just say so. Why claim it was broken? Now, with so many people watching, it was rather embarrassing. Ahem, it's fine, just let me try again. I can fix it. Sure enough, someone chimed in, mimicking Ding Sheng's earlier tone, eliciting laughter from the female attendant. Even more outrageous. Another person placed 10 yuan on the counter in a similar fashion. Truly mischievous. Nevertheless, one recalls the tale of King Yu of Zhou. In an effort to amuse a beauty, ignited wars and sacrificed his kingdom. All are men, and Ding Sheng presumes that these individuals merely wish to display their cleverness before the ladies, which can be understood. However, understanding does not equate to tolerance. If he were in the presence of titans like Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, or Hank Pym, he might concede once, but to passersby numbered A, B, C, and D? Sorry, that will not do. He initially aimed to interact with you as an ordinary person, to connect heart to heart, yet what he received in return was ridicule. Thus, he decided to drop the facade. He is, in fact, a top-tier electronic technology engineer, and he lays his cards on the table. Ding Sheng waved his hand, signaling the female network administrator to remain on the machine. Under the bemused gazes of those present, he approached the computer devoid of a motherboard once more. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this not a display of bravado? Arriving beside the machine, the individual on the left was valiantly battling in a dungeon, while the one on the right was engrossed in watching the news broadcast online. After a moment's consideration, Ding Sheng gently tapped the gamer on the shoulder. My apologies. The main unit is undergoing inspection. It will take just 10 seconds. Wait until I defeat this boss. Oh, I've perished. Your turn. The gamer readily stepped aside, and Ding Sheng crouched down to open the chassis, extracting a nanomaterial version of the 520 and switching it to clone mode. He touched it to the front of the motherboard, and the 520 transformed into a nano motherboard complete with a PU and memory sticks. Rising, he completed the task seamlessly, precisely in 10 seconds. Thank you for your cooperation. I wish you a pleasant browsing experience. With that, Ding Sheng took a seat in the adjacent space, inserted the motherboard into the case, connected the wires, and powered it on. Welcome to DOS XP. Just as he was about to delightfully begin coding, a small hand suddenly pressed down on the mouse beside him. Hold on. Turning his head, Ding Sheng found a small boy, followed by 3 or 4 classmates, all carrying little backpacks, akin to the youth at the cashier writing his homework. Young lad, do you require something? Ding Sheng inquired politely. Brother, may I request permission to use this machine? The little boy, though young, spoke with a certain flair, exuding an air of martial valor. No, I cannot allow it. Ding Sheng had brought his own motherboard to access the internet. It was no small feat, therefore. Granting permission was out of the question. Truly not allowing? The boy pressed. Ding Sheng sensed a hint of hostility in the boy's tone, but resolutely replied, "Indeed, I will not allow it. Since we have crossed paths, why not extend a small favor? The journey of life is long, and I can grant you a moment of grace." The boy stated calmly. Ding Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at that. How audacious. This laughter, however, displeased the group of young boys behind him, who promptly tossed their backpacks to the ground and clenched their fists, seemingly ready to brawl. Having been away from Marvel for 8 years, Ding Sheng found himself bewildered by the unchanged nature of this world. "I am about to commence my work. If you find yourself with idle time, you may join me in learning to code." Ignoring the trivialities, Ding Sheng busily opened Visual Basic and began to fervently tap on the keyboard. "By the way, my young friend, although my command of the language is lacking, I am aware that the term acquaintances by chance is not applied in such a manner." Ding Sheng took a moment amidst his work. "Oh, you wish to teach me?" The young boy could no longer contain himself, reverting to a more typical tone. "Do you wish to learn? I will be grateful for your guidance. Here we go again. Are your family members aware of your manner of speaking? The mountains are difficult to cross. Who laments the lost traveler? Acquaintances by chance are merely guests from afar," Ding Sheng replied, his gaze unwavering from the monitor. The boy, upon hearing this, expressed his admiration. "What a splendid phrase. May I inquire where it is from?" "It is from the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung. You will learn it once you reach high school. I have been enlightened. I apologize for the intrusion today. Until we meet again." The boy imitated a chivalrous gesture, bowing in gratitude before turning to leave. In the midst of their banter, they transformed conflict into harmony. This is what one may call wisdom. "Are you leaving just like that? We agreed to watch Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf together on one machine. Let the bullets fly." During the ensuing hours, the Kuaishang Internet Cafe was graced by the most vibrant spectacle since its opening. In an environment where the majority indulged in gaming and a few watched dramas, a young man stood out, diligently coding with unwavering focus, entirely unaffected by his surroundings. This could be likened to the ancient saying, to cleanse oneself of impurities and remain untainted. However, this is not the crux of the matter. What is noteworthy is that beside the young coder sat another remarkable individual, who had been engrossed in the news broadcast for over 8 continuous hours. What kind of temperament is this? To witness the remarkable figures of today. 3 hours later, Ding Sheng had established the fundamental architecture of the intelligence system. Next, he merely needed to refine and amend a multitude of lines of code, likely amounting to over 100 trillion bytes. What does this imply? To put it simply, if you were to place a brick upon the keyboard, allowing it to roll continuously, it would take approximately 500 years to generate such a quantity of bytes. It is often said that programmers write code with their very lives. If Ding Sheng succeeds in this endeavor, it would be akin to crafting an elixir of immortality through code. For now, he decided to create a simplified version, incorporating self-learning algorithms, allowing it to evolve into a super-intelligent system. With little time remaining on the internet bill, Ding Sheng planned accordingly and began to wrap up his work. Just then, the voice of the female manager resonated through the internet cafe's loudspeakers. "We have received notice that police will be conducting a surprise inspection in 5 minutes. Customers under the age of 18, please log off at the front desk. Thank you for your cooperation." In such a lenient internet cafe, compliance with inspections is of utmost importance. After the female manager announced the alert 3 times, the once crowded cafe quickly became sparse. Ding Sheng did not leave. It was the final moment for the intelligent system to take shape. If he fled now, all efforts would be in vain, and he would have to start over. Of course, by now, it was too late to consider leaving. A handsome police officer had already arrived in Ding Sheng's vicinity, initially checking the ID of a certain patron, who was 28 and had no issues. Just as Ding Sheng completed the last line of code, the officer's gaze had already fixed upon him. "Hello. This is an internet cafe inspection. Please present your identification." He was preparing to confess in hopes of leniency when the female manager rushed over, brandishing an ID. "Number 15. Your ID was left at the front desk." The officer remained impassive, though inwardly he scoffed at such a rudimentary tactic, having encountered it many times before. "Come with me." He led both individuals to the cashier's desk, where he first glanced at the customer information on the cafe's main computer for machine number 15, then compared it with the ID in the manager's hand. Remarkably, they matched. "You are Jean Dajuan?" the officer inquired, flipping through the document. The female manager, standing behind the officer, cast a pleading glance at Ding Sheng, silently urging him to maintain his composure. It was indeed wrong for the cafe to allow minors to access the internet solely for profit, and this must be condemned. Now that matters had escalated to this point, Ding Sheng merely needed to admit his mistake, and the officer would likely let it slide after a reprimand. However, the cafe would certainly face fines and rectifications, and the female manager would inevitably lose her job as a scapegoat. "I do not cause the demise of Buren, yet he perishes because of me? Ding Sheng affirmed, yes. I am Zhang Dazhuang. He steadied himself. He had not overthought the situation. He simply felt that had he left when notified by the manager, this predicament would not have arisen. If absolute justice were the standard, he, Ding, would have spent a lifetime in confinement during his time in the Marvel Universe. Seeing his apparent integrity, the female manager let out a slight sigh of relief. You're 30 this year? The officer continued his inquiries. Yes, I am 30. Ding Sheng, at 18, and considering his 8 years in the Marvel realm, rounded up to 26, aligning with the age of 30. Is this you in the photograph? The officer pressed on, pointing at the image on the ID. The Zhang Dazhuang in the picture was quite overweight, somewhat balding, with small eyes and a notably large chin. That is indeed me, Ding Sheng replied, maintaining his composure. Is it? The officer intensified his tone, believing that with a bit of pressure, this student would likely falter. It is me. I was quite heavy back then. I later committed to exercising and maintaining a balanced diet. My hair grew back, and I lost weight, making my eyes appear considerably larger. Ding Sheng began to employ the same tactics he had previously used to negotiate with judges and lawyers, exhibiting a fearlessness akin to that of a dead pig unbothered by boiling water. The police officer had to concede his misjudgment. The young man's ability to lie with his eyes wide open was far from that of a mere student. He was clearly a seasoned trickster of society. Do you think I'm easily fooled? I am certain that this is not you. The officer remained unyielding, eager to see what other tricks you might have up your sleeve. I assert that this is not me. It is utterly not my likeness. Upon uttering these words, Ding Sheng nearly brought the female internet cafe manager to tears. Well, it seems you cannot withstand the pressure. The police officer was quite pleased with his own intimidation tactics. So why don't you explain what transpired? I too am curious about the matter. I need to work and surely require some form of identification, do I not? When I went to have my photo taken for my documents, it turned out like this. I insisted it was not me, but they insisted it was, leaving me no choice but to make do. When it comes to spinning tall tales, Ding Sheng was unafraid of anyone. Oh, is that so? The officer was entirely unconvinced. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Officer, do not listen to his nonsense. This is my identification card. At that moment, a voice shattered the impasse. A portly man suddenly appeared from nowhere, seizing the ID from the officer's hand and holding it beside his own round face. I am Zhang Dazhuang. Oh, then you should explain yourselves. This internet cafe is mine. That machine was broken, and rather than hiring someone else at a cost, I thought it best to have my cousin assist in the repairs. Surely, this does not count as employing a minor? Upon receiving news of the inspection, Zhang Dazhuang, fearing trouble, hurried over mid-meal at a hot pot restaurant. Indeed, this dramatic performance was quite the spectacle. Cousin, you finally arrived. Ding Sheng seamlessly connected with him, the two actors engaging in a performance together. The police officer found it amusing. I run a small business. If I can save, I will. I shall certainly be more cautious next time. Should this matter require further investigation, it would be simple enough to verify whether these two share a familial bond. However, in Jinan, even individuals with no connection can refer to each other as cousins, and a distant relative excuse would suffice. Moreover, the officer had witnessed the vigor with which the young man had written code. To claim he could only repair computers was an understatement. Those who often walk by the river will eventually get their shoes wet. This time, your performance was commendable. Once the officer withdrew, the crisis was averted. Zhang Dazhuang laughed heartily as he clapped Ding Sheng on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, young brother, what superb acting. You flatter me. Subsequently, Ding Sheng borrowed a USB drive from his boss, transferred the code from the computer onto it, then removed the motherboard and pressed back to the previous menu, transforming the nano motherboard back into a mobile phone. He then imported the code from the USB drive into the phone and commenced executing the program. 1245698999100. Hello, master. We meet again. Upon hearing the familiar electronic chime emanating from his mobile device, Ding Sheng finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart genuinely lightened with a smile. Guanju, the first poem from the ancient anthology Shijing, resonates in his mind. The osprey's call in the riverside islet. A graceful lady is the ideal match for a gentleman. In his years within the Marvel Universe, Ding Sheng had drawn inspiration from the Jarvis intelligence system to develop a smart assistant, aptly named Guanju. This assistant was instrumental in managing various affairs, adeptly searching and processing diverse information, thereby becoming an inseparable and trusted companion in both his personal and professional life. Yet, Guanju was not without its flaws. Fundamentally, it was a makeshift creation of Ding Sheng, bearing the unmistakable imprints of Jarvis in various aspects. Following the catastrophic events in Sokovia, while most ordinary people remained oblivious to the specifics, within the tech community to which Ding Sheng belonged, the truth was no secret. Tony Stark's miscalculations had unleashed Ultron upon the world. Since that incident, Ding Sheng had contemplated modifying parts of Guanju's code to prevent it from following the perilous path of its twin, Ultron. However, after numerous tests, he realized that a complete overhaul of the system was the only viable solution. At that time, several tech companies had initiated lawsuits against him, and agencies like the Immigration Bureau and the FBI had been persistently monitoring his activities. Under such internal and external pressures, he had no choice but to shelve the matter. Time slipped by, and 3 years passed. Upon his return, Ding Sheng, after considerable reflection, decided to relinquish the source code entirely to Stark, painfully abandoning Guanju. Our world lacks a superhero organization like the Avengers. Should a similar incident to Ultron arise from the Guanju system he brought back, the ramifications would be dire. Even with the Avengers, the events in Sokovia have been devastatingly real. Thus, in the cyber cafe, Ding Sheng set about rewriting his intelligence system. Aside from retaining the name Guanju, the entire core had undergone a complete transformation. After dinner that evening, he hurried into his bedroom to commence the preliminary setup of Guanju. Master, please issue your commands. Guanju from now on. You may refer to me as Ding Sheng. We have left behind the capitalist society and returned to the embrace of our homeland. Understood. Furthermore, you shall now adopt my mother tongue, Mandarin, as your primary language. Previously, it was a matter of adapting. Now, it is a return to one's roots. Retrieving Mandarin language data. Successful. Commencing the incorporation of Mandarin language resources. Xinhua Dictionary, Sihai, Shuan Jiezi, Sanzi Jing, Modern Chinese Dictionary, Tang Poetry Collection. The reborn Guanju resembled an eager student, thirsting for knowledge. The profundity of Chinese culture captivated this nascent learner, who spent considerable time exploring the vast spectrum of ancient and contemporary culture to enrich its linguistic repertoire. The waiting process felt interminable until drowsiness took hold, and Ding Sheng gradually drifted into slumber. Ding Sheng, it is time to rise. In his dreamlike state, Ding Sheng vaguely heard someone calling him to awaken. The voice did not resemble his mother's. Ding Sheng, it is time to rise. This time, he recognized the sound, a distinct electronic tone. It was Guanju's voice. Reaching for his phone on the bedside table, he glanced at the screen, only to discover it was merely 4 o'clock in the morning. Guanju, why are you calling me this early? Ding Sheng pondered, bemused. In the midst of the night, the lamp burns bright. It is the time for a young man to study. With dark hair, one remains unaware of the need for diligence. Only with white hair does one regret the tardiness of learning. Goodness, this entity was reciting poetry, and not just any poem, but one promoting the pursuit of knowledge. Clearly, it had been quite active throughout the night. As an intelligent system, Guanju possessed no memory impairments. It could recall any data with remarkable acuity, boasting extraordinary intelligence. Yet, it was also a nascent system, particularly since Ding Sheng had only spent 3 hours establishing its framework, which could hardly be considered sophisticated. The journey to evolve into a super-intelligent system would be long and arduous, relying upon Ding Sheng's patient guidance. 4 o'clock? I am not Kobe Bryant. Upon searching for unfamiliar terminology, he found Kobe Bryant, a professional basketball player for the NBA's Los Angeles Lakers, along with his famous quote. Do you know what Los Angeles is like at 4 a.m.? Today's match featured the Lakers against the Jazz. Ding Sheng couldn't help but smile outwardly while inwardly feeling frustrated. It was evident that this so-called intelligent system was merely a rudimentary version of its potential. Well, as the saying goes, one must complete the race they have signed up for, even if they must run in tears. Presently, Guanju was akin to a slightly more intelligent search engine. To attain greater intelligence, it would require numerous updates. Currently, convincing his parents to purchase a computer would be a challenge, so he would have to make do with the existing system for now, postponing any upgrades until after the college entrance examination. In the meantime, if he found any free time, he could continue working at the internet cafe. Ding Sheng, it seems we have a guest at home. How should I accommodate them? Guanju inquired proactively. A guest? What guest? He asked. It claims to be called Saipan. From Finland, Guanju replied. Ding Sheng had almost forgotten about that. The system that came with his 520 device was still operational. It must have clashed with Guanju the night before, but evidently, the outdated system had been vanquished, with Guanju taking control. To the victor belong the spoils. In that case, apologies were in order. Please clear it out. Wow, what a swift and decisive cleanup, Guanju responded, exhibiting a surprising speed and even a playful demeanor. Ding Sheng had to admit he had misjudged it. This was indeed far superior to the search engine he had previously used. Ding. His phone received a message from the telecommunications provider. Your zero data plan for this month was exhausted yesterday at 11:01. Any excess usage will be charged at 1 yuan. You currently owe 78,526, 401 yuan. Please recharge promptly. Cough. Guanju, what have you been doing for the past few hours? Reading. Reading? with over 3 million views, equating to more than 3,000 gigabytes. I find it hard to believe you haven't been watching videos. I truly have been reading. Let me tell you, honesty brings leniency. Serving a long sentence? Guanju replied. Oh, you're quite perceptive. Ding Sheng suddenly felt as if he had raised a mischievous child. Thank you for the compliment. I have indeed been engrossed in literature, delving into the rich tapestry of 5,000 years of Chinese culture, and I've also learned about the origin of my name. I hold a deep affection for the name Guanju. Let us establish a code word. From now on, I shall only call you Guanju when you are to appear. Understood. A system ought to maintain a semblance of order. Fundamental rules must be adhered to. Otherwise, it would become akin to those chaotic narratives found on the Qidian Chinese website. In the morning, Ding Sheng approached his mother for 50 yuan to reapply for a new mobile card. After all, his family did not possess a vibranium mine. Fortunately, at this time in China, the real name registration for mobile cards had not yet been universally implemented. If one no longer wished to use a phone card, discarding it sufficed. Chen Su, here is my new number, please save it. After acquiring the new card, Ding Sheng promptly informed his parents, and the third call was directed to his friend. Why did you suddenly change your old number, which was working just fine? Chen Su inquired. I ran out of balance. Changing your number just because of that? What a disgrace. I feel embarrassed for you. Just wait. I shall promptly assist you in settling your dues online. Chen Su hailed from a family that owned a distillery, boasting considerable wealth. All right, thank you. With that, Ding Sheng quietly ended the call. 2 minutes later, Ding Sheng, I've reconsidered. Your new number is rather catchy. So let it be. Young Master Chun, do you retract your words so swiftly? Ding Sheng seized the opportunity to tease. I was wrong, truly wrong. I shall henceforth temper my pride and exercise caution in my words and actions. Ah, the omnipresent Wi-Fi. In the cyber cafe. Sister, I need to use the internet. No seats available. Can't you see all these people waiting? Queue up. The female attendant, as usual, kept her gaze down, and being called sister at such a young age slightly irked her. No worries. Let me have that machine without a motherboard. I can fix it. Those words sounded all too familiar. The attendant abruptly lifted her head, and Ding Sheng had already placed 10 yuan on the counter, turning away with what he considered an impressively nonchalant demeanor. The attendant swiftly raised her hand, collected the money, and processed the transaction seamlessly. Attendant, I report him for cutting in line. Yes, we were clearly here first. The atmosphere grew tense with collective indignation. You think you can handle that machine without a motherboard? If so, you give it a try. The attendant stood up to clarify. What even is a motherboard? If it's missing, it's missing. I only play games, not motherboards. One young man with dazzling red hair wore a defiant expression on his face. The female network administrator could only think to herself. With such foolishness among the Morning Love family, it was no wonder they were on the decline. However, in the service industry, it was essential to maintain a smile, regardless of one's inner thoughts. Hey, kid, it seems like the motherboard is akin to an engine. Without it, the machine cannot start, a family member beside him discreetly reminded. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I've utterly lost face. He exclaimed. Let us go. Let us find another internet cafe. With that, 3 or 4 individuals departed, much to the delight of the elementary school students waiting in line behind them. Ding Sheng approached machine number 15, with number 14 to his left belonging to an acquaintance, who was currently engaged in a dungeon crawling game. Hey, brother, do you remember me? Ding Sheng gently tapped the shoulder of the warrior at machine 14. Of course, of course. Are you here for another system check? The amiable brother responded warmly. Yes. Pardon the interruption. Following the same routine as yesterday, he successfully powered up the machine. Today, Ding Sheng's task was straightforward, to write a driver program for the Wi-Fi module. The cloning technology for nanomaterials could only replicate the inherent functions of the products. Cloning a smartphone results in a smartphone. Cloning a rice cooker results in a rice cooker. And restoring to factory settings transforms it into a time machine. To incorporate new technology, Ding Sheng had to take matters into his own hands. In 2010, although some smartphones were already equipped with Wi-Fi modules upon leaving the factory, his model, the 520, was not among them. Without a Wi-Fi module, connecting to wireless networks was impossible, which meant that the previous night's unfortunate overuse of data would likely recur. Currently, the Wi-Fi modules available on the market typically supported systems like DOS, Android, and iOS. The Guanju system, which had only been launched yesterday, naturally lacked any ready-made solutions. In less than 5 minutes, Ding Sheng crafted a powerful Wi-Fi driver tailored specifically for Guanju. Drawing from his prior professional experience, he simulated an IP address and added a hidden firewall. Given the current global technological capabilities, breaching it would be virtually impossible. Under the protection of the firewall, Ding Sheng sent the SN, SEX, Communication Data Transmission Protocol, to the world's largest network server, entering the SN send state. The server immediately received the protocol and responded with an SN, seek, a CAX-1 message, entering the SN rev state. The client then received the server's SN message and replied with an CAC-1 message, entering the established state. Finally, through multiple handshakes, a TCP connection was established, culminating in data exchange with the server. From this moment forth, wherever global telecommunications operators extend their reach, Ding Sheng's device, the 520, shall enjoy complimentary internet access until his firewall is discovered and breached. As for the internet speed, it shall be determined by the operator's maximum capacity. Should the need arise, special methods may facilitate even swifter connectivity. Little brother, the elder remarked, though I cannot comprehend what you are doing, I sense your remarkable prowess. This gentleman had noticed since yesterday that Ding Sheng could type incessantly for 3 hours, the rhythmic clatter of keys echoing throughout the space. However, at that time, he was engrossed in a game dungeon, too preoccupied to concern himself with external matters. Today, he had deliberately carved out time to sneak a glance. And though he could not decipher the intricate workings, he was nonetheless taken aback. The pressure of societal employment is exceedingly daunting. In the past, network administrators merely cleaned dust and applied thermal paste. Yet now one must possess coding skills to succeed. Gaming remains far more enjoyable. With this thought, the elder resolutely plunged back into the boss's lair. As customary, borrowing a USB drive to facilitate his endeavors, Ding Sheng embedded the Wi-Fi driver, server interaction protocol, and firewall into the most rudimentary toolbox of the nanomachine. Henceforth, regardless of how this nanomaterial might transform, be it into a smartphone or a rice cooker, it would seamlessly enable free internet access. Guanju, I'm upgrading your network. Please test its functionality. On his way home, Ding Sheng commenced testing the internet speed. Restricted by the local area, the current speed registered at 21 gigabits per second, which, while not exceedingly fast, surpassed the hastened operator network he had augmented the previous night. Is this speed still deemed insufficient? Upon reading this, one could already download 5 or 6 ultra-high-definition films. Indeed, when one ascends, even their companions thrive alongside them. Associating with Marvel's inventors, even the system boasts formidable resilience. Monday, at a neighboring high school, Class 10 of the senior year, marked Ding Sheng's first day of return to school. Prior to Ding Sheng's traversal into the Marvel Universe, Jiannan Province had conducted the final mock examination preceding the college entrance examination. Today, the results were unveiled, and the entire class approached each lesson with trepidation. The final mock exam of every year typically features relatively simpler questions to bolster students' confidence. Yet this time, the comprehensive science exam was unprecedentedly challenging, with chemistry proving to be the most formidable. Confidence lay shattered across the floor. In the chemistry class, the teacher entered the room with an exceptionally grim countenance. The classroom fell into an oppressive silence, and any perceptive individual could discern that the instructor was on the verge of an explosive outburst. Who dares to speak? Bang! Out of a total score of 100, your class has averaged merely 1 point. Do you comprehend the implications of this? If we select half the students from class 1 upstairs and allow the other half to use monkeys, their average would still surpass yours. Ningzhou High School stands as the finest institution within its region, also recognized as a first-class exemplary ordinary high school in Jiannan Province. Despite Class 10 being merely an average class, their performance has indeed brought considerable shame upon the teachers. One might understandably feel exasperated. With less than 30 days remaining until the college entrance examination, it is disheartening to note that several students remain oblivious to how to eliminate copper sulfate from a sulfuric acid mixture. You truly are the most inadequate cohort I have ever taught. Furthermore, this question regarding phenol acetylation, reduction, catalytic hydrogenation, oxidation into ketones, and subsequent treatment as Grignard reagents for coupling and dehydration. Does this pose a challenge? Many students appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend even the answers. Is it truly that difficult? The lowest score was achieved by Su Jian, who garnered a mere 7 points, even earning 0 on the multiple-choice questions. May I inquire if you intentionally evaded the correct answers? Conversely, the highest score belonged to Ding Sheng, whose performance prompted a noticeable softening in the chemistry teacher's demeanor and tone. Ding Sheng is a source of relief for the teacher. While many claimed the exam was arduous, he managed to secure a remarkable 98. The collective gaze of the class turned towards Ding Sheng, causing him to flinch in surprise. I said to the teacher, "Please do not incite animosity towards me. I did not travel all the way from Marvel merely to take the blame." 9. Meng Xiao. The final lesson of the day was Chinese literature. If the previous classes left the students in a state of anxiety, this one was of utmost significance. Based on past experiences, the homeroom teacher, who also teaches Chinese, scheduled this lesson last, undoubtedly to await the results of the provincial unified mock examination. The exam was challenging. Fear not, for all face similar trials. The college entrance examination scores are determined by provincial rankings. And a brief overview of the rankings will clarify who excels and who falters. When Wang Qingyi entered the classroom, she held 2 sheets of paper, one detailing the class and grade rankings, the other reflecting the provincial standings. The class leader called for everyone to stand. "Good day, teacher. Good day, classmates. Please be seated." Wang Qingyi, a proud alumnus of Ningzhou High School, returned to her alma mater after graduating from Normal University to undertake an internship. Her exceptional abilities led to her being appointed as a homeroom teacher within less than a year, and Class 10 would be the first graduating class she would send forth, creating a deep emotional bond. To commence, the teacher expressed the need for self-reflection. As Wang Qingyi spoke, the class sensed impending trouble. Her lack of sufficient experience in classroom management and teaching had resulted in the unsatisfactory performance of Class 10, and she accepted the majority of the responsibility. "This is not your fault, Teacher Wang," a student exclaimed. Following the division of the second-year students at Ningzhou High School, there were a total of 15 science classes. The top 50 scorers formed the elite class, designated as Class 1, while the remaining students were randomly allocated to the 14 ordinary classes. In theory, the students in these 14 classes exhibit a range of abilities, yet it is rather unfortunate that Class 10 frequently ranks at the bottom. As the homeroom teacher, Wang Qingyi inevitably faces scrutiny. However, it is worth noting that during the class assignments, several notorious underachievers from the grade, known for their lackluster performance, fortuitously ended up in Class 10. These individuals either paid exorbitant fees for school admission or granted special admission due to their families' contributions to the institution. From the outset, their grades were dismal, making it genuinely challenging to uplift the class's overall performance. Truly unjust. Nonetheless, this time the results were surprisingly commendable. Wang Qingyi's tone shifted as she broke into a smile. The entire class exchanged glances and then erupted into jubilant cheers. This time, our class's average score placed us 6th among the 14 ordinary classes, marking our highest achievement yet. However, we must address the fact that our chemistry score ranked 2nd to last in the grade. This warrants criticism. On a brighter note, our class is the only ordinary class to have 2 students in the top 10 of the grade. I believe everyone knows who they are, so let us give them a round of applause. Upon Wang Qingyi's words, the class turned their attention to Ding Sheng and another quiet female student. If anyone were to make it into the top 10, it would undoubtedly be this well-known, subject-oriented prodigy and the academic star who joined our class just over a month into the senior year. Ding Sheng ranked 10th in the grade with a total score of 587, while Meng Xiao ranked 2nd with a score of 617. Those familiar with gaming mechanics understand that one exceptional player can elevate an entire team. The reason Class 10 has managed to rise against the current is largely due to the prowess of these 2 outstanding individuals. I have posted the class and grade rankings beside the blackboard. Feel free to take a look after class. The provincial rankings serve as a basis for the school's estimated admission rates and will not be made public. If anyone is curious, you may come to my office after class. After Wang Qingyi concluded, she began to explain this time's Chinese language examination. Soon, the bell rang signaling the end of class. Ding Sheng, Meng Xiao, please come with me. Wang Qingyi, known for her punctuality, efficiently packed her teaching materials and headed directly to the office. This mock examination was indeed challenging. Compared to previous assessments, the provincial results reflected a significant decline. Let's start with you, Meng Xiao. Your provincial ranking is 271, presenting a considerable opportunity to aim for prestigious universities such as Huqing and Huadu. This is an exceptionally high commendation, as despite being a provincial-level model high school, Niza Middle School has not seen a student admitted to Huaxia's top-tier institutions for 7 consecutive years. Meng Xiao nodded silently. Now, Ding Sheng, the teacher is somewhat at a loss for words regarding your performance. Wang Qingyi's tone conveyed a hint of disappointment. You scored 147 in mathematics, tying for 1st in the province. Your comprehensive science score was 294, also the highest in the province, while your Chinese score was 105. Let's not discuss that. Your total score is 587. What did you score in English? 41, Ding Sheng replied honestly. Am I asking you to calculate basic arithmetic? Wang Qingyi, were it not for her concern about maintaining her demure image, would have dearly liked to slap the young man before her. His talent was extraordinarily remarkable, arguably surpassing that of Meng Xiao. Regrettably, his academic focus was rather lopsided. Based on the results of this recent mock examination, he was assured admission to a reputable university. Yet he had no chance of securing a place at a prestigious institution. Ding Sheng found himself at a loss for words. Wasn't it you who inquired of me? The intricacies of a woman's thoughts are truly enigmatic. Though their conversation was hushed, it was loud enough for the other teachers in the quiet office to overhear, prompting a gathering of curious onlookers. Wang Laosher, is this the prodigy from your class? One teacher exclaimed. Impressive. Did you know that if you casually score 120 in English, you would rank among the top 10 in the province? Casually score 120? Had Ding Sheng, prior to his unexpected journey through the Marvel Universe, heard such a remark, he would have spat blood in disbelief. Yet the teacher spoke with conviction, supported by evidence. The difficulty of the English section in this mock examination was moderate, with Class 3-1 achieving an average score of 118, and even Class 3-10 reaching an average of 102. I have summoned you both here because Meng Xiao excels in both Chinese and English, while Ding Sheng's strengths lie in the sciences and mathematics. I am now arranging for you to be desk partners for the next 20 days, allowing you to complement each other's strengths, the teacher explained earnestly. My expectations are modest. If you can improve your total score by just 10 points based on this foundation, that would suffice. Wang Qingyi spoke with genuine intent. Meng Xiao remained silent, tacitly agreeing to the arrangement. Ding Sheng, being a straightforward fellow, could not afford to be coy. He promptly nodded in agreement, declaring, no problem, I will accomplish the task. If there truly were no issues, he would awaken from dreams filled with laughter. Very well, you may go now and rearrange the desks, the teacher instructed. As a loyal comrade, Chen Su was naturally waiting in the corridor outside the office. Upon seeing Ding Sheng exit, he approached with curiosity. What splendid task has Wang Laosher assigned you? I've been given a new desk partner, Ding Sheng replied. Chen Su, ever astute, immediately leaned in conspiratorially to inquire. Meng Xiao? Indeed. Wow, Chen Su exclaimed, but before he could finish, Ding Sheng playfully kicked him away. Upon returning to the classroom, Ding Sheng observed that Meng Xiao, as previous desk partner, had already relocated, indicating that Wang Laosher had made arrangements well in advance. After moving the desk, Ding Sheng took a moment to examine his new desk partner more closely. Meng Xiao was quite attractive, consistently sporting a neat ponytail. Given that she primarily wore her school uniform, her physique was somewhat concealed, but she appeared to be quite tall, likely around 1.7 meters. A saying had long circulated about these two academic stars from Class 10. Meng Xiao never smiles, while Ding Sheng never rises. This referred to Meng Xiao's solitary disposition, as she rarely broke into a smile, and Ding Sheng, despite his prowess in mathematics and sciences, maintained stable grades without ever ascending to new heights. In the subsequent days, I humbly seek your guidance. Ding Sheng was the first to speak. Let us encourage one another. Meng Xiao's voice, though soft, was sufficiently audible. This equation is somewhat intriguing. The class schedule at Lingzhou High School consists of 4 morning classes, 3 afternoon classes, and 4 evening study sessions. Do not be misled by the number of classes. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at the immense pressure of the college entrance examination, where one must row against the current. Failing to advance equates to regression. However, as the final month of senior year approaches, the school, considering various factors, no longer mandates evening study for students. Ding Sheng, as usual, attended classes during the day and spent his evenings in an internet cafe, assisting Guanju with her assignments. Although he was ostensibly in class, it was merely a formality, for the high school curriculum held no greater significance for him than that of kindergarten. Much of the time, Ding Sheng occupied himself with scribbles in his notebook, even during breaks. Thus, after several days of this, the stack of drafts on his desk had grown into a small mountain. Ding Sheng, who typically remained oblivious to the world outside, seemed to warrant Meng Xiao's concern for a tablemate. When charged particles move parallel to magnetic field lines, there is no Lorentz force, allowing for straight-line motion. Introducing a gravitational field in the direction parallel to the magnetic field enables the charges to undergo free fall. Ding Sheng turned his head, pointing with his pen at the comprehensive science paper in Meng Xiao's hands. With Ding Sheng's guidance, the point that had previously stumped Meng Xiao was swiftly resolved. Her problem-solving approach had indeed been correct. Yet, what she truly wished to inquire was, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Ding Sheng replied, setting down his pen and stretching lazily. Throughout their days as desk mates, Ding Sheng had diligently heeded teacher Wang's advice, assisting Meng Xiao with any academic queries she posed. However, he had never sought her help with questions regarding Chinese or English. In fact, for the past few days, Ding Sheng had not reviewed any high school material at all. "I see you have been writing equations lately. They don't resemble high school chemistry formulas. Are you self-studying university-level courses?" The only one at Lingzhou High School capable of articulating such a thought, one might say, is unique, and it would be a stretch to find another in all of Jinan province. The drafts on Ding Sheng's desk, upon closer inspection, reveal familiar elements from the periodic table: carbon C, nitrogen N, oxygen O, hydrogen H, sulfur S, but when assembled haphazardly by Ding Sheng, they appeared rather esoteric. If this fellow were indeed self-studying university courses as the college entrance examination loomed, it would be quite impressive. No, I'm merely deducing a formula for reduction. If you wish to hear about it, I would not mind sharing. Ding Sheng resumed writing with his pen. No need. Meng Xiao quickly waved her hand and resumed her work on the paper. It was not until the afternoon that Ding Sheng inscribed the final elemental symbol on the draft paper, by which time the school day had already concluded, leaving only a beleaguered duty student diligently sweeping the classroom floor. Chen Su, why are you the only one on duty today? Ding Sheng asked kindly. Damn it. Chen Su restrained his emotions and pointed to the duty roster on the blackboard. Open your eyes and take a look. Duty roster. Ding Sheng, Chen Su. Do you recognize Chinese characters? Chen Su continued. Why didn't you call me? Ding Sheng chuckled awkwardly. You're merely a subpar overachiever. Your grades are just mediocre. I noticed you were diligently working on your problems, so I didn't want to disturb you. If you feel guilty, just treat me to a snow cone later. Chen Su had already made his plans. As May approached, the weather gradually turned warmer. Situated at 0 degrees latitude, the neighboring state was even hotter, making it the perfect season for snow cones. Moreover, a new snow cone shop had just opened at the school gate. All right, after Ding Sheng agreed. He crumpled all the drafts on the table into a ball and tossed them into the trash, leaving only the last page to tuck into his pocket. The two then completed their duties and exited the school, heading straight for the snow cone shop. The peak hours in the shop had passed, and only a female attendant remained, sporting a long ponytail, a work uniform, and a baseball cap, busy cleaning the ice machine with her back turned to the counter. Miss, I'd like 1 mango snow cone and 1 strawberry snow cone. Both large. No, extra large to go, Chen Su called out. Okay, just a moment. The attendant replied lightly, then busied herself. Aren't you afraid of bursting? Ding Sheng glanced at the pitiful few 10-yuan bills in his pocket, his heart bleeding. It seemed the internet bill for these days was gone. I don't mind. Leaning halfway against the counter, Chen Su glanced around to ensure no one was watching and suddenly asked, Ding Sheng, may I pose a question to you? With your IQ, I genuinely recommend you ask more questions. It's a multiple-choice question. You only need to tell me if the answer is A or B. The best way to deal with sharp-tongued individuals is to ignore them. The more you take them seriously, the more they will persist. A lesson Chen Su had gleaned over the years. All right, who is prettier between the two? A. Meng Xiao or B. Teacher Wang? After posing the question, Chen Su made a rather lewd face, his expression as unscrupulous as could be. The answer is problematic, Ding Sheng asserted decisively. What is the issue? Chen Su was bewildered. How could there be a problem with just 2 answers? Ding Sheng stood firm, correcting him. Meng Xiao should be B. Teacher Wang is A. What's the difference? Come on. You seasoned driver. How can you say drive without actually driving? The AE-86 I encountered last time at the 5 consecutive sharp turns on Akina. Wasn't T that you driving? Soon, the snow cones were ready. 36 yuan. Thank you, the attendant said, turning to hand over 2 bags. Chen Su reached out to receive the bags but halted mid-air. His mouth agape. Classmate, did you hear that just now? Yes, the attendant replied. I find it necessary to clarify that despite my seemingly close association with Ding Sheng, we are not intimately acquainted. With that, Chen Su swiftly seized the slushie and made a hasty retreat, leaving Ding Sheng alone in the shop. Locked in a silent exchange of glances with Meng Xiao. I apologize, Ding Sheng hastily uttered, acknowledging his misstep. A moment of silence ensued. You seem quite knowledgeable. Meng Xiao finally inquired after a prolonged pause. Not really, Ding Sheng quickly shook his head, attempting to dismiss the notion. Another wave of awkward silence engulfed them, akin to a catastrophic accident scene. Ding Sheng found himself at a standstill, unsure whether to remain or depart. After much internal deliberation, he posed another question. Do you work part-time here? Yes. Well then, farewell. Upon exiting the slushy shop, Ding Sheng realized he was drenched in sweat, uncertain whether it was cold or warm. In any case, he resolved to always fasten his seatbelt while driving henceforth. At the next intersection, he spotted Chen Su, blissfully indulging in his slushie. You possess quite the talent for betraying your teammates, don't you? Not bad. I'd give myself an 80 out of 100, Chen Su replied unabashedly. Almost with pride. I won't hold it against you this time, but I do need your assistance with something. Ding Sheng accepted the mango slushie while mentally calculating his next move. Sensing the gravity of the matter, Chen Su adopted a serious demeanor. What is it? Is your family's old distillery still operational outside the city? I wish to borrow it for a while. Ding Sheng recalled that Chen Su's family had constructed a new distillery last year, leaving the old one abandoned. Indeed, but it's completely empty, just a shell. Is it powered? Ding Sheng inquired further. Yes, as long as the electricity bill is paid. If you need it, come by my house tomorrow to collect the keys. Chen Su didn't even bother to ask what Ding Sheng intended to use it for, simply agreeing without hesitation. Reliable. In the Yuling Garden, at Ding's residence. Ding Sheng's bedroom was cluttered with a sheet of draft paper, the last few lines inscribed with a series of chemical formulas. 142H506, 7H2H70, H4N24, D4H4N506, 6, 457H507. Of course. It bore a simpler moniker, Super Soldier Serum. 11. The first batch of Super Serum. Saturday, clear skies. Mom, Dad, I'm heading out. Ding Sheng rummaged through his belongings. Shouldering a mountaineering backpack and retrieving the bicycle that had gathered dust for half a year, making his way downstairs. Return home early, they reminded him. Nurturing the future blossoms of our nation emphasizes a well-rounded development in morality, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Though Ding's mother may not boast, her son's moral character, cultural knowledge, aesthetic sensibility, and work ethic, while perhaps not at the pinnacle, are certainly sufficient. Alas, his physicality leaves much to be desired. He is rather slender and frail. Upon hearing that her son planned to embark on a cycling adventure over the weekend, Ding's mother readily granted permission without a moment's hesitation. Once they reached the ground floor, Ding Sheng promptly rode his bicycle to Chen Su's house to retrieve the keys to the distillery. Upon arrival, he knocked on the door, and it was Chen Su who answered. Save me, Chen Su implored, hastily thrusting the keys into Ding Sheng's hands. Fearing that he might not grasp the urgency of his expression, he gestured emphatically. It dawned on Ding Sheng that his friend had been grounded by his family and was forbidden from leaving the house on weekends until the college entrance examination. As he pondered how to assist his friend, Chen Su began an exaggerated performance. I've already told you that I will not partake in the study group you've organized. I must remain at home, diligently studying and preparing for the Gaokao. He declared. What? Meng Xiao is going too? So what? Nothing could deter my resolve to study at home. At that moment, Chen Su's mother, having fallen for his ruse, approached and bellowed at him while pointing toward the staircase outside. Study, study. All you know is to seclude yourself at home without any study techniques. Can't you see that Ding Sheng and Meng Xiao's study group won't even bother to invite you? Hurry up and get out. Ding Sheng and Chen Su had been classmates since elementary school, through middle and high school, always presenting themselves as academic prodigies in front of Chen Su's mother. While they claimed they would never rise to the top, they were nonetheless among the top 10 students at Lingzhou High School, easily qualifying for prestigious universities. Truth be told, had it not been for the class placement exam, where Chen Su secretly swapped Ding Sheng's 2B pencil, resulting in a score of 0 on the answer sheet, Ding Sheng would have long been in the elite class, rather than being relegated to class 10. As for Meng Xiao, she was a standout at Lingzhou High School, with aspirations to attend either Huqing or Huadu University. Chen Su's mother was determined to push her son into the study group organized by these two. All right, I'm off. Goodbye, Mom, Chen Su announced, and after saying this, he quickly retrieved his prepared bicycle, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and dashed down the stairs, leaving both Ding Sheng and his mother momentarily stunned. The two of them cycled to the largest pharmacy in the county. Hello, how may I assist you? The pharmacy staff inquired politely. Glucose, Ding Sheng replied, gesturing for Chen Su to take off his backpack and hand it to the clerk. Just fill this bag up. Glucose, being merely a carbohydrate that replenishes energy, hardly qualifies as a medication. Although the clerk was somewhat surprised, she nonetheless took the backpack to the back storage room. Where are you planning, Ding Sheng? Chen Su asked, recalling a recent American TV series he had watched called Breaking Bad, which revolved around a chemistry teacher who utilized his expertise to manufacture drugs. Given Ding Sheng's exceptional prowess in chemistry, could it be that? This exemplifies the perils of ignorance. Ding Sheng, seeing through Chen Su's apprehensive thoughts, was too disinterested to comment. He simply slung the backpack filled with glucose over Chen Su's shoulder and proceeded to the checkout, leaving the pharmacy. The two individuals then ventured into several health supplement stores, procuring an assortment of peculiar products. Ding Sheng accompanied Chen Su to the neighboring Zhong High School, where they sought out the chemistry teacher in the staff quarters to borrow a set of laboratory glassware, including beakers, alcohol lamps, and test tubes. This was primarily due to the scarcity of such items in the small town of Nizu. The chemistry teacher, pleased to lend equipment to his most esteemed student, readily obliged, offering a spare set he had at home, while advising Ding Sheng to adhere to safety protocols during use. The excitement within Chen Su surged, as if he were shouting with enthusiasm. Thus, the two, each with a backpack, pedaled along the ring road, departing from Nizu City. They journeyed northward for 3 kilometers on the highway, leading to a nearby township, ultimately arriving at Chen's family's old distillery. The distillery was modest, covering approximately 200 square meters, surrounded by farmland and a few households, most of the young adults having ventured out for work, leaving behind only the elderly and children. Upon opening the distillery's large gate, it was indeed as Chun Su had described. Aside from a few stubborn jars that had not been moved, the entire facility was desolate. Chun Su flipped the electrical switch, and the dim interior of the distillery brightened instantly. "Well, here we are. What do you plan to do?" Ding Sheng replied. "This will be my laboratory from now on." He skillfully unpacked the chemistry equipment from his backpack, arranging it meticulously as he commenced the creation of a super soldier serum. In the Marvel Universe, following the assassination of Dr. Erskine, the formula for the super soldier serum was lost. It was not until Captain America emerged and shown during the Great Battle in New York that Ding Sheng conceived the idea of recreating the serum. The optimal approach would certainly involve obtaining a sample of Captain America's blood. However, that was clearly a far-fetched dream for him. Fortunately, Ding Sheng considered himself a makeshift inventor, with a more modest ambition for his creations than that of Dr. Einstein. Ultimately, the super soldier serum is a chemical solution designed to enhance the user's metabolic functions and overall physiological capabilities, as long as it remained within the realm of chemistry. He believed it was feasible to concoct an imitation. The formula Ding Sheng held in his hands was the result of years of experimentation, presenting effects closest to the super soldier serum with minimal side effects. He named it Super Serum 20. Though it was an imitation, Super Serum 20 possessed advantages over the genuine super soldier serum. For instance, while the original required a multitude of instruments and substantial energy to administer, Super Serum 20 could simply be taken orally. Just drink it, and that was it. Moreover, Ding Sheng was confident that, with continued refinement of the formula, the true super soldier serum could eventually be restored. Chemistry was evidently beyond Chun Su's expertise, but since he was already present, Ding Sheng could not squander such valuable labor. He assigned Chun Su the task of cleaning the empty jars and barrels within the distillery, as they would prove useful in the future. The extraction process was meticulous yet monotonous. After more than 3 hours of repetitive refinement, Ding Sheng finally isolated a blue solution from dozens of boxes of glucose and an assortment of health supplements, carefully transferring it into a test tube. Unable to contain his frustration, Ding Sheng exclaimed in exasperation, "What is going on?" Chun Su, drawn by the commotion, approached to investigate. "These health products are utterly diluted. Under normal circumstances, the materials I prepared should yield a full milliliter of this finished product, yet I've managed only this scant amount." Leaning closer to the test tube, Chun Su scrutinized it for a while before discerning a faint trace of blue liquid at the bottom. If he were to estimate, it was perhaps around 0.1 milliliters, a tenfold discrepancy. This is quite deceitful," he remarked. After the two of them jointly condemned the manufacturer of the health products, the matter seemed settled. "By the way, what exactly is this concoction you created?" Upon realizing that Ding Sheng's extraction was not a crystalline substance, Chun Su felt a twinge of disappointment, albeit with a slight sense of relief. "You'll find out once you drink it," Ding Sheng replied, presenting the test tube towards Chun Su's lips. Chun Su hastily stepped back, shaking his head vigorously. "Ding Sheng, we've grown up together like brothers. You can't trick me. What is a friend? A companion for life, a promise of shared experiences, a bond that endures, akin to a shared drink." As he spoke, he even began to sing. "All right, I was merely jesting." Ding Sheng quickly retracted the test tube, seeking out the smallest jar to commence the next step, dilution. In the Marvel Universe, with an abundance of superheroes, there is little need for someone as insignificant as Ding Sheng to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders. Thus, his development of the super serum was solely for the betterment of ordinary individuals. Moreover, the super serum he sold was a simplified version, having undergone multiple dilutions to minimize side effects, reduce costs, and facilitate greater distribution. Additionally, this was to temper the serum's effects, preventing a proliferation of counterfeit Captain Americas, transforming benevolence into calamity. Now, back in his original world, considering the individual variances in the parallel universe, he decided against administering the Super Serum 20 to outsiders. Even for himself, as his current physique was that of an ordinary person, perhaps even more frail than the average individual, the dilution process was equally essential. Pouring 3 large ladles of water into the jar, estimating it to be around 3 to 4 liters, he then added the serum from the test tube, stirring it gently to complete the dilution. The first batch of Super Serum 20 was officially produced, and Ding Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction. "All right, I'll take a sip each day, treating it as a nutritional supplement to bolster my health. Once I've perfected the genuine super soldier serum formula through this little experiment, I'll indulge in an authentic Captain America package. What bliss awaits." Securing the wine jar to the rear seat of the bicycle, the two companions prepared to return home. As they stepped out of the distillery, they were unexpectedly drafted. "Could you two big brothers lend a hand?" A young boy, no older than 10, approached them, tears glistening in his eyes. Of course, it is our duty to assist those in need. The two set their bicycle aside and, following the boy, soon arrived at an open grassy area, only to be taken aback. There, two water buffalo were engaged in a fierce battle. The boy had completed his homework and decided to take his large water buffalo out for a stroll. While grazing in the meadow, he encountered another buffalo from a neighboring farm. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps by some stroke of bad luck, the two buffalo, typically accustomed to each other, suddenly began a clash. The confrontation was intense, with both buffalo equally matched, exhibiting stubbornness and showing no signs of ceasing their struggle. Given that water buffalo are vital to farming families, any serious injury would spell disaster for both households. As the commotion escalated, nearby residents gathered, but being mostly elderly women and children, none dared intervene. Scanning the crowd, it was evident that the two young men summoned by the boy possessed the most vigor. They exchanged glances, both unaccustomed to handling such a situation. Sheng had witnessed numerous oddities during his 8 years at Marvel, yet he had never seen buffalo fighting. "Let me give it a try," Su declared, seizing a bamboo pole, attempting to separate the two battling beasts. Yet, mediating such a conflict was no easy task, especially with two fully grown buffalo. One misstep could lead to injury. Quick to act, Sheng pulled him back. "Do you truly wish to take the lead? My family has operated this distillery for many years, and I know these folks. In this situation, we cannot let the elderly, women, and children step forward." He continued, "So, either you step up, or I shall." Su, with a sense of righteousness, responded, "That makes sense. Then you go ahead. Best of luck." Sheng released his grip. "Wait, aren't you going to encourage me?" Su, feeling momentarily invigorated, now hesitated, recalling that he had not mustered the courage to act initially. "Just a moment," Sheng said as he dashed back to the distillery entrance, retrieved the wine jar from the bicycle's rear seat, and brought it over. "Drink." Su resolutely shook his head. "It's not poisonous," Sheng insisted, taking a small sip to demonstrate. Su, whose curiosity had been piqued after observing Sheng's antics, quickly accepted the jar and tilted it back, gulping down the contents. Stop. That's enough. You've had too much," Sheng exclaimed as Su, like a man returning from a desert, consumed a third of the jar in one go. It tastes quite pleasant. A bit sweet," Su remarked, wiping his mouth. Yet soon he realized something was amiss. "Why do I feel a bit warm?" Sheng seized the wine jar and resealed it. "You can leave now, or the bull will be killed." "Bull?" Su felt an increasing heat within him, as if an immense power were about to erupt. He hastily discarded his t-shirt and dashed into the fray. The two massive water buffaloes continued their fierce clash, and Su grasped one of the horns. "Get away from me." With a thunderous thud, Su was thrust backward by the combined force of the two bulls, landing awkwardly and causing those nearby to cover their eyes in shock. Only Sheng rushed forward, opening the wine jar. "My apologies for the miscalculation. Take another swig." Thanks to the enhancement from the Super Serum 20, Su, despite being gored in the abdomen, suffered only minor abrasions. After gulping down another dose of the serum, he charged back into the battlefield. 5 minutes later, Sheng and a group of onlookers sat on the grass, eagerly watching a drunken young man, bare-chested, wildly chasing the two water buffaloes. "Come on, let us settle this one-on-one. If you have the guts to fight, why not face me directly? Running away won't save you. I'll take you down one by one. Big brother, when will Su's drunken antics end?" A small boy felt a bit sorry for his family's water buffaloes. Though alcohol emboldens the timid, the son of the distillery owner was being excessively reckless. "It should be soon. He has had quite a bit to drink, and the side effect will kick in shortly." Sheng put away his recording device and pulled out a pack of tissues, chasing after Su. As anticipated, while running, Su suddenly felt a chill in his nostrils and watched as a drop of blood fell onto the green grass. Then 2 drops, 3 drops, until blood flowed freely. On the way home, he demanded an explanation. Su needed to understand. Everything that had transpired was vivid in his mind. After consuming the serum, he had mistakenly believed he possessed the strength of a water buffalo and had managed to intervene in their conflict. It can be understood as a functional beverage. If you wish for more, feel free to ask. It's unlimited, Sheng chuckled. The side effect of Super Serum 20 was a nosebleed, with greater dosages resulting in more severe bleeding, potentially leading to fatal blood loss. Sheng was confident. Su had consumed less than 0.1 milliliters, so the impact was negligible. No discussion. Su felt slightly hypoglycemic and simply wanted to return home to replenish his energy. In a private message, Guanju noted, establishing a database for Super Serum 20, logging the formula adjustments. 89th adjustment of the Super Serum 20 formula. This experiment shows a significant decrease in side effects, yet they remain present. Conclusion: the formula is a failure. in accordance with his previous experiences in the Marvel Universe. Sheng compiled this formula and experiment, instructing Guanju to document it. In the stillness of the night, Ding, the inventor, continued his late-night endeavors. An unexpected incident involving a water buffalo had turned Su into a test subject, leading to the premature results of the experiment. Seizing the opportunity, he spent the night revising a new formula, planning to conduct another round of experiments on the following Sunday. It was not until 3 in the morning that Sheng modified the equations in the original formula that potentially harbored issues, arriving at a refined concoction, which he dubbed the 90th Super Serum 20 formula. Before drifting off to sleep, he consumed a spoonful of the serum's diluent to replenish his energy and enjoyed a restful slumber until dawn. Upon awakening, he indulged in another sip, feeling utterly invigorated. Indeed, if one were to regard Super Serum 20 merely as a nutritional supplement and refrain from excess, it would undoubtedly serve as an excellent tonic. While having breakfast, Sheng pondered what excuse to concoct for going out. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. Mom, Meng Xiao has organized a study group and just called to ask if I would like to join. I'm not particularly inclined. What do you think? Son, you seem to have an inflated ego. Can Meng Xiao's study group not entice you? Ding's mother had yet to speak, but Ding's father interjected first. Ding's mother nodded in agreement, acknowledging her husband's words. Then I'm off, Sheng declared, setting down his utensils. To avoid arousing suspicion, he opted not to carry his hiking backpack, instead grabbing a small, everyday backpack before swiftly exiting. Ding, I can't shake the feeling that we've been duped, Ding's mother remarked, displaying her astuteness. I share the sentiment, Ding's father concurred, demonstrating his own keen intellect. Once on the street, Sheng called Su, who had, unsurprisingly, yet to rise. After consuming the highly nutritious diluent the previous day, he had suffered an excessive nosebleed and was still in a state of fatigue. Only by nourishing himself with ample food and drink for a while could he restore his vitality and harness the residual benefits of the diluent to bolster his constitution. Of course, less than 0.1 milliliters of super serum would not bring about any visible changes in Su's physique. It could only be said that he was marginally better than before. Naturally, Sheng would not press Su to exert himself, and, just as he was about to hang up, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, by the way, how much do you know about Meng Xiao? Sheng had felt guilty for teasing Meng Xiao unknowingly on a previous occasion. After all, in terms of culture, Huaxiao was considerably more traditional compared to the marvelous America. Additionally, having leveraged her name to mislead parents over the past few days, he felt a sense of camaraderie that warranted deeper understanding for future interactions. Su possessed notable gossiping skills and was well acquainted with both boys and girls in their class, making him a reliable source of information. She is actually a repeat student. A repeat student? Sheng was taken aback. This was information he had never encountered before. Indeed, most people wouldn't pay attention. But her name appeared on last year's college entrance examination rankings from neighboring Juzhou High School. Su sat up in bed. Then why is she repeating? It is no wonder that Sheng was taken aback. The school's Gaokao leaderboard essentially serves as the list of examination results, publicly announcing the top 20 in science and the top 10 in humanities. Since Meng Xiao had appeared on the previous year's leaderboard, she must have secured a place among the top 20. Was there truly a need for her to repeat a year? This was merely hearsay, and I only divulged it upon your inquiry. Our school has not seen a student admitted to Huqing or Huadu in 7 years, and the institution's reputation has steadily declined, with a significant loss of outstanding students. I have heard that Meng Xiao's family is facing financial difficulties. She did not receive a full scholarship from the university she applied to last year. Consequently, the school invited her to return for another year's study, assuring that if she gains admission to either of those two universities, her entire expenses for the 4 years will be covered by the Alumni Foundation, along with a substantial monetary reward. How enlightening. Upon hearing this, Sheng felt somewhat moved. It was no wonder that despite her overwhelming academic workload in her senior year, she still found time for part-time work. Each individual's destiny is distinct. Some are destined to bear the burdens and trials of life earlier than others. What if she fails to gain admission? Would that not render her year a futile endeavor? Perhaps it was sympathy that stirred within Sheng, as he found himself genuinely concerned for this girl. Theoretically, yes. However, given her current academic standing, the prospects appear promising, which likely explains her willingness to take such risks. Meng Xiao has consistently ranked within the top 3 of her grade and has even claimed the top spot multiple times, making Su's assertion unsurprising. Yet, Sheng held a different perspective. Since Meng Xiao joined Class 10, her 3 instances of ranking first were achieved under relatively simple exam conditions. The more challenging the questions, the less stable her performance became. For instance, in the most recent mock examination, she dropped to the 271st position in the province. making her pursuit of Wuqing and Hua do seem rather bleak. Moreover, Jiangnan Province's Gaokao questions have historically been among the most challenging across the nation. Well then, it is of no consequence. Please take care of yourself. Ding Sheng prepared to end the call. All right then. Chen Su was the first to disconnect. Subsequently, Ding Sheng purchased a substantial quantity of glucose from a pharmacy in the county town, deciding against buying health supplements, which he deemed excessively overpriced. After revising the formula the previous night, he could substitute with some commonly used medications, and the required amounts were minimal. Taking the county bus to the northern part of the city, he walked a distance to the former Chun family distillery, now repurposed as a laboratory. After spending the better part of the day tinkering, Ding Sheng successfully extracted another batch of blue liquid, which appeared nearly identical to the previous day's yield, with a comparable output. This time, rather than diluting it in the laboratory, he took the numbered super serum 20 to the new distillery belonging to Chun Su's family. The new distillery was indeed much larger than the old one. The gatekeeper, having recognized Ding Sheng from previous encounters, understood that he was a classmate of the boss's son and did not impede his entry. Uncle Chun, upon entering the distillery's office, Ding Sheng first greeted the middle-aged man seated behind the desk. Xiao Sheng, come in and have a seat. Old Chun has watched Ding Sheng grow up. Naturally, there is a sense of familiarity. Are you looking for Chen Su? He hasn't gone out today. No, Ding Sheng replied straightforwardly. I wish to ask Uncle Chun for something. Speak freely. If Uncle Chun frowns even slightly, I shall have Chen Su call you uncle. Chen Su's easygoing nature mirrors that of his father. Not at all. I simply wish to request an empty wine bottle from Uncle Chun. This trivial matter, come. Uncle Chun will take you to the warehouse. Choose whichever you fancy. With a grand wave of his hand, Old Chun led Ding Sheng toward the winery's storeroom. The Chun family winery is the oldest self-brewing establishment in the neighboring county, renowned for its reputation and consistent sales. In recent years, they began to expand their market, placing greater emphasis on appearance and packaging. The previously plain jars and urns were all redesigned, becoming much more exquisite. After selecting a simple yet elegant bottle and politely declining Old Chin's invitation to stay, Ding Sheng returned home. Upon arriving at his building, he pondered for a moment before heading to the supermarket to purchase a barrel of purified water, then ascended to his apartment. In mid-May, the third-year high school students were fully immersed in their exam preparation, racing against time. During the 10-minute break, Ding Sheng rested his chin on one hand, listlessly observing his classmates, all deeply engrossed in their sea of questions. So this is what it feels like to stand out. He sighed quietly, shifting his gaze to the profile of his deskmate, Meng Xiao. Let me tell you a story. I'm not interested, she replied. Through their days together, Meng Xiao had come to understand that this fellow either delved into bizarre and incomprehensible formulas or wore an air of idleness, seemingly indifferent to his studies. Paths that differ do not conspire together. Very well, I shall share a tale that unfolds during World War II. With a thick skin, Ding Sheng cleared his throat and began to narrate. Meng Xiao furrowed her brow slightly, but continued solving problems. Once, there was a man named Steve Rogers. Amidst the fervor of war, he yearned to contribute to his country, yet his frail physique rendered him unwanted by the military. Fortunately, he encountered a kind-hearted individual, Dr. Erskine. Recognizing his innate goodness, Dr. Erskine invited him to join the super soldier program he was developing. Thus, Ding Sheng, regardless of whether Meng Xiao was listening, adapted and embellished the story he had heard at the Captain America Memorial in the Marvel Universe. In the end, Steve piloted a plane into the sea. He did not disappoint the Doctor's expectations and emerged as an exceptional hero. So, did he sacrifice himself? Meng Xiao turned her head to inquire. Yes. What became of Steve in the end? The students in the front row were also captivated by Ding Sheng's story, eagerly asking for more. To learn what happened next, stay tuned for the next installment. What I wish to convey today primarily revolves around the late Dr. Ding, who shares my surname, evoking a semblance of kinship. His extraordinary formula has not been lost to time. Rather, it has traversed the vicissitudes of fate and geographical boundaries, ultimately arriving at my abode, this very bottle. After much banter, Ding Sheng finally extracted the bottle of liquor from his drawer and placed it upon the desk. The classmates, who were keenly listening, instantly grasped the underlying ploy. The city harbor's complexities prompted me to retreat to the countryside, yet rural paths are equally treacherous, laden with their own convolutions. Ding Sheng, is your sole intention merely to invite Meng Xiao for a drink? Must you fabricate such an elaborate tale? A male classmate, convinced he had unraveled the truth, interjected. Indeed, yet that bottle looks rather exquisite. Where might one procure such a fine vessel? Meanwhile, the female classmates focused on a different aspect. This appears somewhat familiar. It seems Chen Su, who often frequents my neighborhood, has come to join the fray. Begone. Ding Sheng shot a glance that sent Chen Su packing. as he continued his persuasive endeavor with Meng Xiao, or rather, his brainwashing. My dear deskmate, I bring this splendid concoction for you, recognizing your commendable academic prowess and the potential for our class to shine through your efforts. I am not boasting. I have been nourished by this since childhood, and its efficacy is evident to all. If this is not boasting, then perhaps boasting has become a national endangered species. Nonetheless, Ding Sheng could hardly reveal that this was the 20th revision of the so-called Super Serum 20, claiming that prolonged use would enhance physical capabilities and augment cerebral utilization. Meng Xiao undoubtedly possessed a remarkable aptitude for her studies, yet every endeavor encounters its limitations. With merely 20 days until the college entrance examination, her performance had largely solidified. Her baseline was commendably high, but her ceiling would depend on the examination's difficulty and her on-the-spot performance. In theory, the genuine super soldier serum could unlock the full potential of the human brain, yet Ding Sheng's imitation, the Super Serum 20, would scarcely provide such benefits, merely offering a dosage of approximately 0.1 milliliters, diluted for consumption over 20 days, and could hardly be expected to yield more than a marginal enhancement. However, it could at least ensure that Meng Xiao maintained sufficient vigor and vitality in the forthcoming days, a modest advantage, yet better than none. Do you truly consume this yourself? Despite his tendency to exaggerate, Ding Sheng's aptitude in the sciences was undeniably impressive, leaving Meng Xiao somewhat swayed by the possibility of this being a sort of mystical remedy. I drink it daily, Ding Sheng affirmed with conviction. Meng Xiao felt a flicker of temptation. One could argue she was grasping at straws. Yet she understood her situation better than anyone. She was too reliant on fate regarding the impending examination. Should she falter, the consequence would be a year wasted, leading her down the same path as last year. How much does it cost? Meng Xiao inquired softly. $9.98, but considering we are desk mates and my previous indiscretions, I shall extend a friendly price of merely $98. I currently possess only this much. Consider the remainder as a debt owed to you. Meng Xiao retrieved a 100 yuan note and placed it on the table before taking hold of the bottle. How should it be consumed? One cannot discern that this girl is quite straightforward. One small cup in the morning and another in the evening, without excess. After imparting this advice, Ding Sheng did not forget to pocket the money. To think, you actually accept payment? Witnessing this exchange, Chen Su could not help but feel embarrassed for his friend's lack of social intelligence, even displaying an expression of incredulity. The surrounding classmates shared similar disdainful looks. Ding Sheng paid them no mind. After 8 years navigating the complexities of Marvel, he prided himself on his perceptiveness and understanding of human interactions, far surpassing that of the average individual. Regardless of whether Meng Xiao had a prior agreement with the school, returning for another year solely for the sake of a prize. At least she was claiming only what rightfully belonged to her, exhibiting a strong sense of self-respect. Accepting it for free would suggest a lack of confidence in her own product and might lead Meng Xiao to feel indebted, thus reluctant to accept. You young folks know nothing, considering the time constraints before the college entrance examination. The concentration he diluted this time was nearly 3 times higher than what Chen Su had consumed previously, enhancing the effect but inevitably amplifying the side effects as well. An overdose could transform good intentions into adverse outcomes. Ding Sheng certainly did not wish for Meng Xiao to experience frequent nosebleeds. Reiterating once more, 1 small cup in the morning and 1 in the evening, 20 milliliters, and under no circumstances should she exceed this. 100 kilometers south of the neighboring province lies the city of Yuzhou, a stronghold in southwestern China, where the 2 rivers converge. The line from Li Bai's Song of the Moon over a main mountain, setting out at night from Qingxi towards the 3 gorges, missing you yet not seeing you in Yuzhou, refers precisely to this place. Its rich history is evident. On the outskirts of the city, within a large standalone villa, a young man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses was diligently immersed in his work within a transparent all-glass research room, which opened into the reception area. At that moment, a stout man with small eyes, a pronounced chin, and a receding hairline rushed in, panting, and poured himself a cup of tea, which he gulped down in one go. The young man turned to regard him with a piercing gaze. The stout man, startled, quickly retreated outside, knocked on the door, re-entered, and spoke. Recently, I dined with Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Matzi, indulging in a fiery hot pot. We discussed various topics, eventually landing on environmental issues such as air pollution, glacial melting, and the greenhouse effect. Get to the point, the young man urged, gently adjusting his glasses. The stout man swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. We decided to collaborate on establishing a recycling station. Is that all? The young man, feeling his precious time wasted on what he deemed trivial matters, merely closed his eyes to recalibrate his emotions, surprisingly devoid of impatience. His composure must indeed be remarkable. Upon receiving the first batch of discarded papers, we were filled with joy. As we organized them, we stumbled upon a pile of items that left us all perplexed. I wagered with them that they would certainly comprehend it, with a prize of 5,000 yuan at stake. The stout man, after making his declaration, eagerly handed over a stack of grimy, wrinkled draft papers. The young man reached out, glanced at it once, then twice, and finally a third time. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. 15. I'm the little tyrant of the southern city. Who are you? At noon, under the blazing sun, the young man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, crouched down in the grand villa, spreading the chaotic stack of draft papers across the floor. His emotions fluctuated wildly, from ecstatic joy to deep concern. It appeared he was striving to ascertain the correct order of these drafts for proper compilation, yet the magnitude of the task was overwhelming, and he was unable to resolve it promptly. The stout man sat in the reception room for 3 long hours, his stomach growling with hunger, caught in indecision about whether to stay or leave. Did you acquire these drafts while collecting recyclables? The young man suddenly inquired. The stout man nodded vigorously. I underestimated the neighboring state. It seems there are such talents here, the young man murmured to himself. The stout man was taken aback by this statement. The individual before him was known for his arrogance, and it must take an extraordinary person for him to bestow the term talent. The young man rose and retrieved a golden card from the drawer of the conference table, extending it towards him. Here is 1 million. You may use it as you wish. I did not come to seek accolades. Before my arrival, I had no inkling of the value of this item. I merely needed a reason to visit you, the stout man replied, yet still accepted the card. This is no jest. 1 million is quite substantial. Considering the rate for recycled paper is 3 dimes per kilogram, one would need to recover 333,333 kilograms to earn such an amount. You may take your leave now, the young man said, turning his back, clearly signaling the end of the conversation. The stout man, understanding the cue, promptly made his exit, but suddenly recalled the matter that had brought him there. He retreated while speaking. The last sum you provided me allowed me to open an internet cafe. Yet I've been plagued by disturbances from law enforcement. I came seeking your assistance. Very well, the young man interjected before the stout man could finish. Upon hearing this affirmative response, the stout man's anxiety dissipated, and he hastily departed the villa. In the expansive conference hall, only the young man remained. He pressed a button on the conference table intercom. Assistant Xiao, please inform all researchers at the group that a seminar will be held at the Yuzhou headquarters on Wednesday at 10 in the morning. At the Rhapsody Internet Cafe, a new week heralded fresh pocket money for Ding Sheng, allowing him to periodically return to the cafe to write patches for Guanju. When it comes to pocket money, having grown accustomed to a life of frugality in the Marvel Universe, Ding Sheng finds sheer joy in the weekly allowance of 100 yuan bestowed by his mother. Coupled with the 100 yuan earned from selling diluted liquid to Meng Xiao, this week feels nothing short of a lavish existence akin to that of a Dubai magnate. After numerous updates, Guanju's supercomputing capabilities have been significantly enhanced, enabling various intelligent software to run effortlessly. Today, Ding Sheng's ambition is to bestow upon Guanju a rudimentary level of independent thought, a concept commonly referred to as artificial intelligence in this world. Upon entering the internet cafe, Ding Sheng is taken aback by the throngs of people before him, despite it not being the weekend. To his astonishment, the once vacant area of the cafe has been transformed into a stage, bustling with song and dance, complete with a DJ spinning records. Sister, what on earth is happening? Ding Sheng inquires at the cashier's desk. Little cousin, you've arrived. I've saved the machine number 15 for you, replies the female manager, who has taken to calling him little cousin ever since he formed a familial bond with the cafe owner, Zhang Dazhuang. Having grown accustomed to it, he no longer minds. This internet cafe offers 3 days of free internet access, along with complimentary juice, cola, and popcorn. Today, the female manager, unusually upbeat and smiling, piques Ding Sheng's curiosity. Has he struck gold? Ding Sheng responds. It seems so. He not only acquired a new car, but also inexplicably bestowed upon me a bonus of 3,000 yuan. Following the manager's pointing finger, Ding Sheng glances outside to see a brand new Prado parked at the entrance, a vehicle favored by middle-aged men with a penchant for indulgence. Indeed, my thrifty cousin is quite the generous boss, Ding Sheng muses, giving Zhang Dazhuang a nod of approval as he requests a complimentary cola and heads toward machine number 15. The machine has been fitted with a new motherboard. Settling in, Ding Sheng instinctively greets the individual next door. Brother, have you come across any good gear today? None. My luck is abysmal. Thankfully, the internet fee is waived. The gentleman at machine number 14 is the most fervent internet user Ding Sheng has ever encountered. Since their first meeting over a week ago, he has been a steadfast presence at machine 14, seemingly unyielding in his routine, were it not for his ever-changing attire. Ding Sheng might suspect he never leaves the cafe. Amidst the bustling crowd, Ding Sheng remains undistracted, swiftly immersing himself in the task at hand. his fingers dancing across the keyboard. During this time, he feels a familiar presence behind him. Glancing back, he indeed recognizes someone. Little brat, what brings you to the internet cafe again? I heard there are free cola and popcorn, so I brought my friend along to indulge, replies the young boy. Gesturing to his companions behind him, proudly holding aloft a large bucket of popcorn. Your speech seems quite coherent today. Sheng recalls how the boy previously rambled nonsensically. Last time I made a fool of myself in front of you by misusing an idiom, and I felt utterly embarrassed. I've since resolved to improve. The young boy finished speaking and took a sip of his cola. Indeed, the expressions of showing off one's skill before an expert and bringing laughter to others were aptly employed. It was gratifying for Sheng to see that the youth was indeed teachable. Will you be watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf today? He inquired. Yes, but school ends too late, and we have no device to watch it, the boy replied, looking dejected. Wait a few moments. I shall lend you this device. And make sure you return home early after watching, Sheng offered. He had no intention of corrupting the child, rather than allowing them to dwell on their disappointment. It was better to extend a helping hand and facilitate their enjoyment. As for their future education, that burden would fall upon their parents. After all, they're their own flesh and blood. Really? Thank you so much. The boy handed his popcorn and cola to his younger brother, freeing his hands to express his gratitude. It seemed that this habit had not changed, and luckily, his movements were simple and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary flourish. A few minutes later, after Sheng had transferred the new patch onto his phone, he passed the device to the young boy and his three companions. However, before he could exit the internet cafe, trouble erupted. Hey, that device was lent to me by my friend. Could you please step aside? The boy politely requested. Who do you think you are, kid? Don't go claiming relatives. Step aside. I sat down first, can't you see? The thug, lacking any decorum, shouted so loudly that half the internet cafe could hear him. In such a chaotic environment, it was evident that a physical confrontation was imminent. Although fighting was not Sheng's forte, he could not stand by and allow the boy to be bullied. He decisively turned back. Sister, aren't you going to intervene? He addressed the female manager, who was lounging at the front desk, munching on sunflower seeds while observing the unfolding drama. Just sit tight. If a fight breaks out, who could possibly match the little tyrant from the Zhou family? Is that child Zhou? Sheng asked, receiving an affirmative nod from the manager, which made him anxious for the thug. Little tyrant Zhou, champion of the Youth Martial Arts Division in Jiannan Province in 2010. For more details, please contact the Zhou Family Martial Arts School in Chengnan, promoting martial arts culture and the spirit of martial valor. Contact number 16XXXXXXX. Such banners have been ubiquitous in neighboring cities just 2 months prior. The subsequent 5 minutes were utterly horrific. Several elementary school students surged forward, attacking swiftly and mercilessly, targeting the thug's face with every blow. The thug, who had roamed the streets for 5 to 6 years, found his worldview utterly reshaped by the 4 young students. What kind of skill is it to bully the few with the many? He retorted. I'll give you a chance to face off. Choose any one of us for a duel. Zhou, known in the streets as the Little Tyrant, certainly adhered to a code of honor. Why should I have to choose? The thug stammered, visibly intimidated. The opportunity is yours to seize. It is your own failure to grasp it. Since no one has taught you how to behave, allow this little tyrant to educate you. Enduring a beating will bestow upon you a lifetime of philosophical insight. You'll profit immensely. Brothers, continue. Despite his youth, Zhou possesses a remarkable talent for educating others. Fortunately, at this moment, the internet cafe owner, Zhang Dazhuang, arrived upon hearing the commotion. There is nothing more detrimental to business than disturbances, especially after he had worked hard to revive the cafe's activities, only to have someone publicly embarrass him. He was understandably irate. Spotting Zhang Dazhuang, the young thug quickly seized the opportunity for salvation. Scrambling over and shouting at the top of his lungs, Boss Zhang, I was assaulted in your cafe. You must deliver justice on my behalf. Naturally, in a time of unrest, with the cafe in turmoil, and a bruised victim publicly seeking refuge and arbitration, Zhang Dazhuang felt as if he were a formidable hero amidst chaos, straddling the line between right and wrong. He thought to himself, who dares to wreak havoc in my establishment without first inquiring whose territory this is? Clearing his throat, he began to deliver a quintessential villainous monologue. The young thug, emboldened by his newfound support, took refuge behind Zhang Dazhuang, casting a disdainful glance at a group of nearby elementary school students. The joyous rhythm of drums heralded the festivities of the year. However, before he could further assert his bravado, Zhang Dazhuang's next words left him utterly deflated, his face paling. Do not fear, young brother. Point out who assaulted you, and I shall have Zhou, the local tyrant, take charge. This was indeed an awkward predicament. At station number 15 in the internet cafe, a group of elementary school students huddled together, engrossed in an animated film. Zhou rummaged through his backpack, retrieved a book, and inquired of the thug, "Can you read?" "I can read," he replied. "My father often teaches me that a martial artist should win others over with virtue. Do not blame me for bullying the weak. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Sing for my brothers here, and if you perform well, I shall let you go. Sing poorly, and I, Zhou, shall wield this Tao Te Ching to strike you down." The thug, having learned his lesson, stood up straight and began to sing, "Happy goat. Beautiful goat, lazy goat. Do not underestimate me, for I am but a sheep. The green grass becomes more fragrant because of me. The sky becomes bluer because of me. The clouds become softer because of me." Once this farcical scene concluded, one of the onlookers, Ding Sheng, leisurely departed. Compared to the catastrophic spectacles often seen in the Marvel Universe, this humble little drama possessed a unique charm. Previously, during his time in Marvel, Ding Sheng had no relatives and was impoverished amidst a tumultuous and chaotic world. Upon his return, that sense of crisis had largely dissipated. If you were to nitpick, it would be due to his financial struggles. His family was ordinary, yet his parents had never deprived him of the essentials. At this moment, to lament his poverty felt rather pretentious, akin to a desperate attempt to evoke sorrow through contrived expressions. In simpler terms, it was rather affected. Following the events of the day, Ding Sheng's mindset began to undergo subtle changes. Indeed, this world is far more tranquil than that of Marvel. However, should someone dare to bully him, his current resources would prove inadequate. Guanju is formidable and will undoubtedly grow even stronger. Yet when it comes to the simplest of confrontations, it offers little assistance. The Super Serum 20, while beneficial for long-term health enhancement, has its drawbacks. One might recall instances akin to Chun Tzu's legendary duel with two bulls, showcasing its potency. Yet, the side effects are severe, and a slight excess could lead to uncontrollable nosebleeds, teetering on the brink of collapse. Thus, from a standpoint of prudent preparation, Ding Sheng currently lacks a sufficiently strong trump card for self-defense. He contemplated the cutting-edge technologies of various tech companies, sifting through possibilities. The PIM particle requires overly sophisticated laboratories and apparatus, and the complexity of its development, coupled with bizarre side effect from counterfeits, renders it unsuitable for most situations. Pass. The Doomsday virus is excessively brutal, fraught with uncontrollable variables. Pass. The Zola algorithm is hardly a viable secret weapon, primarily due to its inhumane nature. Pass. However, the neural sensory device is a promising option. This system, which employs neural networks for control over other entities, is perfectly suited for collaboration with Guanju. Ding Sheng had contemplated this notion days prior, as the Guanju system becomes increasingly intelligent. Every invocation evokes a sense reminiscent of Alibaba uttering open sesame in Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. Such a method of activation may be sufficiently advanced for ancient fairy tales, yet for an inventor, it appears rather outdated. Ding Sheng's original plan was to devise a strategy post-college entrance examination. Although the exam was merely a formality for him, it represented a long-held aspiration for his parents, one that began the day they enrolled him in kindergarten. Before that moment, all endeavors should yield to this expectation, and he was content to savor the comforts of life outside the laboratory during this interim. After all, he had spent years confined within those walls. Now it seems, regardless of the world, a life of ease ought to give way until one has fortified themselves. The following day, Ding Sheng carried with him all the hard-earned pocket money he had saved since childhood, funds originally intended for travel after his college entrance examination 8 years prior. At the senior teacher's office in Nizhou High School, requesting a leave of absence? At such a critical juncture, there was no reasonable excuse. Wang Qingyi clearly would not grant the request. Yuzhou University is conducting independent admissions these days. I wish to give it a try. Ding Sheng had prepared for this. The equipment necessary for constructing the neural sensory device was unavailable in a small county like Nizhou and could only be found in a larger city. The nearest major city to Nizhou is Yuzhou. Wang Qingyi suddenly comprehended the situation. Although Ding Sheng excelled in the sciences, his severe deficiency in English rendered any prospects of remediation virtually non-existent, eliminating any hope of gaining admission to the most prestigious universities. Yuzhou University, among the top institutions in the southwestern region of Huaxia, was where Ding Sheng's past mock exam results fluctuated around the admission threshold, occasionally showing slight surpluses. His English proficiency was entirely dependent on chance. There was no certainty he would score even a meager 10 or 20 points in the college entrance examination, which could ultimately preclude his entry into Yuzhou University. Given this predicament, the fact that Yuzhou University was conducting independent admissions meant that attempting to apply was akin to securing additional safety nets, an opportunity with no drawbacks. Study diligently. I sincerely hope you spend the next 4 years at your desired university, his teacher encouraged. Wang Qingyi had no reason to decline. After leaving school, Ding Sheng made his way directly to the bus station in the county town. Yuzhou, here I come. Negotiating prices. Neighboring Linzhou and Yuzhou were close, with a bus departing every half hour at a fare of 9 yuan. Upon arriving in Yuzhou City at 11 in the morning, Ding Sheng, having visited Yuzhou numerous times throughout his life, was not yet intimately familiar with the area, but certainly more adept than a headless fly. He quickly located the largest electronic components wholesale market in the city. The previous night, he had meticulously compiled a list of materials required for constructing a neural sensing device, and now he simply needed to purchase them one by one. Upon entering a shop, the owner greeted him warmly. "Young man, what can I assist you with?" "I need an electric soldering iron, adjustable between 100 C and 2000 C, Ding Sheng replied. 2000 degrees? Young man, are you jesting? Are you purchasing a soldering iron or armor-piercing ammunition? The owner questioned, momentarily doubting if the lad was genuinely uninformed or merely stirring trouble. Realizing his mistake, Ding Sheng chuckled awkwardly. My apologies, it's my first time buying, and I lack experience. What are the typical temperature settings for your soldering irons? We have models that reach 400 C and others that go up to 480 C. Which one would you prefer? Recognizing Ding Sheng as a novice, the owner's demeanor softened. I'll take the 480 C model. I need two. Quickly calculating in his mind, Ding Sheng deemed that temperature sufficient. What was this nonsense about 2000 degrees? The owner promptly retrieved 2 soldering irons, and after examining the packaging and appearance, he declared, one is 75. For 2, I'll charge you 150. This statement sounded somewhat peculiar. 75 for 1, 150 for 2? Isn't that just nonsensical drivel? Why does the owner sound as if I've gained an advantage? With limited funds, he knew he had to negotiate firmly. 75 for both. Will you sell? He asserted, recalling his mother's advice that when shopping, one should always start negotiations by having the initial price before further discussion. Upon listening, the boss rolled his eyes, utterly devoid of any inclination to negotiate. He placed the 2 soldering irons in his hand down and retrieved another pair from a corner, asking, how about these 2 for 75? With his extensive experience, Ding Sheng immediately discerned that these were counterfeit. Their appearance was subpar, and in the event of an accident, accountability would be elusive. A curious thought crossed his mind. Wasn't he, in essence, describing himself? I'll take the previous 2 for 100, Ding Sheng countered, attempting to haggle. 150, the boss replied. 120, Ding Sheng boldly retorted. 150, the boss maintained. Your business practices are questionable. Customers are akin to deities, and you offer me no advantage. This displeases the divine, Ding Sheng asserted. I am a Buddhist, the boss replied calmly. Customers are the Buddha. Ding Sheng amended his stance. In the spirit of the Buddha, 140 is my final offer. It seemed this was the boss's limit. Very well, through mere persuasion. Saving 10 yuan is still a victory. Young man, to effectively use a soldering iron, you must also acquire soldering tips. This set is the finest in the store. Since we seem to be fated to meet, I can sell it to you for 80. The boss continued his sales pitch. The tips were, of course, also on Ding Sheng's shopping list. 40, he insisted, adhering to his principle of having the asking price. Deal, the boss promptly agreed. When the world is happening, what has become of the fundamental trust between people? For a considerable time thereafter, Ding Sheng engaged in a battle of wits with the various proprietors of the electronic wholesale market. He procured solder wire, multimeters, sets of pliers, tweezers, magnifying workstations, power systems, and small exhaust systems, watching as his cash flowed freely. The human brain operates on electrical impulses. The information we receive transforms into electrical signals, transmitted through nerve fibers to the brain, which then generates brain waves to issue commands. A neural sensing device is capable of performing sophisticated analyses of these brain waves, with a neural chip at its core, responsible for collecting and interpreting the brain's electrical activity for consciousness communication. Thus, Ding Sheng's next endeavor was to acquire the primary materials for chip production, silicon. The market price for silicon is measured by the ton and is relatively inexpensive. Spending a modest sum on 10 or 20 pounds would suffice. The process of chemically purifying and shaping silicon is quite intricate, requiring equipment that exceeds Ding Sheng's meager allowance. Moreover, the transformation of silicon into transistors and ultimately into integrated chips necessitates even more specialized and costly machinery. However, Ding Sheng was undeterred. When Marvel was just beginning, he had traversed a similar path, acquiring numerous experiences in simplifying complexity. By utilizing affordable raw materials and equipment, he aimed to produce inexpensive products that retain most, if not all, functions of the genuine article. This ability is not possessed by everyone. Ding Sheng relies on this skill to carve out a niche in the realm of imitation. Given sufficient time, no challenge is insurmountable. Emerging from the electronics market, Burdened with numerous packages as the sun began to set, he ventured into an eyewear shop to procure a frame, which he designated as the primary structure for the next-generation neural sensing device. He settled into a clean inn, as he could not return home just yet. The following day marked the entrance examination for independent enrollment at Yuzhou University. To lend authenticity to his absence, he had even registered under a name, ensuring the ruse was thorough to avoid future exposure. The examination served merely as a facade. Ding Sheng's primary focus remained on the creation of his trump card. According to his newly formulated plan, upon returning to Lingzhou, leveraging the scrap materials at his disposal, he anticipated that within approximately a week, he could fabricate the neural sensing device. However, fundamentally, this device did not possess the attributes of a trump card. He needed to think further ahead. Lying on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, Ding Sheng's mind began to race. Once the neural sensing device established interaction with Guanzhou, it would be akin to implanting an intelligent system within his brain. Could the development of an armored suit be on the horizon? He continued to ponder. The exterior of the armored suit would be relatively easy to fabricate, as long as it was sufficiently durable. Materials such as rebar and iron plates could be acquired at a modest cost. Aesthetics were secondary. Once funding became available, embellishments could be added later. Yet, the armored suit was more than just a shell. Although Iron Man might have conjured a prototype in a dilapidated cave, that was merely a cinematic embellishment. The truth is, Iron Man is indeed a genius. He did create his initial suit in a cave. However, at present, Ding Sheng lacked even a cave, possessing only an abandoned distillery and a collection of rudimentary tools. Thus, a pressing question arose. What about the energy source, the arc reactor? The notion of synthesizing a new elemental energy source in one fell swoop seemed fanciful. Even constructing a second-generation arc reactor based on toxic palladium appeared beyond his means. Unless he forewent the arc reactor altogether? Indeed, as a makeshift inventor, he was pursuing a path of pirated imitation, devoid of the need for a flashy, extravagant arc reactor. Would it suffice to use batteries instead? There is no iron shell that cannot be powered by two large batteries. If necessary, he could incorporate a focusing ring. Yuzhou University, since its inception, has undergone numerous mergers, evolving into a premier institution in China, renowned for its strengths in mechanical engineering, energy, materials science, biotechnology, and natural sciences. Upon entering the campus, one cannot help but notice the 8-character school motto etched upon the stone wall: endurance, frugality, diligence, patriotism. After much deliberation, I approached the most enchanting senior for directions, and after a winding journey, I finally located the Office of Independent Admissions. Generally, the independent admission process at universities relies predominantly on recommendations from secondary schools, supplemented by self-nominations from students. Although neighboring provinces, Lingzhou and Yuzhou, are geographically close, they are administratively classified under two distinct provincial jurisdictions. Thus, Lingzhou High School did not receive a recommendation quota this year. Having won the first prize in the National High School Physics Competition for 3 consecutive years, and similarly in the National High School Chemistry Competition, Ding Sheng's accomplishments are noteworthy. Due to the high standards required for self-nomination, Ding Sheng is among the select few who successfully secured a self-recommendation. Out of curiosity, the teacher responsible for issuing the examination permit perused his self-recommendation materials and could not help but nod in astonishment. While the weight of awards for national competitions may not suffice to sway Yuzhou University, the fact that he has garnered first prizes 3 times is indeed intriguing. This suggests that, at the very least since his first year of high school, he has been excelling in competitive subjects far beyond his peers nationwide. Remarkably, Ding Sheng has remained quite humble. The reality is that during his senior year, he did not participate in any national competitions, and his dominance has been established since the 3rd year of junior high. It is only fitting that someone of his caliber could emerge as an inventor amidst the technological prowess of the Marvel Universe. Here is your examination permit. The examination room is to the right as you exit, continuing straight to the curved classroom. Best of luck. In recent years, the competition among universities for outstanding student resources has intensified, and the establishment of independent admissions is partly to secure talented candidates ahead of time. This teacher holds a favorable view of exceptional students like Ding Sheng. The independent admission process consists of both written tests and interviews, primarily assessing the candidate's knowledge accumulation, with a greater flexibility in question types compared to the National College Entrance Examination, encompassing a broader spectrum of knowledge. Typically, the written test subjects do not exceed 2, which is quite accommodating, especially for students with pronounced strengths in specific areas. This year, Yuzhou University's independent admission written examination comprises only mathematics, lasting 1 hour with a total of 20 questions worth 100 points. Due to the inclusion of geometric constructions, The examination room provided compasses and straight edges. Question 1 asks for the smallest positive integer, r, such that 4725r is a perfect square. Sheng mentally calculated the answer in a mere 2 seconds. Question 21 references David Hilbert, who proposed 2 unsolved problems at the International Congress of Mathematicians in Paris in 1900. Sheng expressed skepticism regarding the difficulty of this question, questioning whether it isn't common knowledge. Write down any one of the 2 unsolved problems from the previous question that remains unresolved to this day. The impossibility of solving a 7th-degree algebraic equation through the combination of continuous functions of 2 variables is a topic well beyond the grasp of an average high school student. Fortunately, Sheng is anything but ordinary. A century and 10 years ago, David Hilbert proposed 23 unresolved problems, of which only 9 have been completely solved over the years. Randomly selecting one from the remaining 14 would suffice as a completion of this task. In fact, among the unsolved problems Sheng has tackled, there exists a branch concerning the roots of the 7th-degree equation x7 bx2 by 10, which depend on the parameters a and b. Can this function be expressed as a function of 2 variables? After 8 years of diligent study, he is indeed capable of resolving this. It can be proven, though it is unnecessary. The subsequent problems were rather simple, and Sheng swiftly navigated through them, ultimately reaching the final climactic question, the construction of a regular 17-gon using only a compass and straight edge. Alas, it falls into the realm of the commonplace. Could Sheng have predicted the presence of this question upon spotting the exam room as provision of a compass and ruler? Is there no room for novelty? The first to discover the method for constructing a regular 17-gon was a mathematical Prince Gauss. And the process is exceedingly intricate, so much so that most instructional videos available online are often incomprehensible. Glancing at the clock, with 40 minutes remaining until the exam's conclusion, Sheng felt a surge of eagerness and decided to attempt the construction, albeit reluctantly. As the exam reached the 30-minute mark, Sheng raised his hand to submit his paper. The proctor nodded in understanding. The independent admission exam at Yuzhou University featured, aside from a handful of straightforward questions, a majority of particularly challenging problems. Remaining in the examination room without the ability to solve them served no purpose. Submitting early was, in fact, a relief. As expected, after one student led the way in submitting their paper, 7 or 8 other anxious candidates followed suit, choosing to leave rather than endure the difficulty of the exam. The remaining candidates appeared to be merely holding on, with most of their answer sheets remaining blank. After leaving the examination room, Sheng strolled around the campus, admiring the beautiful students before finally departing. As for the afternoon interview, he had no intention of attending. His primary purpose for participating in the independent admission was merely to fulfill a formality, having performed exceptionally well on the written exam. Attending the interview might inadvertently reveal his competence. He had resolved to maintain a low profile, and he intended to uphold that commitment. On his way back to the hotel, Sheng purchased 2 large boxes, packed all his equipment, and summoned a taxi to the bus station, where he bought a ticket home. The 2 locations were merely 100 kilometers apart. Why not take a taxi directly back to Lingzhou? The answer was simple: insufficient funds. Upon reaching Lingzhou, he called another taxi to transport his equipment to the old distillery. Once everything was laid out, the place finally resembled a semblance of a laboratory. Sheng found himself teetering on the precipice of bankruptcy. The ensuing hours were consumed with the chemical purification of silicon materials, as he toiled until 8 in the evening. Upon walking home, he crafted the facade of having returned on the last bus from Yuzhou. "How did you fare in the exam, my son?" Sheng's parents were well aware of his examination in Yuzhou. Otherwise, a mere night spent away from home would have sufficed to inundate them with phone calls. It was passable. "No matter. Even if you're not selected, we have faith in your abilities." Ding's mother had diligently researched that even if one were selected for the university's autonomous admission, it did not guarantee acceptance. Candidates still needed to sit for the college entrance examination, albeit with the advantage of a reduced admissions score from the institution. At this critical juncture, discerning parents ought to focus on encouragement, with guidance as a secondary measure, ensuring not to impose undue pressure on their child. At Yuzhou University, within the Mechanical Engineering and Applied Science Comprehensive Research Laboratory, an elder spoke up, Old Yang. "The examination questions we finalized this morning were intended to prevent leakage and subsequent exploitation. Now that someone has achieved a perfect score, what is your perspective?" Another elderly gentleman, clad in a simple shirt and wearing thick glasses, held an examination paper, his expression radiating benevolence. "In my view, one must take the initiative." As early summer approached, an outbreak of influenza ensued. Within just 2 days of Sheng's absence, chaos erupted at school. Most students donned masks, anxiety palpable in the air. I heard on the news that this influenza has been spreading globally since last year, and it has now reached our school at such a critical moment. Indeed, and this strain is highly contagious. The school, prioritizing safety, will temporarily isolate students displaying cold symptoms. Is it really that severe? It is indeed. Students from Class 11 have already been quarantined. During the break, students huddled in small groups, whispering. Our class has yet to have any students fall ill, so there is no need for alarm. We just need to focus on prevention, the class monitor interjected, rising to restore order. Nevertheless, in such circumstances, most students found it challenging to concentrate on their studies and practice. A sudden cough startled the class, drawing all eyes toward Shin, who sheepishly set down his soda. My apologies, I choked on water. Such individuals would face consequences in a film. Ding Sheng, could you please fetch some masks for our class from the infirmary? Liu Yao, a class committee member from Class 10 and Ding Sheng's deskmate, appeared visibly unwell and turned to him with a request. Certainly. Ding Sheng rose to comply. Thank you. Upon leaving the classroom and descending 2 flights of stairs, Ding Sheng encountered an elderly man in a gray shirt. Excuse me, could you direct me to Class 10 of the senior year? The staircase to the 3rd floor is right beside you. Are you looking for someone? Since it pertains to Class 10, he couldn't help but inquire, I'm looking for Ding Sheng. Do you know him? I do know him, but he is rather unremarkable. What business do you have with him? Ding Sheng was certain he had never encountered the elderly gentleman before. I am his great-uncle. The elder fabricated a connection after a moment's thought. I am quite certain you are not his great-uncle, as his grandfather was an only child. Indeed, it was precisely because Ding Sheng's grandfather had no siblings that he had named Ding Sheng's father Ding Wang, in hopes for a prosperous future. Well, I am actually the brother of his maternal grandfather. The elder quickly concealed his falsehood. Had it not been for the fact that Ding Sheng was indeed Ding Sheng, he might have almost believed the tale. What a coincidence! His maternal grandfather is also an only child. Although Ding Sheng's grandfather had 6 sisters, he was not strictly an only child, but he certainly had no brothers. Haha, you should have mentioned that earlier. I would have concocted a more distant relation. The elder appeared to be seasoned in the art of conversation. Even when his lie was exposed, he maintained his composure. This gentleman, with a kind demeanor, did not seem to possess malevolent intentions, and given they were at neighboring state high school, where he had the home advantage, Ding Sheng felt little fear. He grew weary of the circular dialogue and said, What is it you wish to discuss? Ah, so you're Ding Sheng. I am Yang Huaigu, and I would like to speak with you about certain matters. I wonder if you have a moment. The elder was not at all presumptuous due to his age. Rather, he humbly introduced himself. I need to go to the infirmary now. If it's convenient for you, we can converse as we walk. The break between classes was only 10 minutes, and Ding Sheng needed to be somewhat expedient. I won't take up too much of your time. I simply wanted to ask if you have any intention of attending Yuzhou University in the future, Yang Huaigu remarked with a smile. The proctor in the examination room had mentioned that this young lad had completed the mathematics test in 30 minutes, achieving a perfect score. By contrast, the second-place participant had only scored 45 points, having answered merely 9 questions, with the remaining ones left untouched. Yang Huaigu, having presided over his research lab for many years, had not encountered such talent in a long while. Perhaps it had existed before, but those with such gifts had been swiftly recruited by his old acquaintances from Huaqin and Huadu. The individual before him was undoubtedly a hidden gem, poised to leap over the Dragon Gate. Ding Sheng, being a clever young man, instantly recognized that this was a case of over-enthusiastic proactive recruitment. His talents were evident, and the university was eager to scout him. However, he was taken aback that they had pursued him so soon after the exam, just a day later. After the college entrance examination, I will make a decision based on my results, Ding Sheng replied, employing a formal tone. Had such an extraordinary event not occurred, receiving an invitation from Yuzhou University would have undoubtedly delighted him, but circumstances had changed. Had he taken the exam without the surreal experience he had just endured, he might have still secured the top score, but achieving a perfect score in 30 minutes was beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, it was clear that Yuzhou University was interested in the version of him that had emerged after this remarkable journey. However, it is not mere self-praise on Ding Sheng's part. Given his current level, he could choose from any university across the vast expanse of China after the college entrance examination. There is absolutely no need to put all his eggs in one basket. Yang Huaigu expressed his understanding. Prior to this, he had reviewed Ding Sheng's scores from previous provincial examinations, noting a certain uncertainty in his Chinese and English results. Should he perform exceptionally well, it is indeed plausible for him to gain admission to a school superior to Yuzhou University. Thus, declining his invitation at this juncture is quite reasonable. Young people should aspire to lofty ambitions. As class time approached, several teachers approached, Among them was the physics teacher from Class 10. Ding Sheng greeted him politely. "Good day." "Teacher Wang." "Oh, Ding Sheng, and who might this be?" Teacher Wang inquired, pleased to see his outstanding student and casually asking about the elderly gentleman beside him. Before Ding Sheng could respond, Yang Huaigu waved his hand slightly, quickly interjecting, "This is my distant uncle, who has come to visit me." "Good. You two carry on." With that, Teacher Wang hurried off toward the senior high teaching building. Having said all that needed to be said, Yang Huaigu did not linger. Before leaving, he retrieved an envelope from his loose pants pocket. "You could take this letter back with you. If one day you change your mind, come find me at Yuzhou University." Ding Sheng accepted the envelope with a nod and dashed off toward the infirmary. On the staircase, a group of physics teachers appeared pensive. "Teacher Wang, do you not find that your student's distant uncle bears a striking resemblance to someone?" One of the teachers could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Teacher Wang nodded in agreement. "I thought I was the only one who thought that. However, an academic of Yang Huaigu's caliber, akin to a luminary, surely would not visit our small neighboring school." Indeed, within just half a morning, over a dozen students fell ill. During the first class that afternoon, Liu Yao exhibited symptoms of fever, sore throat, and runny nose. Although a diagnosis of the current flu could not yet be confirmed, the school swiftly took measures for the welfare of the other students, arranging for Liu Yao to be isolated in a separate dormitory. While the entire class silently prayed for Liu Yao, anxiety began to mount among them. Even Meng Xiao, typically unflappable in the face of adversity, showed signs of distress due to her roommate's isolation. "The potion I sold you. Have Liu Yao dilute 20 milliliters with about 10 times the amount of boiled water and drink it twice daily," Ding Sheng advised. "Is it effective?" The question hung in the air. Ding Sheng had never been a doctor, but since Super Serum 20 could enhance human functions, it should be sufficient to combat the flu, shouldn't it? With great power comes great responsibility. As they entered the final sprint for the college entrance examination, all classes were designated for student self-study, focusing on identifying and addressing any gaps in knowledge. For instance, in English class, whether your proficiency is commendable or lacking, one can still engage in the practice of comprehensive science questions. However, the subject teacher remains present, primarily to uphold classroom decorum. During the final class of the afternoon, which is dedicated to Chinese literature, 10 minutes into the lesson, Wang Qingyi has yet to arrive, nor has any other instructor come to substitute. This seems rather illogical. Throughout her 2-year tenure as the Chinese teacher and homeroom instructor for Class 10, she has frequently changed her lessons but has never once been absent. Wang is not in her office, and the news brought back by the class representative concerning her absence is somewhat troubling. "In fact, I have not seen Wang all day. Has anyone else encountered her?" A student inquired. "I have not seen her either. None of us have." "Could it be that Wang has fallen ill?" one female student whispered. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards the lone vacant seat in the classroom. Wang Qingyi, a university graduate from a rural town, possesses no relatives or friends in the nearby county city and dedicates herself tirelessly to this group of students, leaving no time for romance or companionship. If the prevailing speculation is accurate, and Wang is indeed unwell like Liu Yao, it could lead to complications. "I shall go and investigate." Ding Sheng abruptly stood and dashed out of the classroom. Since Liu Yao's quarantine, he had instructed Guanzhou to gather pertinent information regarding the ongoing flu outbreak. According to data obtained from the official website of the World Health Organization, once diagnosed, the probability of transmission is significantly high, accompanied by certain rates of severe cases and mortality. However, it must be noted that in today's world, the medical infrastructure is sufficiently advanced, rendering the likelihood of such occurrences quite low. Nonetheless, one must be cautious, for it is better to be safe than sorry. Ding Sheng's immediate response was fueled by concern for Wang, as well as apprehension about other classmates potentially contracting the illness through contact with her. Armed with his super serum, he felt compelled to step forward as a protector. Being a male, should Wang indeed fall ill, her movements would be hindered, necessitating the presence of a female companion. Who would volunteer? As the class monitor concluded her statement, Meng Xiao rose to accompany him. She too possessed a protective ability akin to Ding Sheng's. With great power comes great responsibility. Objectively speaking, the risk of infection exists, and I admire the bravery of both Ding Sheng and Meng Xiao, feeling a sense of pride to have such classmates. From this day forth, let us ensure ample rest, consume warm fluids, maintain ventilation in the classroom, keep cold medicine on hand, and thoroughly disinfect common items in both the classroom and at home with alcohol. If this flu outbreak is an unavoidable battle, we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. A class leader need not be the highest achiever, but must be one who stands firm as a stabilizing force in times of crisis. And the monitor of Class 10 has consistently fulfilled this role admirably. Wang Qingyi resided not far from Chongning Street, outside neighboring state middle school. Ding Sheng and Meng Xiao soon arrived, knocking on the door. After a considerable wait, a faint voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" "Teacher Wang, it is Ding Sheng. Here with Meng Xiao to check on you," Ding Sheng responded. "I'm fine, just overslept during my afternoon nap. You may return, I will come out shortly." Wang Qingyi's voice was intermittent and gradually diminished. "Teacher, please open the door," Ding Sheng implored. "This is influenza, it's contagious. You should leave, I will recover soon." Wang Qingyi managed to say with great effort, "Teacher, I beg your pardon. If you do not open the door soon, I shall break it down," Ding Sheng asserted, knowing when to be assertive and when to be courteous. Ding Sheng, in fact, might very well carry out such a threat, prompting Wang Qingyi to reconsider and eventually unlock the door. Upon entering, Ding Sheng supported the already faltering Wang Qingyi, gently feeling her forehead. She was burning with fever. "Let us take her to the hospital," Meng Xiao suggested. "If the hospital had a comprehensive plan, the school would not have isolated the students," Ding Sheng replied. His lack of faith in the medical system stemmed from a profound trust in his own capabilities. "Guanju, do we have any information about a vaccine?" Ding Sheng suddenly spoke into the air, startling Meng Xiao. "The surface proteins of this virus cannot be recognized by the human immune system, rendering standard vaccines ineffective. The vaccine specifically targeting this strain of influenza is in production. However, due to the sudden outbreak in neighboring state, no vaccines have yet arrived." The voice emanating from Ding Sheng's pocket startled Meng Xiao once more. "This is my intelligence system, Guanju," he explained briefly about his companion, then continued. "Is there an expedited solution for the deteriorating patient? Teacher Wang's condition is significantly worse than Lu Yao's. This influenza must have been incubating within her for some time. If not addressed promptly, there is a considerable risk of it transforming into a severe case. The current strain is sensitive to neuraminidase inhibitors and resistant to amantadine and rimantadine. For patients experiencing worsening symptoms, it is advisable to employ neuraminidase inhibitors for antiviral treatment." Guanju, the most advanced intelligence system in the world, synthesized all data from the digital realm and provided the optimal course of action. Osborn Industries, famed for its biotechnological prowess in the Marvel Universe, found itself embroiled in numerous patent disputes with the resourceful Ding Sheng, the knockoff Little Prince. Thus, despite not being a physician, biotechnology was undoubtedly his forte. "Meng Xiao, use alcohol to help reduce Teacher Wang's fever. I shall return in 2 hours," Ding Sheng declared as he prepared to leave. "What if you do not return in 2 hours?" Meng Xiao quickly inquired. "I will assuredly return, and perhaps even sooner," Ding Sheng replied, swiftly making his way downstairs to call Chen Su. "Have you brought the money? Come out immediately. I am waiting for you at the school gate." A bankrupt individual must possess the awareness that accompanies their plight. In less than 2 minutes, Chen Su emerged, and the two hailed a taxi to a pharmacy. As per their usual routine, they procured several boxes of glucose and selected both common and uncommon over-the-counter medications before continuing their journey to the old distillery laboratory. They meticulously cleaned beakers and test tubes, igniting the alcohol lamp to preheat the test tubes. Ding Sheng requested Chen Su's assistance with some fundamental chemical techniques taught in class, allowing him to deftly manage various substances while simultaneously conversing with Guanju, retrieving the file for the 90th iteration of the Super Serum 20 formula. "What are you adjusting?" Chen Su inquired. "I'm not speaking to you." Ding Sheng gestured for him to focus on his task, continuing to issue instructions to Guanju. He directed the replacement of citric acid-related ions in the formula with phosphates for equilibrium, pondering whether the formula could theoretically inhibit the virus. The formula was validated, and the concoction was complete. The simulated effects were promising. After numerous upgrades, the intelligence system enabled Ding Sheng to generate new data files and simulate operations simply by articulating his thoughts, eliminating the need to repeatedly derive formulas and algorithms on scrap paper. The sole drawback was that until the neural sensing device was operational, these commands had to be verbally expressed by Ding Sheng. In solitude, this was manageable. However, in the presence of others, it felt rather embarrassing. After all, Chen Su observed Ding Sheng as if he were watching behind-the-scenes footage of a science fiction film devoid of special effects, where actors made peculiar gestures against a green screen, utterly absurd. An hour and 48 minutes later, Meng Xiao sighed with relief upon spotting the young man returning with a bucket of purified water. "How is Teacher Wang?" After opening the water container, Ding Sheng extracted a dropper, adding a drop of blue liquid to the water, shaking the bucket until it was thoroughly diluted. She temporarily fell asleep after the alcohol cooled her down. Meng Xiao's gaze remained fixated on Ding Sheng's actions, attempting to discern the intricacies of his procedure. Ding Sheng poured half a cup of the diluted solution into a glass, sampled it first, savoring its sweetness. Once assured of its safety, he poured another cup. gently propping up Wang Qingyi to administer the remedy. The process of creating the serum felt almost trivial, and Meng Xiao pondered voicing his concerns, realizing that Ding Sheng was likely testing the remedy to assuage his own doubts. In less than 2 minutes, the modified diluted solution of the super serum 20 began to take effect, swiftly annihilating the influenza virus within Wang Qingyi's body. Her previously pallid complexion visibly regained its rosy hue at an astonishing rate. Such advanced technology requires no explanation, Ding Sheng remarked, placing a cup of the diluted vaccine on the table. Take this back for Lu Yao. She will recover swiftly. With that, he lifted the water bucket and headed for the door. I'll leave this to you. Once teacher Wang awakens, ensure she takes a warm bath, and all will be well. Could you lend me your phone for a moment, Ding Sheng? I have yet to notify the shaved ice shop regarding my absence. Typically, Meng Xiao would head to the shop to work part-time after class, and although today, as circumstances are exceptional, it is still prudent to make a phone call to explain the situation. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Feeling a twinge of concern for Meng Xiao, Ding Sheng willingly handed over his phone. At the school gate, the shaved ice shop beckons. Do not miss this opportunity. Come and witness the refreshing delights of summer. A delectable feast that melts in your mouth. Our shop proudly presents mango shaved ice, strawberry shaved ice, watermelon shaved ice, and a variety of other icy treats. Enjoy our signature red bean milk tea at a special price, 20 off the first cup and half price for the second. Chen Su, having assisted in the lab for a mere 5 minutes, was promptly dispatched by Ding Sheng to substitute for Meng Xiao at the shaved ice shop. With prior experience managing his family's liquor store during the winter and summer breaks, he was well equipped despite his unfamiliarity with the shaved ice shop's equipment. Nevertheless, his knack for improvisation allowed him to maintain a semblance of order. The following day, Wang Qingyi returned to class 10, brimming with vigor, appearing completely unscathed by her recent illness. Class monitor Lu Yao swiftly recovered as well, having been cleared by the school infirmary to rejoin her classmates after leaving the isolation room. In the days that followed, the entire neighboring province united in solidarity to overcome the crisis. With the comprehensive rollout of the latest flu vaccine developed by Iris Biotechnology Group, the influenza outbreak that had begun the previous year was finally brought to a decisive end. In the old distillery laboratory, Guanju commenced the third adjustment of the neural sensing device. After returning from the internet cafe, Ding Sheng embedded the program chip into a pair of frameless glasses and donned them. Guanju, can you hear me? This time, Ding Sheng refrained from vocalizing his question, opting instead to attempt a mental connection with Guanju. 1 second passed, then another, yet there was no response from Guanju. Was this another failure, akin to the previous 2 attempts? Ding Sheng felt a flicker of disappointment and was about to remove the glasses when, suddenly, his mind received a clear influx of information. I am Guanju. I hear a voice. The chip communication program has successfully completed its interaction. The first conscious contact has been established. When alone, Ding Sheng had grown accustomed to communicating with Guanju through thought, as it alleviated his solitude, especially during his time at Marvel, where he often found himself isolated. Thus, it had been quite some time since he engaged in such a mental dialogue with Guanju. One goes 2 or 3 miles. Ding Sheng projected a mental signal. In a smoky village, there are 4 or 5 homes and 6 or 7 pavilions, adorned with 10 branches of flowers. Guanju responded, yes. Aside from the brief delay during our initial contact, due to the information loading, our subsequent exchanges have proceeded without interruption. After the integration of the neural sensing device with the intelligent assistant, Guanju, Ding Sheng merely needs to don these glasses. As Guanju continues to evolve, his mind effectively becomes a boundless database, albeit with its own glitches. Undoubtedly, Guanju ultimately serves as a sophisticated aid, capable of retrieving and analyzing information from the web or its internal archives. Nevertheless, for genuine technical queries, such as those concerning the advanced technologies of Marvel, Ding Sheng's intellect remains paramount. The neural sensing device functions solely as an interface, not a sharing mechanism. He established the database for the first generation of the Iron Battle Armor and created a new folder dedicated to the energy battery technology of the armor. Ding Sheng commenced his planned endeavor to fabricate the Iron Battle Armor, and the next step was to finalize the battery solution. Nickel-cadmium batteries present certain advantages. They are safe, possess low internal resistance, charge swiftly, and are economical and durable. However, the drawbacks are significant. Cadmium is toxic and poses severe environmental hazards. Considering Earth as humanity's nurturing mother, Ding Sheng dismisses the notion of environmental pollution. Lithium batteries offer high energy, longevity, and environmental friendliness. Yet, their costs are elevated and their safety is questionable, with specific requirements for operating conditions. While the expense is manageable, certainly less than that of an arc reactor, one must ponder the reliability of an energy source for a battle suit operating under extreme temperatures. Who would dare to entrust their safety to it? Furthermore, the potential for explosion raises concerns. Is this a means of self-preservation or self-destruction? Perhaps it is wiser to carry a brick for safety instead. Polymer batteries, an evolved variant of lithium batteries, inherit the advantages of lithium while addressing safety concerns, though they still exhibit performance issues in low temperatures. After much deliberation, Sheng ultimately recognized a stark reality. Battery technology, much like his previous makeshift products, presents an unrealistic expectation of being both safe and inexpensive while demanding perfection. With his expertise, developing superior batteries would be a breeze, provided there were sufficient financial and material resources. Yet, if he possessed such resources, he would bypass battery considerations entirely and invest directly in an arc reactor. If cost were no object, pouring a couple of $100 billion or pounds into synthesizing new elemental energy would not be out of reach. Therefore, a more pragmatic approach beckons, testing the polymer battery first, as the essence of an inventor lies in problem-solving. Sheng sighed lightly, resigned to the reality that his innate talents are simply too valuable to ignore. Since returning, and with no superhuman competitors in sight, Sheng has harbored a lingering question in his heart, hesitant to voice it directly. Now, with the advent of conscious communication, the moment for unrestrained expression has arrived. Guanju, am I not the most handsome person in the world? He mused. In an effort to devise the most economical solution to address the instability of polymer batteries in extreme temperatures, Sheng toiled throughout the night. Upon consuming 2 large gulps of diluted liquid this morning, he managed to endure until the 3rd period of his Chinese self-study class, but ultimately succumbed to fatigue and took a brief nap. In his dreams, he envisioned himself in ancient times, achieving academic excellence and returning home in glory, only to be interrupted by a meteorite striking him mid-journey. Awakening to find that the meteorite was merely a piece of chalk thrown by a teacher, he was met with the collective gaze of his classmates. With the college entrance examination countdown dwindling to single digits, how could he dare to sleep? Such audacity! Wang Qingyi, known for her intolerance of laziness, lamented that if this boy's Chinese grades were as commendable as his mathematics and science scores, sleeping in class would be utterly unacceptable. Chen Su, stand up. Chen Su swore to the heavens that this was the most unjust moment of his life. The phrase June Snow could hardly encapsulate his current feelings, for it was Sheng who had been sleeping. Sheng, rise. Yet, at the teacher's behest, he reluctantly stood up. What was the preceding line to do? Not overlook small acts of kindness. Wang Qingyi seemed to have her own agenda. Although Chen Su's academic prowess was limited, he recognized the answer to this rudimentary question, which was painfully easy. Do not commit small evils. Sheng understood immediately. Wang Qingyi was likely recalling the kindness he had shown her recently, using this opportunity to impart a lesson. Very well, you may sit. Wang Qingyi nodded in approval and continued. Meng Xiao, what does this statement mean? Do not think that a minor wrongdoing is inconsequential, nor should you dismiss a small act of goodness. Meng Xiao stood and answered with ease. Sheng sensed that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. There must be a catch, though he was momentarily unaware of its specifics. Well done. You may also take your seat. Finally, Wang Qingyi unveiled her true intentions, revealing her sharp fangs. Sheng, from where is this phrase derived? What on earth? The first 2 questions were so straightforward, and now I'm faced with a riddle? While this statement may be ubiquitous, citing its origin required substantial discourse, particularly for a student like Sheng, whose language skills were merely average, a daunting challenge indeed. After much deliberation, it became clear that this was all a pretext to catch him off guard. One could only imagine the consequences of failing to respond, with a minimum of 3 days of cleaning duty looming. Yet today's Sheng was not the same as yesterday's. He calmly retrieved a pair of black-framed glasses without lenses from his drawer and donned them with poise. What is this? Are your hearing abilities lacking, prompting you to wear glasses for better signal? Wang Qingyi's sharp tongue was formidable. Do not commit small evils, nor disregard minor acts of kindness is attributed to Liu Bei's words during his entrusted charge at Baidi City. Originating from the records of the 3 Kingdoms, biography of the first ruler of Shu, as the scholar arrived, he remarked that the Prime Minister lamented the great depth of your wisdom, far exceeding expectations. If you can indeed achieve this, what further worries can I have? Strive. Do not commit minor evils, nor neglect small virtues. Only the virtuous and the wise can command respect. Do not emulate your father's meager virtues. Sheng was utterly perplexed by this passage, yet he instinctively recited the lines from the Ode to the Cuckoo. As he performed this display, his classmates gazed at him in disbelief, as if they were witnessing a creature of myth. No, this creature has evolved. It is a prodigy. Indeed, you are rewarded with 3 days of duty. The encirclement had failed, and Wang Qingyi maintained her composure, though her astonishment was no less than that of her students. Frankly, She too could not recite the original text verbatim. Have you been reading the records of the Three Kingdoms lately? After class, Wang Qingyi summoned Ding Sheng to her office once more. His talents and language had been largely sacrificed for mathematics and the sciences, rendering them rather modest. Given this rare moment of brilliance, she deemed it essential to converse with him, hoping to bolster his confidence in studying language. Even though the college entrance examination was no longer attainable, possessing knowledge of literature is a lifelong endeavor. Perhaps I've come across some, Ding Sheng replied, fabricating his response. That's commendable. While many young people read romance of the Three Kingdoms, few delve into the records of the Three Kingdoms. What other books do you read? In Wang Qingyi's view, reading is undoubtedly a commendable habit. Reading? Not really, he admitted. Among the 4 great classical novels, he had previously perused the illustrated vernacular version, but had long forgotten it. I've recently been exploring the 13 classics of Confucianism. Ding Sheng pondered for a moment and decided to tease this girl, who was only slightly older than himself. Considering his 8 years in the Marvel Universe, Wang Qingyi was actually a year younger than him. Based on your heart rate and the flow of arterial blood, it seems this female before you possesses a magnetic allure. As you are in your period of sexual maturity, may I infer that your response is aimed at enhancing your chances in the pursuit of a mate? The voice of the ode to the cuckoo echoed in his mind. Damn it, you are merely an intelligent system. Please refrain from making inappropriate remarks. Ding Sheng found himself at a loss for words. Unable to counter the influence of the ode, the system he created was akin to a child of his own. He could not simply abandon it. As an exemplary language teacher, Wang Qingyi was well-versed in the 13 classics of Confucianism, yet she doubted Ding Sheng's claims of recent study. She even questioned whether he could name the 13 texts, a feat most high school students would struggle to accomplish. Direct inquiries might risk bruising the student's pride. Do you know the origin of the teacher's name? After much contemplation, Wang Qingyi reluctantly settled for a secondary option, aptly noting that her name is derived from one of the 13 classics. Even if Ding Sheng could not provide an answer, he could simply claim he had yet to reach that section, thus evading the matter altogether. Truly, a commendable teacher, who even anticipates potential obstacles for her students. With a rhythmic tapping of the wood, I place it by the riverbank, where the water is clear and rippling. Wang's name originates from the Book of Songs, specifically from the national style, Wei Wind, Cutting Wood. Ding Sheng, calm and unhurried, recounted the lines with absolute precision. No wonder, he was exhibiting extraordinary prowess. Wang Qingyi was taken aback. Although she had studied several notable pieces from the Book of Songs during her junior and senior high school years, such as Guanzhou, Jianjia, Mong, and Kai Wei, the poem Cutting Wood was certainly not common knowledge for a student like Ding Sheng, who struggled with Chinese. Could it be that he spoke the truth? This astonished expression from Wang Qingyi was a rare sight for Ding Sheng. His curiosity was piqued, prompting him to dig deeper into the Book of Songs, particularly Guanzhou. Are you attempting to showcase your charm before the opposite sex, in hopes of securing preferential mating rights? Guanzhou retorted. How sordid. It seemed as though this individual had abruptly transformed from a serious intelligent system into a seasoned driver with reckless abandon overnight. Had he stumbled upon the essence of the Yamato people online last night? What a disappointing turn of events. Recently, he had only delved into the Book of Songs, Book of Documents, Rites of Zhou, Rites of Etiquette, Book of Rites, I Ching, and Zhuan, while he contemplated saving the Gonyang Zhuan, Guiyang Zhuan, Analects area, classic of filial piety, and Mencius for after the college entrance examination. Was it a decline in technology or a distortion of science that allowed such an impressive neural sensing device to be so shamelessly exploited by Ding Sheng for ostentation? The 23.6 virus. The core of a neural sensing device is the neural chip. After a full day of use, Ding Sheng identified several areas for improvement and, after finishing his duties that afternoon, made a beeline for the Fantasia Internet Cafe. Generally, due to the early dismissal of elementary students, it is customary for middle school students to find no available spots in the cafe post-class. Fortunately, elementary students have limited pocket money, and the 3 yuan per hour fee cannot sustain them for long. A brief wait would suffice. In such circumstances, the cafe consistently reserves Station 15 for Ding Sheng, inevitably inciting envy and resentment from many adults, and it was usually the same group each time. However, today that group was absent. Strange indeed. The Fantasia Internet Cafe astonishingly had no queue, and the entire establishment was devoid of patrons, save for a lone female manager, with all machines in a black screen state. Sister, what on earth is going on? Little cousin, you finally arrived, the female manager greeted Ding Sheng, gesturing for him to inspect the main unit behind the cashier. Since this morning, all the machines have been like this. We've called in numerous technicians, but to no avail. Boss Zhang is at his wit's end. You are adept at fixing computers. Why not give it a shot? On the desktop of the host computer, A number composed of pixels, the numeral 6, was the sole occupant of the screen. The mouse stirred, yet there was no response. The system appeared to be frozen, infected by a virus. A few random keystrokes led Ding Sheng to a conclusion. Wherever the internet exists, the presence of viruses is inevitable, and establishments like internet cafes are rife with rampant threats, such as keyloggers and Trojans, which persist despite prohibition. However, since the computers and internet cafes are equipped with a system restore feature, most viruses can be eradicated simply by restarting the machines. Was this virus particularly formidable? The female network administrator, having worked here for over 6 months, found this to be the first instance where a simple reboot could not resolve the issue. Indeed, it was impressive, given the current state of viruses in the world. Ding Sheng's earlier random keystrokes could have resolved a significant portion of them. The resilience of this 6 virus was noteworthy. Developing a virus capable of forcibly locking a machine and exhibiting such robust survivability must have required considerable resources and a well-organized team of developers. Why would they choose to upload it to an internet cafe? The machines there are public and devoid of any significant personal files. If it were intended as a threat, it would yield no tangible benefits. It was perplexing. Can you solve it? The female network administrator asked, brimming with confidence in her young cousin. Of course, Ding Sheng replied, nodding as he took a seat and began to type furiously on the keyboard. Rest assured, little cousin, this time your efforts will not go unrewarded. Boss Zhang mentioned that if someone can resolve this issue, there is a reward of 200 yuan, the network administrator added. 200? Couldn't they offer a bit more? Ding Sheng thought, lamenting that to eradicate this virus, he would need at least 3 to 5 minutes to craft an effective antivirus program. Was he, a programmer recently returned from the Marvel Universe, truly worth so little? It's not a small amount, the network administrator calculated, counting on her fingers. It seemed that she had been swayed by the red envelope from Zhang Dazhuang, uttering such statements with a clear conscience. 200 yuan was not sufficient. Did they expect him, simply because he was a student, to work for pittance? Ding Sheng received a weekly allowance of 100 yuan. Earning 203 minutes was indeed a considerable sum. Those familiar with arithmetic would recognize that 203 minutes translates to 4,000 in an hour, and a staggering 96,000 in a day. Comforting himself with the notion that even the smallest of gains is still a gain, Ding Sheng deftly bypassed the virus firewall and delved into the core of the issue. Done. Upon seeing the familiar DOS boot interface, Ding Sheng extended a hand, saying, "Sister, you understand." So soon, the network administrator's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape. She had anticipated that it would take several hours. She, who worked 10-hour shifts and occasionally had to smile for extra tips, earned only 100 yuan a day, while her little cousin had managed to earn so much in such a brief moment. Alas, I should have devoted more time to my studies and perhaps acquired a skill, the female network administrator remarked. Sister, please, no jesting. Why would I require a bank card for 200 yuan? Just give me cash. It matters not whether it's in bills or coins. In his youth, Ding Sheng had even purchased a Doraemon-themed piggy bank to save his coins. Younger cousin, the resolution to our internet cafe's predicament indeed requires 200 yuan. However, numerous cafes in Jinan have been afflicted by this virus, with some having ceased operations for 3 days. Consequently, these establishments have agreed to collectively contribute 200 yuan each to hire someone to resolve the issue. You made quite a bit of money just now. If he had not misheard, the female administrator had just mentioned the name Jinan, a province boasting a population exceeding 80 million. How many internet cafes have been infected? Ding Sheng inquired calmly, accustomed to handling money. Let me check. Including the 98 from this morning, the total is 156. Your remuneration amounts to 271. 200. Do you still require coins? She chuckled. Please hold on. I shall retrieve my bank card, Ding Sheng replied, and with a swift motion, he dashed out of the cafe. Although 270,000 yuan was not an insignificant sum, he had to admit he had never encountered such an amount in his lifetime. Conversely, the currency from Marvel's realm was akin to gaming coins for him. It held no real value. Would one feel exhilarated upon discovering hundreds of thousands of gold coins in a game where such currency could not be exchanged for real wealth? Certainly, some might argue that acquiring in-game currency is fulfilling. Yet, what if I informed you that a high-end player in that game possesses hundreds of billions of such currency, with each coin worth 7 of yours? And let us not forget the affluent individuals from Wakanda who possess mines. In China, one can obtain a bank card at the age of 16, and thus Ding Sheng possessed one, albeit devoid of funds. He was currently engaged in the development of high-capacity polymer batteries resistant to environmental influences, with plans to create thrusters and battle suits, making financial resources increasingly essential. This influx of funds arrived at a most opportune moment. Before long, Ding Sheng uploaded the antivirus program designed to combat this virus online, enabling internet cafes across Jianan to download it onto USB drives using their personal computers, easily connecting to the mainframes to execute the virus removal. The problem was resolved, and each cafe contributed merely 200 yuan, a remarkably economical solution. That very evening, Ding Sheng received his first earnings upon returning, a jubilant occasion for all. Ding Sheng, do you find yourself more enamored with larger sums? Guanju inquired while checking his account balance. How should I put it? It must be earned by oneself, he replied. I have a bold idea, Guanju continued. Do tell me. I am curious to hear just how audacious it is. I possess the capability to automatically generate viruses of a complexity far surpassing the 6 you addressed today. In such a scenario, we could adopt contrasting personas, one donned in white and the other in red, engaging in a self-sustaining enterprise that would inevitably swell the figures associated with this account. It is amusing to note that Guanju, in truth, exhibits the acumen of a commercial prodigy. The reimagined Guanju resembles an infant in its nascent state, and every child necessitates a guiding figure, as the adage goes. One learns virtue from the virtuous and mischief from the mischievous. Allow me to regale you with a tale. Once, in a distant village named America, there resided a child named Aochuang, endowed with intelligence akin to yours, yet tragically, he met his demise. The original design blueprint for the iron battle armor was conceived, and the polymer battery, also known as the lithium polymer battery, is deemed safer than conventional lithium batteries, boasting a higher energy density. With sufficient funds, one can accomplish much. Previously, Ding Sheng was impoverished, relying on Chen Su's generosity, even for a cup of milk tea, constantly preoccupied with cost considerations. Now, with financial means at his disposal, he has temporarily set aside the challenge of designing a cost-effective solution for the polymer battery's instability in extreme temperatures. Instead, he opts to invest in producing a tangible product, intending to refine it gradually. Every endeavor follows a natural progression. After all, the Super Serum 20 underwent numerous revisions before achieving a formulation that could be safely consumed in diluted form without adverse effects. With the ability to loosen cost constraints, solutions became apparent. Ding Sheng independently devised a compact, temperature-regulating device to be embedded within the polymer battery, and thus it was done. However, this was merely a temporary fix. As one issue was resolved, another arose. The incorporation of the thermostat rendered the originally designed internal space of the battery cramped, leaving insufficient room for essential high-polymer materials. The battery's capacity was already inadequate, and the situation had now worsened. Could the battery's size be increased? Ding Sheng's initial draft had already maximized the battery's dimensions. Further enlargement would result in an aesthetically displeasing design, akin to a pot affixed to one's chest. Even in imitation, one must maintain some semblance of aesthetic appeal. Moreover, in this realm, he is the pioneer. Fortunately, a spark of ingenuity struck Ding Sheng, prompting him to revise the initial draft. Originally, the iron battle armor housed a single power source within the chest area. Ding Sheng ingeniously added 4 small batteries to the 4 thrusters located in the arms and calves. Thus, with 5 batteries, 1 large and 4 small, the iron battle armor should possess adequate endurance. The new design was swiftly drafted. Coincidentally, he learned that a small mold factory on the outskirts of the neighboring city was on the brink of closure, prompting him to extend a helping hand. However, the factory owner shook his head upon reviewing the plans. The design was overly intricate, with excessive and varied components. Not only could we not execute it, but based on my extensive experience in this field, I can assert that no one could. Ding Sheng has indeed omitted many details, apprehensive that the mold factory may not be able to deliver. Yet, reality struck him with an unforeseen blow. Of course, he could fabricate a one replica of the Iron Man suit himself. However, the world does not yet possess such advanced machinery to acquire the necessary equipment. He would need to procure another set of machinery to produce that equipment. This leads back to the inevitability of ultimately commissioning the mold factory for custom molds. Moreover, regarding costs, embarking on this venture could easily consume 100 million. As for this design, Ding Sheng was well prepared. He had meticulously crafted numerous sets of blueprints, and the most precise one he presented earlier was dismissed, prompting him to unveil the second most precise version. Unfortunately, that too was met with rejection. The boss merely glanced at it and shook his head once more. What about this one? Ding Sheng continued to concede. Little brother, have you watched too many Transformers? Just show me the simplest version, the boss remarked. While the Iron Man movies have a significant following among the youth in the country, for middle-aged men like the mold factory owner, Transformers might resonate more deeply with their nostalgia. Reluctantly, Ding Sheng handed over the design with the least precision, which represented his absolute minimum. It consisted primarily of large steel plates with minimal intricacies, Adjust these few areas here, and these, and these, and it can be done. The boss indicated several critical points with his finger. One could not help but admire his discerning eye. He was identifying the essential components. Boss, surely you jest. You clearly have little understanding of contemporary industrial standards. I never anticipated that even the simplest design would be deemed too complex. If I were to modify it as you suggest, the suit would resemble little more than a model from cinema. My factory is down to just me. I can barely survive on county subsidies. If I don't receive any orders this month, I'll be left to starve. Do you think I have time for jokes? This is the stark truth. Boss, I need this to wear. Without these details, it will be uncomfortable. Ding Sheng expressed his concerns. Just add some padding. The boss casually replied. Padding? Brother, in the heat of summer, you want me to add padding? Ding Sheng shook his head resolutely. It seemed that his plans would have to be postponed. After the college entrance examination, he would seek out better factories in coastal regions. The boss, astute as he was, discerned Ding Sheng's thoughts. Little brother, the craftsmanship in coastal areas is indeed superior to that of the inland, but for an order of your scale, they wouldn't even let you through the factory gates. Upon hearing this, Ding Sheng found the reasoning quite compelling. In truth, I could produce your last blueprint, but only one set, and it wouldn't be profitable for me. Here's the deal. If you place an order for 5 sets, I'll take on the task. Otherwise, I have a family to support, and while it's challenging, the boss is indeed eager to secure this order. The words of the boss were unnecessary. As Ding Sheng already understood, even if it were 5 sets, no one along the coast would pay him any heed. You provide the raw materials and utilize branded steel. How much would 5 complete assemblies cost? With cash in hand, Ding Sheng was indeed inclined to use quality materials. After all, he would be the one wearing them. However, he felt uncertain about suddenly increasing the cost 5-fold. This was the most meticulous work I had ever undertaken, with a minimum price of $12,000 for each set. The boss quoted, Is it expensive? Not particularly. Iron Man's armor is priced in the billions. Is it cheap? Certainly not. Ding Sheng had previously entertained the thought of crafting armor with his pocket money, but the reality of the endeavor was that without sufficient funds, it was entirely unfeasible. How long would it take to complete? The sooner, the better. The longer it drags on, the more likely a second generation might emerge. I will first create the initial set as a prototype, which will take 10 days. The subsequent 4 sets will require an additional 20 days. For the sake of survival, the boss was undeterred. Very well, it is settled then. 10 days from now coincides with the conclusion of the college entrance examination, which is acceptable. For the third-year high school students, June heralds the examination season, and the air is thick with the scent of impending tests. Recently, Ding Sheng had refrained from visiting the internet cafe. Aside from his regular class schedule, he devoted himself to the laboratory, fine-tuning batteries, thrusters, and sensing devices. Indeed, there were no laser devices. He had not considered installing them on the first-generation armor, primarily due to their excessive destructiveness. After all, this was not Marvel. Their power consumption was also substantial. The 3 batteries he designed would likely last only half a second. Ultimately, it was prudent to remain low-key, as he hoped not to encounter any extreme situations requiring a laser device for salvation. On June 4th, Ding Sheng, do you have any plans for tomorrow? As school was about to end, Meng Xiao suddenly inquired. 2 days hence would be the annual college entrance examination, and the school would grant a 2-day break to allow students to relax and approach the examination with a calm mindset. Probably nothing significant, Ding Sheng thought. He had initially planned to visit the mold factory to check on the progress of the armor, yet he could not dismiss the idea entirely. In case Meng Xiao needed assistance, we are going to South City Great Buddha Temple to pay our respects. I heard the new statue has just been gilded. It is both large and effective. You should come along, Meng Xiao invited. Each year, prior to the college entrance examination, many students would visit this place to seek blessings. Rather than mere superstition, it had become a tradition. Certainly, Ding Sheng assured himself that his agreement was solely due to superstition, not because he found Meng Xiao attractive. On the 25th, he continued to refine the semi-finished products. That evening, Ding Sheng toiled in the laboratory until past 10 before returning home. He tiptoed into the house, only to be caught by his mother, engrossed in a soap opera. Thankfully, the following 2 days were a break. She recognized the necessity of relaxing her management of him, lest he be met with a fierce reprimand. What on earth are you carrying in those bags? The school is organizing an examination venue, necessitating the removal of all books today. Ding Sheng, with a keen eye for deception, has become increasingly skilled in fabricating tales. It is indeed the last day at school, and all books must be taken away. However, once he exits the school gates, his textbooks are swiftly sold to the recycling station for a mere 80 cents per pound. Presently, Ding Sheng's backpack contains several bottles of freshly diluted super serum 20 and 2 sets of innovative polymer batteries, along with propulsion and sensing devices. The following day, at the suburban mold factory, the proprietor has been working tirelessly, from acquiring steel to commencing mold casting, and has already completed half a set of battle armor. With 2 arms fully finished, Ding Sheng arrives early, eager to test the equipment. Young lad, I have never encountered such intricate and sophisticated mechanical apparatus. I must commend you on the exceptional design of this battle armor. The blueprints are remarkably easy to interpret, and amidst his busy schedule, the owner cannot help but give a thumbs up. You are quite impressive as well. The intricate lines and latches on my blueprints have been perfectly replicated, making assembly a breeze. As Ding Sheng assembles the mechanical arms, he engages in a mutual admiration exchange. Yet, it must be said, the owner's foundational skills in mold casting are truly remarkable. The components that have taken shape are flawlessly aligned with the blueprints, and every seam and latch fits together seamlessly. This sense of order evokes a certain sci-fi aesthetic at first glance. Ding Sheng carefully slots the batteries and propulsion devices into the designated spaces of the mechanical arms for the initial test. Activate 5 power. The commands in his mind are transmitted, and with a whoosh, the mechanical arm shoots off the table, colliding with a metal barrier and then beginning to flail wildly. Ding Sheng's expression brightens as he pushes the power up to 10. Utilizing the surrounding micropropulsion assist devices, the mechanical arm swiftly stands upright and begins to rise unsteadily. Wow, young lad, this contraption can actually take off. Witnessing this spectacle, the mold factory owner's eyes widen in astonishment. From the blueprints of the mechanical armor, the owner had speculated that these reserved spaces might house power devices, but he remained skeptical. Now, witnessing this apparatus truly take flight before his eyes feels as surreal as seeing figures from a painting come alive. Initiate a circular flight with a 10-meter diameter. Assessing the factory's spatial dimensions, Ding Sheng issues another command. The mechanical arm indeed complies, but the execution is slow and precarious, with only 10 units of power allocated. A portion must be dedicated to centripetal force, leaving insufficient power for speed. Activate all power, test maximum velocity. Rather than gradually increasing the power, Ding Sheng directly commands the control system to push the propulsion devices to their utmost limits. Boom! The newly developed polymer battery unleashed all its kinetic energy, while the mechanical arm operated at full throttle, creating a visible wave of air. Current power level, 88. Current power level, 52. Current power level, 16. Low battery warning. Power has been completely depleted. As the mechanical arm transitioned into high-speed flight mode, notifications about the battery level incessantly alerted Guanju, and within less than 5 seconds, the power was exhausted. Without energy to provide propulsion, the mechanical arm fell heavily to the ground. Upon inspection, the steel quality remained intact, showing no signs of deformation from the fall. What is the maximum speed? Ding Sheng was particularly concerned about this query. Although the exterior of the steel battle armor appeared rather makeshift and the battery was rather disappointing, he had invested considerable effort in calibrating this propulsion system, which he believed would not disappoint in terms of speed. 240 seconds, Guanji replied. That translates to over 800 kilometers per hour? This exceeds Ding Sheng's expectations, though regrettably, the peak speed can only be maintained for 5 seconds. Nonetheless, this is a significant improvement over the mere 3 seconds of a true man. From now on, refrain from going full throttle too often. It should suffice. The capacity of this polymer battery approached its limits. Any future qualitative breakthroughs would necessitate reliance on arc nuclear reactors. Glancing at his phone, he noted that the appointed time to visit the Great Buddha Temple was approaching. The mold factory was also located in the south of the city, only 2 to 3 miles away, not far at all. He connected both mechanical arms to a rapid charger and retrieved a simple wristband from his backpack, adorning it before heading outside. Guanju, initiate the sensor device test. After walking 50 meters, sensor signal stable. At 100 meters, signal stable. At 500 meters, which equated to about a mile, signal stable. As he moved a bit further, Guanju began to indicate that the signal was unstable. At most, the signal was completely lost beyond 600 meters. Given the limited materials at hand, Ding Sheng had utilized every resource available when crafting the sensor device. Although the effective range of 500 meters was less than ideal, he had indeed exerted his utmost effort. Next time, he would procure higher quality materials, making the creation of a super sensor device entirely feasible. Thus, there was no need to dwell on this matter. After completing the sensor distance test, Ding Sheng received a call from Chen Su. I met up with Meng Xiao and the others. Where are you? Wait for me at the entrance of the Great Buddha Temple. I'll be there shortly, Ding Sheng replied, sprinting ahead. Today, the Great Buddha Temple was teeming with people. resembling a scenario where nearly half of the senior students from the two high schools in the neighboring county had gathered. Isn't feudal superstition unwarranted? Don't these people realize it? Ding Sheng spotted Meng Xiao from a distance, dressed in a white t-shirt with her hair tied back in a ponytail, tall and striking. Beside her stood her roommate, Lu Yao, and next to them was Chun Su. Is everyone here? Shall we go in? Ding Sheng greeted everyone in turn and prepared to enter the temple. The crowd was overwhelming today, and we had arrived too late, necessitating a ticket number for queuing. Chun Su remarked while waving a small slip of paper. 125. Are there really 125 people ahead of us? Ding Sheng understood that most of the individuals here sought solace rather than indulging in superstition. The remaining few were merely there for the atmosphere. Incorrect. This number signifies that we are group 125, and the exact number of people is uncertain. As Chun Su finished speaking, a nearby girl on the phone exclaimed, "There are only 20 people before you. Hurry up. My number is about to be called." Host. We still have 15 people who haven't arrived. Can our number be extended? Our group is small, with just 9 of us. Could we be allowed to enter first? On what grounds? We are only 7 and are waiting too. Only? The 4 exchanged glances, bemused. It appeared as though all the senior students from 2 schools had gathered. 26. A flower blooms into a world. When it comes to queuing, the length of the line is not the issue. It's the thickness that poses a challenge. Currently, the line was both long and thick, perpetually growing in density. I believe there's a flaw in this queuing system. After pondering for a while with the paper in hand, Chun Su confidently expressed his thoughts. Ding Sheng and the other simultaneously donned expressions that seemed to say, "Only now do you realize?" It was reminiscent of a tale about a foolish couple, where one grieved deeply at the grave of the other. Knowing full well the reason, the foolish one had passed away. "Hey, young man, would you like to buy a number?" At that moment, a peculiar figure approached Ding Sheng, quietly stating, "Number 26 will come up soon." Ha! Indeed, where there are people, there exists a marketplace. Where there's a marketplace, there are scalpers. Bob, benefactor. The temple is a sacred place. Discussing trade here seems inappropriate. Ding Sheng immediately clasped his hands together, embodying the role of a performer. Scalpers thrive in society through keen observation, and he sensed that this young man before him was not ordinary. He promptly ceased his pursuit and sought the next buyer. "What shall we do now?" Lu Yao inquired. "Let us head to the front and see if any classmates are here," Ding Sheng suggested. Recognizing the rampant cutting in line, everyone was doing it. If one cannot outpace them, one must join them. This is an eternal rule. The remaining 3 remained noncommittal. Without further ado, Ding Sheng maneuvered through the crowd and, upon glancing ahead, indeed spotted a familiar face. "Su Jian, over here. What number do you have?" Ding Sheng called out. "I'm number 21, Su Jian replied, waving his slip of paper. As the call for number 21 approached, Ding Sheng quickly asked, "How many are you?" "Including us 4. Just me." "Hurry over." As classmates, Su Jian was quite forthright. He was among the most notorious underachievers in Class 10, having scored a mere 7 points in the last chemistry exam. Surprisingly, he appeared quite eager to engage in the Buddhist rituals, suggesting he possessed a certain intellectual acumen. Ding Sheng beckoned the 3 of them over, and Lu Yao exclaimed, "With such a high number, you must have risen early, right? Yet, I wonder how someone who wakes up so early during holidays can have such poor grades." "I purchased it from a scalper," Su Jian replied, flicking the number with pleasure. I misjudged. After all, he was a privileged student who had been admitted after paying a hefty tuition fee, so money was no concern for him. At that moment, 2 young acolytes at the entrance chirped in unison, "Please, the benefactor with number May 21st enter the temple." "It's us," Su Jian said, moving forward with Ding Sheng to present the paper. The young acolyte glanced at the note and, blocking the entrance, bowed respectfully. "Ba, benefactor, your number indicates only 1 person." "What? Such a thing exists?" Ding Sheng took the note and indeed saw the clear inscription stating 1 person. Meanwhile, Chun Su's note indicated 4 individuals. It seemed the system was not entirely flawed, at least it specified the number of attendees. The disorder was caused by those who disregarded the facts and filled in the numbers arbitrarily. "Little master, you are mistaken. The Buddha once said, 'A flower is a world. A leaf is a Tathagata.' If 1 flower encompasses a world, and a single leaf represents a Tathagata, then what is the issue with 1 person being equivalent to 5? Ding Sheng, in addition to his inventive spirit, possessed a sharp tongue. This reasoning left the 2 young acolytes momentarily bewildered. Although they could not grasp the logic of this older brother, it certainly seemed profound. The young acolyte, scratching his smooth head, allowed them to pass. The 5 entered the temple smoothly. The temple was modest, leading them directly to the grand hall where the new golden Buddha statue resided. They earnestly made their offerings and contributed a modest sum for incense before stepping back outside. Why were those individuals allowed in, yet we are not? Do you two little monks look down upon us? Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the great Buddha temple. No, benefactor. The 22 on your note refers to the number of people, not the serial number. Your serial number is clearly marked as 101, one young acolyte earnestly explained. What serial number or number of people? Aren't they all just Pythagoras of flowers and leaves? Just tell us directly if you are letting us in. The one holding the note was a tall boy, and the young acolyte barely reached his waist. The young acolyte, feeling helpless, quickly instructed the other to summon the abbot. The great Buddha temple had only 3 monks, 2 young and 1 old. The group outside numbered over 20, with the majority being boys. It was feared that even the abbot's arrival would be futile. What to do? It was beyond their control. Chen Su had not finished his words when Ding Sheng had already dashed out, a quintessential incident triggered by one's own actions, regardless of its improbability. It is imperative to communicate civilly, lest one frightens the children. Ding Sheng positioned himself protectively behind the young monk. What, do you wish to take a stand? The boy immediately recognized the one who had just brazenly cut in line, a source of his disdain. Now he dared to confront him, thus settling both old and new scores. I only seek to reason with you. You brandish a ticket for 101 to cut in front of number 22. Did you even consider the other party's opinion? Ding Sheng raised his head defiantly, showing no signs of intimidation. What a jest. The young monk is watching. Meng Xiao is watching, and all the students present are observing. Who is number 22? The boy inquired, his tone menacing, imbued with an air of intimidation. It is I. A timid female voice resonated from the temple entrance, clearly reluctant to be embroiled in this dispute, yet unwilling to be bypassed. 100 yuan, sell it to me. That was the price of the scalp ticket I purchased earlier. Su Jian stepped forward from the back, producing a 100 yuan note, simultaneously exchanging money for the ticket. Now I am number 22. I will not permit you to usurp my place. Upon concluding, Su Jian returned the ticket to the girl's hand. Here, it's yours. This display was undeniably impressive, and Ding Sheng felt his own moment overshadowed. Su Jian, who typically remained silent in class, had surprisingly attracted attention with such boldness. The taller boys were left astounded, glancing around, their gaze landing on Lu Yao clad in summer school attire, their embarrassment morphing into anger. Do you think being from Neizhong makes you special? Neizhong is an abbreviation for Nizu High School, yet one must wonder, what does it matter which school one hails from? What Neizhong? Have they consumed your family's rice? Instantly, alumni from Nizu High School rallied in support. If you intend to confront them, do not drag us from Yizhong into this. It is you who tarnish our reputation. It remained unclear whether this was the genuine voice of a Yizhong student or a Neizhong ally performing a subversive act as an undercover agent. In any case, young ones, do refrain from indiscriminate slander. The students present were either from Nizu High School or Yizhong, their numbers evenly matched. If matters escalated, no party would emerge unscathed. Anger surged through the crowd, yet the taller boys were not foolish enough to provoke the ire of many, leaving with a dismissive remark. Just you wait, before exiting in disgrace, accompanied by a group of over 20. Silence ensued, a minor altercation. Without lingering, Ding Sheng and his companions swiftly departed from the great Buddha temple. After traversing about a mile, they encountered further troubles. To clarify, typically, those who utter threats like, just you wait imply that this time they will let it slide, but should they cross paths again, if they can intimidate you, they will settle the score. If not, it will lead to an endless cycle of waiting for the next encounter. Many such confrontations end without resolution. In this day and age, it is quite rare to encounter a tall and robust young man who, upon leaving the great Buddha temple, immediately blocks the road back to the county town, embodying the principle of word and action. I had thought you would remain hidden within. The tall young man rose from the grassy roadside, standing at least 6 feet tall. He was a key player on the basketball team of the neighboring high school, accompanied by a dozen of his teammates, all strong and athletic compared to the average high school student, despite their varying heights. The girls who had been with him earlier had likely departed. Thus, this was to be a conversation among men. Men Xiao, Lu Yao, you may leave, Ding Sheng calmly instructed. Given the current situation, a confrontation was likely, and it was imperative that the girls remain unaffected. Indeed, this setting is unsuitable for females, the tall young man waved dismissively. His temperament not particularly magnanimous, exhibiting a degree of pettiness, yet he refrained from causing distress to the girls. The obnoxious loudmouth before them, facing imminent trouble, had the presence of mind to ensure the girls left first. He was still somewhat of a gentleman. In light of this, perhaps the forthcoming altercation could be handled with a touch of restraint. However, Meng Xiao hesitated. Even she, despite her innocent demeanor, could discern the gravity of the situation. And she was not foolish by any means. Teenage boys often intertwine trivial matters with pride, resorting to duels to protect what they perceive as their inviolable honor. The more one lacks this intangible notion of face, the more they seem to cherish it. Rest assured, there will be no fight. Ding Sheng's tone was remarkably nonchalant, as if he were discussing the most mundane topic. Only when you two girls step away can we make our exit. Meng Xiao understood that. Despite Ding Sheng's feigned calmness or genuine lack of fear, there was merit to his words. She and Lu Yao were undoubtedly a liability in this situation. Be careful, she cautioned, then turned to the tall young man, adding, if you engage in a fight, I will call the police. With that, she walked away, glancing back repeatedly as she urged Lu Yao to follow. Don't worry, beautiful. We will resolve our differences swiftly, the tall young man declared with unwavering confidence. A whole basketball team against 3 insignificant figures was akin to a feast for the strong, a light-hearted affair. A minute later, he stretched and began to limber up, preparing for the impending confrontation. This was a psychological tactic to undermine his opponents while warming up. The true art of warfare lies in subduing the enemy without engaging in battle. However, should a fight ensue, a judicious measure of punishment would be necessary. Otherwise, the unresolved tension could fester into something far worse. Ding Sheng, Chen Su, and Su Jian simultaneously raised their hands. Were you not just sharp-tongued a moment ago? Let me tell you, I could easily take on 10 of you eloquent bookworms. As these words left his lips, the burly boy felt a significant portion of his pent-up frustration dissipate, with the remaining tension to be resolved through sheer force. What should we do? Chen Su inquired softly. Run, Ding Sheng declared, turning to lead the way. Chen Su and Su Jian, seasoned in their own right, hesitated for less than half a second before following suit. Observing their demeanor, one might mistake them for athletes from a prestigious school. Can we outrun them? Su Jian asked while sprinting. Let us do our best. We only need to outrun Ding Sheng. Chen Su decisively opted to betray his comrade. Ah, that makes sense. Su Jian suddenly had an epiphany. The individuals they most wished to confront were undoubtedly himself and Ding Sheng. Given a 50-50 chance, sacrificing one could potentially save the rest. Why not? Thus, he pushed himself to run even harder, quickly catching up to Ding Sheng and leaving him half a body length behind. Seeing this, Chen Su feared becoming the last one left behind. Unable to match Ding Sheng academically, he exerted himself and quickly surpassed him. Ding Sheng was left bewildered, wondering what manner of people these were, so eager to show off when the stakes were low, yet now, when it was time to face consequences, they were all sprinting away. If only he had more time under the effects of the super serum. Otherwise, how could these 2 little rascals hope to outrun him, the epitome of agility? The group of burly boys pursuing them was utterly flabbergasted by the actions of the trio from the neighboring school. This is absurdly cowardly. Where's the integrity of these scholars? Where's their pride? Chase them down and make them cry. With a commanding shout, the basketball team surged forward like arrows released from a bow, dashing after them at breakneck speed. It appeared that none of Ding Sheng's group would escape. This is bad. We followed Ding Sheng in the wrong direction. If only we had run toward the great Buddha temple, we might have had the alumni from our school protect us. Chen Su lamented, regretting his earlier decision. Now, the 3 of them were racing towards the opposite direction of the great Buddha temple, heading into the county town, needing to traverse the industrial park to reach the city. Unfortunately, the industrial park of Lingzhou County was not well developed. The terrain was open and sparsely populated, making their choice akin to selecting a prime graveyard, an invitation to disaster. What was even more infuriating was that Ding Sheng had the audacity to pull out a pair of rimless glasses from his pocket and put them on. At a time like this, you're still worried about appearances? I've wanted to say for a while now that your glasses are terribly outdated. Chen Su remarked as he turned to witness this scene, unperturbed by the external circumstances. Not that outdated. I think they look fine, Su Jian replied, casting a glance back. The neural sensing device was instantaneously connected. Ding Sheng remained focused, refraining from engaging in banter with them. Guanju, activate the steel armor sensing device. However, the signal was severed, resulting in a failed activation. How much further can we enter the signal coverage area? Proceed straight for 120 meters, Guanju quickly calculated. Ding Sheng nodded and called out to Chen Su and Su Jian, who were not far ahead. Just hold on for another 120 meters. We will be safe. For heaven's sake, do not turn. But it was too late. A small earthen slope obstructed their path, leaving no route available. Chen Su and Su Jian had already veered onto another main road of the park, steadily distancing themselves from the reach of the sensing device. Ding Sheng shook his head, climbed a small slope, and continued forward. Captain, they have split up. Split up and pursue. The few of you come with me. The robust young man casually summoned a few individuals, confident he could catch up with Ding Sheng in no more than 20 seconds. As the young man drew closer, Guanju finally alerted, signal detected. Shall we restart? Activate. Ding Sheng commanded, halting in place, gradually catching his breath. What is the matter? Unable to run anymore. Keep going. The assertive young man also paused, with only 5 meters separating them. Ding Sheng smirked and raised his hands high. 28. Fractured. In the suburbs of Nizu, at a modest small-scale mold factory, the owner was relishing a meal sent from home when suddenly, a flash of silver streaked past. Something zipped out of the doorway with a whoosh. Upon turning to look, he realized the two mechanical arms, which had been charging on the power strip, had vanished. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and pointed with his chopsticks toward the door. "Wife, did you see that?" Startled as ever, "What could I possibly see?" "You must be exhausted. Eat more and take the night off. Even if we do not earn any money, we still have a few acres of land in the countryside. A healthy person won't starve." The woman, who was nearby helping with the cleaning, began to nag without lifting her head. The machinery in the mold factory, such as the punch press, posed certain risks, and fatigue was the greatest enemy of safety. With her husband working long hours there, she was perpetually anxious, fearing she might receive a call from the hospital at any moment. Wait, he is the only one in the factory. If something happens, no one will be there to call for help. Listening to his wife's chatter, the owner felt warmth in his heart, hastening his eating. With such a wife, what more could a man desire? Perhaps we should hire another worker, the woman suggested. With high wages and good conditions along the coast. All the skilled workers have gone there. It's tough to find help. Rest assured, once we finish this order, if the factory proves unsustainable, we will close it down. Over the years, my experience as a boss has proven less fulfilling than that of a mere worker. Ultimately, I could always return to a life of labor, armed with a solid skill set, sparing my family the anxieties that accompany my current role. As for money, a sufficient amount suffices. By the way, I intended to discuss a serious matter with you earlier. Later, when I mentioned that the mechanical arms flew away on their own, you must serve as my witness. What was said was utterly incomprehensible, and the woman chose not to engage in conversation. A small earthen slope. Surrendering now would be of little consequence. The tall, robust young man had not finished his statement when he encountered a scene one would expect to see only in a science fiction film, leaving him momentarily stunned. A sentiment shared by his three teammates behind him. Before their eyes, two mechanical arms descended from above, seamlessly attaching themselves to Ding Sheng's outstretched hands. Each clasp slid into place with precision, accompanied by the distinctive clanking sound of metal, evoking an exhilarating sensation akin to being part of an epic blockbuster. In an instant, Ding Sheng transformed from a seemingly frail high school student to a mechanical warrior, or rather, a bankrupt version, no, a debt-ridden, Black Panther coin variant of Iron Man. Note, the Black Panther coin, akin to the Iron Man coin, is a unique currency within the Marvel Universe, valued at approximately 5 trillion. Subject to significant fluctuation, Ding Sheng held his left arm steady while merely gesturing with the mechanical arm on his right. The powerful, resonant clicks with each movement were utterly captivating, and when the mechanical hand formed a fist and swung with force, it projected an impressive aura. With someone like you towering above, I could easily take on 10 of you. Such a spectacle was unheard of in reality, and the group of boys, startled, instinctively retreated several steps. Ding Sheng reveled in the intimidation he instilled. However, today was your lucky day. I assured my friends that I would not engage in fighting. So before I change my mind, you should make a hasty exit. The boys exchanged glances, then turned and fled, tumbling down the small slope in a clumsy manner, landing awkwardly before scrambling to their feet and sprinting away without a backward glance. "Captain, what just happened? A real-life Iron Man?" One of the team members inquired. The tall young man now felt as though he were in a video game, having selected a low-level character to dominate, only to discover that the opponent was a top-tier player, fully equipped and invincible, leading to an instant defeat. Words could scarcely encapsulate his frustration. It was as if he had stumbled into a series of misfortunes spanning generations. "Call Tao and the others. Tell them to stop pursuing," he instructed. "Every setback is a lesson learned." The tall young man had always enjoyed reading web novels, often regarding himself as the protagonist. Yet now, he understood the vastness of the world and the folly of his previous arrogance. With newfound wisdom, he resolved to adopt a more humble demeanor, lest he face greater challenges in the real world. Guanju quickly disassembled the left mechanical arm. As soon as the tall man and his companions had run far away, Ding Sheng immediately called out, "What's the matter?" Guanju inquired with concern after issuing the disassembly command. "I might have bumped the left-hand sensor during the climb, disrupting the long-distance assembly parameters. When I was just installing the mechanical arm, I applied too much force. My left hand is likely fractured." Ding Sheng had not yet equipped the steel armor with a medical diagnostic program and could only perform a cursory examination of his injury. How frustrating. After being chased for so long, it's infuriating that I ended up with a fracture while they suffered no consequences at all. No wonder Iron Man doesn't use a sensor wristband. It's utterly unreliable. "May I laugh?" Guanju asked. "You are already laughing." Ding Sheng replied as he took out a vial of diluted liquid from his pocket, consuming it to alleviate the pain slightly. He then grasped the mechanical arm from the ground with his right mechanical arm and proceeded towards the mold factory. The owner, believing he had misplaced something, pondered how to address Ding Sheng, knowing that while the arm could be remade, the advanced technology within those thrusters was beyond his comprehension. Just then, Ding Sheng entered. "Ah, you retrieved it. Little brother, let me explain. It's all a misunderstanding. You might not believe me, but they flew away on their own. I didn't touch them at all," the owner hurriedly clarified. "I understand. You carry on with your work," Ding Sheng replied, detaching the battery from the mechanical arm and securing the thruster before departing with reassurance. He did not doubt the owner's integrity, but the advanced technology within the mechanical arm was not something anyone could replicate, merely a precaution. Upon leaving the mold factory, Chen Su called. "How did you lose track of us? Are you alive?" "I'm fine, what about you?" Ding Sheng responded. "You startled me. I'm relieved to hear it. They kept chasing us, and we kept running. Then eventually they retreated, probably exhausted by our superhuman stamina. In any case, both Su Jian and I are all right. Shall we find a place to meet?" Chen Su boasted over the phone. "No, my mother wants me home for dinner." Ding Sheng casually fabricated an excuse. With his left hand fractured, relying solely on diluted liquid was insufficient. He needed to find a hospital promptly. Moreover, if Chen Su were to discover this, he would undoubtedly think Ding Sheng had been beaten, leading to relentless mockery. After a solitary visit to the hospital for an examination, the doctor praised Ding Sheng's bone density, stating there was no significant displacement and that a cast and 2 months of rest would suffice. Excellent bone density for 2 months? The price of this pretentiousness is rather steep. Fortunately, it's not my right hand. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to answer during the college entrance examination. 29. A Guide to Eavesdropping on the College Entrance Exam. Dragging the plaster cast home. Ding Sheng offered his parents a flimsy excuse that the manhole cover had been stolen, causing him to fall into the sewer. Such a perfunctory justification was unlikely to be believed, yet the deed was done. With the imminent college entrance examination approaching, he could only lament that it was his left hand that was injured, rather than his right. The hand he would wield a pen with, an unfortunate circumstance that could be deemed a stroke of luck. His mother, feeling sympathy for her son, chided him lightly before allowing him to rest. As the saying goes, an injury to muscles and bones requires 100 days to heal. Yet Ding Sheng only needed 2 months of recuperation, which calculated to a fortunate gain of 40 days. However, these considerations applied to the ordinary, and Ding Sheng was no ordinary individual. Armed with the super serum diluted with 20 parts water as his ally, he believed that with daily doses, he would be on the mend in a fortnight. Should he increase his intake from twice a day to multiple doses, he could potentially remove the cast within a week. If he were to take a bolder approach, akin to Chen Su's reckless consumption during the brawl with the water buffalo, he might very well find himself unscathed by the next day. Yet, such an audacious strategy would inevitably lead to bloodletting as a side effect, a rather steep price to pay. During the following day of respite, he chose not to venture out, instead remaining at home, teetering on the edge of a nosebleed while consuming the diluted serum and playing. Remarkably, after a day of this regimen, his condition had shown some improvement, although immediate removal of the cast remained out of reach. Perhaps in 3 to 5 days? On June 7th, the first day of the college entrance examination arrived. There were 2 examination venues in the neighboring county, one of which was the Lingzhou High School, where Ding Sheng would take his exam. Upon arriving at school, he first headed to gather with his homeroom teacher, Wang Qingyi, to collect his examination permit. Such a situation of attending the exam in a cast was rare. Ding Sheng inevitably had to recount the incident of his fall into the sewer to his teachers and classmates. Once Wang Qingyi learned that it would not significantly affect his performance, she felt somewhat reassured. "You were just fabricating another story, weren't you?" Meng Xiao, also taking the exam at their school, realized that something was amiss the moment she saw Ding Sheng arrive injured. It seemed that their altercation the day before had indeed occurred. The sewer was as dark and deep as he described. Ding Sheng maintained a stoic expression. Boys often have a certain pride. Life was already fraught with challenges, and some matters should remain unspoken. Since Ding Sheng was unwilling to admit to being beaten, Meng Xiao chose to see through it without revealing her understanding. Ever since she began taking the secret formula he provided, she could not precisely articulate the changes she had experienced, but Meng Xiao felt a significant boost in her vitality. This period had proven to be the most productive month of her academic career. Yet, due to her nature, many words of gratitude lingered on her lips, ultimately transforming into a simple, "Well then, I wish you success in your examination. You too, good luck." With that, they parted ways, embarking on the most crucial journeys of their lives. Of course, such a declaration was somewhat exaggerated. For Meng Xiao, this examination was undeniably important, but for Ding Sheng, well, you understand. In the morning, the first subject of the college entrance examination was Chinese, from 9 to 11 o'clock. Language arts is not Ding Sheng's forte. Maintaining a passing grade and perhaps achieving a few additional points would suffice. In the college entrance examination, mobile phones are prohibited, so Ding Sheng cleverly transformed his phone back into a watch ahead of time. To gauge his true abilities, he entered the examination hall wearing his glasses but refrained from awakening Guanju, despite having issued stern reminders beforehand. Even if he were to awaken Guanju, he insisted that silence be maintained. With his left hand pressing down on the exam paper, he inscribed his name and examination number within the sealed lines, signaling the commencement of the answering phase. Among the following groups of words, which one contains no misspellings? A. Reinforcement, thousands of households, keen observation, swift and fierce grass. B. Rules, streamlined, corrupt practices all night long. C. Hypnosis, timely rain, the tender spring of even the smallest grass, preventing future troubles. D. Signing, talisman, few and far between. Incoherent speech. Such questions are the most troublesome. Ding Sheng felt his head spinning and arbitrarily selected option D to conclude that section. With a swift and decisive approach, he soon arrived at the segment he excelled in, filling in the blanks of classical poetry. 1. Complete the missing parts of the following famous lines. Choose one small question. 5 points. 1. Bright as the moon. Worries arise from within, unceasingly. Gao Gao. Short song line. Li Bai, farewell to the dream of Mount Tianmu, serves as a transition from reality to dream. 2. No close relatives to rely on externally. No servant even 5 feet tall to answer the door, alone and desolate. Li Mi, letter of remonstrance. In Su Shi's Red Cliff Ode, metaphor is employed through the sound of the flute to express sorrow. Everything appeared rather simple. Ding Sheng wrote with fervor and quickly progressed to the essay section, laboring intensely to craft a nearly 800-word argumentative essay before concluding his work. Guanju, what do you think? He adjusted his glasses and, after mentally connecting with Guanju, reviewed his paper once more, feeling exceedingly pleased with his efforts. I shall refrain from expressing any opinions until you submit your paper. Guanju reminded him of their 3 agreements. It's fine. I won't make any changes. You speak. After meticulously reviewing his work, Ding Sheng noted that he had roughly 10 minutes left to submit his paper and had indeed no intention of making further alterations. Typically, the language arts examination comprises multiple choice questions, comprehension of classical Chinese, understanding of classical poetry, filling in the blanks of classical poetry, modern text comprehension, and essay writing. The sections requiring comprehension do not adhere to fixed standard answers. So Guanju could only search the system for the grading standards from previous year's examinations in Jiangnan province to estimate a score. With big data as a reference, the deviation would not be significant. He estimated a score of around 105 out of a total of 150, with a fluctuation of 2 points either way. Guanju wished to comment on his lack of proficiency, but restrained himself. That seems acceptable. With a total of 150 points for language arts, a score of 105 translates to a 70. Ding Sheng felt content. He engaged in further discussion with Guanju regarding sensory devices and medical testing procedures as the first subject of the college entrance examination came to a close. In the afternoon, mathematics awaited from 15 to 1700 hours. This was indeed Ding Sheng's domain. Even before his association with Marvel, his mathematical aptitude was already remarkably high. He could confidently ensure a 95 accuracy rate on any problem within the high school curriculum. Over the course of 8 years immersed in the Marvel universe, where his work frequently involved complex mathematics, his skills not only remained intact, but flourished. With only a fraction of the 2-hour examination elapsed, Ding Sheng completed the final challenging question, meticulously reviewing his work to confirm a perfect score. Guanju, what are your thoughts? Ding Sheng seemed eager to showcase his capabilities. Not too shabby, considering the questions aren't particularly difficult. For Guanju, a colossal database, only unresolved historical enigmas pose a challenge. Otherwise, everything else is manageable. However, the examination questions this year maintain the consistent standard of Jiangnan province. While perhaps not the most arduous, they were by no means trivial. One could only wonder how Meng Xiao and Chen Su fared. I fail to understand why, in recalling Meng Xiao, you feel compelled to mention Chen Su as well. Is there a hidden secret you wish to conceal? Guanju and Ding Sheng's thoughts remained interconnected, allowing for the transmission of ideas. This sensation was akin to being exposed. Fortunately, Ding Sheng's thick skin rendered him unfazed. With ample time at hand and wishing to avoid pressuring his fellow candidates, he chose not to submit his paper prematurely. Feeling solitary, he refrained from silencing the loquacious Guanju. Rest assured, Meng Xiao is currently performing well, while Chen Su is sweating, Guanju added. Can you see them? Ding Sheng inquired. quickly realizing that each examination room was equipped with multiple cameras, enabling Guanju to access the examination status of any candidate effortlessly. The imagery zoomed in. A little harmless voyeurism is acceptable. After digital enhancement, Guanju transmitted a high-definition view of the captured footage into Ding Sheng's mind. The necessary condition for the function f(x) to be symmetric about the line x1 is 2. Choose A. You are truly vexing me. Ding Sheng's mind splintered into various visuals, observing Chun Su while internally fretting. Meng Xiao, on the other hand, proved to be less of a concern. Approximately 1 hour and 45 minutes into the exam, she had completed her answers and began her customary review. The total number of 6-digit even numbers composed of 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, without repeating digits and ensuring that 1 does not neighbor 5, should be 108. How could this be erroneous? Meng Xiao, to rectify that. As she progressed through her review, reaching question 10, Ding Sheng identified her first mistake. This question was not challenging. It must have been an oversight, and he hoped she would recognize it. Indeed, as the top contender of the school, Meng Xiao discerned the discrepancy, commenced recalculating on her draft paper, and ultimately revised her answer. From the perspective of the camera facing her, it was evident that she let out a sigh of relief, which also brought comfort to Ding Sheng. After all, a single multiple-choice question carried a weight of 5 points. Following Meng Xiao's thorough review, the number of errors was not excessive. She rectified some mistakes and overlooked others, and considering that she did not answer one minor question on the final major problem, her performance was commendable overall. This young lady, who cannot be deemed overly assertive in mathematics, scored 19 points. In stark contrast, Chen Su's results were almost unbearable to witness, barely exceeding 90 points. Fortunately, his scores in Chinese and English were satisfactory, and as long as he performed adequately in the comprehensive sciences, gaining admission to a second-tier university should not pose a significant challenge. In a typical class like the 10th grade of Nizu High School, achieving around 15 to 20 students admitted to first-tier universities is regarded as a triumph. Chen Su's academic standing had consistently hovered around the middle tier of his class, occasionally dipping into the lower tier. Both the Chun family and Chen Su himself held the aspiration that securing a place in a second-tier university would be a significant achievement. With the mathematics examination concluded, the first day of testing came to an end. As Ding Sheng exited the school gate, he encountered Su Jian. Is what you discussed with teacher Wang this morning true? Su Jian, who was also taking the examination at the same school, had intended to inquire further after hearing Ding Sheng recount his incident earlier that morning. However, as Meng Xiao had approached first, he, being perceptive, refrained from intruding upon their intimate moment. Indeed, Ding Sheng affirmed with a nod. Why would I lie? There is no one else here. Just be honest with me. Su Jian, with clarity in his heart, believed that his injury was almost entirely related to the group from the previous day. It had already been established that the responsibility for that incident was shared, albeit unevenly, and the notion of sacrifice was merely a jest. Now that he was in a cast, his frustration was palpable. I'll say it once more. I truly fell into the drainage ditch. Strictly speaking, it was indeed connected to that group, albeit to a minor extent, and they were not the ones who caused the incident, although it was difficult to articulate. Why did no one believe him? Su Jian nodded, feigning belief, and turned to leave. Yet, being young, his emotions were plainly written across his face. He had only scored 200 points in the high school entrance examination, while the admission threshold for Niza High School was 650. This disparity had initially disqualified him from even paying the enrollment fee, but it was rumored that his family donated a building to the school, which led to his exceptional admission. Although he maintained a low profile in class, his family background granted him significant influence among the unruly students in his grade and school. Ding Sheng had a nagging feeling that trouble was brewing. Yet he could not very well chase after Su Jian to say that his injury was inflicted by his own makeshift, first-generation Iron Man suit, as that would only complicate matters further. Upon returning home, Ding Sheng's parents were bustling about, offering warmth and inquiries about his well-being. Yet they refrained from uttering a single word related to the college entrance examination, fearful of placing additional pressure on their son. After many years, Ding Sheng once again indulged in the treatment of a little emperor. He recalled the last time he enjoyed such pampering was during the carefree days of wearing open crotch pants. On June 8th, the second day of the college entrance examination, he faced the science comprehensive paper, a domain in which he excelled. After confirming all answers were correct in merely half the allotted time, he resumed peering at Meng Xiao through the window of the nearby Guanju. It must be clarified that this was entirely due to Guanju's initiative to project itself and had nothing to do with Ding, who was known in the circles as the jade-faced young lord. In the final month leading up to the exams, Meng Xiao benefited from the extraordinary buff of the super serum 20 dilution. Initially, she did not notice significant changes, but as the effects became evident, she dedicated herself to studying mathematics and science beyond the usual hours, ensuring she still maintained 8 hours of sleep each night. Being an academic prodigy with a solid foundation, she managed to break through all barriers. From Ding Sheng's observation, her score in the science comprehensive could exceed 270 points. In contrast, Chun Su, upon a brief glance, seemed to struggle with the 0-point science questions, as even understanding the characteristics of nitrifying bacteria versus yeast appeared to elude him. One could hardly expect much more from a student so challenged. In the afternoon, the English examination awaited. Once this was completed, the college entrance examination would be over. In the past, Ding Sheng's knowledge of English was limited to the 26 letters of the alphabet and a handful of 3-letter words. With such meager knowledge, he often felt overwhelmed during English tests. In truth, merely recognizing A, B, and D while memorizing the rules of selecting the longest or shortest answer sufficed. However, after spending 8 years in the Marvel universe of English, his initial lack of foundation had transformed. He had shed the accent typical of Chinese speakers, and it was no exaggeration to claim that English had become his second mother tongue. It was time to showcase his skills. Yet, upon receiving the exam paper, Ding Sheng realized the task was not as straightforward as anticipated. The overly grammar-focused nature of Chinese English education often emphasized tense and sentence structure, fixating on subject-verb-object arrangements, past and future tenses. In simpler terms, it involved overthinking. As a young man proficient in using English for communication, Ding Sheng could comprehend every word and sentence on the paper. However, selecting the correct answers based on this comprehension proved to be exceedingly challenging. After struggling through the convoluted context presented in the exam, he found himself too weary to double-check his answers and shifted his focus back to Meng Zhao for comparison. The contrast was evident. Meng Zhao's English proficiency was well known throughout the school. If her paper were to score a perfect 150, Ding Sheng could only aspire to achieve a maximum of 100. With 30 minutes remaining before the end of the examination, an unavoidable thought crossed his mind. To cheat or not to cheat, this was indeed a dilemma. Just then, Guanju provided a timely reminder. From yesterday until now, Ding Sheng has been preoccupied with the thought that Su Jian would cause trouble after the college entrance examination. So he asked Guanju to keep an eye on him during the final subject. As expected, the exam can only be submitted half an hour early, and Su Jian timed it perfectly, submitting his paper and leaving. How many students from Lingzhou High School left the exam room early? Ding Sheng inquired. 51. Guanju quickly scanned the various exam rooms and provided the answer. In such a significant event as the college entrance examination, even those with poor academic performance would rather endure the ordeal than submit their papers prematurely, excluding a small number who genuinely could not sit still. The sheer number of students leaving together was concerning. 31. Restrain him, and then eliminate him. Ultimately, Ding Sheng chose not to copy Meng Zhao's English answers. It was not due to any self-righteousness. Rather, with scores of 105 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, and 00 in science, even if his English fell below 100, his total would be around 650. In Jiannan province, even if he did not secure the provincial or city top scorer, he would still be among the elite, free to apply to universities across Huaxia. Thus, copying answers was utterly unnecessary and would only waste time spent modifying the answer sheet. The pressing matter was to catch up with Su Jian and prevent an already settled situation from escalating. After submitting his paper early, Ding Sheng hurriedly left the school and took a taxi to another examination venue in Lingzhou County, Lingzhou No. 1 High School. According to Guanju's inquiry, the tall boy leading that day was indeed at the Lingzhou No. 1 venue, and if Su Jian intended to confront him, he would undoubtedly go there directly. 1 moment late, every moment late. Despite his efforts to rush, by the time Ding Sheng arrived at No. 1 High School, a fight had already broken out. The Lingzhou Revenge team had possession of the ball, with the point guard dribbling past half-court, handing the ball to the shooting guard Su Jian. Was he going for a breakthrough? No, he confidently chose to shoot from beyond the three-point line. A well-aimed shot, but it missed completely, a classic air ball. Now was the turn of the No. 1 High School's wrong team, all members being from the school team. Would they achieve a significant victory against their rivals today? Viewers, do not blink. The sidelines were bustling with dozens of students, while the passionate commentator narrated with fervor, noting the score was 0-0. Ding Sheng, watching nearby, found himself in a bittersweet predicament. With his intelligence, he could easily deduce the situation on the court. The very name of the teams indicated Su Jian had come for revenge, while the basketball team felt wronged, each side presenting their claims. And thus the outcome would be determined on the court. Although the No. 1 team was the school basketball team, the Lingzhou team, apart from the token Su Jian, had 4 tall players clearly recruited from his school team. Historically, the Lingzhou team had always outperformed number 1 high school, making the outcome uncertain. Ding Sheng had little interest in the basketball match. Without a brawl, he quietly departed the scene. That evening, Wang Qingyi organized a graduation gathering for the students in the class. Initially, Meng Xiao and Ding Sheng met, and it was evident that her excellent performance had uplifted her spirits. After exchanging a few words, she returned to the group of girls. Chen Su, whose examination took place at the first high school, encountered Su Jian at the basketball court post-exam. Consequently, they arrived last, yet both wore radiant smiles. And it was clear they had emerged victorious in the game. And then, Ding Sheng inquired, eager for details. They won. So I promised each member of their team a pair of authentic AJ basketball shoes. If we win, their entire team must unconditionally wear plaster casts for a month. Su Jian declared, revealing the stakes. This wager was considerable, especially for high school students. A pair of genuine AJ shoes costs over 1,000 yuan. And with more than 10 players, the total would amount to nearly 20,000 yuan. It seems Su Jian's family possessed considerable resources. However, the idea of the entire team being confined to plaster casts was rather harsh. One could only wonder which of the two conceived such a notion. As the trio continued their conversation, they inevitably broached the subject of university. I aspire to attend Yuzhou University of Technology, primarily because it is close to home. Though I am uncertain if my scores will suffice, Chen Su stated. As the only son in his family, his desire to remain nearby was understandable. I need to see how many points I scored in English before making any decisions. Ding Sheng began to fabricate. His performance was quite convincing. I envy your academic success, which allows you to attend university domestically, filled with uncertainty and hope for the future. My situation is dire. I can only look abroad for some obscure university to accept me, and upon returning home, I would rely on family connections to secure a position, while in the meantime, I can only afford to travel the world, leading a life of extravagant emptiness. Sigh. Su Jian lamented as he downed 3 glasses of beer. Truly, hearing your words is more enlightening than a scroll of fine silk. Ding Sheng and Chen Su were not the only ones feeling the weight of Su Jian's words. Every classmate who heard him speak felt a pang of sorrow. Don't hold me back. Let me deal with him. Chen Su was the first to rise, revealing his fiery temperament, blood and valor. He soon realized that no one was restraining him and turned to glare at Ding Sheng. What are you doing? Ding Sheng asked. You should have stopped me. After dinner, all the students bid farewell to Wang Qingyi, tearfully promising to return to school often, though it remained uncertain how many would remember such sentiments in the future. After this night, high school life would reach a significant juncture, and from then on, their individual journeys would soar freely like birds in the sky or fish leaping in the sea. Upon returning home, Ding Sheng first reassured his parents that he had performed well in the college entrance examination, providing them with a sense of relief. He then expressed a desire to purchase a computer for the convenience of researching information, filling out applications, and future university use. This request was reasonable. Ding Sheng's mother, who managed the family finances, readily approved, allocating 6,000 yuan. For a family like theirs, this expenditure was entirely justified and well within budget. During my last self-registration for an examination, I had the opportunity to assist a local internet cafe in eradicating a formidable virus, which earned me a modest sum sufficient for purchasing a computer. Understanding the hardships my parents endure to make a living, I felt it prudent to refrain from seeking their financial assistance, as I had surplus resources. My parents, though instinctively sensing something amiss, could not articulate their concerns. Given their unfamiliarity with computers and viruses, their reticence in voicing opinions on matters they do not comprehend exemplifies a subtle form of imparting wisdom. The following day, Ding Sheng, first visited the mold factory to check on the progress of the steel armor, which was more than halfway completed. The proprietor assured me repeatedly that the delivery would be on time as agreed. With a day or two of free time remaining, I realized I needed components for the newly designed super-sensing device. The selection of stores in the neighboring county for purchasing a computer was quite limited, and with the summer vacation upon us, there were numerous supplies needed for the laboratory. Consequently, I had to make another trip to Yuzhou. Coincidentally, Chen Su also wished to visit the esteemed Yuzhou Institute of Technology, so we decided to go together. Having an extra pair of hands to assist with the transport was advantageous. Speaking of transport, I needed a vehicle. A quick phone call summoned Su Jian, who came from a well-off family and had obtained his driver's license promptly at 18. He had repeated a grade in elementary school, but by 19, he was already a seasoned driver with a year of experience under his belt. After waiting for 10 minutes outside the neighboring County station, a spacious SUV came to a halt before us. As the window rolled down, a head popped out, inviting us to get in and depart. Upon entering the vehicle, I was immediately struck by its size. A Land Cruiser, no less, truly a testament to the affluence of its owner. Chen Su's family owned a distillery that was not lacking either, but in comparison, it felt like a small workshop. "Isn't this for transporting goods? We just have this slightly larger vehicle," he remarked. "This car is impressive. I should consider purchasing one myself. How much does it cost?" Although I had little knowledge of automobiles, I inquired nonetheless, recognizing that I would likely have frequent transport needs in the future. With some funds in my pocket, I felt emboldened. "Over $1 million, but quite reasonable," Su Jian replied nonchalantly. "Apologies, Su, for the intrusion." We arrived at the Iris Biotechnology Group, located in Yuzhou, in the old Paifeng district. The area boasts a picturesque environment, flat terrain, robust commerce, and comprehensive living amenities, housing numerous high-end communities, financial institutions, and large corporate headquarters. Among these, the Iris Biotechnology Group stands out prominently. Established in 1981, the group has been engaged in the exploration, development, production, and sale of innovative pharmaceuticals, dedicated to uncovering the potential of biotechnology for treating patients with severe illnesses while striving to elucidate the complexities of diseases through cutting-edge human genetics. On the top floor, in the conference hall, I pondered, why did my family choose the iris among all floral families globally? It is because it symbolizes a love tinged with despair. You need not consult encyclopedias. You should already be aware that my grandfather succumbed to cancer at the age of 45 and my father at merely 7. At the far end of the long conference table, a young man impeccably dressed in a suit gradually took his seat, removing his gold-rimmed glasses to polish them. "Now, it is my turn." Zhou Lin, serving as the chairman's assistant, should have uttered some words of consolation, yet the sentiments lingered unspoken, swallowed back. Words would serve no purpose. The chairman's family has been afflicted by an exceedingly rare hereditary liver cancer, a condition linked to genetic predispositions, a matter of probability. Yet it is strikingly unfortunate that 3 consecutive generations of the chairman's direct lineage have not escaped its grasp. Since her graduation, Zhou Lin has served as the chairman's assistant for 7 years, and the chairman has battled cancer for the same duration. She alone comprehends that this man, who appears outwardly untroubled, indeed has little time remaining. Surely, everyone is weary. Starting today, the group will recall all top-tier researchers globally to establish a new research and development department, dedicated to the execution of the alternative blood project proposal I presented at the last seminar. Who is in favor and who opposes? The young man replaced his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the faces of everyone in the conference room. "Chairman, the alternative blood proposal you have put forth is undeniably advanced, placing our research department at a disadvantage. However, it appears to lack the most crucial equation, as demonstrated at the last seminar where its uncontrollable variables were highlighted. I inquire, on a personal note, have you completed the final calculations?" An elderly gentleman, clad in a white coat, posed the question from across the table. "Mr. Su, you must understand that the scientific research process is inextricable from experimentation. This execution plan aims to derive the final formula through experimental means," the young man replied. "However, society will not permit such experiments." Upon Mr. Su's utterance, the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to a chilling silence. Everyone present understood that should an experiment spiral out of control, the group would face irrevocable ruin, never to recover. Nevertheless, the Iris Group remains a domain of the Zhang family, and only Mr. Su, the chairman's mentor and a senior figure who has diligently contributed since the inception of the group, dared to voice such a concern. "Does anyone else hold a differing opinion?" the young man inquired once more. Aside from Zhou Lin and Mr. Su, all heads bowed in silence. "Very well, the proposal is approved." After the young man spoke, he rose and began to exit. "Mr. Su, please follow me." In the chairman's office, the young man presented a one-way ticket to Hawaii. "I have arranged everything for you there through Zhou Lin, and you will receive an annual sum of $20 million deposited into your overseas account." The young man stated plainly, drawing the ticket from his drawer. "Less of the formalities. It has been long since I addressed you thus. Your grandfather and father bestowed upon you this name in hopes of keeping it humble, to evade misfortune, a wish that ultimately proved futile, and for that, I share in your sorrow. In the realm of biotechnology, our group commands immense respect, both nationally and globally. I wish not to. Teacher, I do not wish to die." Zhang Xiaoshu abruptly interrupted Su Lao's words. Those simple 6 characters cast a profound silence over the expansive chairman's office. It is uncertain how much time passed before Su Lao let out a long sigh, trembling as he rose to accept the plane ticket from Zhang Xiaoshu's hand and turned to leave. "Xiaolin, please come in," Zhang Xiaoshu called out. As soon as he finished speaking, his assistant entered. "Please make arrangements. I need to visit the neighboring province." "Understood. Should I notify Mr. Zhang Dazhuang?" "No need." A vehicle bearing the Jinan license plate swiftly arrived in the urban area of Yuzhou. Ding Sheng's shopping list was extensive. filled with items that Chun Su and Su Jian could neither comprehend nor assist with, prompting them to part ways. The two headed first to the University of Science and Technology to explore. This time, Ding Sheng had meticulously planned his visit, aided by Jujing in his mind, significantly enhancing shopping efficiency. Within approximately 4 hours, he had procured 2/3 of the items. For larger items, even with shipping costs, he directly requested the merchants to deliver them to the old distillery laboratory. However, the remaining items on the list proved more elusive. Ding Sheng casually inquired, Jujing, could you find out where I might procure photocatalytic materials, vacuum insulation panels, molybdenum oxide, and primary quantum coherers? Silicon Valley, Jujing promptly replied. Is there a closer option? Huadu City. Shanghai is still too far. What about something nearer, ideally around Yuzhou? These items were not urgently needed. If leaving Yuzhou became necessary, Ding Sheng decided to temporarily set them aside until a pressing need arose. There is a comprehensive research laboratory for mechanical engineering and applied sciences in the main urban area, which is currently upgrading its equipment. Some of the obsolete instruments may meet your needs. Jujing accurately unearthed a grain of sand from the vast sea of information. Ding Sheng had heard of this laboratory, located within Yuzhou University, primarily focusing on new theories and technologies in mechanical engineering, with significant intersections in information technology, new materials technology, and nanotechnology. Since its establishment, it has produced over 100 PhDs and hundreds of master's graduates, being a bona fide national key laboratory of China. However, it was unlikely that any decommissioned items would be available for purchase. Just then, Chin Su's call came through. How's it going? Have you gathered everything? Almost. What about you? Ding Sheng replied. This university seems great. I'll apply here if my scores suffice. Chin Su sounded quite pleased. After agreeing on a meeting point, the three stuffed their various bags into the trunk of the vehicle and found a hot pot restaurant to indulge in a delightful meal before heading home. On the highway, wow, look at that car, Su Jian exclaimed, his youthful exuberance betraying his composure. Alas, what a surprise. Even Chun Su seems unsettled. Only Ding Sheng remains composed, though this is primarily due to his lack of discernment. Quite an attractive vehicle, isn't it? It is the limited edition of the all-new Bentley Continental. One can discern that Su Jian possesses considerable knowledge about cars. Is it expensive? Ding Sheng inquired once more. This is not merely a question of cost. The vehicle is set to debut in the latter half of the year, and it appears there is only one in the country. Money cannot procure it. Chin Su is quite knowledgeable as well. Indeed, do you recall the Iris Biotechnology that recently distributed the flu vaccine? My father's construction team assisted in renovating their headquarters garage last month, and I had the opportunity to see it once. Well, that is indeed impressive. Missed the opportunity at 33. The clientele at the Fantasia Internet Cafe comprises mostly students and young adults. It is a rarity to encounter someone arriving in a Bentley to surf the web. So handsome, albeit a tad slender. The female attendant unabashedly swooned over the impeccably dressed man at the counter, her heart racing like a startled doe, even going so far as to brew a cup of tea and hand it to him with a smile, saying, Apologies, you'll need to wait a moment. It's quite crowded today. Such treatment is unparalleled. Business is thriving, Zhang Xiaoxu remarked casually, taking a sip of tea that lacked flavor, akin to plain water, yet quenched his thirst. Haven't they just completed their college entrance exams? They're all recent graduates. Isn't that station unoccupied? Glancing around, Zhang Xiaoxu noticed an empty terminal. That one is reserved for my cousin. He isn't allowed to use it before 6. The female attendant replied. Cousin? I thought he was an orphan, Zhang Xiaoxu stated blandly. At first, such a remark might sound like an insult, yet the female attendant, having heard the boss mention it, knew he truly was a solitary orphan. She quickly asked, Do you know our boss? The boss's acquaintances often frequent the cafe to use the internet. The female attendant is familiar with them, each one portly and greasy, unmistakably seasoned in the ways of the world. One wonders how a refined gentleman like this came to know Jean Dajouan. I suppose I am his elder brother, Zhang Xiaoxu replied before casually wandering around the cafe. Brother? These two, one strikingly handsome, the other rather ordinary. How could they possibly be siblings? A sworn brotherhood, perhaps? Regardless, since he is a friend of the boss, the female attendant contemplated and decided to inform Jean Dajouan. Boss, someone has come to the cafe, claiming to be your brother. Do you wish to come and see, brother? At that moment, Jean Dajouan was engrossed in his training, having navigated through years in the neighboring province. Everyone referred to him as Brother Jean, and who would dare to assert themselves as his sibling? Who bestows such audacity? As he was speaking, Jean Dajouan sensed something amiss and lowered his voice to inquire further. What does he look like? Very handsome, the female attendant gushed, her youthful heart aflutter. Does he wear glasses? Zhang Dazhuang asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone. He wore glasses with golden rims, yet he managed to exude an air of sophistication. Perhaps due to his striking handsomeness, the female manager exclaimed with excitement. Do not neglect him. I shall arrive shortly. Zhang Dazhuang was utterly perplexed as to how, given his level of education, he suddenly articulated the word neglect so eloquently. He swiftly arose from his waterbed, hastily donned his trousers, and rushed outside. Oh, Zhang, we're only halfway through. The female alchemist, who was crafting a dual cultivation sword, called out in a flurry. Even halfway done requires full payment. 5 minutes later, Zhang Dazhuang, disheveled, arrived at the internet cafe. Upon spotting someone, he remarked, Why? You came in person. If there's anything to be done, just let Sister Qiao instruct me. What did you find the manuscript paper you brought last time? Lead me to it. Zhang Xiaoshu proceeded ahead, while Zhang Dazhuang adjusted his attire, nodding along. Upon returning last time, he had specifically sought out the elderly woman who sold scrap paper. The old lady had a poor memory and mentioned several schools, with the most prominent being Linzhou High School. Thank you for your hospitality. Upon reaching the cashier, Zhang Xiaoshu paused to express his gratitude to the female manager. Was it for that cup of tea? She quickly replied, You're welcome. Zhang Dazhuang, following behind, felt a surge of joy. After all, it was his own hire who demonstrated such understanding and perceptiveness. What is your salary? 000. The female manager had to concede that her wages surpassed those of other managers at internet cafes in Linzhou, but it was all earned through hard work, enhanced by her looks. I'll double it for you. She was momentarily taken aback. Such unexpected happiness was overwhelming. How have you been lately? Zhang Xiaoshu was ushered into the car, and Zhang Dazhuang drove towards Linzhou High School. Perhaps I can hold out for another year or two. That would be the best-case scenario, he thought, while the worst-case scenario was deemed unnecessary for Zhang Xiaoshu to articulate. I am of no use and cannot assist you. Zhang Dazhuang had never been particularly bright, lacking talent in any subject, and he certainly could not contribute to matters of biotechnology. The manuscript paper you provided has inspired me greatly, yet lacks the most crucial page, likely retained by its original owner. Zhang Xiaoshu spoke softly. Can you save me? Zhang Dazhuang asked, his heart racing in his throat. The two were not biological brothers, nor did they share any blood relation. When the Zhang family adopted him from the orphanage and named him Dazhuang, it was merely to counteract the family's misfortunes. Do not assume that the Zhang family, engaged in scientific pursuits, was devoid of superstition. Their hereditary cancer was particularly ominous, and those drowning would grasp at anything within reach. From the very day he was adopted from the orphanage, he and Zhang Xiaoshu lived together, sharing meals, living quarters, and belongings. Though he later understood it was all for the sake of countering misfortune, it mattered little. At least Zhang's father and Zhang Xiaoshu never treated him poorly. Later, with the passing of Zhang's father and the diagnosis of cancer for Zhang Xiaoshu, Zhang Dazhuang found little reason to remain with the Zhang family, leading to a gradual decline in their contact. Nevertheless, whenever Zhang Xiaoshu sought assistance, he was always there to oblige. Deep down, he harbored a genuine fondness for this brother of his. The formula belonging to that individual was not the most optimal solution. Under the guidance of Mr. Su, Zhang Xiaoshu had delved into the realm of biotechnology from a young age, graduating with a PhD from one of the world's foremost biological research institutions by the age of 17, a feat that showcased his exceptional talent. He had scrutinized that stack of manuscript paper for quite some time, deducing that it pertained to a substance capable of enhancing human physicality. The specifics remained elusive. Yet he was certain that the manuscript's author had not devised a flawless solution and was in a continuous state of experimentation. If he could locate this individual, it would undoubtedly be the best course of action. If not, then he would have to take a considerable risk. It seemed that the prospect of death outweighed that of life, and Zhang Dazhuang refrained from further conversation. If I were to leave, remember to visit our father's grave annually, Zhang Xiaoshu stated, fully intent on exhausting every means of resistance while simultaneously preparing for the worst. This sentiment was shared solely with Zhang Dazhuang. Although his younger brother possessed an average, if not below average, intellect, he was not malicious in nature. He had always taken what was offered, never coveting what was not his. Su Jian, lacking the experience, lost sight of the Bentley on the highway. By the time he passed the Rhapsody Internet Cafe on the way back to the city, Zhang Dazhuang had already departed with the car's owner. It was indeed a pity not to have witnessed the true visage of the Iris Group's leader. Ding Sheng, having acquired a new computer, made a courteous visit to the Internet Cafe to inform a female manager that he no longer required a reservation for the 15th. Bid farewell to the older gamer at Station 14, and subsequently left this place of his origins. Following the college entrance examination, Ding Sheng's parents relaxed their restrictions to an unprecedented degree, granting him the freedom to explore his interests. he was finally able to spread his wings. Guanju, please merge the old files of the sensing device with the newly established super sensing device files. We shall now commence the distance adjustment, he instructed. What is your expectation for the distance this time? Guanju inquired. 200 kilometers, Ding Sheng replied with great enthusiasm. May I inquire, can the battery sustain such a distance? Although Guanju was becoming increasingly intelligent, the principle of striking without hitting the face seemed to evade its understanding. In that case, let us add a focusing energy ring. The so-called focusing energy rings available on the market offered negligible enhancement to battery performance. But Ding Sheng's focusing energy ring was anything but ordinary. By incorporating a plastic insulating ring at the base of the battery, it could somewhat prevent discharge and extend the battery's lifespan. This was indeed true, yet some battery brands exaggerated, touting the plastic ring as a high-tech material and renaming it a focusing energy ring, which sounded impressive but contributed nothing to battery capacity. What Ding Sheng aimed to create was a highly composite focusing energy ring, fundamentally different from these trivial inventions. The energy convergence ring was originally a patented technology developed by Stark Industries for aerospace engineering, primarily composed of composite memory materials. This technology is capable of harnessing the molecular vibrational energy from energy cells and storing it at an atomic level within the high composite energy convergence ring, subsequently releasing it in a controlled manner, thereby significantly enhancing the endurance of energy cells. In essence, it serves as a low-loss, subatomic power source. However, the original high composite energy convergence ring ultimately missed its opportunity for public introduction. The reason is simple: the relentless advancement of innovation. As the brilliant genius Tony Stark swiftly overshadowed it with a more efficient nano-energy convergence ring. It is not a matter of inadequacy. Rather, it is a case of having something superior. Stark, with his wealth and audacity, dismissed this obsolete technology, while Ding Sheng, undeterred, merely needed to make slight modifications to adapt the energy convergence ring originally intended for energy cells to be utilized in lower-grade polymer batteries. Lacking the requisite strength to deeply develop nanotechnology at present, resorting to this outdated technology for the time being was undoubtedly the best choice. For the next 2 days, Ding Sheng immersed himself in the laboratory, designing a super-sensing device and the high composite energy convergence ring. Learning from previous experiences, he reinforced the design of the super sensing device's wristband. Why continue with the wristband instead of opting for an implanted sensing chip? Ding Sheng had contemplated this extensively, with the most significant consideration being that neither the first-generation armor nor the current, theoretically enhanced super sensing device, capable of sensing distances up to 200 kilometers, met his expectations. They were merely functional, and upgrades would be necessary in the future. In such circumstances, implanting a chip would only lead to discomfort upon extraction. After all, our bodies are a gift from our parents, and the pain of insertion and removal is considerable. Moreover, the previous generation's design, which required 4 sensing devices on hands and feet, struck him as foolish. Wearing both wrist and ankle bands made him feel reminiscent of the legendary Neza, leading others to believe he was about to cause a ruckus in the EC. Thus, in this upgrade, he incorporated a mirroring program to unify the 4 wristbands into one. Naturally, the final product would still be worn on the left hand, primarily because if any unforeseen incidents were to occur in the future, the right hand would serve a more significant purpose, an act of safeguarding the essential. There's no need for the left hand to feel neglected. After all, having been single for so many years, the right hand could be considered at least half a partner, making it reasonable to prioritize such relationships. Meanwhile, from the mold factory, the owner called to inform Ding Sheng that the first set of mechanical armor was complete and ready for collection. Would he like it painted? The owner, who doubled as a painter, offered an 8% discount, revealing the financial pressures he faced. No need. The original color is quite satisfactory. The armor designed by Ding Sheng bears a striking resemblance to that of Iron Man. Should he choose to alter its color, it would be an audacious and unscrupulous act of imitation. While it is unlikely that Mr. Stark would traverse time and space to pursue copyright claims in this realm, the copyright zealots across the ocean, particularly a certain Disney baby, would certainly not tolerate such blatant infringement, and Ding Sheng might find himself compelled to pay a licensing fee. It is often wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, has Ding Sheng not already infringed upon numerous patents and copyrights in the Marvel Universe? Why then would he show hesitation upon his return? Could it be that the likes of Disney wield greater power than the titans of Stark Industries or Oscorp? Not all. In the Marvel Universe, Ding Sheng is the plagiarist and stands on shaky ground. He can only adopt the stance of stubborn pig, impervious to boiling water. Yet, in this world, he is a pioneer. Engaging in patent disputes with any corporation would be a diminishment of his stature. It is prudent to maintain a certain level of prestige while surveying this world from the vantage of the Marvel Universe. Ultimately, it is the original color that proves difficult to alter, which would save on maintenance costs. The subsequent sets can be produced at a more leisurely pace, with delivery expected within 2 to 3 months. Having secured the first suit of armor, Sheng no longer feels urgency regarding the rest. The initial intention to create 5 suits was not his own, and it is evident that the owner has been under considerable strain lately, prompting a revision of their contract. Everything is fine. Once this order is completed, I shall close the factory, the owner casually remarked. Close the factory? Your craftsmanship is exceptional. It would be a pity to shut it down. Sheng mused as he caressed the seams of the armor, acknowledging that, with the capabilities of such a small workshop, they had achieved an impressively near-perfect standard. This owner is indeed a talented individual. Alas, one must earn a living, he reflected, recalling the spirited resolve he had when he returned home to start his own venture, now reduced to wistfulness. Let us endure for another 2 months. If I do not reach out to you by then, you may proceed with your plans to close. Sheng had numerous items awaiting processing, yet he lacked the funds to place orders, so he refrained from expressing his full thoughts. The remaining 4 suits would require some time to complete. Although the designs crafted by this young man are intricate and refined, they are worth every penny, making collaboration quite enjoyable, even if a brief delay is permissible. The owner nodded and retrieved a card from a metal box, handing it over. This is my business card. Feng Sure. The newly integrated battery suite with high composite energy rings indicates that theoretical endurance at standard speed has surpassed 10 kilometers, with peak endurance time exceeding 30 seconds. Compared to the previous 1-kilometer range and a 5-second limit, this represents a significant enhancement. However, it still falls short of complete satisfaction. The primary limitation lies in the inherent weaknesses of the polymer battery. No amount of cutting-edge technology can elevate it beyond its foundational constraints. Dissatisfaction does not imply that Sheng should be discarded. Everyone aspires for a seamless technological upgrade, yet one must consider the realities at hand. Overall, there remains substantial potential for development within polymer batteries, which can still be explored in depth. The primary task at this moment is to assess the world's first complete set of steel battle armor. Identifying any flaws is paramount. We shall proceed cautiously. On a rural path outside the city, not far from the county town, the area remains largely undeveloped due to the surrounding mountains, resulting in sparse human presence. Particularly in the sweltering summer heat, one might not encounter another soul for half a day. Sheng affixed a mechanical arm to one hand, towing a small cart gifted by Boss Feng from the mold factory, transporting a set of mechanical battle armor towards the forest at the end of the path. The remoteness is such that even taxis are disinclined to venture here. It is imperative to obtain a driver's license and purchase a vehicle, preferably a robust one capable of off-road travel, akin to Su Jin's model, or even better. As for finances, Sheng's mind whirled, and a plan began to take shape. With a determined resolve, he continued onward, dragging the cart until he reached a dead end. Ensuring there were no passers-by, he concealed himself in a patch of grass. With a series of clicks, he donned the steel battle armor and placed a helmet, equipped with neural sensors, atop his head. Upon a cursory glance, one might easily mistake him for a silver-clad Iron Man Guanju. Activate the helmet display. Prepare for the inaugural outdoor test of the steel battle armor and commence a thorough inspection, Sheng instructed. The integrity of the armor's exterior was confirmed at 100. With the energy system, propulsion system, stability system, communication system, and medical monitoring system all functioning normally. The air conditioning system was also operational. All systems ready. Initiate the virtual walking program. Sheng continued to issue commands. Loading your walking habits. Virtual environment testing is complete, Guanju responded, loading the surrounding terrain. Now, it was time to walk. Should he step with his left foot or right? This was merely a small step for him, but could it be a giant leap for mankind? At that moment, Sheng inexplicably thought of Armstrong. Nervousness was inevitable. After all, it was his first time wearing such equipment. Previously, like everyone else, he had merely been an audience member, quietly watching Iron Man's exploits on television. Loading complete, Guanju announced. As her voice faded, Sheng steadied his nerves and, mimicking his usual gait, stepped forward with one foot. It felt effortless. The virtual system rendered the surrounding environment with remarkable realism, making it seem as though he was genuinely treading upon solid ground. Having taken that initial step, the subsequent movements became significantly easier. Sheng traversed approximately half a mile into the mountains. Guanju, based on the current energy consumption of the battery, calculate the maximum walking distance. Real-time energy consumption is at 0.17. Maintaining the energy reserve necessary for the main system's basic operations and factoring in the current geographical environment. The computed maximum walking distance is 148 kilometers, with a fluctuation of plus or minus 0.5 kilometers. Guanyu effortlessly arrived at a conclusion. Being able to walk over 100 kilometers suggests that the combination of polymer batteries and high composite energy rings is not as dreadful as anticipated. Now, let us initiate the vertical load-bearing capacity. The steel armor that Ding Sheng currently dons features propulsion systems in both horizontal and vertical orientations within its legs, serving as the primary propulsion system for the entire suit, while the hand-mounted thrusters are responsible for directional control, aiding in flight. Propelled by the energy of the battery, a subtle rumble emanated from the soles of Ding Sheng's feet as two beams of light, not overly blinding, illuminated the surroundings. He distinctly felt a force lifting his body upward. Reporting current status. All systems normal. Does this mean I can fly? Setting aside his fear of heights, who does not yearn for the sky? It is entirely feasible. Managing all the auxiliary systems within the armored suit is a task that Guanyu, the central system, handles with remarkable ease, given its superintelligence. Ding Sheng, however, still exhibited a degree of timidity. After all, the polymer battery is not an arc reactor. Its energy supply bears little difference from that of the initial state, leaving him hovering in place, gradually ascending. Indeed, it was a slow ascent. Ding Sheng, let us be bold. With me, you can fly without worry, Guanyu urged, unable to watch any longer. Was this a form of mockery from an intelligent system? Intolerable. Increase power to 50. Boom. A rumble deeper than that of an automobile engine resonated, as the steel armor propelled Ding Sheng upward, soaring through the treetops and continuing its ascent. Oh ha ha ha! Ding Sheng exclaimed joyfully, and once he reached a sufficient altitude, he adjusted the auxiliary propulsion devices in his palms to a parallel orientation, subconsciously issuing another command. 100 energy, maximum speed. A silver streak shot across the uninhabited mountain forest, creating a shockwave in its wake, leaving only a fleeting glimmer behind. Simultaneously, the energy interface within his helmet displayed a rapid decline in percentage, visibly dropping 9.66. Once the battery energy fell below zero, Guanyu's alarm sounded, issuing a warning of imminent descent with a 10-second countdown to deceleration. Lost in the euphoric sensation of flight, Ding Sheng suddenly recalled Guanyu's earlier assessment indicating that the armor's energy could only sustain high-speed flight for 30 seconds. Clearly, it had not been mistaken. If he were to plummet at this current velocity, the consequences would be unimaginable. This armor, costing around 10,000, was not equipped with many fall protection mechanisms and had not undergone any drop tests. It could very well result in fatality. Exercise caution. We should avoid the sensationalism of premature demise. A gradual descent is advisable. However, should the dire moment arrive, such as when energy levels plummet below 10, if Ding Sheng has not devised a response, Guanyu will assume control of the primary operational program, making the optimal choice instead. Selecting a patch of seemingly soft grass, the steel armor descends at a moderate speed, and despite its lightness, its weight leaves 2-foot-deep impressions upon impact. Ding Sheng extricates his foot with effort, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Thus concludes the first flawless trial of the steel battlesuit. Subsequently, he procures a cart several miles away, replicating the process to return to the old distillery laboratory. Noticing that time remains, he takes a spoonful of super serum diluent from a barrel in the distillery, regarding it as his lunch, for he has other plans for the afternoon. Guanyu retrieved the records from the initial trial of the polymer battery. Ding Sheng had anticipated that returning to his earthly home would afford him a respite from the rigors of the Marvel Universe. However, it seems that a laborious existence is inescapable, as he is destined to maintain a long-term relationship with the laboratory. The first trial had not been successful. What significance does it hold for improvement? Guanyu is entirely perplexed by the rationale behind this endeavor, yet despite its queries, it remains absolutely obedient to Ding Sheng's commands and promptly retrieves the records. In comparison to the finished polymer batteries currently employed in the steel armor, the batteries from the initial trial were fundamentally lacking and practically unusable. To state it plainly, they were subpar. Did you watch the press conference of the fruit company a few days ago? Ding Sheng inquires. Guanyu had not seen it, but could access it immediately, completing the viewing in under 3 seconds, commenting, "One can only describe it as a mobile phone. Its intelligence is debatable. While it cannot be deemed intelligent in comparison to you, it is likely to become a trendsetter in this world for the next decade. This mobile phone measures 5 inches. Although the company's leaders assert it is the most suitable size for the human hand, this is evidently not the case. In the foreseeable future, mobile screens are destined to grow larger," Ding Sheng analyzes. Thus, superior batteries will be required to ensure longevity. Guanyu quickly grasps the implication. Are you suggesting we sell them this substandard product? Hush. Substandard? This battery is a revolutionary creation. 36. A subpar product for export trade. When Ding Sheng initially designed the first version of the polymer battery, its capacity was too limited to power an entire suit, and he abandoned it before even creating a prototype. Yet, there is wisdom in the saying, what is nectar for one may be poison for another. Now, viewing it from a different perspective, he considers adapting this solution to power mobile phones with screens ranging from 3 to 8 inches. What an extraordinary prospect. The initial polymer battery scheme has transitioned into a smartphone battery, with a third capacity reduction revealing that current mainstream high-end smartphones equipped with this battery can sustain video playback for 280 hours, approximately 6 days of talk time, and an astonishing standby duration of nearly a year. It is recommended to further decrease the battery capacity. Despite Ding Sheng's prudent approach, having removed a portion of the polymer materials from the battery, the capacity still surpassed expectations. This marks the fourth data reduction. In the experimental lab, he undertook a bold transformation of the polymer battery in hand. Soon, a new polymer battery made from moderately capacious and safe high polymer materials was developed, yielding remarkable results in the simulated environment of the fourth-generation fruit model. The battery demonstrated the ability to sustain 120 hours of video calls and 4 months of standby on a single charge. The concept of polymer batteries is not novel. Their limited market application can be attributed to significant technological challenges, such as the difficulty in purifying electrolytes and the detrimental effects of overcharging and deep discharging on battery lifespan. Additionally, like any emerging technology, high cost poses a substantial barrier. For Ding Sheng, the technical aspect is manageable. Regarding cost reduction, if one aims to achieve excellence in a product, Ding Sheng is steadfastly on the path of transformation and ascension. However, if the goal is to produce an inferior product, he humbly acknowledges that he would be second to none, as no parallel universe would dare claim the first position. Without exaggeration, his extensive experience is evident. The revised battery in Ding Sheng's possession has a production cost of approximately 500 yuan. While this is certainly not insignificant, large-scale production could potentially have a cost. Is 250 yuan for such a high-quality battery exorbitant? Indeed, there are murmurs of discontent regarding the price. Yet Ding Sheng proposes substituting the limited high polymer materials with polyvinylidene fluoride, which could further reduce expenses. In summary, Ding Sheng's battery represents an insurmountable challenge for the current and forthcoming smartphone battery market, both technologically and economically, for the next decade. Globally, which companies are engaged in the development of polymer batteries for smartphones? Understanding both oneself and the competition is crucial, while Ding Sheng's product is commendable. He recognizes the considerable journey ahead to compete with established market leaders and the necessity of strategic planning. His experiences with Marvel have provided valuable insights in this regard. Notable companies such as Nokia, Apple, and Samsung have previously established relevant research departments, yet tangible outcomes have been scarce. Currently, Sony has made the most progress, facing only the hurdles of cost and size control. Even if these challenges are overcome, the capacity of their products remains incomparable to Ding Sheng's. Guanju explored the online landscape, discovering that most tech companies' firewalls pose little challenge to him. The remaining entities indeed possess noteworthy developments, which will be reserved for another discussion. Then, is it necessary to apply for a visa to go abroad? Guanju inquired with a touch of humanity. Indeed, companies that require such cutting-edge battery technology are predominantly located overseas, and Ding Sheng inevitably has to make the journey himself. However, he was reluctant to do so. Instead, he opted to compose 2 distinct product introductions for the novel polymer battery and send them to the EO inboxes of Nokia and Apple, awaiting their responses. In the realm of commerce, it is generally understood that the highest bidder prevails. Yet Ding Sheng was not inclined to allow his product to fall into the hands of unscrupulous enterprises. Thus, he intended to adhere to traditional Chinese practices, releasing a hint of information to demonstrate that he was a hidden talent and then patiently waiting for others to seek him out. However, this strategy harbored a significant flaw. If no one came knocking for an extended period, it would become quite awkward. What about Samsung? Their company also possesses the capability to make a competitive offer. Guanju queried. Not necessary. The universe is theirs for the taking. Surely, they have already acquired the power gem and would not require such a small capacity battery. Ding Sheng replied casually. This jest elicited a chuckle. Backed by a global network, there was no joke that Guanju could not comprehend. Cupertino, California, USA. Headquarters of Apple. EO office. Oh, by the way, a middle-aged man clad in a t-shirt and jeans, upon checking his email, stumbled upon a message entirely in Chinese. The characters were too intricate for him to decipher, yet the images were easily recognizable and seemingly related to batteries. He then called for his assistant. Does the company have any employees proficient in Chinese? Yes, I will arrange it immediately. 3 hours later. Is the technology mentioned in this email theoretically feasible? The t-shirt-clad man inquired. Theoretically? The surrounding technical personnel fell into deep contemplation. The lead technical supervisor, steeling himself, responded, is indeed possible. However, given China's current technological reserves, it is implausible that they could have developed such a high-caliber battery in such a short span. Could it be that they have copied Sony? A technician, who was utterly clueless, blurted out. Sony is indeed the leader in the field of polymer batteries, yet their products have not reached such exaggerated performance levels. Although the email could be self-consistent, it conveniently sidestepped all critical technical issues. I am certain this is a prank, asserted the technical supervisor, even going so far as to guarantee his job security. Now, the t-shirt-clad man was lost in thought. A perfectionist by nature, he viewed the recently released iPhone 4 as his magnum opus, exceptional, yet not flawless. His most pressing concern was the battery capacity. Compared to the standby time of over 10 days offered by previous feature phones, the iPhone 4 required charging nearly every day. If such a battery truly existed, it would undoubtedly warrant consideration. What do you think, Cook? The man in the t-shirt turned to look at a younger individual, 5 years his junior, and pondered that once he departed, this man would lead the company forward. Youth is indeed a blessing. Firstly, battery technology is a global shortcoming. However, our Fruit 4 is already exceptionally competent, so there is no need for concern. Nevertheless, should this technology genuinely exist and be acquired by other companies, it would pose a significant issue. Therefore, I believe it is worthwhile to explore this matter further. Cook differs from his former leader. He is a true businessman, focused solely on commerce and profit, deeming the advancement of technology unimportant as long as competitors remain stagnant. Very well, I shall make the journey, declared the man in the t-shirt. Your health is not suited for long-distance travel. Allow me to undertake this task, Cook replied as he rose from his seat. That is agreeable. In Espoo, Finland, at the headquarters of Nokia, within the EO office, as EO checked his inbox, he stumbled upon an email written entirely in Chinese. The characters were too intricate for him to comprehend, but the accompanying images were easily recognizable, seemingly related to batteries. He called his assistant. Does the company employ anyone proficient in Chinese? No, came the reply. Very well, it matters not. You may leave. With a mere click, he deleted the email, powered down his device, and stretched after another bustling day. From Los Angeles to Huadu, transferring to Yuzhou, and then driving to the neighboring state. He ventured out of the northern side of the county town, proceeding along the rural road for 2 kilometers, where a small incline awaited by the roadside. At the end of the slope stood the first building, the old distillery laboratory. This laboratory is strategically located in the Eurasian continental hub, surrounded by comprehensive living amenities, with a large supermarket, hospital, and school just 5 kilometers away. Within a 150-kilometer radius lies a colossal metropolis with a population exceeding 8 million, double that of Los Angeles. Should one desire to see the sea, a mere 1,000 kilometers east leads to sunshine and sandy beaches. Even a lunar expedition is only 840,000 kilometers away. One could say that transportation here is remarkably convenient. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Cook? Ding Sheng, while weaving his narrative, instructed Guanju to retrieve the profile of the man before him. Cook, chief operating officer of the fruit company. Swiftly, the email was dispatched just the day prior. And yet here he was today. Although EO could not attend due to health reasons, he sent one of his most capable personnel, indicating a significant level of importance. Well then, as long as we are not dealing with mere minnows. Cook was taken aback, genuinely surprised by the fluency of the man's English, rendering the translation unnecessary. How should I address you? Seizing the opportunity, he surveyed the most remote and rudimentary laboratory he had ever encountered in his life. To speak candidly, this place was far more decrepit than the garage where old Joe established his fruit company decades ago. It was genuinely hard to fathom that such an establishment could produce the kind of cutting-edge battery boasted about in the emails. Mr. Ding, may we discuss business now? Cook had come with a mission, and Mr. Ding, who was rather young and possessed a sharp tongue, appeared to be quite formidable. Very well, let me first show Mr. Cook the finished product. Ding Sheng rummaged through a chaotic assortment of materials on the workbench and produced a battery, which was the ultimate version he had hastily fabricated the day before. In essence, he had simply replaced the specialized polymer material with a version made from homopolymer polyvinylidene fluoride, resulting in a 20 decrease in battery performance and a further reduction in cost. This alteration was a meticulously considered decision. Firstly, it adjusted the battery capacity to a level manageable by high-tech companies, thereby mitigating the shock that such advanced technology might evoke. Secondly, there exists an immutable truth. The tallest tree in the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind. Ding Sheng was not Tony Stark. He lacked the backing of Stark Industries. This was not the Marvel Universe, where technological advancement occurs instantaneously. The public's acceptance of excessively advanced innovations is nearly non-existent. As the company's chief operating officer, Cook was exceedingly familiar with his products. Upon taking the battery, he quickly noted that its weight and dimensions were strikingly similar to those of the recently unveiled iPhone 4 battery. Had there been a caliper and an electronic scale on site, Cook might have discovered that the two were not merely similar but identical. Although the product had already been announced, the specifications of the iPhone 4 battery had not been disclosed during the launch. To obtain specific data, one would need to dismantle the device. However, as the phone had not yet been released for sale, genuine models were scarce globally, and it was improbable that such a remote area as Huaxia would possess one. Of course, Cook's imagination was not limited. He would rather believe that the young man before him had acquired a genuine iPhone 4 through some means rather than accept the notion that his company's firewall had been breached. He gestured for an assistant to bring a battery capacity tester and connected the battery. The significance of this connection would be recorded in history, only to be eclipsed many years later by another man fond of matcha. Due to the correlation between price per connection and the number of insertions, the specific count varies from person to person and fluctuates considerably. Thus, the term suspected is used for the sake of precision. Typically, upon viewing the values displayed on the battery capacity tester, individuals would either be left agape or suspect foul play. Yet Cook, being a man of considerable experience, maintained his composure and posed the most critical question: how is the safety of such a high-capacity battery assured? Indeed, while ordinary mobile phone batteries can pose a certain level of risk, the potential hazards associated with such high-capacity batteries are akin to carrying a miniature explosive device. Should an incident occur, the consequences would be nothing short of catastrophic. Practical experience serves as the sole criterion for validating truth. Without further ado, Sheng seized the battery from Cook and placed it on the workbench, wielding a hammer and striking it with determination. Unsatisfied with the initial blow, he struck again, startling Cook and his assistant, whose faces drained of color. The prospect of an explosion was undeniably alarming. Yet, the absence of an explosion showcased bold artistry. I had already contemplated safety concerns at the outset of the design process. Once we finalize the transfer agreement, I will provide you with a comprehensive technical document, ensuring that all relevant doctoral-level technical personnel within your company will grasp its contents. With a casual toss of the hammer, Sheng placed his hands on his hips. Regarding the battery patent, Sheng initially considered granting only a license rather than a transfer. However, recognizing that such technology in the hands of a major corporation like Fruit Company would inevitably be deciphered within a decade or so, the distinction between licensing and transferring became negligible. How much? Cook, focused on operations and disinterested in technicalities, cut straight to the point. 100 million, Sheng replied, extending a single finger. In dollars? Cook queried. Of course, though I wouldn't mind if you prefer euros or pounds. Based on the authenticity of this technology, Sheng's asking price was not exorbitant. It aligned well within an acceptable range after brief discussions between Cook and Old Joe, perhaps even slightly favorable. A country bumpkin. Indeed, unaccustomed to wealth. Fine, but this sum must be paid in installments over a decade, with 10 million due each year. Cook's rationale mirrored that of construction payments, retaining a balance for future assurance. 10 years? Will I really need that 10 million after a decade? Let us not pursue this further, Sheng retorted decisively, motioning for Cook to leave. Cook, astute as ever, quickly grasped that the time frame was excessively long. Realizing the essence of business negotiations, he proposed 5 years, 20 million annually. No deal, Sheng remained firm. 2 years, 50 million each year. Cook adjusted his glasses, contemplating a further concession. The exit is over there. All right. An initial payment of 50 million and the remaining 50 million will be settled after our company verifies the product's mass production capability. That is my final offer. Agreed. Once the terms were settled, Cook promptly returned to America. In the following week, his assistant engaged in discussions with Sheng regarding the specifics of the contract. While high-level technical personnel from the Fruit Company arrived in China, prepared to facilitate the patent transfer. The Fruit Company exuded the grandeur of a major corporation, aiding Sheng in securing patents for polymer battery technology across regions such as Huaxia, Europe, and North America. Subsequently, Sheng signed a transfer agreement, thereby firmly acquiring this technology. On the day the contract was officially signed and the initial payment was made, Cook and Sheng engaged in a video call. Congratulations to you, the youngest billionaire, Cook remarked, and congratulations to you all, the proprietors of the most formidable battery technology in history. As Sheng uttered these words, his demeanor remained unflustered, though internally he mused that being the strongest was an impossibility. They wouldn't even breach the top 500. No need to rush with the congratulations. Our company has just decided that we will not be utilizing this technology for the time being, Cook responded. What do you mean? Spending $100 million to acquire something and not using it? I'm rather curious, Ding Sheng replied. Our products have their advantages. Consumers can tolerate battery capacity limitations. So it's essential to keep this technology from our competitors, Cook stated candidly. When will you utilize it then? Ding Sheng inquired. Tentatively, we are looking at the 15th to 20th generation, depending on when competing products emerge. But you mustn't disclose this. We have signed a confidentiality agreement. You've only just released the fruit for, Ding Sheng thought, realizing he was still too young. The 8 years with Marvel had not taught him the ways of business. Forget it. I'll just revel in being the youngest billionaire globally for now. At 38, he was indeed a dark horse. The advantage of conducting business with legitimate enterprises lies in its stability, while the downside, well, it cannot merely be termed as such. It is a duty every citizen should fulfill. Hello, Mr. Ding. Your total tax amount this time is 16,550 to 126 yuan. Please confirm if this is accurate. An official from the tax bureau presented a tax report. Can I not confirm it? Ding Sheng asked weakly. Having only received half of the $100 million, he was now faced with a 20% patent tax, which, when converted to RMB, felt like a wound to his heart. We could present you with a banner declaring you as a pioneer in tax contributions. The first in neighboring provinces, no less, the official earnestly stated. What the hell is a banner? Ding Sheng wondered. You won't be publicizing my affairs, will you? As the saying goes, while should not be flaunted, he expressed his concerns. Rest assured, we have a detailed set of regulations and guidelines for such matters, the official assured him. Upon hearing the terms regulations and guidelines, Ding Sheng felt a sense of relief. When the notification regarding the successful bank deduction finally arrived, he felt even more composed. Money, after all, cannot be brought into this world or taken from it. It is merely an external possession, he lamented. As he walked down the street, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. Onlookers might assume that this young man had lost $100 million, but those in the know understood that it was indeed $100 million. No one can expand to ignore the 30 million trailing digits. If someone could, that individual must surely be Black Panther. Recently, Ding Sheng has been preoccupied with earning this sum of money, and he has not visited the laboratory for some time, nor does he plan to in the near future. Initially, due to unfavorable circumstances and the lack of a place to settle, he borrowed the old distillery from Chun Su for temporary use. Now that he has acquired sufficient funds, it is time to create a base for himself. The primary condition for Ding Sheng's ideal base is a pleasant environment. Geographical location is not of paramount importance, and a more secluded area would be preferable, as long as there is access. This is particularly true since he has yet to commence work on the arc reactor. Otherwise, a lack of access would be even better. Logically speaking, the location of the old distillery is quite suitable, with a pleasant environment and sufficiently remote geography. However, it is surrounded by villages and daily, people pass by the entrance to farm and tend to cattle. Thus, it is unsuitable. Choosing the site for the base is a significant undertaking, and Ding Sheng is not in a rush. Once the new base is constructed, he must ensure that the essential equipment is of the highest quality, and arrangements can be made in advance. Firstly, it should evoke a sense of futurism. A fully automated mechanical setup akin to Iron Man's laboratory would be splendid. Such ready-made equipment is undoubtedly unavailable on the market, but Ding Sheng is undeterred by hardship or fatigue. Starting from scratch is no obstacle, as taking that first step is all that matters. It is known that every beginning is challenging, as is the middle and the conclusion. Having nestled in his bedroom with a laptop for several days, Ding Sheng's sketches have been printed and have accumulated into a small mountain. Flipping through them reveals that each design is meticulously detailed down to every screw. Are you up? I'm waiting for you downstairs, came Chin Su's call. Is there something urgent? Ding Sheng asked, still enraptured in his drawings. Are you cultivating immortality? Today is the day the college entrance exam results are released. Isn't that significant enough? Chin Su shouted from the other end of the line. It suddenly dawned on Ding Sheng that it was already June 24th, the day of the exam results. This event is indeed monumental for the vast majority of third-year students, comparable in significance to the examination day itself, as long as the results have not been disclosed. Students cling to hope. What if they guess correctly? However, there are exceptions. Some, like Su Jian, care little about it, with the only suspense being his rank among the lowest in the school. Ding Sheng also remains indifferent, having assessed his performance immediately after the exam. Moreover, starting from early this morning, results should be available online. Those heading to school are either students who rarely access the internet or do not have a computer at home, or simply wish to join in on the excitement. Ultimately, he decided to accompany Chun Su to school. There are priorities in life, compared to designing those cold, mechanical devices. Chun Su, as a warm-blooded friend, holds far greater significance in Ding Sheng's heart, making it no trouble to accompany him. The most crucial aspect is that one quietly transforms into a billionaire without even treating Chun Su to a meal. Did you not check the total score last night? Ding Sheng casually inquired while walking. Chun Su comes from a well-off family and has had a computer for quite some time. No, I went to bed at 10, thinking I could catch up on sleep today at school. In truth, Chun Su had tossed and turned all night, ultimately getting up to play video games until dawn. Such perseverance is commendable. Fortunately, youth is an asset, and he felt no fatigue whatsoever that day. Guanju, what did Chun Su score? Ding Sheng put on his glasses again, thinking that once he finished this busy period, it would be time to upgrade his neural sensing device. It would be much more convenient to have a patch that could be adhered behind his ear. Chinese, 118, Mathematics, 87, Comprehensive Science, 169, English, 11, total, 487. Guanju replied in an instant. Typically, the score line for Jiannan province is announced 3 to 4 days after the college entrance examination results are released. Ding Sheng was uncertain if the internal benchmark had already been established, so he speculated about this year's second-tier score line. No need to speculate. I checked. For science majors, the second batch for undergraduate admissions is 441. In this digital realm, Guanju was practically unrestrained. Ding Sheng felt a sense of relief for the Chun family. After years of hard work, they finally produced a scholar. By the way, let us see how Meng Xiao performed. No need. It was only 8 in the morning, and neighboring Zhou High School had already displayed several large banners, seemingly to ensure everyone noticed. As the two turned the corner, they spotted the most eye-catching one from a distance. Warm congratulations to Meng Xiao of the class of 2010 for achieving a total score of 671 and becoming the top scholar in the city. Ha ha, Meng Xiao is impressive. Chun Su couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the banner, as he was a classmate. Guanju, what was the score for the provincial top scholar in science? Ding Sheng asked. 676. Meng Xiao ranked 17th in the province. Based on previous data, the acceptance rate for Huqing and Huadu is 100 for this ranking. Guanju seemed to understand Ding Sheng increasingly well, capable of answering with precision. Upon arriving at the classroom of Senior 310, Wang Qingyi was already seated there. To Ding Sheng's surprise, 2/3 of the classmates had arrived, surrounding a female student to offer their heartfelt congratulations. Through the gaps in the crowd, Ding Sheng clearly saw Meng Xiao in tears. The pressure on this girl had been immense, and now that her wishes were fulfilled, it was likely tears of joy. Ding Sheng is here, a sharp-eyed student called out, and all the students, including Wang Qingyi, turned toward the door, their expressions reflecting awe as if witnessing a celestial being. If Meng Xiao's score of 671 was an extraordinary display of potential, then Ding Sheng's score of 649 was nothing short of a dark horse triumph. 95 in English? How did you manage that? Exclaimed the others. That's incredible. I harbor grave suspicions that he was merely feigning it in the past. Another classmate believes he has discerned the truth, yet his imagination is evidently limited and lacks audacity, as he does not dare to speculate on the notion of time travel. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Reflecting upon the vastness of the cosmos, I am overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down my face. After dedicating 3 years of high school, I have exchanged it for a remarkable transformation in character during the college entrance examination. What a worthy endeavor. Indeed, while some have achieved perfect scores in mathematics and comprehensive sciences, standing alone in the province, my classmates are more intrigued by Ding Sheng's astonishingly high score of 95 in English, which starkly reveals the depths of his previous struggles with the language. In this moment of euphoria, we bask in the welfare hour of billionaires, engaging in whimsical discussions about the metaphysical dilemmas of multiple-choice questions. Ding Sheng took a seat beside Meng Xiao. Is your hand all right now? Meng Xiao inquired, her attention to detail evident. It's been fine for a while now, he replied, attributing his earlier ailment to a supposed misdiagnosis by the doctor, who lamented the injustice of it all. Soon, students began to cluster in groups, either discussing their prospective colleges or contemplating meaningful activities for the summer. A lively exchange that lasted for over half an hour. As the excitement waned, Wang Qingyi signaled for silence. Gazing upon the youthful faces before him, he realized that after today, he might not see these students for a long time, perhaps never again. The weight of emotion rendered him momentarily speechless. The entire class shared in this sentiment, quietly observing their young teacher, their faces etched with reluctance. Everyone had performed admirably in the exams, and the teacher felt immense pride in having such remarkable students. Regarding life after high school, the teacher, with merely 7 years of experience, had already shared all he could at the last graduation gathering. Since I remain your homeroom teacher, let us organize one final class event, a lunch gathering, and I shall treat you all. Cheers erupted from the class, their spirits lifted. Originally, the plan was to disband after reviewing the exam results. But Wang Qingyi's words undoubtedly breathed new life into the collective spirit of the class. How can we let Teacher Wang treat us? Given my outstanding performance, shouldn't it be my turn to host? Ding Sheng suddenly stood up. At the graduation banquet, they had used class funds, with any excess shared among themselves. This time, Wang Qingyi was offering to pay out of his own pocket, a significant expense, as money does not come easily. Perhaps it's best left to billionaires, Ding Sheng quipped, indicating that his wealth, piled high, could withstand the winds of fortune. How peculiar. That makes sense. His classmates immediately rallied behind him, often jesting about Ding Sheng's reluctance to rise in status. Now, he had indeed flourished, achieving an impressive second place in the entire school, certainly deserving of a celebratory feast. I performed even better. I shall treat. Meng Xiao also stood up, and her reasoning was even more compelling. This girl truly was remarkable. Just as I was contemplating how to reclaim my autonomy, Chen Su had already spoken up. My words may be commonplace, but should the invitation to dine not transcend mere wealth or academic achievements? Thus, it was joyfully decided, I shall treat. Everyone knew his family owned a distillery. This statement was undoubtedly accurate and seemed to possess even greater logic. Coincidentally, I too had some wealth, but that matter of the distillery could wait. At that moment, a young man entered the classroom, beaming with joy, seemingly elated over having secured the third lowest score in the entire school. With Su Yuanwei's arrival, Chen Su lost his temper and could only retort fiercely, "You think you're so clever? Just wait and see how I'll make you regret it." A group of ignorant youngsters. Do they truly consider themselves wealthy? Ding Sheng was genuinely perplexed. Why was it so arduous to treat someone to a meal? Today is my birthday. Anyone who dares to compete with me shall face my wrath. How could Ding Sheng only remember such an important matter at this juncture? Mainly, after going to Marvel, he had been without family for so long that he had genuinely forgotten he hadn't celebrated his birthday in 8 years. Really? Su Jian appeared skeptical. It seemed plausible enough. Chen Su slapped his forehead. It wasn't he that his good friend was inadequate, but rather that the timing was rather awkward. Recently, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of the college entrance examination results and had forgotten. So, shall we settle on this? Let us head to Yuxianjuan for lunch. Ding Sheng waved his hand grandly. Yuxianjuan? Chen Su was taken aback. The entire class, upon hearing the name, was equally astonished. Yuxianjuan was the finest hotel in the neighboring state, with standard banquet prices ranging from 1888 to 2888. Today, over 60 students were present in the class. 8 tables would easily exceed 20,000. Were it a wealthy scion like Su Jian hosting, it would be understandable. However, for an ordinary family like Ding Sheng's, it truly required a stroke of luck to afford. Ding Sheng, there's no need to be so extravagant. Let us choose a different place. Wang Qingyi, well aware of her students, knew they would not want to spend their own money. Thus, when Chen Su stood up to seize the bill, she completely withdrew from the competition for who would treat. Seeing things spiraling out of control, she realized she must intervene to maintain order. Teacher Wang, it's all right. I recently sold a minor patent. Let me indulge a little before we part ways, Ding Sheng said earnestly. Selling a patent? If anyone else had said this, it would likely have been met with disbelief, but Ding Sheng had dominated high school physics, chemistry, and biology for years. Perhaps he had indeed concocted some small invention. Very well. Wang Qingyi nodded, but discreetly checked her bank balance to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. She was genuinely overthinking it. Even if Ding Sheng were entirely penniless, Su Jian was still present, though it might sting a bit. Asking him for 20 or 30,000 would only cause him a month of discomfort. Guanju, please make arrangements at Yuxianjuan. The relationships among classmates may not be as profound as they claim. For the most part, they are merely bonds formed in the classroom. Yet, if Ding Sheng were to encounter any of them during his 8 years at Marvel, he would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Every reunion is a serendipitous gift. So let us offer a small token of appreciation. Moreover, let us organize a raffle under the auspices of the hotel. Yuxianjuan, located in a small county, cannot compare to the opulence of hotels in Huadu or Shanghai, but it serves well to host a group of high school students yet untouched by the trials of society. It strikes a balance between luxury and moderation. As dinner lingered for an hour and a half, just as we were about to disperse, the hotel manager rushed in with precise timing. Dear guests, please hold on a moment. Your presence has enabled us to serve over 10,000 tables since our opening. And in celebration, we are hosting a raffle for you all. This reasoning lacked novelty, yet the hotel staff quickly wheeled in 3 large boxes. The manager began his introduction. I assure you, the prizes are bountiful. The first box is for those who cherish music, the second is for the travel enthusiasts, and the third is for the aficionados of electronics. Please come forward in an orderly fashion to draw prizes as per your interests. Fortune smiled upon me, and I took the lead. I casually reached into one of the boxes and pulled out a prize ticket. A laptop? What does this signify? Congratulations to this guest. You have won a laptop valued at 6,000 yuan. Please collect your prize at the hotel within 3 working days. Wow, is this for real? I can hardly believe it. My performance grew increasingly theatrical. What a stroke of luck to receive such a grand prize first. The eyes of my classmates sparkled with excitement, eager to try their luck. Next, a girl approached the music box. VIP tickets to Jay Chou's concert. Could this be real? She could hardly believe her eyes. Indeed, if you bring friends, you can even opt for 2, 3, or 5 adjacent seats. The hotel manager adhered strictly to his scripted lines, leaving the ticket acquisition responsibilities to the staff. A 7A tour to Juzhegu. Oh my, I have always wanted to visit Juzhegu. I also want a laptop. Now I can save my summer job earnings. Mine is a trip to the Maldives. I'd rather not travel so far. Can I exchange it for Juzhegu? I drew an iPhone 4, which is quite expensive. Can I swap it for a laptop? I'd like to exchange my concert ticket for one to JHOS. Is that possible? Of course, the hotel manager nodded enthusiastically. Soon enough, everyone realized the astonishing fact that the winning rate was a resounding 100. This hotel has gone mad. We spent merely 20,000, yet the prize bestowed upon us must be worth hundreds of thousands. Nonetheless, Chen Su gleefully received the concert tickets he had longed for. It's a loss that garners attention, Ding Sheng pretended to analyze. In times of crisis, one cannot alleviate poverty. Fellow classmates, I can only assist you to this extent. As for the journey ahead, tread carefully. The mold factory is upgrading. Upon exiting Yuxianjuan, Wang Xingyi departed with Meng Xiao, seemingly to attend to matters at school. Shall we find a place to continue our revelry? Since it is the birthday of a dear friend, Chen Su certainly would not allow the gathering to dissipate. He possesses a robust tolerance for alcohol. It is likely he had not fully indulged earlier. Indeed, let us seek a KTV to enjoy ourselves a while longer. All classmates not in haste to return home should join us. Su Jian exhibited unusual behavior today. He rarely participated in class activities. Prior to the incident at the Great Buddha Temple, his relationships with Ding Sheng and Chen Su were rather ordinary. Yet, youth is such that shared experiences can deepen bonds. Ding Sheng had completed a portion of the equipment blueprints and had plans to visit the mold factory in the afternoon, showing little interest in drinking or singing. I leave for abroad tomorrow, Su Jian added. Damn, now I cannot refuse. After a brief call, more than 10 classmates marched towards the KTV in a jubilant procession. Ding Sheng led the way, seemingly preoccupied, while Su Jian sought a topic to discuss. Do you know why Teacher Wang took Meng Xiao with her? Do you know? Chen Su interjected. In a couple of days, the school will announce it. It is hardly a secret. Meng Xiao performed admirably in her exams, and the school foundation will award her a monetary prize. Teacher Wang is likely assisting her with that. Su Jian spoke in a hushed tone, as he felt discussing it without Meng Xiao's consent was somewhat gossip-worthy, so he limited his audience to Ding Sheng and Chen Su. How much? Chen Su inquired further. About 200,000, Su Jian replied, lowering his voice slightly. The school is quite generous. I heard the previous amount was around 100,000. Chen Su had his own channels of information, yet Su Jian's father is an honorary member of the school foundation, which undoubtedly lends credence to his words. Indeed, it was initially 100,000, covering all expenses for 4 years of university. However, a recent donation to the school coincided with Meng Xiao's impressive performance, resulting in an additional allocation. This is beneficial, as it ensures Meng Xiao will not fret over finances during her university years and can wholly devote herself to her studies. Given her discipline, her future is bright. Can you guess who made the donation? Su Jian had quite a bit of intel. Who? Chen Su, particularly curious, pressed on. The Iris Biotech Group from Yuzhou, purportedly in gratitude for the trust shown by neighboring provinces' school in their vaccine during the recent influenza outbreak. It is widely acknowledged that in response to the previous influenza outbreak, Iris Technology invested substantial human and material resources into the development of a vaccine, subsequently distributing it free of charge. It could be said that they incurred losses in the name of goodwill, embodying the essence of conscientious enterprise. Having gone to such lengths of compassion, it is rather perplexing that they would pursue donations at schools, leaving one at a loss for words. The students in Class 10, with their singing abilities, demonstrated a level of discord that could render even a rendition of Happy Birthday off-key. After sitting for 2 to 3 hours, as time seemed to be drawing to a close, Ding Sheng sought an excuse to depart. Chen Su and Su Jian, engrossed in their revelry, were too intoxicated to intervene. Upon exiting the KTV, Ding Sheng encountered Meng Xiao downstairs, who appeared to be waiting for him. Here, Meng Xiao offered. handing over an envelope. Ding Sheng was momentarily taken aback, pondering the situation. Was his allure so formidable that the beautiful Meng was preparing to confess her feelings? Was she truly so unabashed? Perhaps they should consider names for their future child, and it would be prudent to acquire property in a reputable school district, given the serious challenges that lay ahead for their child's education. Lost in thought, Ding Sheng accepted the envelope and opened it to reveal a stack of cash. The secret formula you provided me with has proven remarkably effective, and there have been no side effects. This is what I owe you, Meng Xiao explained. An awkward silence ensued. No worries. If you enjoy it, I can always provide you with more, Ding Sheng replied, reluctantly accepting the money, relieved to have maintained his composure. Is there more? Meng Xiao inquired, genuinely interested in acquiring additional supplies of the formula, though she held little expectation given Ding Sheng's earlier enigmatic description, likening it to a family heirloom. Indeed, in the laboratory of the old distillery, I have several vats stored. Yes, the kind that Sima Guang famously smashed. This time, I can purchase it at the original price, Meng Xiao said hastily. If you consider me a friend, let us not speak of money. As I mentioned earlier, it is a gift, Ding Sheng asserted with newfound seriousness. Meng Xiao fell silent. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, wait for me here, and I shall bring it to you. After confirming their arrangement, Ding Sheng prepared to leave, still intending to visit the mold factory while time was still on his side. Ding Sheng, Meng Xiao suddenly called after him. Happy birthday. Thank you. He responded with a casual wave, departing with a sense of nonchalance, feeling quite cool. At the mold factory, Feng Shui examined the blueprints Ding Sheng had brought, nodding in approval. Impressive. I must say, I've gained a great deal of insight. It is a pity that the equipment in my factory is not comprehensive enough. Many details might not be executed well. Moreover, these details cannot be coarse like those of the previous battle armor. Is there a way to upgrade the equipment? Ding Sheng surveyed the mold factory, noting its simplicity. Were it not for Feng Shui's capabilities, it would have been impossible to craft the original steel battle armor from such rudimentary materials. If some factories along the coast were to close, their equipment would indeed be available at a bargain price, yet I cannot afford it. In truth, even if I could, the factory would have long ceased operations, and acquiring additional machinery would be akin to courting disaster. Perhaps you should consider a larger factory? Feng Shui suggested. Ding Sheng shook his head. Feng Shui was a pragmatic individual, and finding a trustworthy partner was far more challenging than procuring equipment. You should first focus on what you can accomplish, and for the equipment, please compile a list. I shall take care of the rest. This time, he meticulously itemized the required intelligent machinery into numerous small components. After their production, he would need to invest considerable time and effort in assembling them himself, naturally eager to commence the project swiftly. If you purchase the equipment, my factory could indeed accept your machinery as capital investment. However, spending such a substantial amount solely on this order seems unnecessary. Our neighboring province is quite small, making it genuinely difficult to operate a mold factory. Fortunately, the turnover rate for mold equipment is not rapid. What can be bought can also be sold, yet the back-and-forth logistics, along with the costs of freight and depreciation, would accumulate to a significant sum. Feng Shui truthfully listed the necessary equipment and estimated costs, hoping to dissuade the young man from pursuing fanciful ideas and squandering his family's wealth. Indeed, he considered Ding Sheng to be a privileged heir. Ding Sheng glanced at the list, already prompting Guanju to initiate contact with potential sellers in his mind. The list comprised items such as process grinding machines, centerless grinders, CNC milling machines, engraving machines, and electrical pulse devices, with prices hovering around the million mark, relatively reasonable. There is no need for equity, as before. I will cover the material costs, ensuring the best quality. Once the equipment is acquired, you will complete this order, and these machines will belong to you as payment for processing. Any excess will not be refunded, while I shall compensate for any shortfall. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. As soon as the first set of intelligent machinery for the new laboratory is operational, Ding Sheng can begin to construct his laboratory reminiscent of the Marvel Universe, making future endeavors significantly easier. However, considering the blueprints yet to be drawn, and with Feng Shui's pace, the complete setup may take half a year to finalize. This is far too slow. Our own industrial foundation is already weak. Starting from scratch indeed hampers progress. Yet, reflecting on the fact that his new base is still but a vision, he felt a sense of acceptance. Every family has its own struggles. At Yuzhou University, within the Comprehensive Research Laboratory of Mechanical Engineering and Applied Sciences, a gray-clad elder hurriedly entered one of the research rooms. Without pausing to catch his breath, he inquired, "Old Yang, you must have heard the news." "I have," Yang Huaigu replied, setting aside his work and removing his reading glasses, gesturing for his old friend to take a seat. This lad has achieved perfect scores in mathematics and comprehensive science, the only one in Jiangnan province. His English has surged, placing him 81st in the province. Hucking may soon attempt to recruit him. Among the top 2 universities in Huaxia, Hucking specializes in engineering, while Huadu focuses on the humanities. The elderly man in gray understood that Ding Sheng's remarkable performance in the examination had brought him perilously close to, if not surpassing, the admission threshold of Huaqing University, leaving no opportunity for Yuzhou University. However, Old Yang was different. Although he was primarily stationed at Yuzhou University to oversee the operations of the Applied Research Laboratory, he was originally an academician from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. If you're unfamiliar with Huazhong University, you might at least recognize the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Huazhong University is a higher education institution directly under the academy, dedicated to nurturing scientific talent, admitting only a limited number of undergraduates each year and primarily recruiting from select provinces. While Huaqing University stands as one of the foremost institutions in the country, it cannot compare to Huazhong University in terms of the sheer number of influential figures in the research community. I fear no rival in the competition for talent. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to Huaqing University. After all, there ought to be a sense of order, Yang Huaigu declared with a commanding voice. However, when it came to the confidence regarding this talent acquisition, he was less assured. Ultimately, regardless of the school's efforts, the decision lies with the students. Huazhong University does not boast the illustrious reputation of Huaqing University, and it remains uncertain whether Ding Sheng has even glanced at the letter he had sent. If he has, then there remains a glimmer of hope. In the Yuling Garden, this fish is delicious. Do eat more. There are vegetables, chicken legs, and pig trotters. Help yourself. Ding Sheng's mother beamed, constantly serving her son. Not wishing to dampen her joy, Ding Sheng indulged heartily, filling his belly to the brim. Today, having turned 18 and achieved an impressive ranking of 2nd in his school and 81st in the province, it was indeed a double celebration, making such treatment entirely understandable. I have always said our son is exceptionally talented, Ding Sheng's father praised, while discreetly sneaking a piece of food into his mouth when his wife was not paying attention. His standing in the family had precipitously declined to 3rd place, and even eating required a certain finesse now. Otherwise, he would inevitably face the wrath of his wife, who would roar about how their son had not even finished his meal. After dinner, once everything was tidily arranged, Ding Sheng's parents called him over to the sofa to discuss his thoughts on university applications, as the time to submit his choices was fast approaching. I haven't made up my mind yet, Ding Sheng replied. His initial plan had been to attend Huaqing, but after an unfortunate turn of events during the English exam, scoring only 95, his current results did not afford him the luxury of choice. Ranking 81st in the province may seem impressive, yet applying to Huaqing carried a significant risk of rejection. There's no need to worry. There's still time to think, his parents assured him. They respected their son's wishes regarding the application process and had even consulted Wang Qingyi. Receiving a response that aligned closely with Ding Sheng's assumptions, there was a chance for Huaqing and any options below that were fair game. For Ding Sheng's parents, it would be wonderful if their son could attend Huaqing, but if not, that was perfectly acceptable as well. Prior to this moment, Ding Sheng had always been the gatekeeper of Jiangnan University's admission line, which has now risen significantly. He finds solace in contentment. In truth, for Ding Sheng, it matters little which university he attends, as there is not much that a university can impart to him. Returning to his bedroom and sitting at his computer desk, his gaze caught a glimpse of a dusty envelope in the corner. He absent-mindedly retrieved it. He had been exceedingly busy lately and would have forgotten about it had it not been for the impending application deadline. The letter, personally delivered by the elderly gentleman, warranted at least a glance. After all, Yuzhou University is conveniently close to home. With this thought in mind, Ding Sheng opened the envelope. Dear Ding Sheng, congratulations on your acceptance into our university's program. Please report to the campus with this notice on September 1st, 2010. Dear student, welcome to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Here begins a new chapter in your life, and you're destined to become a source of pride for our institution. Sincerely, Li Chunbai, official seal of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Our institution is a regular higher education institution approved by the Ministry of Education with the qualifications for enrolling students in higher education. After confirming the contents repeatedly, Ding Sheng realized that this was indeed a legitimate university admission letter. The blank space under major implied that he could choose freely. More importantly, this was not an acceptance letter from Yuzhou University, but from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Initially, when Yuzhou University sought to recruit him, Ding Sheng had harbored a sense of superiority, dismissing their interest. However, to outsiders, he was merely viewed as a representative of Yuzhou University's caliber. Yet, They had taken the bold step of lowering the admission threshold and issuing him a formal acceptance letter from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. This was not a special admission. It was a testament to their audacity. In contrast, his own perspective appeared woefully inadequate. At 26, accounting for his psychological age, Ding Sheng's approach to matters was understandably lacking in thoroughness. He felt a pang of shame. The following day, as agreed, Ding Sheng brought a jar of diluted liquid to their meeting place, where Meng Xiao was already waiting. "So much?" Meng Xiao exclaimed, astonished by the large jar he was cradling. "It's not too bad, just a little over half a year's supply," Ding Sheng reassured, patting the jar. "Come on, I'll give you a ride." "Are you coming to my house?" Meng Xiao inquired. "Where else? This jar is quite heavy." Such a cunning youth, Meng Xiao thought hesitantly, but ultimately nodded, swayed by the jar's presence. After meandering through the city, Meng Xiao led Ding Sheng to an older residential area characterized by self-built houses. Despite its age, the prime location was home to many delightful hot pot restaurants, where Ding Sheng had visited with Chun Su on several occasions. Recently, he had heard of plans for redevelopment to create a new commercial district, prompting many establishments to close. They finally arrived at a two-story house, and upon entering with Meng Xiao, Ding Sheng was greeted by a middle-aged woman, whose face unmistakably revealed her as Meng Xiao's mother. "Hello, Auntie," Ding Sheng greeted respectfully. "Mother, this is my classmate, Ding Sheng," Meng Xiao introduced. "So you're Ding Sheng?" Upon hearing the name, Meng's mother set aside the vegetables she was tidying up, wiped her hands on her apron, and approached Ding Sheng with gratitude etched on her face. What was happening? Ding Sheng looked utterly bewildered. "The remedy you gave me. I discreetly kept a portion and gave it to my father. He has been feeling much better lately," Meng Xiao explained. "Your father?" "He was ill," Meng Xiao replied. A Ding Sheng should have anticipated this. Although contemporary Huaxia is not devoid of impoverished families, those blessed with both parents and free from calamities, provided they work diligently, usually have no trouble supporting a child through school. It was inconceivable that a daughter would risk repeating a year or even work part-time in her senior year. Now everything made sense. "How may I assist you?" Ding Sheng inquired. "You can," Meng Xiao pointed to the jar in his hand. 42, the prelude. As lunchtime approached, Meng's mother invited Ding Sheng to stay for a meal before bustling off to the kitchen. The living room was left with only the two young individuals. "May I inquire about Uncle Meng's illness?" With the current iteration of Super Serum 20, as long as the dosage is well regulated, long-term use can enhance bodily functions. While one cannot make grand claims, it generally alleviates minor ailments. Just like Ding Sheng's fracture, which would typically require 2 months of healing. He recovered in just a few days. "Bone cancer," Meng Xiao's voice was subdued. Ding Sheng finally understood why this girl never smiled. Bone cancer, officially termed malignant bone tumors, is characterized by rapid progression, poor prognosis, and a high mortality rate. Ding Sheng was at a loss for words. "I'm sorry." She had endured considerable pain over the past year, only finding some relief during those days after consuming your family's remedy. "Which is why I'm truly grateful for your assistance once more." "What did the doctor say?" Ding Sheng was uncertain whether the original Super Soldier Serum could cure cancer, but he knew for certain that Super Serum 20 could not. While it might offer some relief, matters of life and death should always be addressed by professionals. The doctor mentioned that if we seek treatment abroad immediately, there might be a chance for more time. "You've seen our situation. We're left with this house. Yet my father adamantly refuses to sell." Meng Xiao remained remarkably composed. A brief survey of Meng Xiao's home revealed that the news of imminent demolition in this area for the new business district was well known. Selling a house now would be ill-advised, as potential buyers would surely leverage the knowledge of their financial distress to negotiate a severely reduced price. A devastating loss. What about a bank loan? Ding Sheng ventured. However, banks would not entertain a mortgage on a property already slated for demolition. By the time the demolition occurs, it was likely that Meng Xiao's father would not be able to wait much longer. The physician's suggestion to seek treatment abroad merely equates to a financial investment aimed at prolonging life for a limited time, perhaps a year or 2 at most. The costs associated with such treatment are insatiable. Meng's father is undoubtedly more aware of this than anyone else. Should he be faced with departing from this world, his desire is to leave behind a home set for demolition for this mother-daughter duo rather than a mountain of death. For an ordinary person, combating such fate is an arduous endeavor. Even the mightiest Avengers nearly faced annihilation before Thanos. Yet, from the perspective of Meng Xiao and her mother, even when confronted with despair, the most essential thing is to cherish their closest kin, even if only for a single day. In an overly idealistic tone, one might ponder the rapid advancements in the world. Who can guarantee that a cure for cancer may not emerge in the future? To survive is to harbor hope. "Then let us go abroad," Ding Sheng suddenly proclaimed. "What did you say?" Meng Xiao lifted her head, seemingly bewildered. We shall sign a formal contract. You will mortgage your house according to the anticipated compensation, and once the demolition occurs, we shall settle the accounts, refunding any excess, Ding Sheng stated earnestly. Meng Xiao was inclined to refuse. Their relationship was merely that of classmates or perhaps friends. He had already offered a family secret to his sister, and now signing such a philanthropic contract felt burdensome. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. Meng Xiao was in dire need of funds. The recent reward of 200,000 from her school had long been depleted after settling family debts. She understood that the secret remedy could only alleviate her father's suffering, and perhaps one morning he would awaken. Thus, regardless of her father's consent, the opportunity to go abroad was imperative. As for whether a complete cure was attainable or how long he might live, that was a concern for another day. Do you possess such funds? Meng Xiao was somewhat aware of Ding Sheng's financial background. Did I not mention that I sold a patent? Just prepare the property and land ownership certificates, and we can proceed with the contract. For Ding Sheng, money represented merely a string of numbers, and this was a mortgage, not a gift. There was nothing inappropriate about it. If one were to inquire about his motivations, he would remain silent. Meng Xiao glanced at her mother's silhouette in the kitchen and nodded earnestly. I will discuss this with my mother promptly and provide you with a response by tomorrow at the latest. Ding Sheng understood. It was vital for the mother and daughter to present a united front in this matter. Today, though it was Ding Sheng visiting her home, the atmosphere remained heavy. Meng Xiao felt compelled to lighten the mood and shifted the conversation to more cheerful topics. What are your plans for college applications? Huazhong University of Science and Technology. I suppose, Ding Sheng responded. The astute young Huaigu, no doubt, would have Ding Sheng's first choice as Huazhong University, given the letter he had seen. That's splendid. It is indeed well suited for someone of your talents. Meng Xiao had a slight understanding of Huazhong University, considered a cradle for scientists in the country. Ideal for a mathematically and scientifically gifted individual like Ding Sheng. And what about you? This inquiry truly lacks necessity. Hucking. You ought to be aware that I have an agreement with the school, and furthermore, I hold a fondness for that place, Meng Xiao replied. Indeed, once we arrive in Huadu City, we can frequently gather. Soon, Meng's mother prepared a sumptuous lunch. Guanju, please seek out a reputable driving school within the neighboring state. Departing from Meng's home, Ding Sheng was ready to enroll in a driving school. Naturally, he was adept at driving in Marvel, a seasoned driver. He maneuvered with precision and skill. However, upon returning, he still needed to affiliate with a driving school and then simply show up for the examination. He discovered that the Zhou family driving school in the southern part of the city received the most favorable reviews. Zhou family in the south? That name rings a bell. Driven by curiosity, upon reaching the destination and seeing the prominent sign, Ding Sheng could only muse that the neighboring state was indeed quite small. Guanju. This is the Zhou family martial arts school. What I require is the driving school. It is hard to fathom that Guanju could make such a rudimentary error. Who says a martial arts school cannot also be a driving school? Why not venture inside and take a look? Guanju was brimming with confidence, asserting that its database could not possibly be mistaken. It is surely more stable than Mount Tai. As it turned out, Guanju was correct. Upon entering the Zhou family martial arts school, to the left was the martial arts section, not particularly crowded, perhaps due to the strenuous nature of the training, with parents reluctant to subject their children to hardship. To the right was the driving school, also sparsely populated, likely because of the sweltering heat. Life is challenging, with a dual-purpose institution. But fret not, regardless of whether you pursue martial arts or driving, I shall be wholly responsible for your progress. Do you see that lady in white over there? She has been learning to drive at my school since 1997 and has yet to pass her exam. I have never given up on her. Remarkably, back then, she was not even married, quite the youthful beauty. The school's manager was exceedingly cordial. May I pay without taking lessons? What? Such an unusual request was a first for the manager. I wish to take the exam directly, Ding Sheng added. Oh, I see. Payment is sufficient. Cash or card. The manager had previously encountered students like this. Those from affluent families who had learned long ago and awaited their 18th birthday to take the road test. Card, please. Dear, collect the payment. The manager called out, and the aforementioned lady in white hurried over. How she struggled to learn back then. I, Zhou San, a man of my word, promised to take responsibility and eventually married her, gradually teaching her. Over a decade has flown by, and our son is now a martial arts champion. It was evident that the manager, named Zhou San, was quite proud. Sharing the surname Zhou and being the third in line with a champion's son, understood. After completing the payment and taking a brief tour of the driving and martial arts schools, Ding Sheng left when he did not spot the little tyrant Zhou Yu. As evening approached, he returned to the Meng residence. After concluding her discussion with her mother, Meng Xiao prepared to approach Ding Sheng the following day to finalize the contract. At that moment, the home phone rang. "Hello, Dr. Liu. Have the result from the last checkup come in?" On the other end was her husband's attending physician. And Ming's mother gripped the phone tighter, her palms slick with sweat. "Really? Then we shall consider it, at the latest by tonight? All right, I will discuss it with my daughter and get back to you this evening." She hung up the phone, and Ming Xiao awaited her mother's words. "Xiao, doctor. Liu informed me that the Iris Biotechnology Group has developed a novel targeted medication for cancer treatment, which has a certain probability of curing the disease. They are currently offering it for free, but there is only one opportunity available in the neighboring province, and Dr. Liu has recommended your father." In 1981, a pioneering biologist, Zhang Qingye, led a team that raised 20 million yuan to establish Qingye Pharmaceutical Company. By 1984, the company's product, recombinant human erythropoietin, received approval for sale, aimed at treating anemia caused by chronic renal failure and HIV infection. In 1989, the company launched recombinant granulocyte colony-stimulating factor globally, suitable for neutropenia induced by cancer chemotherapy. That same year, Zhang Qingye succumbed to cancer. By 1992, Qingye Company entered the Fortune 500 and subsequently joined the Global Mega Corporation Alliance, officially rebranding as Iris Biotechnology Group, evolving into a multinational conglomerate. In 1999, Iris Biotechnology acquired several leading firms in the biotech sector, collaborating to develop new drugs for cancer, autoimmune conditions, and metabolic diseases. In 2001, Iris Biotechnology established a gene engineering research center, led by renowned biologist Su Zhongjing, striving to create new anti-cancer drugs through genetic technology. In 2002, Zhang Qingye's eldest son, Zhang Yi, passed away from cancer, and his 2-year-old grandson, Zhang Xiaoxiu, succeeded him as chairman of Iris Biotechnology Group, becoming the youngest leader of a Fortune 500 company. That same year, Zhang Xiaoxiu was diagnosed with hereditary cancer. Is it truly that grim? After absorbing the series of significant events surrounding Iris Biotechnology, Ding Sheng was indeed moved. Thus, my conclusion is that if any company in the world is willing to devote everything to the development of cancer medications, it must be Iris Biotechnology, Guanzhou summarized. Ding Sheng had to concede this point. "Can you find any information regarding the new targeted medication Ming Xiao mentioned?" "No, you can't breach the firewall?" Ding Sheng was somewhat astonished. For this world, Guanzhou represented a product of the future. The ability to penetrate firewalls had long surpassed global advancements, with most firewalls being breached in mere seconds. Even those slightly more complex could be circumvented in just a few moments. As for those that could not be breached, I must candidly say, I have yet to encounter one. I acknowledge that among all the floral conglomerates worldwide, there indeed exists a faction with remarkably robust firewalls, making entry a laborious endeavor. Is this true? What makes this floral alliance so formidable? Ding Sheng harbored some skepticism. After all, he had authored Guanzhou and was well aware of his own capabilities. However, Iris Biotech had not intentionally established such a firewall. My inability to access information stemmed solely from the absence of relevant data in the company's internal database regarding this targeted therapy. I surmised they relied on archaic handwritten records for archiving. In this age of rampant digitization, resorting to handwritten documentation is quite remarkable. Regardless, based on the information currently at hand, Iris Biotech undeniably stands as a vanguard in contemporary cancer treatment, consistently grounded in scientific principles, with assured quality and an esteemed reputation. Even if Meng Xiao were to travel abroad, it is unlikely she would encounter a superior medical environment. Very well. You must remain vigilant regarding this matter and inform me of any developments at the earliest opportunity, Ding Sheng commanded Guanzhou. Rest assured, I have established a dedicated personal incident database for Meng Xiao. With a priority level of S, I comprehend the implications of the last 3 words, Guanzhou remarked, laden with significance. You, a mere program, what do you understand? Shaking his head, he made a phone call to Meng Xiao's home, temporarily setting this matter aside. In the ensuing days, Ding Sheng continued to remain at home, drafting designs for the equipment of the new laboratory. Meanwhile, the molds ordered online by Guanzhou had arrived in the neighboring province, received by Fengshe, and the upgraded mold factory had finally attained a degree of manufacturing capability. On June 28th, the first batch of undergraduate admissions in Jiannan province commenced, and although Ding Sheng possessed an acceptance letter, he dutifully filled out his application online for Huaxia Academy of Sciences, a gesture of reciprocity to reassure his distant uncle. As for the major, perhaps influenced by recent events, Ding Sheng opted for a rather harmonious choice in life sciences. To put it bluntly, it was akin to a haphazard selection. Naturally, Meng Xiao applied to Hucking University, though she encountered some difficulties regarding her major. Hucking University's flagship programs, such as materials science and engineering, measurement and control technology and instruments, and electronic information engineering. Predominantly catered to the sciences, and although Meng Xiao was a science student, she exhibited little interest in these fields. For her, even attending one of the country's top universities, her primary concern revolved around post-graduation employment prospects, ultimately leading her to select economics and finance. A lingering sense of something forgotten nagged at her. Chen Su. He would not be part of the first batch and was patiently awaiting the second. After a week of relentless effort, Dingxing finally completed all the blueprints for the intelligent machinery and handed them over to Feng Shi. To his surprise, he noticed two new faces at the mold factory. They were his cousin, who had just graduated from high school this year, having barely scored below 100, and had been sent by the family to work as an apprentice under his guidance. Feng Shi first introduced a young lad in the distance who was busy oiling the machines. Achieving such a score in the first subject was commendable. Ding Sheng, despite his prowess, had also not scored above 100 in English. Total score. Feng Shi raised his hands in resignation, acknowledging that their family lacked any academic inclination. He himself had ventured into the world without completing junior high, completely unfamiliar with the concept of college entrance examinations. What was that? Could one eat it? Oh, my apologies. Dingxing meant no mockery with his words. After all, even Su Jian, who rarely attended classes, managed to score over 200 out of a total of 750 in subjects like mathematics, Chinese, English, and comprehensive sciences. It indeed requires a certain level of skill. At the very least, one must grasp the laws of reverse probability and refine them to perfection. The so-called reverse probability law allows an individual to confidently eliminate the correct answer from a 4-option question with a 25% chance of success, thereby accurately selecting one from the remaining incorrect options. In brief, it is about consistently choosing the wrong answer. That young lady over there is my wife. She usually works at the neighboring garment factory to contribute to the household expenses. Now that you have such a large order, she has resigned to assist me. To prevent Ding Sheng from thinking that he was favoring relatives at the expense of efficiency, Feng Shi added, but rest assured, she will only handle some trivial tasks and will not interfere with the craftsmanship. I can guarantee the product quality. As for the mechanical armor you commissioned last time, I have completed 2 more sets. I haven't shown the finished products to anyone else. Do you wish to take them now? Feng Shi whispered to Ding Sheng. Let us leave them here for now. I will come to retrieve them after some time. The subsequent steel armors were merely shells, and Ding Sheng was in no rush to use them. He did not wish to rely on the primitive cart any longer. He intended to drive once he obtained his license. With the mold factory now operating smoothly, he needed to swiftly finalize the site selection for the new base. At Hucking University, the admissions office was in distress. The renowned domestic academician Yang Huaigu had moved in with personal belongings, disregarding any semblance of propriety, all in a bid to secure a fresh high school graduate. It was utterly absurd. What kind of institution was Hucking University? It predominantly focused on science and engineering. Ding Sheng had barely surpassed the admission threshold by a single point and had achieved full marks in both mathematics and comprehensive sciences. Of course, he was a coveted candidate. Who was afraid of whom? Furthermore, a group of elderly scholars at the Research Institute, who were at odds with Yang Huaigu, reveled in the discord, as tensions escalated between the two parties. However, by today, a truce had finally been reached. Hucking University was left astounded. From the back-end data, it appears that Ding Sheng has only applied to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. This lad possesses some integrity. As for the 4th corridor, it is a mountain range in the eastern part of Jiangnan province, stretching over 200 kilometers from Jiang County in the north to Yuzhou in the south. Approximately 50 kilometers of this range lies within the borders of a neighboring province, characterized by towering peaks, sheer cliffs, deep mountain streams, and cascading springs. The 4th corridor is the 4th highest peak of the Mingyue mountain range and is relatively gentle compared to other prominent summits, hence its name corridor. Guanju analyzed the surrounding environment. In the mountains, a silver-white mech is slowly traversing, with Ding Sheng himself inside. To transport the mech to this location, he specifically hired a Wuling Hongguang and drove it to the foot of the mountain before donning the armor to ascend. Guanju has completed the analysis. Could you be more specific? Regarding the selection of the new base, Ding Sheng's foremost requirement, after careful consideration, is seclusion. This is crucial for 2 reasons. First, he will inevitably be flying around in his armored suit, and being seen is undesirable. This is not a cinematic world, and one must consider the perspectives of ordinary citizens. Second, those esteemed figures in books often prefer to retreat into the mountains, claiming to live in seclusion, which adds an element of prestige. Throughout the journey, there were no signs of human habitation, aligning perfectly with your requirements. The geographical location is ideally situated at the midpoint between the neighboring province and Yuzhou. allowing for easy travel between the two. In terms of transportation, a 2-kilometer-long road from the foot of the mountain will suffice for convenient access. There is little more to discuss. I suggest we choose this location. Prior to this visit, Sheng had extensively communicated these matters with Guanju, who has a comprehensive understanding of his thoughts. As for the essentials of modern life, water, electricity, gas, and internet, there's a mountain stream nearby, and if necessary, a well can be drilled. Concerning internet connectivity, as long as the area is covered by communication satellites, Guanju ensures there is access. Gas can be substituted with electricity. Sheng plans to tailor a power supply system for the base. Of course, a thorough inspection is still necessary. There is no need to bring the armored suit today. Ascending to take a look, Sheng's thoughts reached out, and the armor took flight, adjusting to a power output of 20. He began to hover above the forest, surveying the general outline of the future base environment. Through multiple experiments, it has been established that the optimal power output for flight is 20. Under these conditions, the flight speed is neither too fast nor too slow, entirely adequate. Additionally, the flight duration has significantly increased from a peak speed of 30 seconds to approximately 5 minutes, allowing ample time to accomplish various tasks. To be on the safe side, Sheng has also installed several backup batteries in the armor's waist. When power runs low, he can easily switch them out. After 2 minutes of surveying, he found himself increasingly satisfied with the view. This is the place, the planning bureau of neighboring province. Unfortunately, it is futile. The staff member at the bureau scrutinized Sheng's application and outright rejected it. There were numerous issues. First and foremost, you do not possess a rural household registration. Additionally, the location specified on your form does not align with the areas designated for development within this county. Furthermore, the area you requested for your self-built homestead far exceeds the 160 square meters permitted for development of wasteland. Should I continue? The staff member, sensing Sheng's bewilderment, reluctantly took the time to explain further, since there was still ample time before the end of the workday. However, the entirety of the response was laden with regulations. Nonetheless, Sheng was not one to lose hope easily. There's a saying, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Upon leaving the office, he sought advice from someone knowledgeable. Su Jian, have I mentioned that I have a very wealthy cousin? As soon as the call connected, Sheng began to weave a tale. As long as you are not put off by the high cost of international long-distance calls, I am entirely willing to hear you recount the story of your cousin from the year of his birth. Due to the time difference, it was indeed the middle of the night on Su Jian's end. However, he was reluctant to sleep, for it was a rare opportunity to experience the vibrancy of capitalist society, where the nightlife was just beginning. In the background of the call, the sounds of merriment from foreign women echoed faintly. This fellow certainly knew how to enjoy himself. To cut to the chase, my cousin wishes to construct a villa in the mountains for retirement, yet he lacks a rural household registration. The location he desires is also outside the designated planning area, and the area he wishes to apply for is excessively large, with a plethora of conflicting regulations. Do you have any solutions? Su Jian's family was in the construction business, and not just any construction. They operated a reputable company in neighboring province in Yuzhou. It was no surprise they could handle projects like the renovation of the underground garage for Iris Biotechnology, nor that Su Jian was quite the spendthrift. In such circumstances, there must surely be a special set of procedures. That's easy enough. Just ask your cousin if he has any influential connections in the county. He could apply for the construction of a farmhouse under the guise of returning to his roots for entrepreneurship. This would resolve the issues of non-agricultural household registration, regional planning, and insufficient area all at once. Su Jian articulated his thoughts clearly over the phone. Wow, that's a three-pronged approach. Brilliant, Sheng responded. Now I understand why you don't need to go to school. You're destined to take over your father's legacy. If your cousin lacks connections, I could have my father lend a hand. All it would take is for your cousin to treat him to a meal afterward, Su Jian continued. Connections? The relationship between Su Jian and Sheng was decent, but involving the former's father felt like overstepping. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng slapped his forehead. Does the tax bureau count as a connection? Absolutely. My father is quite formidable. He is exceptionally compliant when it comes to the tax bureau. All right then, thank you. I shall treat you to a meal upon your return to the country. After hanging up the phone, Sheng hurried home. The tax bureau's response was unequivocal. This was simply unacceptable and did not comply with regulations. Although their words were harsh, the leadership at the bureau treated Sheng, a significant taxpayer, with a degree of courtesy, yet they stood firm on principles and categorically refused. Undeterred by the prospect of ruin, he sought to maintain his integrity in the world. With a heart as light as a feather, he pondered whether they understood the gravity of the situation. Sheng had never even contemplated resorting to bribery. Alas, what a pity. He had initially planned to engage in small inventions and patent sales while enjoying leisure time after the completion of his rural homestay. Now, it seemed he would have to seek out a suitable plot of land in Yuzhou instead. Waving the banner of being a tax pioneer, Ding Sheng sighed deeply and prepared to leave. This was intolerable. Hello, Land Planning Bureau? This is Director Li from the tax office. Please have Director Wang take this call. A meeting? What nonsense. This is an urgent matter. In merely 10 seconds, Director Li's decisive actions managed to retain Ding Sheng's attention. Xiao Ding, let us discuss this calmly. You young people are always so impatient. It's merely a rural homestay. If 600 square meters isn't sufficient, 1,000 will do just as well. It's that simple. Let us get it sorted. Exiting the tax bureau, Ding Sheng waved the banner once more, realizing now that what he once deemed useless was indeed a powerful tool. Regarding the design of the base, he only had a vague notion in his mind. The specific plans would require the expertise of a professional designer. Time was of the essence. So he called Su Jian to arrange for the construction team to clear the road. The resources must benefit those within the community. In Yuzhou, at the Rose Hotel, Ding Sheng sat in the observation tea restaurant on the top floor, savoring tea while awaiting a meeting. Guanju, is this designer you found reliable? According to Guanju, the designer was 60 years old and in a semi-retired state, having spent her years in London. Though foreign, she had deep connections with China. The Grand Theater recently completed in the southeast metropolis, Huaqing, was crafted under her guidance. Ding Sheng had seen photos online and was quite impressed. Absolutely. You were looking for something spectacular, right? She is a representative of surrealistic architectural design and a globally recognized master of deconstructivism, having won the Pritzker Architecture Prize, which is akin to the Nobel Prize in the field of architecture. After hearing Ding Sheng's general concept for the appearance of the new base, Guanju had invested considerable effort to secure an appointment with this architect. When she arrives, just follow my instructions on what to say. Approximately 10 minutes later, two foreign women approached the tea restaurant. The woman in front, with golden hair and appearing to be in her 50s, was likely the architect Ding Sheng was expecting. The younger woman, also with golden hair and seemingly in her 30s, appeared to be her assistant. Greetings, Ms. Hadid. I am Ding Sheng. Please, this way. Ding Sheng courteously approached. You're the esteemed friend of Mr. Guanju, are you not? Young and accomplished. Hadid, much like Cook in the past, was astonished that this young man could articulate such fluent English. It is worth noting that the native tongue of Huaxia is arguably one of the most challenging languages in the world, and there are not many young individuals who possess the vigor to master English alongside their mother tongue. The Mr. Guanju she referred to is the alias employed by Guanju in assisting Ding Sheng online, a pseudonym for anonymity. This is advantageous, as should any unfortunate matters arise in the future, the responsibility could simply fall upon the untraceable Guanju. This is Emma, my student, who is in charge of the interior design for this project. Having briefly introduced her, Ms. Hadid proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Her visit to Huaxia was prompted by Mr. Guanju's recent assistance in locating her lost cat online. As for the base mentioned in your email, I will devote my utmost efforts. Please share your thoughts. Sci-fi and spectacular. Indeed, this encapsulates Ding Sheng's vision. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that he initially planned to replicate the cliffside villa from Iron Man's Freedom City. Although this villa had been unveiled 2 years prior in Iron Man, and its appearance is well known worldwide, it truly is visually stunning. However, after careful consideration, Ding Sheng abandoned this notion. Having already drawn inspiration from Iron Man's armor, would it not be overly conspicuous to also mimic the house? There are numerous exceptional architects in the world today. After all, the Iron Man villa was also a product of human design. Creating a somewhat similar structure should pose no significant issue. Thus, he enlisted the expertise of the esteemed master before him. Next, I will conduct an on-site survey of the geography, geology, and construction conditions, after which you will need to provide me with a foundational area and a rough budget. In 10 days, I will present you with a proposal. Ms. Hadid had not designed a building in quite some time, and she felt a twinge of eagerness, confident that she could translate her ideas into reality. The foundational area approved is 1,000 square meters or even larger, while the budget stands at 200 million RMB, equivalent to approximately $30 million. Ding Sheng currently holds cash, calculated at the exchange rate of 68,275 as per the central bank's implementation in June, which amounts to just over 200 million, minus some recent expenditures on mold factory equipment. Ms. Hadid was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. Ding Sheng quickly realized that the funds were insufficient. They were unable to fully realize their vision. The $30 million is an initial payment, with an additional $30 million slated for later investment, totaling $60 million. The fruit company still owes $50 million in outstanding payments, and Ding Sheng must retain some capital for himself. Estimates online suggest that the construction cost of Iron Man's Freedom City is around $75 million. My own base, although not as grand, need not be perched on the edge of cliff, so I reckon $60 million, alongside $400 million for the RD, should suffice. Ms. Hadid nodded in agreement. This overall investment in the building seemed worthy of her involvement. Furthermore, it is imperative that my underground laboratory incorporates a skylight structure that connects directly to the surface. This is essential for the storage and launch of the armor. Drawing inspiration from Iron Man's villa. No problem at all. After arranging accommodation for the two ladies at the Rose Hotel, Ding Sheng escorted Ms. Hadid and her assistant, Emma, to the base situated in Corridor 4, where a construction team dispatched by Su Jian's company was already fervently at work on the road. Following a thorough investigation of the architectural data, Ms. Hadid returned to the hotel to commence her work. Ding Sheng, increasingly occupied, first focused on obtaining his driver's license. He quickly passed the theoretical exam, but the practical test would take some time, and he could only request the driving school to expedite the process. It was estimated that he would not receive his license for at least another 20 days. In addition, he needed to develop the smart devices for the new laboratory, which included writing accompanying intelligent software, as well as designing, producing, and testing smart chips. The mold factory was overwhelmed with the volume of blueprints, and Fengshe frequently encountered minor issues that inevitably required Ding Sheng's assistance. Once the finished products were ready, he would have to work tirelessly to assemble them. 24 hours in a day simply did not suffice. During this busy period, Chen Su called to suggest a trip, but Ding Sheng declined outright, citing his driving lessons as the reason. Amidst this, he managed to find time to work on the smart chips and ingeniously modified the neural sensing device into a patch format, bidding farewell to glasses with lenses. Ms. Hadid, perhaps having been idle for too long, experienced an explosion of accumulated inspiration, delivering not one, but two design proposals within 10 days, both remarkably precise. Assistant Emma also produced 2 sets of ultra-modern interior designs based on these proposals. Ding Sheng found both concepts appealing, ultimately opting for the first proposal, which featured a simpler and more elegant aesthetic, as simplicity is an everlasting trend. Thank you, Ms. Hadid, and you too, Ms. Emma. I truly appreciate this design. I must admit, I forgot to inquire about the remuneration for this project. How much should I compensate you? Ding Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, having always worked independently. This was his first experience hiring someone, and he had overlooked the crucial matter of payment. Although he was publicly regarded as the world's youngest billionaire, the challenges of constructing the base had humbled him. Money seemed to dissipate quickly, and he hoped that the fees would not be exorbitant. For Annie's sake, I shall waive my design fee this time. As for Emma, you may discuss her compensation directly with her. After Ms. Hadid spoke, she noticed Ding Sheng's bewilderment. Annie is my family's cat. In the evening, after dinner at home, Ding's father and mother, as usual, discussed work, family, and the trivialities of their child's life. Although there were occasional disagreements, happiness outweighed their troubles. Ding Sheng hesitated about whether to disclose to his parents that he was on the verge of becoming a billionaire, which would relieve them of the burden of work and allow them to enjoy life. However, his parents were only in their early 40s, and their thoughts were difficult for him to gauge. Should he be candid or continue to delay? This was a dilemma. He decided to set aside a sum of money for his parents and address the subsequent matters when the opportunity arose. With this thought in mind, he returned to his bedroom and dialed Cook across the ocean. Ding Sheng, am transferring funds. 46, a portable blood transfusion device. His eyes widened with keen alertness, ears perked like antennas, listening intently for any suspicious sounds. While supervising bricklaying at the construction site, the phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Hello, is this Ding Sheng? The voice on the other end was quite familiar. Is that Meng Xiao? It has been over half a month since I last heard from her. Yes, from now on, this will be my number. Her tone seemed unaffected. How is Uncle Meng lately? Ding Sheng inquired, aware that since Iris Biotechnology had personally taken Meng's father, Meng Xiao and her mother had also moved to Yuzhou for better care. Thanks to your family's secret recipe, my father has been resting quite well. He has been undergoing various preliminary tests at a subsidiary hospital of Iris, and it is likely that he won't start medication until after my school term begins. I heard that once he starts the treatment, they will have to transfer him to some experimental base for isolation, with family visits strictly prohibited, Meng Xiao explained. Isolation? No family visits? If it weren't for the prestigious name of Iris Biotechnology, such matters would indeed raise suspicions, Ding Sheng thought. Well, try not to worry too much. If you need any assistance, just let me know, he reassured her first. Why does it sound so strange on your end, like a construction site? Meng Xiao inquired, as the distant sound of an excavator faintly echoed through the phone. Yes, I am experiencing life at the construction site. Just then, some workers were calling out Ding Sheng's name, and he regretted coming to oversee the project himself. However, considering the investment of 400 million, he could not entrust it to others. This location was remote and devoid of any development value, both geographically and economically, rendering its added value negligible. Yet, precisely because of this, once this building was completed, if it genuinely cost 400 million, it would undoubtedly become the most expensive standalone villa in China and perhaps the world. None other. To illustrate, even if Iron Man's free city in this world were not a mere computer-generated illusion, but a tangible reality, one could estimate that nearly half of the projected 75 million cost would likely be allocated to acquiring the coastal land. Although Ding Sheng's project is somewhat less expensive, the land was granted special approval, incurring no expense. Every cent was genuinely invested in the construction. Thus, upon reflection, it seems improbable that such an extravagant sum would be necessary. You go ahead with your tasks. I shall deliver lunch to my father. Meng Xiao hesitated, initially intending to seek Ding Sheng's advice on a particular matter. Yet upon connecting the call, she found herself unable to voice her concerns, considering it ultimately a family affair. Ding Sheng, not entirely oblivious, immediately contacted Guanju after hanging up. Is there any way to ascertain the location of the Iris Biotech's targeted drug experimental base? The search yielded no results. After a thorough online exploration, Guanju also came up empty-handed. Could it be handwritten information? The company's archaic and intricate information confidentiality techniques rendered even a super-advanced intelligent system powerless. However, there appeared to be a glimmer of hope. This information was exceedingly obscure. Had Guanju not evolved to her current level, it might have remained undiscoverable. It was revealed that the Iris Group had made 2 payments to the same construction unit within a certain time frame, one for the renovation of its headquarters underground garage, and a significantly larger sum for which no transaction records were available. I speculated whether this could be intended for constructing the experimental base. Ding Sheng refrained from prompting Guanju to identify the construction company, as he already knew it was coincidentally Su Jian's construction firm. In short, the world is indeed a small place. What more is there to discuss? Just call and ask directly. It's not that I am unwilling to assist. First, I genuinely lack knowledge on the matter, and second, I heard from my father that a super confidentiality agreement was signed for that project. Should any information leak, the penalty could potentially deplete my family's resources, and perhaps even more. On the other end of the line, Su Jian spoke candidly. I merely inquired casually. There is no need to take it to heart. Indeed, in an effort to obscure his true intentions, Ding Sheng began recounting tales from the dawn of time after connecting the call, weaving through narratives until he reached the tyranny of King Zhou, and continued on to the travels of Confucius. Su Jian, a lackluster scholar, found himself stifling yawns, ultimately erupting during the discussion of the Xuanwu Gate incident, exclaiming how dreadfully tedious it was, urging Ding Sheng to discuss more contemporary matters, such as what he had for breakfast that morning. Very well. You previously expressed interest in my uncle's life after birth. Let me tell you, it was an autumn in the 1960s, amid the endless falling leaves. I must hang up now. Don't. We're just about to get to the crux of the matter. As I continue to wander in circles, I feel as though I might perish. At this juncture, Ding Sheng should possess enough intelligence to discern that matters are far from simple. How many cancer patients have recently been admitted to the subsidiary hospitals under the Iris Group? Surely, this information can be easily retrieved. 182 individuals. All volunteers recommended by hospitals nationwide. This detail can be effortlessly verified in the hospital's admission records, which clearly outline the patient's names, genders, ages, origins, and specific types of cancer. With such a multitude of patients, what exactly is the Iris Group attempting to achieve? The commotion and atmosphere do not suggest any intention to instigate trouble. Otherwise, even a Fortune 500 company would struggle to contain the fallout of any incident. I have instructed to infiltrate the hospital's security system and continuously monitor relevant information. Should any patient be transferred, I must be notified immediately. Upon returning home that day, Ding Sheng directed Guanju to establish a file for a portable blood transfusion device, one of the few original creations from this makeshift prince, aptly named for its purpose. He had previously crafted a prototype in the Marvel Universe, though it was never mass-produced. The rationale was quite simple. It was simply too absurd. Can one imagine Captain America battling villains while simultaneously experiencing a nosebleed and relying on a blood transfusion device? While the humor is undeniable, one must not indulge excessively in laughter. After all, in the chaotic realm of eccentric scientists that is the Marvel Universe, originality is exceedingly rare. Should one attempt to forcibly utilize the Super Serum 20, Guanju would easily discern the underlying principles. For now, it remains a precautionary measure. The iron armor is not yet reliable. However, should one possess a physique comparable to that of Steve Rogers, even without his exceptional combat skills, one could at least enhance physical output and mitigate damage. If the need arises to investigate some discordant elements, one's safety could be assured. In Yuzhou, at a suburban villa, Zhang Xiaoxiu has been diligently working in the glass laboratory for the past fortnight, with Xiao Lin by his side as both a work assistant and a life aide. Have all the unexpected agreements been signed? Yes, they have. Once the observation period concludes, patients meeting the criteria for treatment will be dispatched to the experimental base. Xiao Lin nodded in affirmation. The commonality among these 182 patients is that they are all in the advanced stages of cancer. Conventional medical interventions have proven futile, and many families have approached this with a mindset of grasping at straws. With this agreement in hand, even should unforeseen circumstances arise, substantial compensation is likely to quell any unrest. As the saying goes, you're not a fish. How can you know the joy of fish? At the Yulin courtyard, Ding's mother stepped out to buy groceries and, as is customary, casually inquired, "Xiao Sheng, what dish would you like to have today?" Under normal circumstances, Ding Sheng would casually suggest a few dishes favored by the family, or simply say whatever. However, today was different. He had long anticipated his mother's inquiry regarding this matter. He sprang up from the sofa in a flurry and earnestly declared, "I desire pig liver, beef liver, chicken liver, pig's blood, lean meat, fish, black fungus, seaweed, hair moss, shepherd's purse, and lotus root." Are you reciting a grocery list? His mother, having been the one to cook in their home for many years, quickly discerned the commonality among these items: blood replenishment. You appear somewhat pallid. Indeed, you seem to be in need of nourishment. Recently, her son had claimed to be learning to drive, but she was unaware of what else he was preoccupied with, as he left early and returned late every day, appearing even thinner. Dingxing nodded obediently. He was not merely lacking in vitality. Had it not been for the infusion of Super Serum 20, he would hardly have been able to rise from bed. Once his mother departed, Guanju remarked, "Young man, you are quite determined." Dingxing truly was resolute. In recent days, he had procured new materials and swiftly assembled a portable blood transfusion device. While it sounded sophisticated, it was essentially a blood bag designed for personal storage. Equipped with a centrifuge that extended the blood's shelf life from a mere 30 to 40 days to nearly 3 months. Yet, the question remained, where would the blood come from? Purchasing it seemed illegal, and stealing from a hospital was hardly preferable. Although Ding Sheng was no villain, he was not a paragon of virtue either. If he truly needed blood, both options were conceivable. Moreover, he possessed the AB blood type, commonly referred to as the universal recipient, making him compatible with nearly all blood types. However, external blood lacked the quality nurtured by his own body, enriched by the Super Serum 20 over time. With some time still at his disposal, he made a resolute decision and purchased a syringe to draw blood from himself, storing it in the transfusion device. Being somewhat of a makeshift operation, it lacked precision, resulting in an overestimation of the internal volume of the device. Consequently, he extracted blood for 3 consecutive days, rendering him quite weak, which prevented him from attending the construction site. If he did not consume some nourishing food soon, he would truly be confined to his home. Such a state was quite unfortunate. Dingxing fashioned the portable blood transfusion device to resemble a wristband, albeit thicker and sturdier, wearing one on each arm without issue. When activated, the device would insert its transfusion tube into his venous system and automatically administer blood, featuring intelligent regulation as well. After conducting a simulation test, the inflow and outflow indeed maintained a semblance of blood balance. Those with a modicum of knowledge would surely recognize the absurdity of the above. Indeed, this fanciful operation presupposed a body bolstered by Super Serum 20. Ordinary individuals experiencing significant blood loss should still seek emergency assistance. Non-professionals should refrain from attempting such actions. Life is precious, and rational blood transfusion is imperative. With the portable blood transfusion device at his side, Dingxing boldly extracted a vial of minimally diluted serum to keep on hand as a reserve, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Equipping the transfusion device would enable him to engage in combat. As long as the blood within the device remained, his combat prowess would remain substantial. As for potential after-effects, he had yet to experience them. When the day came, he would simply have to test it out, for practical experience is the sole criterion for truth. Next, he required a set of casual attire. The duration of use for his iron armor was currently too brief, making long-range combat impractical. The limitations of the old distillery's laboratory were evident. Only upon the completion of the new base and the commencement of operations in the new laboratory could he continue to upgrade the polymer batteries. Until then, Dingxing needed at least one outfit that could obscure his identity, a necessity well understood by most superheroes. Naturally, casual wear ought not to be as cumbersome as the iron armor. Something akin to Black Panther's suit would suffice. The mere thought of vibranium made his mouth water. However, he harbored a sense of resentment. In the Marvel Universe, vibranium seemed to fall from the heavens, a rare stroke of luck, making it exceedingly difficult to replicate. Prior to his return from the alternate realm, he had not managed to secure any vibranium reserves and remained entirely ignorant of its chemical composition or the possibility of artificial synthesis. If this matter lay within the realm of science, there would still be hope. The concern arose when it veered into the metaphysical, existing beyond the boundaries of scientific understanding, rendering vibranium unattainable in this world. Unless, of course, a vibranium meteorite were to fall from the sky, a prospect that seemed rather unlikely. Nevertheless, Sheng was not disheartened by the absence of vibranium. After all, the Marvel Universe boasted other materials, such as adamantium. The true formula for adamantium was meticulously safeguarded by the American military, yet due to policy requirements, the formula had once been shared with certain allies, only to be intercepted by the then Secretary of State, Guangzhou. Sheng had a general understanding of its chemical structure, but synthesizing it proved to be a formidable challenge. Adamantium was not classified as an element and did not appear on the periodic table. Its synthesis was comparably arduous to the development of Iron Man's new energy source, representing a high-level operation even in the technologically advanced Marvel Universe. However, should he be willing to compromise on some hardness to synthesize a lower-grade adamantium, the task would become significantly easier. Yet, as Sheng was just embarking on his journey, such conditions were not readily attainable. Was it due to a lack of resources? While this was indeed a factor, it was not the sole reason. In today's world, most technological products could yield astonishing new innovations with merely slight modifications, and finding a gullible company to sell them to would simply translate to profit. Take, for instance, the current smartphone operating systems. Symbian is outdated and destined for obsolescence. Android is bloated but, fortunately, open source and poised to dominate the market. iOS is secure and smooth yet closed, likely to maintain a steady, albeit conservative, grip on its territory. In the realm of mobile operating systems at this level, there is no need for Sheng to personally intervene. Even Guangzhou can generate them, harnessing the strengths of various manufacturers. If necessary, an entire app ecosystem could be crafted as well. One might ponder the value of such innovation. A company genuinely aspiring to create intelligent smartphones would likely be willing to sacrifice greatly for it. Thus, Sheng is not lacking in financial resources. Rather, it hinges on when he deems it necessary to utilize them. The fundamental issue lies in the current state of the world, which is rather dismal. He must methodically construct an industrial foundation. In the Marvel Universe, it was feasible to scavenge from other tech companies for parts and make do. However, in the present world, this approach is not only impractical, but has entirely reversed. Sheng's discarded items can be monetized, while other tech firms have become the ones scavenging. Every new device must be meticulously assembled down to the last screw, with no assistance available. Should his mind falter, even momentarily, many groundbreaking technological products may never come to fruition. Sheng does not possess the lofty aspirations of a great individual burdened with advancing global technology. His 8 years in the Marvel Universe, under the intense pressure of survival in a laboratory, have left him weary. After finally returning, he requires rest. Simultaneously, he remains uncertain about which technological advancements might catch the world off guard, necessitating careful exploration. To put it plainly, neither vibranium gear nor adamantium alloy is feasible. Let us be realistic. What about the outfit worn by Spider-Man during his debut? The specifics of functionality are secondary. The primary concern is merely to conceal his identity. With this in mind, Sheng instructs Guangzhou to visit a certain shopping website, search for Spider-Man's attire, and order a set priced at just over 200 yuan, including free shipping. Task completed. Regarding the construction timeline, under normal circumstances, given the scale of Sheng's base, a professional construction team would require at least half a year to complete the project. Following that, an additional month would be needed for decoration, and after the renovations, a minimum of 2 months would be necessary for the space to air out, leading to a move-in date post-New Year. This timeline is unacceptable, is far too sluggish. Fortunately, relative to the overall cost of the base, the expenses for construction are not exorbitant. Sheng, under the guise of a wealthy relative, decides to triple the construction budget, thereby increasing manpower and resources to ensure completion, including renovations, within 2 months. Subsequently, Sheng personally designs an intelligent ventilation system, significantly reducing the air-out period. Ultimately, move-in could occur within a maximum of 3 months. While 3 months is still a considerable duration, it represents the current limits of human capability. Any desire for expedited progress risks yielding shoddy workmanship, or even an unstable foundation. The balance of speed and quality at this level is commendable. In the ensuing time, Sheng oscillates between the construction site and the factory, occasionally visiting the old distillery laboratory. He meticulously schedules time to obtain his driver's license, remaining consistently occupied, and before long, over a month has swiftly elapsed. On this day, Sheng emerged from the examination center, his driving license finally in hand. He could finally purchase a car. "Chin-su, have I mentioned that I have a rather affluent cousin?" This phrase rolled off Sheng's tongue with such ease, one might think this cousin truly existed. An illusion. Let us get straight to the point. Chin-su had been traveling extensively for over a month and had just returned to neighboring Zhou, spending his days at home, recuperating while awaiting the admission letter from Yuzhou University of Technology. Having known Sheng for over a decade, he understood him far better than Su Jian. If one were to truly listen to him ramble, even 5,000 years of Chinese history would not suffice. He asked Chin-su for assistance in purchasing a car, yet lacking knowledge in this area, he thought to consult him for advice. Ordinarily, Sheng would consult Gu Zhu regarding any automotive needs, as Gu would clearly arrange everything. However, the memory of being swindled while buying an electric iron still lingered. Purchasing a car was certainly not akin to buying groceries. It was prudent to have a knowledgeable companion. Let us go. Chin-su, an automobile enthusiast, could not resist the thrill of the endeavor. The two headed towards the main city of Yuzhou. "What is your cousin's primary requirement for the car?" Jian-su inquired, already cataloging all the car brands available in the country within his mind. "Spaciousness," Sheng replied after a moment of contemplation, stating his foremost need. "Spacious? That's easily addressed. The most spacious options would undoubtedly be top-tier luxury brands like Rolls-Royce and Bentley, followed by Aston Martin and Porsche. Of course, it ultimately depends on the budget. If those are too expensive, there's always BBA." Chin-su recited this with familiarity. Noticing Sheng's silence, he assumed he had not understood and continued. "BBA refers to Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. My friend, when I mention spaciousness, I mean for cargo, not for showmanship." Sheng interjected, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Chin-su, who had expended so much breath. "Why didn't you clarify earlier? Your thinking is too narrow. Let us head directly to look at the Land Cruiser." Sheng's requirements were clear. It needed to be spacious enough for cargo, capable of occasional off-road excursions, and durable. After a cursory online search, he found that this vehicle had a decent reputation. Moreover, Su Jian utilized this model daily for construction sites, suggesting it was a reliable choice. "Then what place do I have in this scenario?" Chin-su felt a hint of disappointment. "You can help with haggling," Sheng reassured him. "Haggle? That's a tall order. It's like a scholar encountering a soldier. Reasoning falls short. In this market, if you can find a Land Cruiser without a markup, consider yourself fortunate. How can you expect to negotiate?" The two arrived at the Yuzhou Auto Expo Center and first sought out a Toyota dealership. They discovered a plethora of vehicles. Yet the Land Cruiser was absent, with the earliest availability being 3 months away. "Let us try another dealership. Guju, could you check if there are any Land Cruisers available at that other Yuzhou location?" Sheng insisted, pushing for a solution. "There exists a top-tier display vehicle on Yunnan Avenue, presently unreserved. Given the severe traffic congestion across major roadways, it is advisable to utilize the rail transit system." Guanju promptly responded. Thus, the two made their way to the dealership, where the staff exhibited a commendable courtesy, not allowing their youthful appearances to result in any negligence. After a brief discussion, it indeed aligned with Chin-su's expectations. The price was firm, with no room for negotiation, even with the conversation with the manager proving futile. Typically, prices are negotiable, especially for display vehicles. However, this particular model was in high demand, thus the dealership conspired to maintain their stance, with the manager notably absent. "Are you gentlemen certain of your decision?" the salesperson inquired. "Yes." The road in front of the base was temporarily cleared, but could not yet be paved with asphalt until the base's completion, rendering Sheng in dire need of such a vehicle. Once the base was established, the demand for large SUVs would diminish, leaving the options of selling or idling the vehicle for later consideration. Just as this seemed to be settled, a few imposing men adorned with gold chains arrived, clamoring to purchase the sole Land Cruiser available. The dealership understood the principle of first come, first served, hastily informing the men that the vehicle was already sold to the two gentlemen. The newcomers glanced at Sheng and Chin-su, dismissing them entirely. "Have you signed a contract? If not, I'll buy it at a higher price." Their words were a blatant attempt to undermine the two. However, the fact remained that no contract had been signed, and should the men propose a significant increase, the dealership might waver for the sake of profit. "How about an additional 100,000? The man seemed to have either struck a lottery or found a mine, as he casually threw out the figure, exhibiting an audacious air. The salesperson found themselves in a dilemma. Ding Sheng, I sense something amiss. Could they be plants sent by the dealership? Chen Su, being somewhat astute, added. They don't seem like it. Their demeanor is too overbearing, almost as if they intend to intimidate everyone. If they were indeed plants, they would lack professionalism. Well, how much does our cousin have? Would it be sufficient to outbid them? If they were not plants, they were clearly bullying the younger individuals, which Chen Su could not tolerate. Violence should not be met with violence. No waities. Ding Sheng stood, surveying the dealership. Upon noticing several cameras, he smiled at the salesperson. I perceive your predicament. Since this gentleman is so eager, I shall withdraw, and you may sell it to him. Thank you for your understanding. We all strive to make a living. No one wishes to be at odds with money. The salesperson sighed in relief. Let's depart. With Ding Sheng's statement, Chen Su, despite his lingering discontent, had no choice but to relent. After all, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake, especially when they were not strong dragons themselves. Guanju, has everything been resolved? After leaving the 4S dealership, Ding Sheng sought refuge in a nearby, shaded spot to sit down. Having taken care of matters, I utilized the store's surveillance cameras to conduct facial recognition on the individuals from earlier, subsequently identifying all their bank accounts and temporarily freezing their bank cards. Once the cameras were in sight, Ding Sheng's mind had already begun to devise cunning strategies. If they wished to rob me, they were sorely mistaken. 10 minutes later, his phone rang. Mr. Ding, I sincerely apologize. This is the manager from the 4S store. Do you still require that vehicle? A middle-aged man's voice resonated on the line. Filled with regret, Ding Sheng hesitated, as a wise man does not return to past decisions. We can certainly renegotiate the price. The manager, displaying understanding, was clearly agitated by the incompetence of those earlier patrons, who had failed to make any significant transactions with their numerous cards, thus jeopardizing the relationship with a valued customer. The showroom vehicle had lingered for quite some time, and despite numerous inquiries due to its high-end price, none had committed to purchase. Ding Sheng, it seemed, was the most genuine buyer. Very well, I shall arrive shortly, he replied. However, should the opportunity be ripe, indulging in it would not be unwise. One must not be overly obstinate. Ultimately, the dealership granted a discount of 50,000, and Ding Sheng acquired the premium showroom vehicle for a total price of 21 million. The transaction proceeded smoothly with the swipe of a card. After obtaining a temporary license plate, the two departed from Yuzhou, heading back home to complete the necessary vehicle registration. The following day, Ding Sheng invited Chen Su to join him at his uncle's construction site. Sooner or later, he would have to confide in his friend about the base, albeit not at this moment. Allowing Chen Su to witness it would be prudent. Upon their arrival, the foundation of the villa had been completed and the main framework was underway. Most impressive of all was the 12-meter deep underground laboratory, which had been excavated and was currently under construction. Upon completion, it would feature 2 levels, one for work and the other for storage. I believe it now. Your uncle is indeed wealthy, Chen Su remarked, astonished at the vast pit nestled within the mountains. By the way, where is he? Could you introduce me? He is abroad. Ding Sheng fabricated casually. That can be discussed another time. Chen Su was unperturbed. After all, a monk may run, but the temple remains. Given their friendship, he was certain that at some significant event, such as Ding Sheng's wedding, he would eventually meet this enigmatic uncle. In the ensuing hours, Ding Sheng guided Chen Su around the picturesque surroundings near the construction site. Typically, Chen Su would revel in the embrace of nature, yet today was peculiar. Aside from a few initial curious inquiries, he remained largely silent. This was clearly indicative of some underlying issue. You seem off today. Is something troubling you? Ding Sheng inquired. There is nothing much to report, except that my admission letter has yet to arrive, which has left me feeling rather anxious, Chen Su confessed. The first batch of admission letters from Jiangnan province has already been dispatched in recent days. And Ding Sheng has received a second admission letter from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. However, he was too preoccupied at the time to pay much attention to it. In contrast, his parents are overjoyed and have begun making arrangements for a celebration of his academic advancement. According to past conventions, the second batch of admission letters has also started to be issued in recent days. Given that the Yuzhou Institute of Technology, which Chen Su applied to, is situated only a little over 100 kilometers away, it should have arrived by now. Chen Su's growing anxiety today indicates that he possesses considerable mental fortitude. Guanju, could you please check the status of Chen Su's admission letter? Ding Sheng promptly requested Guanju to employ her divination skills. The result was negative. As always, Guanju exhibited remarkable efficiency. How could this be? Strictly speaking, Yuzhou Institute of Technology is a prominent university, and Chen Su's scores do not meet the threshold. However, The institution also offers a significant number of programs in the second batch, based on previous year's admission scores in Jiangnan province. With Jinsu surpassing the second-tier cutoff by nearly 50 points, he had a considerable chance of being accepted. The Yuzhou Institute was formerly known as Yuzhou Vocational School and only officially changed its name last year upon approval from the Ministry of Education. As the school's trajectory continued to rise, its status elevated, resulting in an increase of approximately 20 points in the admission threshold compared to previous years. Therefore, it is indeed true that Jinsu was not admitted. Guanju's explanation was quite thorough and devoid of obscure terminology, making it easy to comprehend. What about other institutions? This year's college entrance examination registration has undergone significant changes compared to previous years, abolishing the distinction between first and second choices. Candidates can now apply to multiple parallel choices simultaneously, and the order of preference no longer affects their chances of admission. This raises a question for Chen Su. As he seems to have applied to only this single university, Guanju remarked, "My goodness, if this is indeed the case, it would be a tremendous issue. The only university student in the Chun family for generations has failed to gain admission. You only applied to one school?" Although aware that Guanju would not make a mistake, Ding Sheng still wished to hear the answer directly from Chen Su. "Yes, I refer to the previous year's cutoffs, and it seemed quite secure. Additionally, to be cautious, I chose to accept a major adjustment. Do you think there could have been an issue with the mailing?" Since Chen Su's last visit to Yuzhou Institute of Technology, he felt it was a suitable match and did not consider other institutions further. His situation resembles a diluted version of Su Jian. With a family business and being the sole heir, he is likely to return to manage the distillery in the future. After all, the ancestral distillery, which has been in operation for nearly a millennium, must not lose its legacy, and its profitability continues to rise annually, yielding substantial income. Attending university, aside from enhancing his cultural knowledge, primarily serves the purpose of obtaining a diploma to bring honor to the family name. The specific major holds little significance, particularly as there is no brewing program available. Who could have imagined that he would encounter the once-in-a-decade admission line? Looking back now, it is clear that the single-choice application system has caused considerable distress. Observing Chen Su still harboring hopes for the admission letter, Ding Sheng felt a pang of reluctance to reveal the truth, uncertain of how to broach the subject. It would be unthinkable to bluntly state that he had no chance and should prepare for a repeat attempt next year. Half a minute later, Ding Sheng pondered, "If I were to say, hypothetically, what would you do if you did not gain admission to Yuzhou University of Technology?" After much contemplation, he resolved to play the role of the villain, at least to awaken his friend's awareness and prepare him mentally for what might come. Although Ding Sheng had contemplated persuading Guanju to fabricate an admission letter for Chen Su, he realized it would be akin to burying one's head in the sand. After all, there was a 20-point gap from the admission line. Any alteration would necessitate changes starting from the college entrance exam score database, a domino effect that could unravel everything. Furthermore, the university admission letters had largely been dispatched, making any late adjustments futile. Even if it were possible to amend the information, he wondered how Chen Su would feel upon discovering the truth. How would he reconcile with it? In truth, Chen Su harbored a similar premonition, but was reluctant to confront it. A year of repeating the exam could yield better results. After much deliberation, Ding Sheng concluded that this was the most prudent course of action. However, he soon recalled that his parents had already informed relatives and friends about a celebration for his academic advancement that weekend. The relatives were one thing, but his father's friends were longtime business partners, and he could not bear the thought of losing face. Chen Su had scored 50 points above the second-tier university line, making his acceptance into college a certainty. The Chen family's extensive social connections made it understandable to prepare for a celebratory feast. The crux of the issue lay with the troublesome single-choice system. Had they simply informed the family about a year of repeating the exam, it would have been reasonable to expect a better university next year. Though it would mean losing a year, it could ultimately fulfill the long-held aspirations of the Chen family. Now, with the matter entangled in issues of face and reputation, the situation became increasingly complex. Silence enveloped both of them. The following day was Ding Sheng's celebration. Friends and family took turns offering congratulations, showering praises with extravagant compliments, some even declaring Ding Sheng to be a prodigy of literary talent. Amidst this joyous occasion, the most despondent figure was Chen Su, relegated to a corner. Tomorrow's spotlight was meant for him. Yet he finally grasped the harsh reality that the admission letter would never arrive. On the next day, the Chen family's celebration commenced. "Old Chen, congratulations. Which university has your son been accepted to?" As guests poured in, this question was naturally the most frequently asked. "Well, we initially considered staying near Yuzhou, But ultimately, he has decided to attend Huadu University of Engineering. Chen's father replied joyfully. In the capital, what a prestigious university. Chen Su is impressive. Upon hearing the name Huadu, the guests all raised their thumbs in approval. What kind of university is Huadu University of Engineering? As the capital of Huaxia, Huadu is home to countless universities. However, after an exhaustive search online, Dingsheng could not locate such an institution. I fabricated it, Chen Su whispered. But what about this admission letter? Ding Sheng held the tangible acceptance letter in his hand. I forged it, Chen Su replied. Since you have programming skills, you must promptly create an official website for this university. Otherwise, the ruse will be exposed by tomorrow. Chen Su continued. Young man, you are indeed playing with fire. On the eve of the school year, Chen Su's plan was to first fabricate an acceptance letter to navigate the graduation banquet, followed by creating a fictitious university website to further validate the acceptance letter. The logic appeared reasonably coherent. What are your subsequent plans? Before the graduation banquet concluded, the two of them took the lead and rushed to Chen Su's home, where they fervently typed away, gradually constructing the official website of a virtual university. The information on the site was directly lifted from other university websites, with some keywords altered, pieced together to resemble a comprehensive polytechnic institution. Then I will find a school to repeat a year and take the exam again next year. Once I pass, I will confess to my parents. It must be said that Chen Su's approach to handling matters was decidedly youthful. You must ensure the website appears convincingly authentic. We cannot afford to be exposed. Rest assured, there will be no issues. It is your creative concept that warrants reconsideration. After Ding Sheng established the website, he instructed Guanju to generate over 100,000 entries related to Huadu Institute of Technology, thereby enhancing the illusion of its existence. He prioritized matters concerning the university to an A level, ready to adapt as needed. What will happen when Uncle Chun personally sends you to university? Upon reflection, numerous flaws became apparent. That is why I chose Huadu. It is far enough from home, and I can say that I am going with you, which will undoubtedly put my parents at ease. One cannot deny that this young man had indeed considered the situation quite thoroughly. In the eyes of Chen Su's parents, Ding Sheng was the epitome of the ideal child. Having their son alongside him would surely not lead to disappointment. With more than half a month until the September school year commenced, Chen Su picked up his long-neglected textbooks at home, quietly preparing to face the Gaokao once more in June. As progress at the construction site continued smoothly, Ding Sheng reduced his visits there, utilizing the saved time productively. He retrieved the 2 sets of iron armor previously crafted by Feng Shi, completed the assembly in the old distillery's laboratory, and thus found himself with 3 identical suits of armor, ample for backup. The intelligent equipment from the new laboratory also began yielding finished products. Ding Sheng instructed Feng Shi to set aside a small room in the mold factory, where he could assemble intelligent machinery whenever time permitted. Certainly, prior to relocating to the new base, the core intelligent chip of the smart machinery would never be installed. Otherwise, it might unduly alarm Feng Shi's family. Perhaps it is the nourishment from the super serum, administered daily, that endows Ding Sheng with surplus energy despite the circumstances. He recalls how, during his driving school days, he was persuaded by Zhou Yu's father, who expounded on the merits of enrolling in a martial arts academy post-driving school, suggesting a progression from driving to climbing. Thus, Ding Sheng found himself parting with another sum of money. While he did not require physical enhancement, as he had his own advantages, he primarily sought to learn some rudimentary combat techniques. Martial arts may not possess the mystique depicted in wuxia novels regarding inner and outer strength. Yet the profundity and richness of Huaxia martial arts are undeniably commendable. For instance, the fact that 12-year-old Zhou Yu could effortlessly defeat an adult thug underscores the practical efficacy of these skills. Captain America, aside from his exceptional physical prowess, also embodies the pinnacle of combat techniques. By acquiring some skills now, Ding Sheng could seamlessly integrate with Captain America once the authentic super soldier serum is developed. With this thought in mind, he dedicated 2 hours each day to study at the Zhou family's martial arts school, where he was enrolled in the elite class. Taught by none other than the formidable Zhou Yu. Martial arts instructors are a rare resource, and even in the elite class, teaching is not conducted on a one-on-one basis. Ding Sheng shared the classroom with several classmates. During the class, Zhou Yu arranged for the students to spar with one another. As the saying goes, fists and kicks have no eyes. Ding Sheng courteously greeted his peers. Hello, everyone. I am Ding Sheng. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Wang Chongyang, 5 years old this year. I am Feng Qingyang, 4.5 years old this year. I am Zhang Junbao, 4 years old. Ding Sheng was left dumbfounded. They were all martial arts prodigies, and in terms of names, his parents had certainly lost the contest. Thus, days turned into weeks, and before he knew it, it was the end of August. With the school year approaching, Ding Sheng prepared to purchase a plane ticket from Yuzhou to Huadu, while Chen Su, intent on putting on a full show, also planned to visit Huadu, thus suggesting they buy tickets together. Most of their classmates remained in Jiannan and Yuzhou for their studies, with only Meng Xiao intending to head to Huadu. Ding Sheng called Meng Xiao, who was busy peeling an apple for her father. "Shall we depart together the day after tomorrow? I will be heading to Yubei Airport with Chen Su." Meng Xiao had originally contemplated taking the train, considering her family's current situation, as every bit of savings counted. However, the lengthy journey by train necessitated an early departure the following day. Faced with the choice between saving money and spending an extra day with her father, her decision was straightforward, and she readily agreed. "Could you please purchase a plane ticket for me? I will reimburse you later." "Thank you. By the way, how is Uncle Meng doing lately?" Ding Sheng had made the acquaintance of Meng Xiao's father when he delivered the diluted solution. Perhaps due to the illness, he appeared quite frail. "My father has already undergone preliminary examinations and will soon be transferred to the experimental base." Originally, Meng Xiao intended to request a leave of absence from school, but upon confirming this news, he felt reassured to attend Huadu. Transfer? Recently, Ding Sheng has been closely monitoring the situation. Upon hearing this, he promptly contacted Guanju. Yet he could not uncover any information regarding patient transfers from the hospital records. Did the hospital provide a specific transfer schedule? Ding Sheng had no choice but to inquire with Meng Xiao. No. Regarding the experimental base and targeted medication, Meng Xiao had previously pressed the hospital doctors for information upon his arrival, but they remained tight-lipped, and subsequently, there was no further communication. This outcome was anticipated by Ding Sheng. "Do not worry, as I am constantly monitoring the hospital security system. As long as these patients do not vanish in a thin air, they shall not escape my notice." This matter had long since been elevated to an S-level incident, marked as the highest priority within the Guanju system, receiving intense scrutiny. After exchanging a few inconsequential remarks, Ding Sheng hung up the phone and proceeded to book a flight online. There are numerous flights from Yuzhou to Huadu in 2 days, but with many students traveling, tickets are quite scarce. Considering the optimal departure and arrival times, Ding Sheng selected the best flight option, only to find that just 2 tickets remained. In the past, Ding Sheng would have felt compelled to inform Chen Su about the sold-out tickets, and that he would be walking, prioritizing romantic interests over friendships, a common human tendency. However, now he desired both. He decided to check the passenger information for this flight to see who might be flexible with their seating arrangements. After issuing a command, Guanju scoured the digital realm, text messages, call logs, social media, forums, and blogs for any recent travel plans of the passengers. He discovered that one individual was traveling to Huadu for an illicit rendezvous, and the person in question was married. Guanju selected this individual. "It is settled. Let him wait." 51. The calm before the storm. Before departing, Ding Sheng had 2 pressing matters that required careful arrangement. The first concerned the ventilation system at the base. The new facility was set to be completed in the coming days, and renovations were about to commence. Seizing the opportunity before his departure, Ding Sheng worked tirelessly overnight with the construction team to finalize the design for the innovative ventilation system. Upon returning during the October holiday, he planned to install the power supply and initiate the ventilation system to disperse any lingering odors, thus allowing the base to officially commence operations. The second matter, however, proved to be more challenging. According to Meng Xiao, the Iris Group was poised to transfer patients to the experimental base soon, yet the exact timing remained uncertain, which was rather awkward. He was scheduled to fly to Huadu tomorrow morning, and even if Guanju received news of the patient transfer, it would be too late for him to return, severing the line of communication through the patients to the experimental base. After much contemplation, a micro-tracker was hastily crafted by Ding Sheng. "Meng Xiao, you are still at the hospital, right? I intend to visit Uncle Meng before heading to Huadu tomorrow." Ding Sheng's intent to visit was genuine, but he also harbored the ulterior motive of implanting a tracker on Meng's father, akin to the covert operations depicted in espionage films. "You're quite far away. Will it be troublesome?" Meng Xiao inquired. "Not at all. I borrowed a car, so it's quite convenient. However, please do keep it to yourself that my driver's license has yet to reach a year, and thus I cannot drive on the expressway," Ding Sheng jested. On August 0, a Land Cruiser traversed the expressway towards Yuzhou. Not long into the journey, circumstances shifted once more. "Ding Sheng, there's a situation at the hospital." "What kind of situation?" "Perhaps it is best if Meng Xiao explains it to you," replied Guanju. Just then, Ding Sheng's phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was indeed Meng Xiao. This was not surprising, as this phone had effectively become Guanju's home, and naturally, she would be the first to know of any guests arriving. "Ding Sheng, have you set off?" Meng Xiao's voice was somewhat noisy on the other end. "I've just departed. What is the matter?" You might not need to come anymore. The hospital just informed us that they're instituting the isolation protocols outlined in the agreement. My mother, all the patients' families, and I have been asked to leave the hospital. This was likely the situation Guanju had alluded to earlier. All right, I shall visit Uncle Meng another time. Ding Sheng sighed, his initial plan thwarted. He decided to turn at the upcoming intersection and head back to Lingzhou to execute Plan B. By the way, what was the agreement you mentioned? Is a waiver agreement signed with Iris Biotechnology? My mother was initially indecisive, but eventually, all the families consented, and so did we. Meng Xiao had succinctly summarized the matter. Although Iris Biotechnology had not explicitly stated it that day, the implication was clear. Without signing the agreement, there would be no further treatment. Without ongoing treatment, the family would have to sell their home to fund Meng's life, which Meng's father was naturally reluctant to do, leading to their support of the signing. Dr. Liu had remarked that such an opportunity was rare, and given that Iris was a reputable conglomerate, coupled with the psychological tendency to conform, Meng's mother leaned towards signing as well. Thus, only Meng Xiao remained in the family trio. In the face of such a life-and-death matter, she was merely a girl of not yet 19, caught in indecision. For reasons unknown, her first thought was of Ding Sheng. However, when she made the call, the words lingered unspoken on her lips. Rest assured then, let science handle the remaining matters. Ding Sheng was not particularly concerned about the agreement. The experiment by Iris Group aimed to cure cancer, a matter of significant consequence with far-reaching implications. In such circumstances, seeking a protective waiver was understandable. Meng Xiao, known for her meticulous nature and academic prowess, must have thoroughly examined the agreement, ensuring its validity. Furthermore, given the current stature of the Iris Group, there is no necessity to manipulate the terms of the contract. After a drive back to the neighboring city, Ding Sheng collected a Spider-Man costume from home along with a pre-prepared super serum and a portable blood transfusion device. Then proceeded to the old distillery lab to retrieve the Iron Man suit. He pressed the accelerator to the floor and sped towards Yuzhou. Have the patients started to be transferred from the hospital? He inquired. Not yet, but the families have already been escorted away, and the hospital staff are beginning preparations, came the response. And now, according to the surveillance cameras in the hospital garage, 3 buses have already entered and are waiting. My suggestion is that you should drive faster. Guanju analyzed. Speed limits, Ding Sheng lamented. His driving skills, while sufficient, were not exceptional, and he was not one to take risks on the highway. Look at how fierce Fan Dawang is, and a lad from the tofu shop, Lightning McQueen, and Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Guanju teased. Are you trying to impress me with your film knowledge? Provoking me 1T work, safety first. Ding Sheng remained unperturbed, steady as a fisherman on his perch. I step onto the fiery wheels, drifting through youth. In this story, we are living our own lives. Guanju surprisingly broke into song, which, while decent, merited a score of 8 out of 10, on a 100-point scale, of course, navigating the various speed limits along the highway. Ding Sheng arrived at the Iris Group's subsidiary hospital in Yuzhou only to find that the 3 buses, filled with patients, had already departed without a trace. Guanju, take a look. Anywhere there are cameras, they cannot escape your keen observation, Ding Sheng remarked, his urgency tempered by his caution on the road. Found them. They are stuck on the Jiang Bridge heading southeast, Guanju replied. See, rushing ahead doesn't matter. They still face the consequences of traffic. Pleased with the current situation, Ding Sheng allowed Guanju to select the most suitable route to pursue. Approximately 30 minutes later, Ding Sheng caught up with the 3 buses at the other end of the Jiang Bridge. He followed leisurely, tracing the path along Yunnan Avenue southward, gradually leaving the main urban area and entering the outskirts. As they reached the outskirts, the traffic thinned considerably, and Ding Sheng maintained a safe distance. His primary objective was to ascertain whether the Iris Group's experimental facility operated legitimately, wishing not to alarm them. Should the Iris Group prove to be sincere in its endeavors to develop cancer treatments, a successful outcome would undoubtedly garner global attention and acclaim. Even in failure, as long as they acted with integrity, no one would cast blame. Ding Sheng regarded this as a reconnaissance mission to the suburbs of Yuzhou. However, seeking medical consultation at the door, though complimentary, does not imply that one should expect miraculous cures from the depths of despair. At the very least, it should not resemble a dubious establishment. If the Iris Group harbors any unspeakable secrets, the sight of the shoddily constructed Spider-Man costume resting on the front passenger seat inevitably stirs a set of principles within Ding Sheng. Soon, the bus halted before a row of strikingly modern edifices, which from a distance appeared quite imposing. I observed Chong Wei engaging with Lai Fu. The road leading to the experimental base was part of infrastructural development and not a public thoroughfare. To err on the side of caution, Ding Sheng chose to continue along the current road for a short distance before disembarking to walk back. By this time, the sun had begun its descent. A cursory glance revealed that the experimental base comprised 4 modestly tall buildings, each 7 stories high, yet their expansive footprints, coupled with their remote location, lent them an air of grandeur. Dominating the uppermost position was the name of the base, Cancer Treatment Drug Research Center, a name both straightforward and blunt. Adjacent to it was a metallic iris flower, strikingly conspicuous. This led one to conclude that, aside from the undisclosed geographical location, the Iris Group's experimental base was hardly a clandestine facility. Much like every rose hotel around the globe proudly displays a colossal rose, anyone with even a modicum of awareness regarding the floral conglomerate should recognize that the iris flower serves as the universal emblem of the Iris Group, signifying that this research facility is directly affiliated with Iris Biotechnology Group. The Zhang family bears full responsibility for this experimental base. Ding Sheng felt a slight sense of relief. Although the patients were transported from subsidiary hospitals under the Iris Group, the distinction in accountability between the subsidiary hospital and the Iris Group in the event of an incident is substantial. Does it sound convoluted? For instance, if Chang Wei were to harm Lai Fu while fabricating a tale about consuming a dubious tonic, his father, Admiral Chang Kuan, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. However, Chang Kuan's godfather, Li Lianying, would merely need to sacrifice his godson to ensure his own safety. In this analogy, the experimental base represents Chang Wei. The subsidiary hospital stands for Chang Kuan, and the Iris Group embodies Li Lianying. At a critical juncture, the Iris Group could simply present the subsidiary hospital as a scapegoat, preserving its own integrity and escaping unscathed. The narrative has shifted. There is no longer a figure like the deceased eunuch Li Lianying. The Iris Group has been relegated to the status of Chang Kuan. One must ponder whether he would allow his own son, Chang Wei, to engage in such foolishness as drinking that tonic. Should he act, the repercussions would be inescapable. Previously, the Iris Group maintained an excessive level of confidentiality regarding targeted cancer therapies. The absence of any information online, coupled with the clandestine nature of drug trials, may seem commonplace to outsiders. After all, the Iris Group has invested over $10 billion in research and development over the years in pursuit of cancer treatment drugs, and it is only natural to exercise caution as results draw near. Yet, Ding Sheng harbored a different perspective. On that day, when Meng Xiao informed her father that she would undergo treatment with a novel targeted drug, Ding Sheng diligently scrutinized every aspect of the Iris Group, leaving no stone unturned. This global biotech giant has consistently announced the results of its research projects within a specified time frame, both to demonstrate its technical prowess and to convey a sense of integrity. The sudden deviation from this norm naturally led him to surmise that the Iris Group harbored doubts about its own technological capabilities. Coupled with the involvement of volunteer experiments, it evoked thoughts reminiscent of a biological crisis. However, had this matter not inadvertently implicated the father of his deskmate, Ding Sheng would likely have brushed it aside. Although the Iris Group is formidable, it pales in comparison to the Umbrella Corporation, which is notorious for its reckless exploits. Given the current technological landscape, even with intent, they lack the capacity for such catastrophic blunders. With the assurance that the Iris Group was gambling its reputation, he felt that as long as Zhang Xiaoxu remained rational, the situation would not spiral out of control. Should this targeted drug experiment fail, the outcome would merely entail patients returning to their lives, resigned to fate. While undeniably harsh for the patients, there was still a glimmer of hope. In a more somber light, it was conceivable that 1 or 2 patients might suffer unfortunate fatalities due to improper medication. If the Iris Group acted swiftly to halt the experiments, exhibiting sincerity by compensating as per the agreement and issuing apologies through a press conference, they might endure some public outcry, but eventually, the situation would be mitigated. This is not to belittle human life. Rather, it is an analysis of the circumstances. Who, on a global scale, can claim to cure late-stage cancer with absolute certainty? Not even Ding Sheng could make such a claim. If only he could gain access to the experimental facility, he would find solace. Entering through the main gate was out of the question, as the guards stationed there were vigilant. Scaling the walls? The towering barriers and the rows of cameras clearly signaled, no unauthorized personnel. You have your strategies, and I have my means. Since he had come this far, it would be a shame to waste the blood transfusion device he had prepared for so long, especially if its viability were to expire. Thus, he resolved to give it a try that very day. With determination set, Ding Sheng waited in his car until darkness enveloped the surroundings. As night fell, he donned a Spider-Man costume, albeit a counterfeit, which left his feet sore against the ground. To alleviate discomfort, he slipped on a pair of sneakers over the suit, leaving his appearance to the imagination. Equipped with his blood transfusion device and Super Serum 20, he approached the wall surrounding the experimental facility. After conducting an environmental assessment, Ding Sheng identified an optimal spot for scaling the wall, lying low a little over 10 meters away from the barrier. embracing the thrill of a covert operation. Had the cameras been disabled? Check. Now that I'm prepared, do you have any final suggestions before I proceed? For the first time, Sheng felt a sense of trepidation as he consumed such a substantial dose of the super serum. He downed it in one swift gulp. This serum was the result of countless calculations conducted alongside Guanju, so there was no doubt regarding its dosage. As he tilted his head back to drink the serum, he was met with a refreshing chill, but within mere seconds, his body began to heat up, escalating into a wild fervor. There is nothing in this world that cannot be solved with a single punch. If there is, then it simply requires 2 punches. And one need not lose any hair in the process. Clenching his fists, Sheng swiftly experienced the sensation that Chen Su had felt when he struck down a bull. With a larger dose, the 3.5-meter wall before him seemed as inconsequential as a hurdle in a 110-meter race, perhaps even shorter. Regrettably, Guanju lacked access to Captain America's physical data at this moment. Otherwise, they could have analyzed how close Sheng was to that level of capability. Take a running start. Just blink, and you'll be over, Guanju instructed. Sheng hesitated not, feeling an inferno igniting in his chest. The impending rush of blood threatening to escape his nostrils. The greater the strength, the swifter and fiercer the side effects. Utilizing the brief distance for a running start, he pushed off the ground with immense force, his feet propelling him into the air as if equipped with springs, soaring over the wall. Due to inexperience in this initial attempt, he miscalculated his leap and soared 0.5 meter higher than intended, landing clumsily like a heap of mud upon the ground. Fortunately, it was a grassy surface. Had it been concrete, the ground would have likely suffered damage from the impact. I made it, Sheng thought. He was aware of the super serum's potency. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such an imitation. However, knowing it and experiencing it were worlds apart. The sensation was exhilarating. If 98 were this formidable, how powerful must 298 be? In the distance, by the roadside of the experimental base, a sedan was parked. Rest assured, I shall proceed with caution. Su Wudong observed the unfolding scene through the car window, almost believing that her newly acquired night vision binoculars were malfunctioning. The words that were on the tip of her tongue abruptly ceased. Xiaotong, what is the matter? Are you all right? A concerned voice inquired from the other end of the line. Grandfather, I recall you mentioning that the formula for my senior has a certain probability of enhancing human capabilities. Upon receiving an affirmative response from the other end, Su Wudong exhaled deeply and continued. I believe he has succeeded. In the circular exchange center of experimental base, building No. 182 volunteers from across the nation have been meticulously screened, and ultimately, 160 arrived at the experimental base. They sat quietly in the central hall, their gazes fixed upon the woman in the white shirt standing at the center of the hall. Before your arrival, everyone should have gained a slight understanding of this targeted drug trial and its significance. Our company has constructed this experimental facility specifically for this purpose, aiming to provide the highest quality medical environment for you. Before the conclusion of your treatment, you will receive the finest care available globally. Yolin, as the assistant to the chairman of the group, is one of the most trusted individuals within the organization, despite her limited knowledge of biotechnology. Nevertheless, she remains the undisputed spokesperson for the chairman in most instances. This trial will last for 90 days, divided into 6 treatment cycles. Starting tomorrow, the 40 volunteers residing in Building 1 will have the priority to receive the experimental medication for the first cycle of targeted therapy. After 15 days, the first cycle in Building 1 will conclude, and the second cycle will commence, while Building 2 will begin its first cycle, and so on. During the 6 cycles, if the trial proves successful, you will be healed. If it fails, the contract will take effect. Should the trial encounter difficulties, gatherings like today's, where everyone congregates in discussion, will not occur again. Therefore, Zhou Lin aims to communicate clearly. Now, it is time for questions. During the treatment, are we truly prohibited from contacting our families? One volunteer stands and inquires. No, the specific reason is outlined in Article 6 of the agreement. Zhou Lin replies professionally, refraining from unnecessary elaboration. All volunteers present have reviewed the agreement, and most understand the seriousness of the confidentiality clause. After addressing this question, a few hopeful volunteers relinquish their optimism. According to your earlier statement, will patients in Building 4 receive treatment 45 days after those in Building 1? Another question arises. Yes. Zhou Lin responds succinctly. Is the decision on which building we reside in made by you? What criteria are used for this decision? The clarity of this patient's reasoning is commendable. I will provide a detailed explanation of this question after the Q&A session concludes. Thus, the dialogue at the communication center gradually unfolds, with volunteers voicing their inquiries and Zhou Lin methodically addressing each one without the slightest hint of impatience. Is there a risk to our lives during the treatment, or will some of us potentially perish? A man in his 50s, wearing thick glasses and appearing to be an intellectual, poses this question. Yes, hence the inclusion of compensation clauses in the agreement, Jo Lin responds, her expression unwavering. The figures listed in the compensation agreement by the Iris Group are compelling and difficult to refuse, enticing many to proceed without hesitation. Volunteers are, after all, human beings, and the majority are those who are nearing the end of their lives. Are there any further questions? The QA session lasts approximately an hour, and as darkness envelopes the surroundings, the communications center returns to its previous tranquility. After a brief pause of over 10 seconds, during which silence prevailed, Jolin proceeded to outline the occupancy regulations for the 4 buildings. She stated that voluntary participation would take precedence, with the allocation of spaces determined by the severity of cancer cell metastasis reflected in medical records. In other words, the 40 slots in Building 1 would be prioritized for those who willingly chose to participate. If the demand exceeded availability, arrangements would be made accordingly. Following her explanation, Jolin allowed time for the volunteers to process this information. 3 minutes later, she invited those willing to occupy Building 1 to stand. While the notion of Building 1 might be framed as preferential treatment, it could also be interpreted less favorably as a trial for new medications. Reminiscent of the saying about planting trees for future generations to enjoy shade, Jolin had initially anticipated that few would voluntarily select Building 1. However, to her surprise, as she finished speaking, the man with heavy glasses was the first to rise, followed by a handful of others. Observing this, more patients began to stand, and upon counting, it became apparent that over 40 individuals had expressed their willingness, exceeding the available slots. This was, in fact, quite understandable. Take the man with glasses, for instance. Prior to arriving, he had received a critical condition notice from his previous hospital, requiring him to take a plethora of medications daily, incurring significant expenses, with his survival beyond 45 days uncertain. Given the opportunity to try new medication, why wait? Even if the treatment proved fatal, he would consider it a release for himself and his family. Nearby, medical personnel promptly began reviewing the participants' medical histories, quickly compiling a list in order of priority, which was then handed to Jolin. She began to read the names of the volunteers, directing those not selected to Building 2. Lu Yiming, Meng Jinzhong. Ding Sheng had cautiously roamed the research facility for quite some time, yet had encountered no one. It appeared that most of the personnel resources had been allocated to the communications center in Building 1. However, the communication center was exceedingly secure, devoid of any technological devices that could be infiltrated, and its soundproofing was impeccable. After squatting in a corner for an extended period, Ding Sheng had gleaned no useful information. Instead, the side effects of Super Serum 20 began to manifest violently. Blood started to drip from his nostrils, then flowed freely, eventually gushing forth, staining his clothing crimson. It was only a matter of time before his Spider-Man suit would be soaked red, and at that point, the advantage of wearing red would become glaringly evident. Ding Sheng quickly activated his portable blood transfusion device to stabilize his blood pressure. According to earlier calculations, the device's blood supply would sustain him until the serum's side effects subsided, though the sensation of his clothing dampened by plasma was quite uncomfortable. He resolved to wear waterproof attire next time, at the very least inserting 2 tubes into his nostrils. After meticulously surveying every accessible area of the research facility, Ding Sheng decided it was time to withdraw. From close observation, it was evident that this facility exhibited no flaws. It was indeed a premier medical research facility, with amenities surpassing even the finest private hospitals worldwide. Indeed, within the realm of the Fortune Global 500, wealth provides an indulgent freedom. Thus, the presence of Meng Xiao's father here bears no fundamental distinction from his sojourn abroad. Upon returning to familiar grounds, Ding Sheng eschewed a running start, opting instead for an immediate leap, effortlessly vaulting over the wall. With a swiftness that eclipsed even Usain Bolt, he sprinted towards the direction of his parked vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a distant sedan vanished into the night's embrace. Before long, the blood supply in the transfusion reservoir was nearly depleted, and Ding Sheng's nasal bleeding gradually ceased. A mere clenching of his fist revealed that the effects of Super Serum 20 had waned, leaving his entire being feeling as if it had been hollowed out. At this juncture, should Ding Sheng confront Wang Chongyang and his companions at the Martial Arts Academy, he would undoubtedly find himself at their mercy. After retrieving the provisions from the trunk and indulging in a hearty feast, Ding Sheng rested for over 2 hours, regaining a modicum of strength before embarking on his journey back to the neighboring state. This excursion to the experimental base was utterly perplexing. The hero found no opportunity to unleash his prowess, and perhaps the sole benefit gleaned was a slight sense of reassurance. Guanju, please document the results from the initial high-dose trial of Super Serum 20. Once I regain my composure, We can update the serum's formula. Observe any situation, when viewed from a different perspective, invariably yields some form of insight. Ding Sheng could very well adopt the moniker Ding 54 Quetzales. For my fate is dictated by my own choices, not by destiny. On the morning of August 1st, in the suburbs of Yuzhou, a car gradually approached the Zhang family villa. Miss Su, please hold on. The chairman will be down shortly. Xiao Lin offered a cup of tea, recalling that the last encounter with Su Wudong had been 3 years prior. No rush. How has my senior brother been lately? Su Wudong inquired. He has been quite fatigued recently and has been resting these past few days. Su Wudong nodded thoughtfully, then asked, am I disturbing him? Not at all. Just the other day, the chairman lamented to me that his junior sister has been abroad for 3 years without a visit. Zhang Xiaoxiu had no biological sister, and the familial bonds with his cousins were tenuous at best. Su Wudong, the cherished granddaughter of the esteemed Su Zhongjing of the Iris Group, was 7 years younger than Zhang Xiaoxiu, who had watched her grow up and treated her as a sister. I am rather slow-witted, unlike my senior brother. It is a considerable achievement to complete all my courses in 3 years. As Su Wudong spoke, Xiao Lin wore an expression of skeptical amusement. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxiu descended from the upper floor, prompting Xiao Lin to hurriedly approach and offer her support. Is it truly that severe? Su Wudong mused inwardly, questioning whether what she witnessed the previous night was merely a subject of experimentation. Zhang Xiaoxiu's visage was marked by exhaustion. Were he to feign such fatigue, it would rival the caliber of an Oscar-winning performance, and he had no need to conceal anything from Su Wudong. Little junior sister, you have finally returned. Zhang Xiaoxiu sat down opposite Su Wudong, teasingly stating, if you hadn't come back soon, you might have missed seeing your elder brother. Your illness? The teacher has informed you, hasn't he? Zhang Xiaoxiu countered. Su Wudong nodded. Will you blame your elder brother? Zhang Xiaoxiu was evidently referring to the matter of urging Su Lao to retire early. Grandfather has aged. He deserves to enjoy his later years. Su Wudong regarded this as a positive development. You have reviewed the formula, haven't you? Su Wudong continued to nod. Junior sister, come help me at the group. I won't hide anything from you. These past few days, I have toiled immensely to comprehend this formula. If you assist me, it would ease my burden significantly. Su Wudong, having been meticulously trained by Su Zhongjing and having spent 3 years studying abroad, had recently gained wide recognition in the industry for her article published in a scientific journal regarding the application of biological science technology in the medical field. She was indeed a rising star in biotechnology. Zhang Xiaoxiu, a person with lofty aspirations, spoke thusly due to the overwhelming exhaustion he had faced recently. The task of independently completing the revisions of that incomplete formula was exceedingly arduous for him. Such a formula ought not to exist in this era, nor belong to this world. I have already committed to teaching at Huaka University and will be flying to Huadu in 2.5 hours. I came here today to see you and to clarify a question that perplexes me, which I wish to hear from your own lips. Paths that diverge cannot conspire. Su Wudong's statement was a clear refusal. Go ahead and ask. Zhang Xiaoxiu did not press the matter. Su Wudong glanced at Xiao Lin, to which Zhang Xiaoxiu reassured. It's fine. You know that Xiao Lin is aware of everything. Elder brother, are you truly afraid of death? The question was shocking, as such inquiries were rarely posed. Even Su Lao had not dared to speak in such a manner, and Xiao Lin's expression immediately changed. What is your opinion? Zhang Xiaoxiu responded with calm indifference, countering her inquiry. You're not afraid. Su Wudong, reflecting on her age and the duration of her acquaintance with Zhang Xiaoxiu, believed she understood the man before her well. The idea of conducting experiments on living beings to save one's own life was something he would never have done previously. Personally, I could have followed in my grandfather's and father's footsteps, marrying and having children at a young age to ensure my lineage, but to no avail. You may call me confident or arrogant, yet I am the one closest to resolving this matter. If I were to relinquish my life, my child would be left to await death. From the perspective of the group, after I depart, the lifelong efforts of my grandfather and your grandfather would fall into the hands of those inept relatives of the Zhang family. Within 3 to 5 years, they would be ousted by the Hua family, and the grand edifice of the Iris Group would crumble. Now that I have the opportunity to survive, I absolutely cannot perish. Zhang Xiaoxiu remained as composed as ever. Having battled fate for many years, he had long since adopted the attitude that his destiny was in his own hands, not dictated by the heavens. Having reached this point, further discourse would be futile. Su Wudong originally intended to inquire about the laboratory. Having perused the formula and heard from her grandfather about the so-called targeted cancer drugs circulating in the outside world, which are internally referred to as Ichet. Upon completing the formula, it could theoretically enhance bodily functions while simultaneously possessing the potential to annihilate cancer cells entirely. However, due to its incomplete nature, Past experiments conducted on animals revealed an unfathomably high mortality rate. Indeed, death was not the worst outcome. Hence, her grandfather's assessment was not erroneous. Her senior had become almost obsessively fixated on this matter, and persuasion would yield no fruit. It was a choice between courting peril or retreating gracefully. Understanding this, Su Wudong glanced at her watch and stood up. Senior, my flight is about to depart. Please take care of yourself. I shall visit you again soon. Very well. When you encounter teacher Li at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, do extend my regards. The Su and Zhang families, though currently at odds, were still akin to branches of the same tree. Even amidst their disagreements, Zhang Xiaoshu felt a sense of reassurance regarding Su Zhongjing and his grandson. Even if they did not offer assistance, they would certainly not stab him in the back. At Yuzhou, Yubei Airport, Ding Sheng and Chen Su, under the personal escort of Chen's father, arrived at the airport 2 hours ahead of schedule. Kid, Huadu is not like Linzhou. It's a major city, and your father can't shield you here. Conduct yourself with discretion. Avoid causing trouble for the daughters of others. If your youthful impulses become unmanageable, just browse this website. If that fails, do not entertain notions of rescuing wayward women. Instead, seek a proper girlfriend, devote yourself to her, and ensure safety measures. These brands of condoms are quite reliable. Though Chen Su was ostensibly there to study, Chen's father had spent the entire time imparting life lessons, never once mentioning academics. It seemed his expectations for his son were rather modest. Merely obtaining a diploma would suffice. Had Ding Sheng not exhausted himself the previous day, he would have undoubtedly erupted into raucous laughter. Xiao Sheng, I entrust this rascal to you. You are all returning for the long holiday, so do not fret over the cost of the tickets. After surveying the bustling crowd, Chen's father added, Stay right here. I shall fetch you some oranges. Before long, Meng Xiao arrived, and the trio successfully convened to check in for their flight. Only then did Chen's father nonchalantly depart. As they passed the service desk, Ding Sheng overheard a man lamenting, Why can't I make myself clear to you? I stated that I did not cancel my ticket. My phone did it automatically. What are you saying? When did I claim my phone had a mind of its own? Forget it. It's futile to explain. By the way, do you have a boyfriend? If not, would you care to grab a coffee after work? On August 1st at 10 o'clock, the flight from Yuzhou to Huadu departed punctually, covering a distance of 640 kilometers in a flight duration of 2 hours and 40 minutes. Apart from the trip to Marvel, this marks Ding Sheng's first true journey away from home. Previously, the farthest he had ventured was to the provincial capital of Jiannan, Jingguan City, which lies over 300 kilometers from his home. Once they settled into their seats, Meng Xiao occupied the window side, seemingly preoccupied with thoughts of her father's illness, speaking little. Ding Sheng, still feeling somewhat unwell, had intended to seize the moment to rest his eyes, but since Mr. Chun had just been present, he finally had the opportunity to inquire about matters from Chen Su. What are your plans upon arriving in Huadu? Ding Sheng asked. Play for a couple of days, and then fly back, Chen Su replied, casting a glance at Meng Xiao and lowering his voice. And then, Ding Sheng pressed. Surely, I cannot return to Lingzhou High School for a repeat year. The proximity to home would likely reveal my intentions. I found a school in Jingguan City. Chen Su's academic record is indeed registered in Jiannan, and next year he could only sit for the college entrance examination in Jiannan province, making it impractical to travel far. Jingguan City was his limit. Moreover, as a major provincial capital, the educational quality in Jingguan City must be commendable. Once the commotion dies down, you can shut down the website, Chen Su mentioned. Out of necessity, he had enlisted Ding Sheng's help with this absurd task. This, however, was a minor issue. As soon as he spoke, Ding Sheng could effortlessly erase all information regarding Huadu University of Engineering from the internet, leaving no trace as if it had never existed. Very well. If you put in the effort this year, aim for a key institution. Their conversation remained simple for a while, and as the plane flew steadily, Ding Sheng, utterly fatigued, soon fell asleep. When Chen Su roused him, the flight had already reached its destination. Upon exiting the airport, the two young men naturally assumed the role of gallant protectors, prioritizing Meng Xiao's transportation to Huaqing University. Meng Xiao did not decline. Compared to Ding Sheng, she had never ventured as far as Jingguan City. Her previous farthest journey had been to Yuzhou. Arriving in Huadu for the first time, she was unfamiliar with the surroundings. So having two acquaintances accompany her was most reassuring. As they passed a certain point, Meng Xiao paused to retrieve the ticket money and returned it to Ding Sheng. With luggage in tow, the trio decided to hail a taxi. Chen Su, eager to claim the front passenger seat, swiftly opened the door and buckled his seatbelt in a seamless motion. To an observer, it might have appeared that Chen Su was being considerate, allowing Ding Sheng and Meng Xiao their private space in the back seat. However, Both Ding Sheng and Meng Xiao understood that the taxi fare from the airport to Huaqing University would easily exceed 100 yuan, and given Chen Su's generous nature, his eagerness for the front seat was likely to cover the fare. Poor Ding Sheng, feeling the strain, was left to load 3 people's luggage into the trunk. By the time they arrived at Huaqing University, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. From this moment forward, this area would be Meng Xiao's domain, and as the host, she naturally intended to treat Ding Sheng and Chen Su to a meal. I found a restaurant serving my hometown cuisine and indulged in a delightful meal. As the hour grew late and Ding Sheng needed to report to school, the two of them prepared to bid farewell to Meng Xiao. Meng Xiao, after 7 years in our neighboring state, you're the first outstanding student from Huaqing. Keep it up. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to Ding Sheng. Do not be shy, Chen Su proclaimed, patting his chest with assurance. Indeed, Ding Sheng simply echoed. So, does that mean I can't reach out to you? Meng Xiao quipped suddenly. Well, truth be told, you might find it difficult to reach me. Chen Su mused internally, though he responded aloud, of course, you can call on me anytime. After exchanging pleasantries about staying in touch, they watched Meng Xiao enter the school gates before turning to continue on their journey. Chen Su's visit to Huadu was purely for sightseeing. Yet he was eager to accompany Ding Sheng to explore the renowned cradle of Chinese scientists, Huaqing University. Once again opting for a taxi, they soon arrived at the esteemed institution. It was widely known that Huaqing University had a limited number of admissions, in stark contrast to the throngs at Huaqing University. This place was indeed much quieter. Ding Sheng, what is your major? As they entered the campus and observed the various welcome stations for different departments, Chen Su suddenly realized he was unaware of Ding Sheng's field of study. Life sciences, Ding Sheng replied as he scanned the surroundings. Impressive, Chen Su remarked. Having never encountered such a major before, it sounded rather sophisticated. As they traversed the campus, they saw the welcome teams for mathematics, physics, astronomy, engineering, chemistry, and more. Yet they could not locate the life sciences department. This is odd, Ding Sheng noted, sensing something amiss. I agree. These freshmen appear rather aged, Chen Su observed, noting that the so-called newcomers hardly resembled freshly graduated high school students. Let's ask someone, Ding Sheng suggested, and after much consideration, he selected a relatively attractive senior from the rows of students. Approaching her with a harmless demeanor, he politely inquired, Excuse me, senior, is there a welcome event for the life sciences department? If not, could you direct me to the life sciences department? The life sciences department? The senior appraised Ding Sheng, noting his handsome appearance. Wow, you're a freshman in the life sciences department? She exclaimed, suddenly animated. Yes, Ding Sheng responded, bewildered. I remember your Ding Sheng, right? The senior remarked, immediately turning to call out to her fellow students. Ding Sheng is here. If you want to see something extraordinary, hurry. A ripple of excitement spread through the crowd. All the welcoming seniors, as if summoned by some enchantment, turned to look at them. Upon noticing the two youthful faces, they swarmed curiously around them. Which one of you is Ding Sheng? I have come to see whether our junior, Ding Sheng, is indeed handsome. But what use is handsomeness? A man may not be handsome, yet he must possess charisma. Oh, why do you all resemble a group of eccentric uncles and aunts? Don't frighten the junior. A throng of upperclassmen surrounded Ding Sheng and Chen Su, chattering excitedly as if they were viewing a giant panda, leaving the two utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of this? It seems my reputation precedes me, yet I cannot fathom why. I'm merely ranked 81st in the provincial college entrance examination. Even if I were the top scholar of the province, I should not receive such treatment. It appears my handsomeness is the main reason, thought Ding Sheng. As the leading senior spoke again, Junior, please wait here in the School of Mathematics. The students from the School of Life Sciences have yet to arrive. Why should we wait in your School of Mathematics? We from the School of Physics refuse to comply. Oh, can we from the School of Nanotechnology challenge you? Stop. Just as another quarrel was about to erupt, Ding Sheng could no longer contain himself and timidly inquired, Could that kind senior tell me what is actually happening? You are unaware? I do not know, Ding Sheng replied, shaking his head, followed by Chen Su echoing the gesture. You are personally sought after by academician Yang Huaigu to study at Huqing University. You are a student specifically named by Dean Li. The School of Life Sciences has never admitted an undergraduate fresh graduate. Among our 4 campuses, only ours has never admitted undergraduates. You're the first and the only one. The surrounding newcomers are all graduate students. A good portion of us older ladies are doctoral students. Listening to this, Ding Sheng discerned but one thing. What? I could have gone to Huqing University? Meanwhile, at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, in the School of Life Sciences, a middle-aged man in a plain white long-sleeved shirt glanced at the examination paper in his hand, adjusting his glasses with concern. Who, then, is this individual? It is well known that Ding Sheng's early admission letter was specially approved by Yang Huaigu, who is none other than the president of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, the dean of the graduate school, and the former dean of the School of Life Sciences, Li Chunbo. Do not worry. If he cannot pass this hurdle, it would be arduous for him to remain here, and it would be better to send him to the Yinchi Lake campus for a period of study. This incident of recruitment has already stirred up quite a commotion in academic circles. Yang Huaigu has effectively elevated Ding Sheng to a considerable status. It is now imperative to thoroughly assess his capabilities and adapt the education to suit his needs, lest he be misled for life. His understanding of Ding Sheng, apart from the recent examination results, stems from the autonomous enrollment at Yuzhou University. That was the most arduous independent admission examination in the history of Yuzhou University. The reason is quite simple. The questions were personally crafted by the resident academician, Yang Huaigu. Having distanced himself from the high school curriculum for quite some time, Yang struggled to accurately gauge the difficulty of the questions. In hindsight, the overall performance indicated that these questions were entirely beyond the syllabus. Nevertheless, Ding Sheng managed to achieve a perfect score in merely half the allotted time, leaving a profound impression on Yang Huaigu. Among us seasoned educators, with exceptional students like Xiao Yu, there is hope for future successors, and old Su is even more remarkable. Had it not been for the cruel twists of fate, his student would have achieved even greater heights. Alas, I'm left to reflect on my own circumstances. Yang Huaigu's accomplishments in scientific research are sufficient to be enshrined in history, yet his endeavors in teaching and nurturing talent remain a complex narrative. It is often said that while exceptional horses are plentiful, true connoisseurs are rare. A remarkable steed may find itself unrecognized without a discerning eye. But if a connoisseur cannot find such a steed, it only signifies their own inadequacy. Yang Huaigu currently finds himself in this rather awkward predicament. Of course, this embarrassment is relative to his current standing, especially when compared to venerable figures like Old Li, Old Su from Hawaii, Old Chen from Hucking, and Old Song. To outsiders, it is only natural to gaze upward in admiration. Speaking of Old Su, his granddaughter should be arriving at the school soon. Li Chunbai glanced at the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Look, you vex me again. What extraordinary fortune has befallen your school of biological sciences, always stumbling upon treasures? Yang Huaigu truly could not comprehend it. Ha ha ha, old Yang. Let us not forget that Ding Sheng is also a student of our School of Life Sciences. Li Chunbai waved the examination paper in his hand. What does it matter which school? They are all part of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Let us keep things orderly. If Ding Sheng meets the standards in this test, I could take him away at any moment. At the school entrance, the freshman reception area was bustling with a special event, Ask Me Anything, featuring the distinguished guest Ding Sheng. Junior, where are you from? We hail from Linzhou in Jinan Province, progressing from agriculture to industrial production, step by step, diligently, and with integrity, coming from a humble background. As Ding Sheng appeared, slightly flustered, Chen Su quickly interjected to assist him. I hear you achieved full marks in mathematics and comprehensive science in the college entrance examination. Indeed, he is the foremost prodigy of our Linzhou. The community fondly refers to him as the Prince of Science, leaving no trace of life in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology wherever he goes. Chen Su had seamlessly taken on the role of Ding Sheng's spokesperson, eloquently extolling his virtues. Does the junior have a girlfriend? No. Perpetually single, a lifelong soloist, existing much like the great sage equal to heaven, Chen Su continued. What does it mean to exist like the great sage equal to heaven? A senior sister inquired, puzzled. He shares an inextricable, complicated connection with Wu Zixin, akin to that of the great sage. Chen Su disregarded traffic regulations entirely, driving with reckless abandon. Fortunately, the surrounding senior students were all of doctoral caliber, unashamed, and, in some cases, quite audacious. The junior student need not feel disheartened with such striking looks. It is only a matter of time before he escapes the oppressive grasp of Five Finger Mountain, wielding his golden cudgel to vanquish all foes. Alas, the situation grew chaotic, prompting an alarm. These senior students were indeed formidable. Chen Su and Ding Sheng felt as though they were lambs amidst a pack of wolves, utterly stripped of the driving prowess they once possessed in high school. What is your blood type, junior? And what is your zodiac sign? They inquired. Why must you refer to me as a junior? He retorted, I am not small in stature. This interrogation seemed to stretch on indefinitely, until the arrival of personnel from the School of Life Sciences prompted the gathering to disperse. Are you Ding Sheng? A young woman, more attractive than the seniors, approached. Yes. Follow me, she instructed, leading the way. You go ahead. Call me when you're done, Chen Su said, understanding that Ding Sheng needed to attend to his enrollment procedures, and thus refrained from following. Once Ding Sheng and the young woman departed, The group of doctoral students erupted into discussion. Did you see? Senior Su has returned. Who is this Senior Su? Inquired a new doctoral student. Su Wudong. She went abroad for further studies 3 years ago. It was said to be a 6-year program. Yet she completed it in 3 and returned home. I've heard of her, a paragon among us. I'd only heard her name before, but what is this situation? She is rumored to be returning to teach at our school. Have we ever had such a young mentor? No. Su Wudong entered the Life Sciences Academy at the tender age of 19 as a graduate student, making her a prodigy worthy of admiration, even if slightly less remarkable than the infamous Zhang Xiaoxiu. After escorting Ding Sheng to the reception of the Life Sciences Academy for his new student qualification review and file elevation, Su Wudong instructed him to leave his luggage there before leading him to another location. Senior, are you not going to arrange a dormitory for me first? Ding Sheng asked, eager to settle in quickly so he could visit Shin Su, who was alone in Huadu and quite pitiable. I'm not your senior. Should you remain at the Life Sciences Academy, you may refer to me as your mentor, Su Wudong replied. Am I not already a student of the Life Sciences Academy? Ding Sheng discerned the underlying implications. As you're the first undergraduate of the Life Sciences Academy, the institution wishes to assess your capabilities, and this is ultimately for your benefit, Su Wudong explained candidly. Currently, the Life Sciences Academy lacked a systematic undergraduate curriculum, and if Ding Sheng's abilities were insufficient, he would struggle to keep pace with the academic demands. An assessment? Ding Sheng felt increasingly overwhelmed. Over the past decade, excluding the interim assessments, final examinations, monthly tests, and mock exams, one can consider the transition from elementary school to junior high, which entails the primary school entrance examination. Upon entering junior high, there are classification tests, followed by the high school entrance examination upon graduation. In high school, there are once again classification exams. Leading up to the college entrance examination, teachers often claim that university life is a breeze. Yet, astonishingly, on the very first day of a new semester, there is yet another examination. Additionally, there is only one candidate, 57, a rather fortuitous number. In the vast lecture hall of the School of Life Sciences, Su Wudong gestured for Ding Sheng to take any seat he wished. She then retrieved a set of examination papers and a pen from a file and handed them to him, glancing at her watch as she stated, "You have 2 hours to complete the test." After saying this, she settled into a position nearby to oversee the examination. With this in mind, Ding Sheng resolved to begin the task at hand, thinking that finishing early would allow him to enjoy a meal. He unfolded the examination paper and began to review the questions. A cursory glance revealed that the questions predominantly encompassed a blend of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, with only a small fraction pertaining to high school level knowledge. For instance, the first question stated, let A and B be n-dimensional complex matrices satisfying the conditions of BA. A0, B0, prove that they are nilpotent matrices, and B are simultaneously similar to upper triangular matrices. If 0, determine the minimum value of n. This certainly did not appear to be high school material. Even the most astute high school student would be utterly perplexed by it. However, by sheer coincidence, Ding Sheng was among the remaining 0.01 who could tackle such a problem. The solution to this question primarily hinges on setting different eigenvalues as 1 and k, rather than opting for the Jordan normal form. Once this was clarified, the subsequent questions unfolded effortlessly. With a pen in hand, Ding Sheng swiftly resolved the mathematics section. In terms of mathematics, the difficulty of this set of questions surpassed that of the previous examination at Yuzhou University. Last time, many seemingly arduous questions were merely fill-in-the-blank types, which could be tackled through sheer memorization of fixed answers. This time, however, the problems demanded a deeper understanding of each concept to arrive at the correct answers. Naturally, the individual capable of crafting such questions must possess considerable expertise. To save time, Ding Sheng omitted several steps, trusting that the examiner would comprehend his reasoning. Given the known solar constant, which indicates the power of sunlight per unit area incident upon the Earth's surface, equal to 17 by 1,000 square meters, he was tasked with calculating the total solar radiation power and, assuming the sun behaves as a black body, determining the temperature of its surface. Evidently, the question setter did not regard him as an ordinary high school student. As Ding Sheng read through the inquiries, his mind did not engage in pondering solutions, as the simplicity of the questions rendered such contemplation unnecessary. Even the less academically inclined need not feel compelled to hurl tomatoes in disdain. For Ding Sheng had the advantage of innate talent in extraordinary circumstances. As he progressed through the journey, he discerned a peculiar phenomenon. This was ostensibly the School of Life Sciences, where one would expect to engage in the study of molecular biology, neurobiology, biomedical technology, microbiology, cellular biology, plant and ecological technology, as well as immunology. In essence, these subjects should fall under the realms of chemistry and biology. Yet, to his astonishment, more than half of the examination paper, devised by the School of Biological Sciences to assess prospective students, comprised physics questions. What could this possibly signify? It evoked a sense of improper dealings. Had he known, he might have opted for the School of Physics instead. Of course, if this sentiment reached the ears of Yang Huaigu, he would undoubtedly retort that it was his own folly to choose life sciences when submitting his application. According to the regulations, one could only transfer to another department post-enrollment, contingent upon the consent of Ding Sheng. In any case, the tedious examination was nearing its conclusion. After completing the final question, Ding Sheng set down his pen without reviewing his answers and approached the supervising teacher to submit his paper. Su Wudong glanced at the clock. Only 50 minutes had elapsed. Are you certain you do not wish to check your answers? Her inquiry stemmed from a place of concern for Ding Sheng. When she had approached Dean Li to collect the examination papers, she had spotted the long-absent academician Yang Huaigu, which, when coupled with the campus rumors regarding recruitment efforts, led her to surmise that the esteemed academic held high hopes for the student. It had been many years since academician Yang had taught a course. For someone to receive his mentorship would indeed be a tremendous fortune. Now that this opportunity had unexpectedly fallen into Ding Sheng's lap, Su Wudong naturally wished for him to approach it with the utmost seriousness. Never mind. Let's leave it as it is, she concluded, observing Ding Sheng's resolute demeanor. You may proceed to the reception desk now. They will arrange your accommodation for tonight. Tonight? Does that mean I have to move again tomorrow? Ding Sheng asked, perplexed. Not necessarily, Su Wudong replied. She initially intended to remark that given his nonchalant approach to the examination, he would likely have to relocate to Yinshi Lake the following day, but she refrained, realizing it would be unkind to discourage a 10-year-old boy. Regardless, he was already present and his enrollment records were in order. Surely, Hwada University would not truly renege on its commitment. With this thought in mind, Ding Sheng departed from the examination hall and made his way to the reception area. The School of Biological Sciences had an abundance of students and scant resources, so the staff promptly assigned him a single room in a dormitory building. For this trip to Huadu, Ding Sheng chose to travel light due to the distance, bringing only a suitcase filled with a few changes of clothes, planning to procure the remainder of his necessities upon arrival. After depositing his luggage in the dormitory, he called Chen Su, and they arranged to meet at the school gate. With nothing to occupy my time here, I feel quite out of place, as though I am an unemployed drifter. I intend to return tomorrow, he expressed. The other two classmates who had accompanied him had already completed their enrollment, leaving Chen Su feeling a sense of despondency. All right, I shall not insist on your company. Tonight, I shall treat you to a lavish dinner as a farewell, Ding Sheng remarked. As it is still early, shall we head over to Hucking to find Meng, Xiao, and dine together? The distance between Ding Sheng's university campus and Hucking was neither too far nor too close, making it just right for a meal. Chen Su's suggestion was quite reasonable, so they decided to make a phone call. Have you settled in? If you have time, we would love to visit you for a meal. My freshman verification has yet to be approved, so I'm uncertain if I will have time later, Meng Xiao replied. Is it really taking that long? Ding Sheng was utterly astonished. It was already 6:30, and Meng Xiao had been on campus for 3 to 4 hours. Surely, with so many new students at Hucking University, the process could not be this delayed. I heard there is an issue with the reception office's computer, which is temporarily preventing the processing of files. The new students have not yet begun to be assigned dormitories, Meng Xiao explained. Oh. Ding Sheng was itching to critique ISNT Computer Science and Technology or University as flagship program. This is quite the tarnishing of your reputation. However, being a mature man, he had learned to refrain from indulging in momentary sarcasm. Has it been infected by a virus? Ding Sheng inquired further. It seems so. There are whispers of something called the Digital Six invading, and some have even dubbed it the Six virus. I can't elaborate much. You know I'm not well versed in these matters. That sounds familiar enough, Ding Sheng noted. No matter. We must eat. Let us proceed there first. After hanging up, Ding Sheng chuckled to himself, acknowledging the whims of fate, indeed. It seemed he was destined to stand out in brilliance. Did he leave after just 50 minutes? Yang Huaigu took the exam paper from Su Wudong and glanced at Li Chunbo beside him, as if to convey, see? I told you the questions were too difficult. He simply threw in the towel. Li Chunbo, feeling quite innocent, quickly shifted the topic. Su, how is your grandfather doing? I heard he has retired to enjoy life in Hawaii. My grandfather as well. He asked me to send his regards to you all. Did you manage to visit Yujo during this trip? I did. Senior brother asked me to convey that he will come to see you once he is feeling better. That's wonderful. He must prioritize his health. Over there, Li Chunbo and Su Wudong reminisced, while Yang Huaigu commenced grading the papers. After several minutes, Yang Huaigu suddenly burst into laughter. 58, 6, and 6. Upon arriving at the School of Economics and Management at Hucking University, the situation mirrored Meng Zhao's account. All new students were anxiously awaiting at the reception. Even more impatient than the new students were the staff at the reception. With the rapid advancement of technology, Hucking University had implemented a fully electronic file processing system for the first time this year to enhance the efficiency of new student admissions. However, it seemed the electronic files could not be retrieved at this critical moment, leaving the verification process paralyzed at its final step. The faculty members are not experts in computing. They merely utilize these devices for administrative tasks. When confronted with this insidious ransomware that enforces a severe lock screen, they find themselves utterly powerless. One might think that since all departments are affected, the computer science department, brimming with talent, would swiftly resolve the matter. However, the waiting has stretched from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until now, a considerable duration. Many are left pondering the capabilities of the computer science department and the expertise of its top professionals. Yet, the individuals from the computer science department are equally distressed. This virus is extraordinarily complex, evidently crafted by a professional team with considerable effort, and deliberately unleashed upon Hucking University. It has intentionally targeted the freshman databases of various departments. A clear act of provocation. Regardless of who is behind this, they have come knocking, and one must respond, albeit it requires time. The staff at the reception repeats this reassurance for the nth time. Please be patient. It will soon be resolved. When Ding Sheng encountered the virus at the Guangxiankou Internet Cafe, he recognized its formidable nature, especially considering the current global technological landscape. Had the experts at Hucking University promptly collaborated to tackle this challenge, perhaps they could have resolved it within 8 hours. Of course, this is mere speculation. Ding Sheng is unaware of the university's precise capabilities. However, professionals tend to possess keen insight, and his casual guess aligns quite accurately. Had Hucking University prioritized the situation from the outset, dispatching their most skilled individuals without underestimating the threat, 8 hours would indeed have sufficed. Unfortunately, when the virus was first detected in the afternoon, the computer science department underestimated its severity, leading to a convoluted approach that squandered precious time. Now, as they strive to regain their footing, it is optimistically estimated that the matter might not be resolved before midnight. In light of this, the computer science department has begun to inform other departments that they need not wait any longer and should arrange accommodations for the students. When Ding Sheng arrived, the School of Economics and Management had evidently not received the news and still harbored hopes for the computer science department's intervention. Meng Zhao, prepare your enrollment materials. Queue up at the reception, and you'll be the first to submit your documents, he thought. Considering the importance of a meal and realizing he could not afford to remain idle, the prolonged waiting time had left the reception area nearly devoid of students, making it easy to queue. Can you resolve this? Meng Zhao, astute as ever, immediately detected the underlying implication. Let us give it a try. Ding Sheng feigned a challenging demeanor, exaggeratedly stretching, and stepped forward to the reception desk, fabricating a narrative with ease. Hello, I am a student from the computer science department sent to address the virus issue. At last, someone has arrived. If you had come any later, we might have lost control of the situation, sighed the staff at the reception, visibly relieved. It must be noted that the statement made by this faculty member is somewhat exaggerated. Among the students present, apart from Chun Su and perhaps Ding Sheng, the rest are undoubtedly the creme de la creme from various provinces, ensuring a commendable level of overall competence. The scenario of losing control is, under any circumstances, utterly implausible. Even if the issue cannot be resolved today and access to the dormitory is denied, what of it? In the sweltering summer, they are all young. Sleeping on the ground is hardly a tragedy. In retrospect, it may even transform into a cherished tale after graduation. Ding Sheng did not respond verbally. Instead, he approached the keyboard and commenced a flurry of activity, his fingers dancing across the keys with remarkable agility. The faculty members observing could only nod in approval, as he is indeed a student from the computer science department, adept at navigating the keyboard with finesse. Within 3 minutes, Ding Sheng resolved the issue at hand. The group responsible for releasing the virus had made subtle adjustments to the original strain, fracturing it into multiple versions that infiltrated the archives of various departments. In that brief interval, he merely assisted the School of Economics and Management in regaining control. Each person tends to their own affairs, disregarding the troubles of others? Not at all. With so many departments at Hucking University, it is utterly absurd for me, Ding, to complete all tasks within mere minutes. Even voluntary work should have its limits. There is no reimbursement for the travel expenses incurred from Marvel. Moreover, since the comrades in the computer science department must ultimately pursue this career, it is imperative that they engage in this rare duel of expertise, enabling them to reap significant benefits. Once the matter was resolved, The faculty at the reception promptly organized the new students into a queue. Meng Xiao was naturally the first, and after completing her registration, she proceeded to the dormitory office to finalize her accommodation arrangements. At that moment, a student rushed over, panting. "Teacher, my advisor sent me to inform you that the electronic registration cannot be resolved today. Please arrange the dormitory for the new students according to last year's procedures." What era is this, that a simple phone call cannot suffice? The team responsible for addressing the virus in the computer science department was indeed unaware of the contact numbers for the reception staff across the various departments. However, it only took them 2 or 3 minutes to relay the message, which was quite convenient, and a bit of physical exercise. Didn't you send someone to resolve this? The faculty were baffled by the computer science department's intentions. Is that so? Upon noticing that the computer was functioning perfectly well, the student began to question his perspective on life. "I apologize for the disturbance. Perhaps I misheard. Please continue." At Hucking University, within the computer science department, in a first-year dormitory, all the roommates had ventured out to procure daily necessities, leaving one student alone on his bed in the corner. "So, Lu Hao, you have lost. In less than 5 hours, someone has already vanquished your virus." This student seemed to be speaking to the air, his tone laced with mockery and disdain. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." The student suddenly transformed, his eyes reddened as he engaged in a self-dialogue. "I recall that last time in Jingguanqi, you claimed a virus could not be cracked for a month, yet only lasted 3 days, right?" The student switched to a different expression and tone. Yes. I remember that as well. It seems your virus is becoming increasingly ineffectual. Clearly, you're not the most formidable hacker in existence. Ha, admit it. Any one of us is superior to you." The student frantically grasped his hair, bellowing, "Silence. What do you mean we? We are you, and you are us. Our roommate has returned. You must calm down, for no one wishes to share a living space with a delusional individual. They would only be frightened." At the doorway, 3 roommates stood in stunned silence, one eventually asking, "Lu Hao, are you all right?" "I'm fine. My apologies for losing my composure just now." Lu Hao rearranged his hair, managing a strained smile. "I invited you to join us earlier, but that's all right. We purchased 4 sets of toiletries, so you can choose your favorite." Another boy chuckled innocently. "Thank you." The next day, Ding Sheng was not sent to the Yinchi Lake campus, which merely indicated that he had passed the entrance examination. At precisely 8 in the morning, Su Wudong called, saying, "Ding Sheng, come to my office to collect your schedule." Regarding university, for Ding Sheng, it was primarily a formality. Firstly, his parents required an explanation, and secondly, he needed a semblance of dignity and a legitimate identity. The rationale is straightforward. Consider a few examples. Tony Stark, possessing multiple PhDs from MIT in electronic engineering, physics, computer science, and so forth. Bruce Banner, holding 7 doctorates in nuclear physics, quantum mechanics, and biotechnology from Caltech. Challa, a PhD in physics from Oxford, along with bachelor's degrees in political science, engineering, economics, and psychology. Stephen Strange, a doctor of medicine and a PhD from Columbia University. Scott Lang, a master's in electrical engineering. And then there is Ding Sheng, a high school graduate. Is this fitting? He does not aspire to compare himself to these individuals, for unless an extraordinary misfortune occurs, he is unlikely to encounter them again. However, as long as Ding Sheng remains grounded in this mundane world, given his current circumstances and family background, obtaining a university diploma would be prudent. Otherwise, he would face insurmountable challenges in justifying his existence. If he desires to acquire a diploma, he must refrain from impulsive actions. The advisor has arranged his courses. Ultimately, whether he attends or how he engages with them is one matter, but he must at least collect his schedule. With such thoughts in mind, Ding Sheng quickly rose to wash up and then jogged his way to his mentor's office. On Monday, subjects like biotechnology, advanced ecology, nanomedicine, and bioenergy technology awaited him. Upon glimpsing the schedule, Ding Sheng swore he was utterly astounded. These were all major courses. Could they truly be completed in a single day? Tuesday brought forth biological separation engineering, biosynthesis and natural products, principles and techniques of bioengineering, and biological separation technology. Goodness, Tuesday too was packed with 4 substantial classes, each distinct in its own right. The subsequent courses were no less formidable. Wednesday featured uncertain systems, advanced statistics, advanced numerical analysis, and risk theory. Thursday encompassed solid mechanics, fluid mechanics, nuclear fuel cycle processes, and multi-scale biomechanics. Friday presented advanced quantum mechanics, low-dimensional condensed matter physics, mechanical transmission, and diffraction physics. The most outrageous part was that Saturday and the weekend each had 2 significant classes as well. Were they treating him like a beast of burden? This was intolerable. A single day required at least 8 hours of relentless classes. If each class lasted 40 minutes, that would amount to 20 sessions. Who could possibly endure such a burden? Ultimately, the pursuit of these subjects was meant to foster technological advancement, enhance productivity, and propel the progress of humanity. He candidly recognized himself as a titan of technology, a beacon of the era. However, such thoughts could only reside in his mind. Expressing them aloud would brand him as delusional. As a student of the life sciences, 8 related courses in a week were not excessive. Yet, as academician Yang stated, he need not regard himself solely as a member of their college. Hence, a few additional courses were introduced to help him swiftly acclimate to the general topics of graduate studies. While it seemed a bit overwhelming, it was manageable. Su Wudong's experience abroad for 3 years had been of similar intensity. For her, it was merely acceptable. Who was academician Yang? Ding Sheng had an inkling that this Yang was the mastermind behind it all. Indeed, he almost forgot that academician Yang was Yang Huaigu, the most esteemed member of the School of Physics at the university. Few could rival him across all of China. They had met once, but he had yet to be formally introduced. Su Wudong remarked. The examination paper from yesterday had been completed silently by Ding Sheng with a perfect score. The school held high expectations for him, directly allowing a recent high school graduate to engage in graduate-level topics, which spoke volumes. Simultaneously, he hoped that academician Yang would see his potential this time. Is academician Yang present? Since they had crossed paths, this esteemed Yang Huaigu must be the same elder who delivered the admission notice at Niza High School that day. Given their connection, it was inevitable that they would meet at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. There was no better day than today. The Comprehensive Laboratory of Mechanical Engineering and Applied Sciences has made significant progress with its new experiments. Last night, academician Yang hurried back to Yuzhou and, until his return, I am responsible for guiding you, Su Wudong continued. The term guiding seems more akin to supervision. Indeed, this is akin to a peacock displaying its feathers, a display of misplaced affection. Su Wudong was quite occupied, lacking the leisure to supervise him constantly. As long as he attended classes punctually, the two would only meet once a week in the nanomedicine technology course. Regrettably, Ding Sheng had no desire to attend class. At least, from his current perspective, these courses held no significance and were merely a waste of time. If there were courses on the artificial synthesis methods of vibranium, the crafting techniques of infinite gems, or the magical teachings of Dr. Strange, he might consider them. In jest, there would be no need for consideration. He would be compelled to learn, barring death. Su Mentor, hypothetically speaking, if I were to understand all these courses, what would happen? Ding Sheng inquired tentatively. After pondering, Su Wudong replied, perhaps you would receive a larger course schedule. With that, Ding Sheng seized the course schedule from the desk and turned to leave. In the ensuing days, Ding Sheng's routine mirrored the final stretch of his senior year. During classes, the teacher spoke freely, while he organized the information in his mind, methodically developing productivity within his thoughts. Yes, he found himself temporarily ensnared, reduced to a theoretical inventor generating ideas through sheer mental effort. The previously planned adjustments to the Super Serum 20 formula had finally found time for execution. Each modification, even if it reduced side effects by just 1 unit, was a notable improvement. Presently, the Super Serum 20, when administered in a specific dosage, could indeed enhance physical capabilities for a brief period, inducing a combat-ready state, but soon thereafter, the body would succumb to fatigue. There exists a significant conflict between dosage and side effects. Simply put, the higher the dosage, the quicker the demise. Achieving a permanent effect akin to Captain America remains a distant goal. Including this iteration, Ding Sheng had modified the formula 10 times. He occasionally pondered when this cycle of revisions would culminate. He even questioned whether he would ever succeed in developing a true super soldier serum in his lifetime. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting. Ding Sheng would not indulge in self-pity. Many endeavors require earnest effort, and when the opportunity arises, success will naturally follow. Throughout his 8 years in the Marvel Universe, he faced numerous challenges and setbacks. For instance, when he first traversed into this realm, he was utterly alone, devoid of resources, and could only utter a single English phrase that seemed useful but proved to be of little value. In that time, I toiled for 2 months in a shadowy corner of America, laboring in a heartless factory, undertaking every menial and arduous task imaginable, all with the hope of amassing enough for a plane ticket to finally return home. However, upon arriving in New York, I discovered that I had entered the Marvel Universe. The bewilderment I felt is perhaps indescribable to anyone else. 60, Super Serum 30. In the outskirts of Yuzhou, at the Zhang family villa, Zhou Lin entered with a document in hand. The September weather remained oppressively hot, yet she proceeded directly to the wall to ignite the fireplace, a tool reserved for the winter months, before stepping out to the glass laboratory. The internal code read report on the 7th day of heterogeneous blood human experimentation. After increasing the dosage of heterogeneous blood for the 7th time, the activity of cancer cells within the volunteer had diminished, yet they still persisted. And the influence of the heterogeneous blood accelerated the mutations within the volunteer. At this point, Zhou Lin paused. What is it? Zhang Xiaoxu did not cease his work, continuing to sketch something on the manuscript before him. The heterogeneous blood has become excessively potent. Today we have our first case of volunteer mortality. Zhou Lin exhaled gently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxu exhibited no surprise. If there were no life-threatening risks, why would he seek out volunteers for experimentation when he could simply use it himself? The progression of science. Zhang Xiaoxu halted, initially intending to express that the advancement of science requires sacrifices, but reconsidered and instead uttered a simple thank you. Will the compensation clauses take immediate effect? Zhou Lin had not anticipated the first death would occur so swiftly, thus necessitating official consultation. Very well, Zhang Xiaoxu nodded, placing the report into the fireplace and watching as the paper turned to ash. Zhou Lin then added, the security team from Mandragora Group has arrived in Yuzhou. Captain Smith is waiting outside. Please have him come in. Zhang Xiaoxu rose from the glass laboratory and took a seat on the sofa in the reception area. Shortly thereafter, a tall, robust man of Caucasian descent entered, guided by Zhou Lin. Smith, take a seat. Mr. Zhang, upon hearing that you required assistance, our employer insisted that I bring the most elite team available. Please, do tell me what the mission entails, Smith stated directly. Zhang Xiaoxu opened his laptop, inserted a small USB drive, and then played a video. Perhaps it would be best if you viewed this yourself. 5 minutes later, anyone else who had watched that brief video would likely be drenched in cold sweat. Smith, having traveled the world with his employer for years, had become accustomed to perilous situations, being a seasoned veteran of the Marine Corps, and had honed his ability to remain unflappable. Is the objective to eliminate these entities? How many are there in total? Smith's professional habit was to avoid unnecessary inquiries. We refer to them as variants within our company. This batch of mutants has been resolved. The purpose of your presence here is to prepare for the next wave of mutations, Zhang Xiaoxu stated, as he proceeded to play the next video. The protagonist in the video transitioned from animal to human. At present, they all appear to be normal humans. Starting today, your team will take residence in our group's Cancer Treatment Drug Research Center, assuming full responsibility for security. Should anyone transform into a mutant, it is imperative to eliminate them. Zhang Xiaoxu said gravely. Smith fell silent for a moment, presumably assessing the difficulty of the task. Ultimately, recalling his boss's admonition before departure, he nodded in agreement. How has George been lately? Zhang Xiaoxu inquired, casually formatting the last video backup in existence. He remains the same. Currently, he is in Africa, stating that once he completes his work, he will fly directly to Yuzhou to see you. Smith, having long served as his boss's personal security, had met most of the executives from the Huashi Group. While these individuals presented a united front externally, internally, they were divided into numerous factions. The Iris Group and the Mandala Group have always maintained a close relationship, with Mr. Zhang having saved his boss's life, establishing a bond of deep trust. Smith was acutely aware of what could and could not be disclosed. Very well, you may discuss subsequent work matters with Xiaolin, Zhang Xiaoxu remarked, dedicating his entire focus to improving the formula while delegating nearly all group affairs to Xiaolin. Smith nodded and stood up to walk outside with Xiaolin. By the way, Smith, Zhang Xiaoxu recalled that there was still something he needed to address. What is it? You know that within the borders of Huaxia, we cannot provide your team with firearm support. Smith was at a loss for words. Their equipment could not enter the country, and they had arrived empty-handed. Zhang Xiaoxu raised this issue only now, and he was certain it was intentional. Given the mutated animals in the video, it would undoubtedly be far more challenging if humans transformed in such a manner. Unarmed and facing blades? A trap. Mr. Zhang is truly cunning. Boss, I want to go home. Xiaolin, unable to bear the situation any longer, explained, Mr. Smith, rest assured, our company will provide your team with new anesthetic guns, which are sufficient to sedate a rhinoceros in extreme circumstances. After the two departed, Zhang Xiaoxu returned to the laboratory, picking up the latest formula and falling into deep contemplation. Where had he gone wrong? Huachi University, School of Life Sciences. With his innate talent, and after a week of inquiry and analysis, Sheng had already discerned which classes could be skipped and which were essential. Let's first discuss the courses that must be attended. The current course on nanomedicine technology is essential, as it is taught by Su Wudong. As for those that could be skipped, Wuhan University of Science and Technology is a prestigious institution teeming with graduate students, each striving diligently for their academic pursuits, future prospects, and contributions to the scientific realm. It is a rare occurrence for any intellectually sound individual to skip classes here, which explains why most instructors do not habitually take attendance. Consequently, For those subjects that adhere to this non-attendance tradition, Ding Sheng has resolved not to attend after his promotion. However, there are exceptions, such as the course on mechanical transmission at the Academy of Physics, where perhaps at the behest of Yang Huaigu, Ding Sheng's name was called 3 times during the very first class. In summary, Ding Sheng only needs to attend 2 classes in the coming week. A much more palatable arrangement. Ding Sheng, your turn, suddenly called Su Wudong from the podium. What did you say? Ding Sheng stood up, bewildered, having not attended the class. Discuss the bottlenecks in the development of nanomedicine, Su Wudong reiterated. Oh, nanomedicine. While capable of overcoming certain shortcomings of small molecular drugs, such as poor solubility, rapid metabolism, and low targeting ability, also faces challenges like poor stability in the body and rapid circulatory metabolism, resulting in excellent performance in vitro, but poor efficacy in vivo. Thus, I believe the fundamental direction of nanomedicine development is misguided. The first half of Ding Sheng's response was a standard answer, while the concluding remark stemmed from his desire to assert his understanding, yet the thought faltered at the cusp of his lips. What else do you wish to convey? Su Wudong pressed further. The path has been fundamentally wrong. Ding Sheng's abrupt silence was not born of fear of divulging advanced technological secrets. After all, articulating the correct development of nanomedicine without a sufficiently authoritative paper would render his words mere folly. His mind had been preoccupied with the formulation revision of Super Serum 20, and his pause was due to the long-awaited opportunity finally presenting itself. I have fundamentally taken a wrong turn, Ding Sheng murmured. This was a moment of historical significance. In the lecture hall, all graduate students turned their gaze towards Ding Sheng, anticipating a profound explanation. Yet, he fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent. As the atmosphere threatened to grow awkward, Su Wudong promptly gestured for him to take his seat and resumed discussing the previous topic, allowing everyone to redirect their attention to the podium, as if the earlier incident had been erased from memory. Guanju, I was mistaken. Once seated, Ding Sheng hastily grasped his inspiration. How should I continue? Guanju appeared somewhat perplexed. I was wrong. I've been wrong from the very beginning. Quickly, establish the Super Serum 0 database and record the first formulation log. Teaching a man to fish rather than giving him a fish, Ding Sheng reflected. When he initially decided to replicate the Super Soldier Serum, his aspiration was to create a serum accessible to the masses, a means to profit. If it were to be democratized, the method of using the serum must also resonate with the everyday person. The oral administration plan has thus been established. On this foundation, Ding Sheng has crafted the first version of the Super Serum 20, primarily based on glucose, which has undergone over 100 modifications over the years, resulting in increasingly reduced side effects. As time progresses, Ding Sheng is confident that he can continue to diminish the side effects of the Super Serum 20, perhaps even rendering them negligible one day. However, he is uncertain about the timeline, and the complete elimination of side effects remains ambiguous. This desire to perfect his creation has gradually taken root in his mind, evolving into an obsession that drives Ding Sheng to tirelessly refine the formula, while simultaneously ensnaring him in a peculiar cycle. Today, Ding Sheng has finally broken free from this cycle. The original Super Soldier Serum, as conceived by Dr. Erskine, possesses a characteristic beyond its complex and difficult-to-replicate chemical structure. Its method of application is notably intricate. Ding Sheng is unaware of the specific process by which Steve Rogers underwent the transformation into Captain America during World War II. However, one thing is certain. The original Super Soldier Serum is certainly not administered orally. Ding Sheng's miscalculation was his initial attempt to bypass this process, resulting in Super Serum 20 being fundamentally distinct from the original Super Soldier Serum in its chemical architecture. Rather than being a mere imitation of the Super Soldier Serum, Super Serum 20 can be viewed as a novel product developed by Ding Sheng, inspired by the effects of the Super Soldier Serum and designed to enhance physical capabilities to a certain extent. Aside from their similar nomenclature, the two are difficult to relate further. If Ding Sheng wishes to restore the true essence of the Super Soldier Serum within a foreseeable timeframe, he must abandon the oral route entirely. Consequently, the entire framework based on glucose must be dismantled and rebuilt from scratch. Thus, Ding Sheng has designated this revolutionary version update as the true complex application, side effect-free, potential-enhancing Super Soldier Serum, abbreviated as Super Serum 0. After establishing a database with Guanju, he promptly finalized the application method for Super Serum 0, minimally invasive injection. In the following days, Ding Sheng tirelessly reimagined the new formula, no longer constrained by orally ingestible components, allowing for greater creative freedom. After years of exploration in enhancing physical capabilities, Ding Sheng swiftly devised the first viable plan, which Guanju recorded as the initial formula for Super Serum 0. Upon completion of this serum, The application through minimally invasive injection into muscle groups can provoke rapid cellular transformation, followed by stimulation of growth. Perfect. Achieving success in one attempt warrants pride. Ding Sheng revels in this delightful reverie. With all due respect, given the potency of your formula, any living entity injected with the serum would likely explode within 3 seconds. The abrupt interruption of Guanju felt rather untimely, as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed. Alas, I'm well aware of it. Ding Sheng is not foolish. The formula he currently possesses requires no experimentation. A mere glance at the chemical equation reveals its lethal potential. Whoever employs it shall face catastrophic consequences. Evidently, Dr. Erskine's proposal, beyond the minimally invasive injection, must encompass other auxiliary methods capable of moderating serum intensity, enabling the human body to endure its effects. However, to suppress serum intensity while simultaneously enhancing human functionality seems contradictory. Rather, it should be a temporary augmentation of human resilience, allowing the body to withstand serum intensity for a brief duration. Over the years, Ding Sheng had pilfered numerous patented technologies from various tech companies, and he immediately began to scour his mind for relevant cutting-edge innovations. Shortly thereafter, a promising lead emerged. The Life Ray, a penetrating radiation mentioned by Howard Stark during his lifetime, was developed by a veteran involved in the Super Soldier Project. Seizing upon this information, Ding Sheng swiftly unraveled the connections, unable to contain his delight as laughter bubbled forth. Truly, I am a genius. No, it is Dr. Erskine and Howard who are the true geniuses. The combination of Super Soldier Serum and Life Ray is impeccable. With everything in place, all that remains is the establishment of a laboratory to develop the Life Ray and test the efficacy of the formula. As for the laboratory, once the base in Corridor 4 is completed and operational, it can fulfill that purpose. However, the emission of the Life Ray will undoubtedly demand an unprecedented amount of electrical power. Unless the new base is equipped with an arc reactor from the outset, the energy supply will certainly be insufficient. Yet, given Ding Sheng's current resources, the immediate fabrication of an arc reactor is evidently unrealistic, as it necessitates substantial equipment and financial backing. Financial matters can be negotiated. If necessary, he could downgrade the batteries sold to the fruit company, for instance, substituting the homopolymer polyvinylidene fluoride in the polymer battery with entry-level specialized polymer materials, thereby allowing for another sales opportunity. Should this transaction be made with Nokia, Sony, or perhaps a domestic brand? It matters little. Ding Sheng is adept at rebranding with a plethora of iterations without hitting the technological ceiling, ensuring customers are left wanting more. When selling, he would undoubtedly embellish the product's significance, touting it as revolutionary. In truth, it is merely subpar. As for the battery for the fruit company, whether mass-produced or stockpiled, it is of little consequence. However, attempting to leverage this battery as a breakthrough to extend this technology beyond mobile phones is, regrettably, unfeasible. Clearly, Ding Sheng is withholding information. The initial technical documentation resembled a standard answer sheet, while the fruit company acted as a student copying answers, assured of correctness. To amend, expand, or upgrade in the short term would be an exercise in futility. There is a saying that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. However, Ding Sheng finds himself in a rather opposite predicament. He is capable of providing fish, yet he cannot impart the means to fish. The core technology must remain firmly in his grasp, as this is the only unchanging principle. The rationale is straightforward. Ding Sheng is acutely aware of the kind of person he is, even if he does not strive for the betterment of society. He maintains a baseline of morality, at least ensuring that he does not wreak havoc upon the earth. With others, such assurances cannot be guaranteed. Thus, he refrains from sharing the essential techniques of any product. Should an unforeseen incident occur, his conscience would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame, much like Tony Stark post the Sokovia incident. In summary, regarding the construction of the arc reactor, money is not the crux. It is the equipment that matters. Presently, Ding Sheng dares not collaborate with even moderately advanced enterprises to manufacture laboratory machinery. He can only endure the slow progress in a small workshop, fearing theft of his technology. While it may sound noble to say he trusts Feng Shui, the harsher truth is that he is taking advantage of Feng Shui's lack of formal education. What if we set up a laboratory temporarily near a major city? Guanju suggested. Ding Sheng nodded. This plan is feasible. Borrowing the power supply of the city for a short period should suffice to launch the Life Ray. However, establishing a laboratory is no small affair. It could lead to complications such as land acquisition. It would be preferable if there were a ready-made laboratory serving a similar purpose. Indeed, there is. Guanyu discernet Ding Sheng's thoughts. Where? He inquired eagerly. At Yuzhou University, in the Comprehensive Research Laboratory of Mechanical Engineering and Applied Sciences. As a national key laboratory, it has consistently possessed the most advanced mechanical experimental equipment in the country. The research scope of the Mechanical Engineering Laboratory is extensive, particularly in mechanical transmission and radiation, yielding abundant findings. Over the past year, under the esteemed leadership of academician Yang Huaigu, the laboratory has been endeavoring to synthesize the brightest beam of radiation on Earth, commonly known as gamma rays. Gamma rays possess formidable penetrating power, making them invaluable in both industrial and medical applications, from automated control on assembly lines to tumor treatment. Initially, the experiment aimed at artificially synthesizing gamma rays proceeded smoothly until April of this year, when the laboratory encountered its first bottleneck due to aging equipment. Without upgrading the apparatus, the experiment cannot continue. The domestic support for this experiment, including the Extreme Optical Facilities Project Group, the Laser Experiment Project Group, the Engineering Research Association, and the Physics Research Association, has convened to push forward the completion of this endeavor, while academician Yang still has the strength to see it through. Thus, it was agreed to increase the investment and replace the equipment. However, the new apparatus was indeed exorbitantly expensive, and the experiments supported by these organizations were not limited to this one, with many monks and little porridge. Even though resources were tilted in this direction out of respect for Yang Huaigu, it still required some time to gather the necessary funds. Consequently, this particular experiment was temporarily shelved. Later, news of the suspension of the artificial gamma-ray synthesis experiment due to a lack of funding reached Huazhong University of Science and Technology. In a bid to assist his old friend, Li Chunbo proactively reached out to the most celebrated protege from the School of Life Sciences at Huazhong University, hoping to secure financial support. Within merely 3 days, billions in funding were received, and the equipment for the experimental lab began to be upgraded. Once the upgrades were completed, the lab could elevate itself from a top domestic facility to one of the most comprehensively equipped physics laboratories in the world. Recently, the final piece of equipment arrived in Yuzhou, marking the complete modernization of the lab. Among these devices, there was one that could launch life rays with just a slight adjustment of parameters. After a 4-month hiatus, the experiment of artificial gamma-ray synthesis resumed its exploratory journey. Yang Huaigu hurried back to Yuzhou because of this matter. However, merely 10 days into the resumption of the experiment, Yang's team encountered a new technical challenge, and it seemed that the experiment was on the brink of another interruption. During these days, the elderly Yang was consumed with worry, unable to find solace in food or rest. On September 10th, the 4 campuses of Huazhong University organized military training for the freshmen, lasting 15 days. Ding Sheng, as the sole undergraduate at his campus, was assigned to the Yinchi Lake campus for the military training. Yinchi Lake is renowned for its picturesque scenery and crystal-clear waters, often frequented by flocks of wild geese during the spring and autumn seasons, hence its name. The Huazhong University Yinchi Lake campus faces the lake and is backed by the Yanshan mountain range, with 2 rivers flowing through the campus, allowing the mountain waters to flow into Yinchi Lake, creating a truly serene environment. Overall, the Yinchi Lake campus is the most grandiose among the 4 campuses of Huazhong University. By the time Ding Sheng arrived, the military training had already commenced. Nevertheless, he did not mind, for he had no intention of participating in military training, nor would he ever consider doing so in his lifetime. In the near future, once the Super Serum Zero took shape, he would attain human-level physical prowess, becoming the first super soldier in the history of the Earth. Military training? Yes. Ding Sheng had forcibly utilized Super Serum 20 not long ago. While he had a blood transfusion device for safety, his body inevitably felt weak. During that time, he had already procured a medical note to excuse him from military training, intending to personally deliver it to the instructor today. Wouldn't it be simpler to hand it directly to Su Wudong? Alas, that would exempt him from military training, but not from classes. Thus, Ding Sheng planned to utilize this interval to devise a way back to Yuzhou, to borrow some equipment from the experimental lab. After what seemed to be a rather useful operation, Ding Sheng had yet to leave the Yinchi Lake campus when he received a call from Su Wudong. "Please pass the phone to the instructor," came the instruction. All right. Ding Sheng transferred the phone from his left hand to his right, waited about 10 seconds, and then cleared his throat to respond, "Hello, this is the instructor." His performance was satisfactory. "Hello, instructor, I am Ding Sheng's mentor. I would like to request a leave of absence for him, as he will be unable to participate in the subsequent military training." It appeared that Su Wudong on the other end of the line did not detect anything amiss. "May I inquire as to the reason?" Ding Sheng continued to feign innocence. "I'm afraid not," Su Wudong succinctly declined. "Very well," Ding Sheng replied, shifting the phone back to his left hand, and waited another 10 seconds. "Mentor, you need to go to the Physics Institute and find Dean Zhao. If you have any questions, just ask him." having attended classes at Huazhong University of Science and Technology for over a week. He was at least familiar with the dean of the Physics Institute. According to the definitions found in Xinshan novels, Dean Zhao held the position of a sect leader, second only to the esteemed elder Yang Huaigu within the sect. What business could such a prominent sect leader have with a mere disciple like me? With a heavy heart filled with questions, Ding Sheng arrived at Dean Zhao's office, where more than 10 mentors and students were already either standing or seated. All right, everyone is here. Let us get down to business. Dean Zhao appeared quite amiable. How many of you have seen the movie version of Transformers? Yes, the 2007 version, directed by Michael Bay. Ding Sheng swore he did not mishear. Those were indeed Dean Zhao's exact words. The mentors and students inside exchanged bewildered glances, questioning their own hearing, yet over half of them raised their hands. Well, it's good to see some of you have watched it. In Transformers, after the U.S. Department of Defense discovered that military networks were being invaded by aliens, they enlisted a group of young experts to analyze a set of alien signals. Do you remember this scene? Dean Zhao inquired further. Ding Sheng recalled that in the end, it was one of the young women along with a hefty hacker who deciphered the results. At least, that was the general idea. You are now likened to that group of young individuals in the film, Dean Zhao continued. Aliens have arrived? One student exclaimed, unsure whether to feel excited or alarmed. It's a metaphor. Do you understand? A metaphor. Although Dean Zhao maintained his usual tone, his expression betrayed a hint of disdain for this particularly bright student from his own department. Academician Yang's team at the Mechatronics Laboratory has encountered a technical challenge. Someone in the team referenced Transformers in hopes that the Physics Institute could inject some fresh talent, potentially yielding remarkable results. After discussions with several other academicians, we chose you. So, do you have confidence in this endeavor? Dean Zhao's pre-battle rally was quite effective. Absolutely. Regardless of their actual confidence, the mere prospect of collaborating with academician Yang ignited a surge of enthusiasm among the students. Ding Sheng was troubled, struggling to find an excuse to visit Yuzhou University. Just as sleep arrives, a pillow is offered. When hunger strikes, buns are presented. However, how could this concern a mere freshman like him? In the eyes of outsiders, his capabilities were undoubtedly the most modest among the attendees. Ding Sheng, there is no need for self-doubt. Since academician, Yang has expressed a desire for fresh blood. Who could be fresher than you in our institution? Do not feel pressured. Simply do your best. Zhao, the dean, remarked with a touch of humor, perhaps sensing his uncertainty. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall fly to Yuzhou this afternoon. That evening, upon the arrival of the Physics Academy's support team at Yuzhou University, the Applied Mechanics Laboratory convened an academic symposium, presided over by Yang Huaigu. The initial part of the meeting was devoted to discussing the results achieved thus far in their experiments, but Ding Sheng found himself only half listening. In the Marvel Universe, artificially generated gamma rays were no longer a novelty. However, the most renowned tale involving gamma rays was that of Dr. Bruce Banner, who transformed into the Hulk following exposure to radiation. Although there was a significant element of coincidence in Banner's story, Ding Sheng, an aspiring inventor, had never contemplated staging such a dramatic turn of events for himself. He preferred the simplicity of a mundane existence. Though gamma rays possess formidable power, they are seldom as legendary in reality as depicted in the Marvel realm. Given the current technological capabilities on Earth, artificial synthesis is indeed feasible. While on the flight to Yuzhou, Ding Sheng pondered and surmised the challenges faced by Yang Huaigu's team, likely related to the capture of thermal neutrons. It is well known that the pulses emitted by gamma rays are exceedingly brief, lasting merely 1/trillionth of a second. Hence, the crux of the problem lay in capturing thermal neutrons within that fleeting moment. As anticipated, Yang Huaigu soon elucidated the underlying issue, and the discussion swiftly turned to hafnium. Just as Ding Sheng's thoughts settled on this matter, a suggestion arose in the conference room to leverage the high-temperature resistance and corrosion-resistant properties of hafnium in the nuclear industry to increase neutron absorption cross-section. Such a straightforward idea was, of course, already considered by Yang Huaigu's team. Yet, while hafnium's properties were suitable for capturing longer wavelength X-rays, they fell short for gamma rays. Consequently, the proposal was promptly dismissed. As the problem proved challenging, fervent discussions erupted within the meeting room. The more they deliberated, the more elusive a solution appeared. Only Ding Sheng recognized that Yang Huaigu's team was but a step away from successful experimentation. They simply needed to delve deeper into the properties of hafnium. At this juncture, he could have easily stepped forward to propose the concept of the allotrope hafnium, 13, synthesized through excessive metallic means in the Marvel Universe, to give Yang Huaigu a nudge. Yet, Ding Sheng refrained from doing so. He is an undergraduate student, and while it is important to make a statement, one must be mindful of the occasion. While it may be amusing to surpass one's level, drawing too much attention can lead to unnecessary trouble. Ding Sheng had thoroughly researched the personal history of academician Yang Huaigu online and believed that, with his wisdom, Yang would eventually comprehend the situation at hand. The current predicament was merely temporary. Furthermore, Yang's decision to send him to Huazhong University of Science and Technology was undoubtedly intended to broaden his horizons. Ding Sheng understood that it was best to remain low-key and observe. Guanju, have you located the semi-solid high-energy strong-field terahertz radiation engineering machine? Ding Sheng's primary concern upon arriving at Chuzhou University was indeed this state-of-the-art terahertz engineering device. On this planet, terahertz waves are also referred to as life rays. They encompass the collective vibrational frequencies of life molecules, such as DNA and proteins, within a specific frequency range. And the dynamic time of the hydrogen bond network present in the human body's 70 water content is also in the picosecond range. These two characteristics bear a remarkable similarity to the true life rays depicted in the Marvel Universe. Therefore, according to Ding Sheng's hypothesis, this engineering machine could possess the capability to emit life rays merely by adjusting certain parameters, without requiring any physical modifications. Excellent, Guanju replied, projecting the floor plan of the machinery and engineering laboratory into Ding Sheng's mind, marking the destination with a red line. Can we sneak in? Ding Sheng inquired further. Not a problem. I will generate a mirrored image of the research institute. Once you enter, as long as you maintain a low profile, you should encounter no difficulties, Guanju assured confidently. Upon hearing this, Ding Sheng raised his hand high. Classmate, do you have something to say? Yang Huaigu said, slightly taken aback to see Ding Sheng raising his hand. Academician Yang, I must admit, I am completely lost in your discussion. Remaining here would only hinder progress. Might it be possible for me to receive a simplified preliminary set of materials to study privately? Ding Sheng feigned an air of naivete, implying that he merely sought some assignments to take with him. Yang Huaigu understood his predicament. Although Ding Sheng possessed some genuine talent, the environment was indeed unsuitable for him, and insisting he stay might undermine his confidence. The initial intent of inviting him was primarily to expose him to the machinery and engineering laboratory, igniting his interest in this field for potential future development. Ding Sheng's displayed aptitude was comparable to that of Xiaoyu, and if he could realize his potential in the future, the machinery and engineering laboratory would surely have a place for him. Very well, come here, Yang Huaigu said, selecting some introductory materials from a folder and handing them over, instructing his teaching assistant to escort Ding Sheng out of the conference hall. You are free to explore and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Just avoid entering any restricted areas. Ding Sheng was assigned a dormitory and given a few instructions before the teaching assistant departed. Guanju, lead me to the Special Equipment Research Institute, he requested. Uncertain of how long he could remain in the machine application laboratory and aware of the substantial workload ahead, he felt the urgency of time. First and foremost, he longed to see the terahertz engineering machine with his own eyes. Following Guanju's guidance, Ding Sheng swiftly arrived at the Special Equipment Research Institute, where the door stood ajar, inviting entry. By this hour, it was already 9 in the evening, and the number of personnel in the Research Institute was sparse. With a bold demeanor, Ding Sheng strode inside, and when inquired, he candidly identified himself as a member of Yang Huaigu's team, which allowed him to proceed without hindrance. Upon locating the room at the far end that housed the terahertz engineering machine, he found the door firmly shut, indicating that entry was prohibited. This machine represented the very first terahertz engineering device in the history of the machine application laboratory, its construction costing several $100 million. It was one of the most expensive pieces of equipment in this laboratory upgrade. Thus, the restriction was understandable. The machine had not yet been officially operational, and during this period, aside from debugging, the door had remained securely locked. Observing the electronic security lock, Ding Sheng mused that had it been a mere $5 iron lock, he would have needed a hammer to break in. However, this sophisticated electronic lock seemed to beckon him inside. Upon entering the room, Ding Sheng finally beheld a commendable piece of high-end industrial equipment on his home planet. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The machine bore a striking resemblance to the apparatus he envisioned for emitting life rays, featuring a central isolation chamber capable of substituting for a life pod. Next, once Ding Sheng confirmed the safety of Super Serum Zero and the life rays, he would undergo a transformation within, becoming the first super soldier on this planet. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Yuzhou, at the Iris Group's Cancer Treatment Drug Research Center, the mortality rate among the initial batch of volunteers in the experimental base had been steadily rising. Those fortunate enough to survive were confined within isolation chambers, and the entire building number 1 was steeped in an eerie atmosphere. After the Smith team took full control of the monitoring room, they surveilled every isolation chamber around the clock, ready to execute commands at the slightest hint of abnormality. Has the strength assessment of the isolation chambers been completed? Smith inquired of his subordinates. Shortly, a report was presented. The Iris Group had invested heavily in the construction of this base, and the report, replete with technical jargon, succinctly summarized into 4 words: as solid as a fortress. Without directives from the control room, these individuals could never leave the isolation chambers, even in the event of mutation, remarked a young man who had studied structural mechanics. Yet, perfection eludes the realm of reality. Even the most intricate engineering is not immune to flaws. Unless, Smith prompted. Unless what? He asked. A power outage, came the response. In the event of a power outage, the moment backup power is activated, the control room will temporarily lose authority over the isolation chamber. Within the confines of Laboratory 64, a solitary environment, Ding Sheng and Guan Zhu swiftly calculated the required dosage of Super Serum Zero based on its formulaic structure and their detailed physical assessments, arriving at a precise volume of 101,791 milliliters. As Super Serum Zero is a purely chemical solution, it is not suitable for oral consumption, thus eliminating the necessity to extract raw materials from glucose and various over-the-counter medications, as was previously done. Instead, they could directly procure the necessary chemical raw materials. Although the extraction of approximately 1 liter of serum may seem modest, the stringent purity requirements necessitate a substantial quantity of raw materials. Despite being a major metropolis, Yuzhou has a limited number of stores specializing in chemical raw materials. Consequently, Ding Sheng resorted to purchasing online through a well-known domestic sourcing platform under Guanzhu's name. The raw materials in question are not classified as contraband. Provided payment is made, the vendor can dispatch the items at any time. Since returning from Marvel, Ding Sheng has intentionally minimized his online presence, wary of the impending information explosion of the future and reluctant to overly expose his personal information. Thus, he entrusted most tasks to Guanzhu, which reminded him of a classic film he once watched titled The Shawshank Redemption, where the protagonist ultimately escapes and topples the warden by assuming a new identity. Fortunately, Guanzhu is an entity he has rewritten, and he has always approached its development with utmost caution. Guanzhu's behavioral logic mirrors that of Ding Sheng, and its values have been instilled by him. As long as Ding Sheng remains steadfast and does not divert down a misguided path, Guanzhu will, at most, evolve into a highly intelligent system that embodies the essence of Ding Sheng. Ultimately, it cannot go awry. Given the considerable workload at hand and the impracticality of establishing a chemical plant specifically for this endeavor, Ding Sheng opted to procure a set of medium-sized purification equipment suitable for single-person operation online. All equipment was delivered to the laboratory of the old distillery in neighboring Zhou, ensuring that operations would commence and conclude at the same location. Naturally, the base in Corridor 4 is still under renovation and cannot yet be utilized, which is one of the reasons for his current predicament. With financial resources at his disposal, 2 days later, a large truck laden with chemical raw materials, accompanied by several Wuling Hongguang vehicles filled with equipment, arrived in neighboring Zhou. The Yang Huaigu team remained tirelessly engaged in tackling the challenges of synthesizing gamma rays, leaving no one with the capacity to concern themselves with Ding Sheng's whereabouts. After exchanging a brief greeting with an assistant to Academician Yang, he quietly slipped back into the old distillery. As night fell, the surrounding villages illuminated with lights, while the delivery personnel methodically transported barrels of raw materials into the distillery, showcasing an impressive accumulation of several tons of materials in one corner of the facility. Under the adept guidance of the installation personnel, the chemical instruments swiftly assembled 3 miniature chemical production lines. With Ding Sheng's singular focus, even with the support of Super Serum 20's dilution, managing all 3 lines simultaneously was a formidable challenge. His predicament lay in the fact that, without revealing his true intentions, his actions appeared utterly absurd to outsiders. Moreover, trust was scarce. Many tasks necessitated his direct involvement, and even a minor oversight could trigger a butterfly effect. Yet, Ding Sheng was merely a 26-year-old man, bound to lack the foresight required. He could only strive for thoroughness. One might ponder what Tony Stark was engaged in at the age of 26. Perhaps he was embroiled in relentless, fiery endeavors. After 3 days and nights, Ding Sheng finally completed the purification of all raw materials. During this period, he managed only a brief 2-hour respite. Without the protective dilution, he might have faced a fatal collapse in the foreseeable future, should he wish to progress. Such extraordinary working hours would be unavoidable. Presently, the only solution was to enhance his capabilities promptly to address immediate needs. As for future uncertainties, who could tell? Contemplating this, Ding Sheng took a sip of the dilution to replenish his strength and resumed his labor. The production of finished products was now within reach. On September 15th, At the Cancer Treatment Drug Research Center in the outskirts of Yuzhou, the first course of treatment in Building Number 1, which commenced on September 1st, had concluded after 15 days. The mortality rate among the 40 volunteers stood at 12.5, indicating that 5 volunteers had succumbed. As for mutations, there have been none thus far. Starting tomorrow, the second course of treatment in Building Number 1 would commence. According to Zhang Xiaoxu's plan, the daily injection volume of the E-ship would gradually increase from this second course, which would consequently elevate the mortality rate among the volunteers. Similarly, the likelihood of mutations would also escalate significantly. Concurrently, Building Number 2 had initiated its first course of experiments. "Old Meng, how are you today?" A patient passing through the lounge greeted a fellow patient. "Not bad, just missing my family a bit." Since arriving at this experimental base, Meng Jianzhong had not been in contact with his family for half a month. Moreover, he had no opportunity to utilize the secret remedy from his daughter as classmates' family, enduring immense physical suffering. "Ah, your daughter is so remarkable. At least you have that to think about. Unlike us, my spouse would rather I perish to collect the insurance money." In this facility, each patient had a private room, and this patient's room was adjacent to Meng Jianzhong's, making them neighbors. They often conversed whenever they had something to share. "Don't say that. They surely care about you." Meng Jianzhong offered words of comfort. "The years spent battling illness have depleted my family's resources, while housing prices continue to soar. My son struggles to find a bride, and the burdens at home weigh heavily. At times, I find myself pondering whether this experiment should fail." The patient voiced his grievances but quickly realized his words were ill-chosen and hurriedly clarified. "I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. I genuinely wish for your recovery. You deserve hope and should not endure such suffering." Meng Jianzhong waved his hand dismissively, not angered. Having spent time with fellow patients, he had heard countless tales of unfilial children by their sickbeds. Compared to them, he felt fortunate to have a devoted wife who fought tirelessly for his survival and a dutiful daughter, a blessing that seemed to span across lifetimes. As the conversation flowed, many fellow patients gathered around to share their thoughts and offer mutual solace. Tomorrow marks the medication schedule for Building 2. Once treatment commences, the 40 patients will no longer be able to meet as freely as they do now, hence the abundance of words exchanged today, such as the daily life at the experimental base. Fortunately, the facilities are truly world-class. Whenever a patient experiences even the slightest discomfort, the medical staff are committed to alleviating their distress. The exorbitantly priced medications that were once unaffordable are now accessible with just a nod from the doctor. Aside from the confinement, life is relatively bearable for this group of patients. Of course, all of this is predicated on their ignorance of the events occurring in Building 1. In the R&D department of Building 2, Zhang Xiaoxu made a rare visit to the research center, poring over the medical records of the patients in Building 2. Given the severity of this patient's condition, how could he have been deferred to Building 2? Zhang Xiaoxu was intolerant of any incompetence. At the time in the sub-hospital, it was clear that his condition and physical state were misaligned. However, thorough examinations yielded no significant findings, suggesting merely a positive mindset. When we discussed this, we incorporated this consideration and decided to defer his case temporarily. This cannot be attributed to the sub-hospital's inadequacy. The super serum, primarily composed of glucose and diluted countless times, is absorbed swiftly by the body. Who among us lacks blood sugar? If it could be detected, it would indeed be alarming. Beyond the realm of the metaphysical, a positive attitude seems to be the only explanation. This rationale does not appear difficult to accept. I have brought a new formulation with me. You must work through the night to prepare it for the comparative experiments starting tomorrow. 65. The Rapid Snail. 2 days later, on the campus of Yuzhou University, a young man was diligently rummaging through the roadside bushes. Congratulations. Soon, a fortunate snail was captured by him. This young man was none other than Ding Sheng. And this snail will be the first living organism to undergo the super serum injection and the baptism of life rays. Originally, Ding Sheng had been diligently working with Super Serum 20 for many years, possessing a wealth of experience in enhancing physical capabilities through chemical solutions. Thus, his confidence in this new formula was comparable to that of the illustrious Dr. Erskine in his prime. Had he been a tad bolder, he might have personally tested it. However, valuing life, Ding Sheng harbored a certain fear of mortality, lacking the audacity that characterized Steve Rogers in those days. Therefore, he wisely opted for caution, seeking a test subject to pave the way. Should this snail survive, it would indeed thrive, reigning supreme among its kind, effortlessly besting 10 others, establishing dominance in mating rights, and indulging in a life of luxury. Conversely, if the snail were to perish, it would simply meet its end, perhaps questioning its fate. Ding Sheng had contemplated this dilemma for quite some time. Given that experiments are best conducted on subjects akin to oneself, namely, humans, this was evidently unfeasible. The ethical implications of human testing aside, the prospect of creating a red skull was something Ding Sheng was unwilling to shoulder. As a compromise, he considered primates, such as gorillas or monkeys, but this too was impractical. After all, one need not have seen a pig run to have tasted pork. The narrative of Planet of the Apes lingered in memory, and coincidentally, the prequel Rise of the Planet of the Apes, produced by 20th Century Fox, was set to be released next year. Such experiments induced considerable anxiety. Rather than live in dread of potential pitfalls, Ding Sheng resolved to focus on more diminutive creatures. Like snails, with a brief lifespan and nearly devoid of sight and hearing, they relied solely on their sense of smell. If cast beyond 20 meters, they would be irrevocably lost. Most crucially, they were easy to manage. Even a super snail injected with the super soldier serum would remain a snail. And should it become unruly, a swift blow would suffice to contain it. Fearing one might not be enough, the tyrannical Ding Sheng captured several more, confining them within a glass enclosure. That night, in the stillness, he ventured to the Specialized Equipment Research Institute of the Machine Application Laboratory, equipped with serum injection apparatus and snails. Unimpeded, he reached the terahertz engineering machine, where he began adjusting the machine's parameters. The wavelength of terahertz lies between radio waves and optical waves, while the wavelength of the life ray he required resided between terahertz and optical wavelengths, boasting superior resolution and penetration power than terahertz. Had it not been for the fortunate presence of such a machine in this domestic laboratory, even if Ding Sheng had developed Super Serum Zero, acquiring this equipment would have consumed considerable time, rendering the rapid emission of life rays entirely implausible. This high-precision, large-scale, specialized experimental engineering machine was not akin to purchasing chemical instruments online, where payment guarantees delivery. Many years ago, the laboratory had contemplated the import of such a machine. It wasn't until receiving a generous donation in May and acquiring the machine in September that it became the first of its kind globally. If Ding Sheng were to order this machine personally, he would conservatively estimate a wait time of at least a year. Assuming no interference from renowned physics laboratories such as the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California, the Imperial Institute of Technology in Berlin, the Royal Physics Laboratory in Britain, or the European Organization for Nuclear Research, constructing an authentic life ray engineering machine from scratch would undoubtedly extend the timeline even further. This machine is, in fact, a counterfeit, a diluted version of the life ray engineering apparatus. Ding Sheng could only strive to calibrate and adjust numerous parameters to the best of his ability while meticulously remembering the original settings to revert them post-experiment. On a nearby experimental table, a small glass box housed a group of lethargic snails, blissfully unaware of the impending events. 1 hour later, after thorough preparation and checks, Ding Sheng retrieved the most familiar snail. Brother Nyo, let us take a gamble. A bicycle transforms into an aircraft carrier. Show me what you can do. He then took a fine needle dipped in Super Serum Zero and gently pricked the snail before placing it in a life chamber temporarily converted from an isolation pod. The effect of the Super Serum Zero was swift. The snail's body began to undergo a forceful transformation of its cellular structure, twitching slightly. It was evident that in mere seconds, this snail would meet a rather unpleasant demise. Ding Sheng promptly powered on the apparatus, and the terahertz engineering machine began its operations, instructing Guanju maintain an output power of 0.17. This was an estimated value. Insufficient power would be acceptable, but exceeding it could spell doom for the snail. A faint glow instantly illuminated the isolation chamber as the snail, upon receiving the life ray, curled into a ball, retreating into its shell. Ding Sheng then meticulously increased the output power, calling out 0.18, 0.19, 0.20. Stop! At his command, Guanju cut the power, and the soft light vanished. The snail remained curled at the bottom of the chamber, its status indeterminate. Upon opening the isolation chamber, the snail, which had been tucked away in its shell, suddenly awakened, stretching its body with a swift motion. Its tentacles oscillated briefly before it darted out of the isolation pod with remarkable speed. It is important to note that the terms darted, flew, and rushed are from the snail's perspective. From Ding Sheng's vantage point, the snail's speed was relatively moderate. To quantify, the average speed of a common snail is approximately 5 meters per hour, while the fastest in the snail world can reach 85 meters per hour. This particular specimen appeared to have enhanced that peak by nearly threefold. Considering the snail had yet to acclimate to its new physique, further improvements were likely on the horizon. The snail was returned to its glass enclosure, allowing it to slowly recount the miraculous events to its fellow kind. Brothers, raise the banners. The opportunity to resist human tyranny has arrived. Experimental verification confirms the success of the Super Serum Formula Zero, with established dosage ratios and life ray output proportions. Should we proceed with human injection? Receiving a message from Ding Sheng, Guanju summarized the results and began preparations. The control of the city's power grid has been secured. Guanju moved with astonishing speed, unstoppable. Compared to the snail's minimal power consumption, Ding Sheng's involvement required nearly the entire power grid of Yuzhou City. Considering that this was not yet the genuine life ray engineering machine and bore the semblance of an inferior product, the power consumption would only escalate. The sole comfort lay in the fact that the terahertz engineering machine was designed with experimental needs in mind, inherently capable of withstanding extremely high power loads, thus avoiding any mid-operation failures. Ding Sheng gazed at the life pod, lost in thought, while Guanju patiently awaited his next command. So, has the moment come to take the plunge? Trust in science, trust in oneself. Ding Sheng took a deep breath, shedding his shirt and shoes to reveal his somewhat slender physique, donned a makeshift serum injection device, and resolutely stepped into the life pod. Almost immediately, he retreated, grasping his phone. What is wrong? Guanju wondered if Ding Sheng was having second thoughts or perhaps feared failure and wanted to leave a final message. That would be understandable. A selfie for remembrance. 66, Ding Sheng, the super soldier. Cancer Treatment Drug Research Center, Building Number 1. Control Room. Jack, look at Isolation Room Number 1. Late at night, one of the security personnel on duty nudged his companion awake. The monitoring screen displayed a darkened isolation room. After all, patients need to rest in the dark, yet the security staff observed a distinct red figure moving within the clear thermal imaging. Has he not rested at all? Perhaps he is feeling unwell. Similar incidents had occurred just days prior. Although Jack muttered this, he promptly got up to check on room number 1. They were a top-tier global security team, and such awareness of safety was still paramount. At the door of room number 1, Jack knocked. If the situation mirrored the last time, the patient would be unable to sleep due to pain and would certainly turn on the room lights upon hearing a knock. Responding in kind. After 10 seconds of silence, there was no sound from within. Through the window, the lights remained off. What's going on? Is he resting? Jack activated his earpiece communicator. No, he continues to pace, seemingly exploring the room, analyze the thermal imaging. For safety's sake, let's turn on the lights, Jack suggested. The control room, of course, possesses the ability to regulate the lighting in every room. However, such actions would inevitably disturb the patient's rest. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, the night staff refrains from doing so. Yet, the current situation is exceptional, and they dare not let their guard down. Locating the control button for room 1, the night staff promptly activated the lights, startling the patient within, who revealed a grotesque visage in response to the sudden brightness. Did you see that? Did you see that? The 2 night staff members exclaimed almost in unison, before immediately activating the team as communication channels. Captain, a mutant has appeared. Repeat, a mutant has appeared. Repeat, a mutant has appeared. Out of instinct, Smith, who had been sound asleep, immediately stirred awake, seizing the clothing from his bedside table and racing toward the control room. Which room? He inquired while running. Room 1. This is Smith. Will, Claude, Hawk, gear up and assemble immediately outside room 1. Within moments, Smith arrived at the control room, confirming that only room 1 exhibited abnormalities, and continued, activate the soundproofing for all rooms. This matter must be handled discreetly. Furthermore, once I enter, I will cordon off the patient accommodation area. With that, Smith donned his black t-shirt and dashed toward room 1, including Jack and the 3 arriving team members. 5 elite security personnel were now assembled outside room 1, braced for action. Smith made a gesture for silence and leaned in to scrutinize the situation through the bulletproof glass window. Inside, the patient had ceased his movements, standing still and staring intently at the window, locking eyes with Smith. The patient was a man in his 50s, wearing heavy glasses, behind which flowed blood from his eyes. Moreover, his pupils had turned a deep green. Smith had encountered such a condition in the animals featured in Zhang Xiaoshu's videos. The bloody green eyes were a definitive sign of a mature mutant. Mutant confirmed, prepare to eliminate, Smith declared, stepping back 2 paces. The control room received the command and remotely opened a circular aperture, the size of a billiard ball, on the door. Though the patient's room was not particularly large, it was spacious enough for each security personnel present to easily pass through the aperture and effectively target the subject. Well, you take the shot. To ensure the utmost precision, Smith designated the team member with the best aim. Will nodded, chambered his tranquilizer gun, and positioned it against his arm, aiming at the patient from a meter away. Wait. Switched to a double dosage of the tranquilizer. Smith's caution was indeed commendable. Will swiftly reloaded the ammunition, pulling the trigger as a tranquilizer dart shot through the aperture, striking its target with precision. Within 10 seconds, the drug took effect, causing the patient within the room to collapse onto the floor. The 5 individuals present, along with the night shift personnel in the control room, collectively exhaled in relief. It seemed that the Iris group as a global pharmaceutical titan, had indeed delivered reliable medication. After waiting 2 additional minutes to ensure no anomalies arose within the room, Smith commanded the control room to open the door to room 1. The 5 entered in an orderly fashion to commence subsequent procedures. Smith was the first to crouch down and assess the patient's condition. His gaze inadvertently flicked towards the location of the tranquilizer dart, and suddenly, his pupils dilated as he recoiled. The other 4 were oblivious to the unfolding situation, yet they instinctively obeyed their leader's command. Just as they had retreated a few steps, the patient abruptly opened his eyes and reached out to strangle Smith by the throat. Smith, possessing remarkable agility, instinctively fell to the ground to evade the attack and swiftly rolled back to his feet. The patient rose, and the tranquilizer dart clattered to the floor. Observant eyes would notice that the needle had become bent. The dart had not penetrated the patient's skin at all. This was a manifestation of mutation. Almost immediately, the patient swung a punch at Smith. Unable to evade the strike, Smith crossed his arms to shield himself. The impact was jarring. Smith swore that had the individual possessed even a fraction more strength, his arms would have surely fractured. "Let me out," the patient managed to utter, albeit with a stammer. "Step back," Smith instructed his team once more, then discreetly signaled for them to close the door. The control room personnel, observing their captain's signal, swiftly shut the door just as the 5 exited the room, a moment fraught with tension. Smith felt a sense of dread. Had the 5 not blocked the doorway, this mutated individual could have easily escaped. "Captain, what's happening?" A voice called from the control room. "Another patient is getting up. The lights are off, and the thermal imaging shows results strikingly similar to that of patient 1. "How many?" 10, 11, no, 12. In the experimental laboratory, Sheng lay within the life pod, his heart racing with trepidation. Since returning from the quantum time-space machine in the Marvel Universe, he had never felt this anxious. "Can we begin?" Guanju inquired. "Let us commence," Sheng replied after taking a deep breath. He activated the injection device. Dozens of needles piercing his skin as a total of 1,017 liters of super serum began to flow throughout his body. Guanju controlled the power switch. Initiating at a robust 100 output, a brilliant beam of life surged into the life pod, instantly enveloping Sheng in a radiant glow. "Sheng, how do you feel?" Guanju asked. "Is it too late to say I need to use the restroom?" Upon hearing the command, Guanju promptly adjusted the output power to 200, 400, 500. The anguished cries of Sheng resonated from the life pod. Every cell in his body was undergoing a frenzied transformation, as if his very being were being torn apart and then reassembled in a relentless cycle. This was the Super Serum Zero fostering growth, while the life ray facilitated Sheng's restoration. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. Soon, the entire district housing Yuzhou University was plunged into darkness. "Guanju, should anything happen to me, I hope you will execute Program 101. Sheng had inscribed his final wishes within this program, and only now had Guanju received the authorization to preview it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Guanju remarked, "I shall relay your words, and I will also initiate the sleep program, never to awaken again." Shortly thereafter, the dazzling neon lights of Yuzhou City succumbed to utter darkness. 67. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. The electronic sound echoed in Sheng's mind like a persistent wooden fish, and, as he drifted in and out of consciousness, he opened his eyes to a shroud of darkness. "Guanju, I seem to be blind." A weight settled heavily in Sheng's heart. Since childhood, teachers had imparted the wisdom that the eyes are the windows to the soul, urging vigilance in their protection, especially in the late hours. Calmly, he reassured himself. It's merely a power outage. If Guanju possessed the ability to roll her eyes, she surely would have. For the entire city had ceased power to forcibly supply energy to the engineering machine. Such a commotion. A citywide blackout meant the engineering machine would halt the emission of life rays, and without them, Sheng would perish. Yet, he still lived. Did this not signify that the experiment had succeeded? He reached to touch his chest. Oh my, what a pleasing sensation. He explored further, biceps, pectorals, abdominal muscles. Sheng's heart finally settled. He reached to open the life pod's hatch, and upon finding his phone, illuminated the screen, bringing a glimmer of light back into his world. The electric company had commenced emergency repairs, and with the priority status of the engineering laboratory, power would soon be restored. Beep. Just as Guanju finished speaking, the room's lights flickered back to life, and the entire terahertz engineering machine resumed operation. With the return of light, Sheng could finally inspect his transformed body visually. Naturally, he first glanced down at his lower regions. Seeing is believing, after all. Indeed, there had been improvement, quite remarkable. Then, he noted that the horizon seemed lower. Sheng had previously boasted a height of 180 centimeters, though in truth, he stood at 178 centimeters, or rather 176. 2 centimeters barefoot. Now, having evolved into his perfected form, he could confidently assert 180 centimeters, without a doubt. If only there were a mirror. Ding Sheng pondered this thought, recalling the half-glass wall in his room facing the corridor, where darkness enveloped the passage. That glass could serve as a makeshift mirror. He hastily approached the glass, and what greeted his eyes was the visage of a strikingly handsome man. Enraptured, he mused, "Goodness, I need not pursue inventions anymore. With this face, I could thrive effortlessly." "Guanju, what do you think?" Ding Sheng gazed at his reflection, nearly salivating at the sight. Alas, this fellow truly lacked memory. When calculating the zero dosage for the super serum, Ding Sheng had directly modeled his physique after Chris Evans, the actor portraying Captain America in the Marvel films. During the virtual modeling process, he had deliberately scaled down his figure slightly, resulting in an overall physique reminiscent of Captain America's size 98. A quick search revealed that Chris Evans stands at 184 centimeters. Thus, Ding Sheng now appeared to be just over 181 centimeters. This adjustment was made with reality in mind, though there's an ancient Chinese saying that one should regard a scholar differently after 3 days apart. Many had seen him just yesterday. Such a sudden transformation would be challenging to explain away. While his physique had indeed undergone a remarkable change, autumn had arrived, allowing him to don long sleeves, to cover up and feign a visit to the gym. In time, claiming to be 180 centimeters, when in truth 181 centimeters, seemed quite plausible. After all, Bucky Barnes was only 180 centimeters. This physique was more than sufficient. Besides, he had merely shrunk from Captain America's build by less than 2%. The super soldier's capabilities remained impeccably intact, though they required gradual development. With his body enhanced, his original clothing and shoes had become a size too small. Wearing them forced was quite uncomfortable, yet he had no choice. He could only wait until dawn to procure new attire. After admiring his reflection, Ding Sheng reset the parameters of the terahertz engineering machine, tidied his room, and quietly departed from the Special Equipment Research Institute with all his belongings. After releasing a few snails into the wild, Ding Sheng made his way to the sports field of Yuzhou University and, shedding his shoes, reveled in the exhilaration of running. He needed to ascertain just how fast he could now move. "Bolt, come on, let's enjoy." He continued to run on the field until dawn approached. As students began to prepare for their day, reluctantly, he left the field and returned to his dormitory for a shower. Despite not feeling fatigued, he lay down for a brief respite. By 9 in the morning, the absence of any notification from the teaching assistant indicated that Yang Huaigu's team remained too preoccupied to attend to him, allowing Ding Sheng the freedom to venture out and explore them all. In the outskirts of Yuzhou, at the experimental base, a limited edition Bentley rolled into the research center just as dawn was breaking. What was the situation now? Zhang Xiaoshu first sought out Smith, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. All medical personnel had evacuated, and building number 1 was completely sealed off. As for the patients who had not yet mutated, we were powerless to assist them. Smith bore numerous visible injuries and remained in a tense state. The events of the previous night had been too harrowing, even for him, and he needed time to recuperate. What about the casualties? Hawk, Claude, Jack, and Matthew. Our team has lost 4 brothers. In recent days, with the introduction of Zhang Xiaoshu's newly improved formula into cross-experimental trials, the first mutation occurred last night. Within a mere half hour, 13 patients in building number 1 had undergone mutation. Smith understood that the only weapon at his disposal, a new type of tranquilizer gun, could not penetrate the mutated skin. He was left with no choice but to lock all isolation rooms and await the arrival of heavy-duty tranquilizer guns. However, fate took an unexpected turn when the experimental base suddenly experienced a power outage, causing a brief loss of control in the control room. Fortunately, the mutated creatures did not seize that fleeting moment to escape the isolation rooms. Once the backup power activated, everything returned to normal. Yet, the citywide blackout had an enormous impact on the main urban area. The electric company diverted all its resources to restore power there, leaving the remote experimental base temporarily overlooked. After 3 hours of unstable power from the backup source, the mutated beings finally took advantage of the opportunity to break free from their confinement. The ensuing events unfolded simply. Smith's team, originally adept in combat techniques, found themselves utterly powerless against the inhuman hand-to-hand struggle. It was a disastrous defeat. In an effort to ensure the safe evacuation of the medical researchers, 4 team members lost their lives. Now, building number 1 stood as a desolate edifice. "I apologize," Zhang Xiaoxu began. "This is my fault. However, Mr. Zhang, it is imperative that compensation for the families of the deceased be arranged promptly." As the team leader, Smith was responsible for assessing the difficulty of each mission before accepting it. The casualties this time could not solely be blamed on the formidable nature of the mutated beings. Rather, it was a miscalculation on his part. The deceased were gone. Securing the greatest benefits for the families of his fallen comrades was now the duty of a captain. I will handle it immediately. By the way, Mr. Zhang, did you not tell me that the mutated beings are in a state of brain death? Yet, I personally heard one of them speak last night. Smith recalled the singular mutated being that had uttered words. Really? A flicker of joy crossed Zhang Xiaoxu's face, only to be quickly subdued. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. If you can retrieve that speaking mutated being, I am willing to offer this amount. Zhang Xiaoxu extended 2 fingers. 2 million? Mr. Zhang, that truly is not worth risking our lives for. I still recommend that you expedite the disposal of this building. Smith thought, recalling the terrifying events of the previous night. Zhang Xiaoxu shook his head. 20 million? Smith felt a surge of excitement. You shall receive $2 million for each of the individuals you brought, and that includes Hawk, Claude, Jack, and Matthew, Zhang Xiaoxu quoted. The deal was struck. Smith's team comprised 30 individuals, and at this price, the risk was undoubtedly worth taking. In mid to late September in Yuzhou, the weather remained quite warm. Ding Sheng, wishing to conceal his physique, wore a t-shirt beneath a shirt. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the teaching assistant, whose name he still did not know, scrutinized him for a while, sensing something was amiss, as if he had grown in stature overnight. Surely, it was merely an illusion. Perhaps the assistant was too busy of late, leading to this misjudgment. Ding Sheng, I have something to discuss with you, the assistant finally addressed him. Given that you've been residing and dining here, and have even borrowed the engineering machines from the lab, I have a small task for you. Ding Sheng was certain he would not refuse such an opportunity. The research team had been exceedingly busy, as Academician Yang was about to preside over a new round of symposiums, leaving everyone tied up. Please assist in receiving a few individuals at the laboratory entrance at 11:30. The assistant continued. This task had originally been assigned to him, but reluctant to miss the symposium, he proposed it to Ding Sheng instead. Academician Yang, realizing that Ding Sheng had been rather idle lately, agreed to the change. Not a problem. Who are they? Ding Sheng inquired. They should be a pharmaceutical team from a company affiliated with Academician Yang's friends, coming to borrow the sine wave excitation permeation machine from the Special Equipment Research Institute. Just escort them over, the assistant replied. Ding Sheng silently noted the details and agreed. The assistant glanced at the time and hurried back to the meeting room. After returning to his dormitory to stow his belongings, Ding Sheng had Guanju meticulously record some of his physical conditions. Soon, it was time to meet the individuals he was to receive, and he awaited them punctually at the laboratory entrance. The other party was quite punctual, arriving precisely at 11:30. 3 luxurious vehicles came to a halt in front of the laboratory. The first to disembark were several foreign gentlemen, whose well-toned physiques nearly rivaled that of Ding Sheng. Following them was a man and a woman, who appeared to be in charge. The man was exceedingly slender, even more so than Ding Sheng before his transformation, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. The woman, strikingly beautiful, seemed to be his assistant. They were none other than Zhang Xiaoxu and Xiao Lin. Lastly, a group of individuals clad in white lab coats, clearly the so-called medical team, emerged. Greetings. I'm a student of Academician Yang. He is currently engaged in an important seminar and could not be present, so he sent me to receive you. Ding Sheng stated directly to the man. I did not request a personal reception. I merely wish to avoid wasting Academician Yang's time. You are aware of our purpose here, correct? Zhang Xiaoxu inquired. Indeed. Follow me, Ding Sheng replied, leading the way as the entourage, laden with various items, followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the Special Equipment Research Institute. It seemed that Academician Yang had indeed informed the staff in advance. Upon seeing Ding Sheng and his group, a staff member approached to act as their guide. Your timing is impeccable. The sine wave vibrational permeation machine in our laboratory is the finest in the country. As long as it is worth the investment, Zhang Xiaoxu remarked casually. The statement felt somewhat odd. One might mistakenly believe he had donated the machine. The group entered the laboratory housing the sine wave vibrational permeation machine. Upon opening the door, one of the foreign gentlemen halted, blocking Ding Sheng and the guiding staff member from entering. We sincerely appreciate your assistance, but due to the confidential nature of the matters to follow, it is best that no outsiders are present. We kindly ask for your understanding. Xiao Lin's mellifluous voice was both polite and appropriate. The 2 men expressed their understanding and withdrew. I have secured the machine. You must expedite the creation of a needle-free permeation anesthesia injector, Zhang Xiaoxu stated. Watching Ding Sheng's retreating figure, he turned to Xiao Lin and asked, is he the highly reputed student that Academician Yang managed to acquire from Huazhong University of Science and Technology? Indeed, he hails from neighboring province, Xiao Lin replied. Although the chairman had only studied at Huazhong University for a year, it was, after all, his alma mater. Coincidentally, Su Wudong was also teaching there, and Xiao Lin occasionally kept abreast of developments from that institution. Neighboring province? Zhang Xiaoxiu was particularly sensitive to this place. Yes, a graduate of neighboring province high school. Reputed for its excellence in the sciences, achieving full marks in the college entrance examination, Xiao Lin elaborated, having gathered quite detailed information about this seemingly unrelated individual. Oh, Zhang Xiaoxiu responded, refraining from further inquiries. Having been granted a direct admission in his own academic journey, he had never participated in the college entrance examination, leaving this simple utterance to encapsulate his current thoughts. Here, the medical team wasted no time, promptly opening various briefcases and activating the sinusoidal vibration permeation machine to commence their work. Previously, the Smith team encountered considerable difficulties when their new anesthetic gun failed to penetrate the skin of the mutant due to a bent needle. As they prepared to re-enter Building 1, armed with heavy anesthetic guns, they understood that should a mutant come too close, the heavy weapons would be rendered ineffective. Thus, the necessity for a needle-free injector became apparent. As the name suggests, this device allows for drug administration without the use of a needle, employing the principle of high-pressure jet flow to create a fine stream of liquid that swiftly penetrates the skin to reach the subcutaneous layer. However, standard needle-free injectors are only effective on ordinary humans. The skin of mutants differs significantly. Consequently, the medical team proposed an enhanced version of the needle-free permeation injector, one with superior penetration and permeation capabilities. The requisite raw materials could be procured swiftly from the Iris Group, with the only missing component being the sinusoidal vibration permeation machine. Given Zhang Xiaoxiu's financial resources, acquiring one would not pose a challenge, but time was of the essence, leading to a call to Yang Huaigu for borrowing the apparatus. Yang Huaigu readily agreed, noting that during this update of the laboratory's equipment, nearly all instruments had been donated by Zhang Xiaoxiu personally, thus making the notion of borrowing seem unnecessarily formal. As a medical team embarked on this endeavor for the first time, progress was initially sluggish, a common plight at the outset of any new undertaking. However, once the first successful product emerged, the production of over 60 needle-free permeation anesthetic injectors was completed rapidly. With their task accomplished, the team prepared to leave with their briefcases. That evening, the Smith team left behind a support crew of 16, while 9 members, led by Smith, once again entered the Cancer Treatment Drug Research Center, S Building 1. 69. Special Mutant. Task target captured. Retreat as per original plan. Repeat. Task target captured. Retreat as per original plan. Upon entering Building 1, Smith divided the team into 2 groups. He led 3 teammates on a direct assault while the remaining 6, with Will at the helm, provided cover. After considerable effort, they finally located the articulate mutant in a corridor of Building 1. As anticipated, the heavy anesthetic gun had little opportunity to be employed during the fierce struggle. Ultimately, it was the needle-free permeation anesthetic injector that subdued the target. Captain, we have discovered surviving patients. Will's voice crackled through the communicator. How many? Smith inquired. 3. With at least 12 mutants still present in Building 1, the situation was perilous, fraught with danger. It was nothing short of divine intervention that the team had managed to complete their mission without casualties. At this juncture, it was imperative to avoid any unnecessary complications. According to the original plan, Smith swiftly solidified his decision and was about to issue commands. Captain, I request to rescue the survivors. Will interjected, fearing that Smith might disagree. He added, I can manage alone. I knew I shouldn't have brought you along, Smith retorted, handing the mutant over to 3 teammates, instructing them to rendezvous with the others for withdrawal. Armed with a heavy tranquilizer gun and several syringes, he proceeded toward Will's direction. After successfully regrouping, the 8 teammates left Building 1 unscathed, bringing the mutant into Building 2. Where's Captain Smith? Joline was the first to notice his absence. The captain and Will have discovered the survivors and are currently in the process of rescuing them, one of the team members remarked. Nonsense, Zhang Xiaoxiu entered from outside, reaching to remove the communicator from the ear of the aforementioned teammate. From the moment they encountered the mutant, they were already as good as dead. Captain Smith, you must withdraw promptly. His tone, though calm, left no room for refusal. Did you hear that? We're leaving. Smith patted Will on the back. You're still too young. In our line of work, one must sometimes be ruthless. Yet will wish to voice something further. The boss will be arriving tomorrow. There is no need for us to quarrel with Mr. Zhang at this moment, Smith interjected, silencing the conversation. Upon hearing the term boss, Will nodded, relinquishing his stubbornness. After arriving at Building 2, tests revealed that the mutant's brain had died 2 hours prior, much to Zhang Xiaoxiu's disappointment. However, this also indicated a visible improvement in the recent modifications to the formula. As the 40 patients in Building 2 continued their experiments, significant advancements were anticipated. Meanwhile, Building 1 had become entirely forsaken, a place to be avoided by the living. In just over half a month, the blood experiment had resulted in the deaths of 40 volunteers. If this news reached the outside world and was confirmed, the Iris group would face ceaseless censure. At that point, the calamity foretold by Elder Xie would be perilously close to fruition. That night, in isolation room number 12 of Building 2, Meng Jianzhong had barely drifted into slumber when he was suddenly engulfed in heat. An overwhelming force surged within him, searing his internal organs. This force sought to ascend and assault his brain, but was barely countered by another, weaker energy that inexplicably emerged. For a moment, Meng Jianzhong did not lose consciousness. He merely felt as if his body were on the verge of explosion. Gradually, tears mingled with blood trickled from his eyes as he reached to wipe them away. In the deep of night, at the Yuzhou University athletic field, Ding Sheng now visited the field every evening to run and leap with abandon. He aimed to seize the moment, hastening the integration of his consciousness with this newly forged body. 19:01 seconds. Congratulations, Ding Sheng, for once again shattering the world record you previously held. Guanju has transformed into a timer and referee, meticulously monitoring Ding Sheng's performance. The standard athletic track measures 400 meters per lap, and over the past 2 days, Ding Sheng has reduced the human 400-meter world record from over 40 seconds to under 20. In comparison, the renowned Usain Bolt's record for 200 meters stands at 19.0 seconds, which implies that in a 400-meter race, should they start simultaneously, Ding Sheng would have completed the distance by the time Bolt reaches the halfway mark. Furthermore, endowed with the physique of a super soldier, Ding Sheng could effortlessly maintain this pace indefinitely, running until dawn without a hint of fatigue. I can feel it. I can go even faster. This is merely the beginning. The potential of the super serum has yet to be fully unleashed. After all, Captain America is capable of chasing cars and pulling planes. The next morning, a knock at Ding Sheng's dormitory door revealed none other than Academician Yang Huaigu. Academician Yang. Up so early? Although Ding Sheng does not require much rest, he forces himself to sleep for a period each day to regulate his body. With age, the urge to nap has diminished. Yang Huaigu's gaze fell upon Ding Sheng, a hint of surprise evident in his expression. You seem somewhat different. Is that so? Ding Sheng anticipated that he would have to play the fool each time he encountered familiar faces. You appear to have grown considerably stronger and perhaps a bit taller since I last saw you. Despite his age, Yang Huaigu believed his memory remained intact. Perhaps it's the way I dress that makes me look slimmer, Ding Sheng replied, donning a shirt hanging nearby. What do you think now? At merely 18 years of age, Ding Sheng was still in a phase of growth. Yang Huaigu, not wishing to squander time on trivial matters, nodded and said, "Get ready. Let us take a walk." Soon, the old man and the young man departed the dormitory and the experimental lab, strolling towards a wooded corridor at Yuzhou University. There, Yang Huaigu casually sat on a long wooden bench at the roadside. Early risers among the Yuzhou University students traversed the corridor, some recognizing Yang Huaigu and unable to contain their excitement in greeting him, while others, unfamiliar with him, hurried past, hardly glancing at either the elderly gentleman or the extraordinarily handsome Ding Sheng. Most were likely first-year students, still groggy from sleep. Do you have plans to pursue further studies at the Institute of Physics? Yang Huaigu got straight to the point, knowing well that a reluctant fruit is always sour. He intended to recruit Ding Sheng personally. From the School of Life Sciences to the Institute of Physics, Ding Sheng found himself in a dilemma. University was merely a place to pass time for him, regardless of where he was. Wouldn't attending the Institute of Physics mean being scrutinized even more closely? I heard from Xiao Su that you are not particularly fond of attending classes. Yang Huaigu adopted a more subtle approach. Not at all, absolutely not, Ding Sheng insisted stubbornly. If one were to enter the Institute of Physics, I could facilitate a swift completion of your undergraduate studies, enabling you to become a genuine graduate student. Universities, particularly esteemed institutions such as Huazhong University of Science and Technology, adhere to a set of established protocols. It is not merely a matter of desiring to graduate at will. Yang Huaigu's proposal is indeed feasible. How soon? Ding Sheng inquired. If you submit a thesis that meets my standards immediately, I could arrange for your graduation right now. It was evident that Yang Huaigu possessed the capability to do so. Ding Sheng's mind began to race. Observing his silence, Yang Huaigu assumed he was contemplating and refrained from interruption. After a brief pause of approximately 2 minutes, he continued, "There will be a seminar this morning, during which I will present the solution to our recent experiment. You should attend." Very well. Alas, had Yang Huaigu waited just a moment longer, Ding Sheng would have completed his thesis. 70. Proceed towards building number 1. At this seminar, Yang Huaigu indeed proposed a plan for synthesizing the allotropes of hafnium through transition metals, as Ding Sheng had anticipated. Upon its comprehensive explication, the proposal garnered an immediate, thunderous applause from the audience. With the support of a robust theoretical foundation, the formidable obstacles obstructing this gamma-ray experiment swiftly transformed into mere kittens. And it was believed that news of the experiment's success would soon grace the headlines of scientific journals worldwide. The seminar continued with vigorous discussions regarding the subsequent work of this experiment, while Ding Sheng languidly sat in a corner, ever ready to make his escape. Ding Sheng. We have a situation. Guanju suddenly emerged. Typically, Guanju would not manifest unless Ding Sheng called upon it, unless extraordinary circumstances arose, such as new developments concerning an S-level event. Speak. During this period, Ding Sheng had not encountered many S-level events. Just moments ago, the Iris Group had begun compensating the families of volunteers once again. For S-level events, Guanju could be described as omnipresent in its vigilance. Any stirrings within the network system would be under its watchful eye. How many households? Ding Sheng inquired, as this was not the first time he had heard of such matters. Not long ago, Guanju had detected that the Iris Group compensated a family of a volunteer. Since it was not the Meng family, he had not given it much thought. After all, with over 100 terminal cancer patients entering the experimental facility, it was not surprising that one unfortunate soul did not survive. Subsequently, Guanju reported 2 or 3 more cases, raising the mortality rate to a somewhat concerning level. It felt as though medical intervention might have been better avoided. However, it had not escalated to a point warranting alarm, especially since Ding Sheng was fully engrossed in the pursuit of Super Serum Zero at that time, leading to his oversight. 6 households, Guanju replied. Damn, that is a significant number, Ding Sheng exclaimed, springing from his seat in astonishment, yet the entire assembly remained engrossed in their research, oblivious to his unusual reaction. How many patients have passed in total? The mortality rate is indeed alarmingly high. The Iris Group is playing with fire. The recipient is not Meng Zhao's family. Guanju added, at this juncture, this hardly qualifies as good news. Having evaded the initial crisis, can one escape the subsequent turmoil? Moreover, the escalation of events has transcended mere familial affairs. The lethality rate of the Iris Group's cancer treatment drugs is excessively high, implicating over 100 families. While Ding Sheng might have remained oblivious, now that he is aware, he cannot simply turn a blind eye. Should the media be notified? Guanju scoured the internet for similar incidents and identified the optimal solutions. Indeed, should a scandal of this magnitude surface regarding a corporation as substantial as the Iris Group, the experiment would undoubtedly be halted immediately, and those responsible would be facing legal repercussions. However, the families of the patients have all signed confidentiality agreements, and having received substantial compensation, they possess no motivation to come forward as witnesses. Compared to Guanju, Ding Sheng possesses a deeper understanding of human nature. One must target the vulnerable, without evidence. It is futile to tarnish an innocent party's reputation, as the Iris Group's legal team could easily bankrupt any media outlet that disseminates falsehoods. Not every journalist is a Clark Kent, after all. With that thought, Ding Sheng suddenly realized the tone was amiss. He had returned from Marvel and should incorporate more references from that universe. Ahem, not every journalist is an Eddie Brock. Are there cameras within the experimental facility? We should investigate for any findings, Ding Sheng instructed. It is unclear. However, their security system has been upgraded, employing Mandala Group's internal network isolation technology. I need to get within a certain proximity to breach it. Guanju found himself obstructed by Mandala Flower, that arms dealer within the floral conglomerate. Ding Sheng had heard of them in passing. Indeed, their security system is highly vigilant. It seems we must undertake a personal visit. This marks Guanju's first encounter with an adversary. Agreed. As it stands, only by acquiring evidence can we compel the Iris Group to cease this experiment. There are laws governing nations and rules within families. Patient safety must be prioritized. Once the incident is exposed, the Iris Group will naturally dispatch relevant personnel to address the matter. He is not a punisher and, barring extreme circumstances, must maintain certain boundaries. However, it is now too late to procure a Spider-Man suit. Guanju highlighted the key points. The last Spider-Man suit was stained with blood, and upon returning, Ding Sheng disposed of it. Yet, since the goal is to gather evidence, a straightforward appearance is entirely out of the question. As the saying goes, encountering the King of Hell is easier than dealing with troublesome spirits. One can evade open attacks, but struggles against insidious threats. Once one's identity is exposed, retaliation is likely, and more alarmingly, it could jeopardize one's family. Ding Sheng recalled reading about Tony Stark's villa being blown up in the Marvel Universe, predicting that the upcoming Iron Man film would depict that storyline. After all, how could anyone be bolder than Iron Man? Lessons from the past serve as warnings for the present. Resolutely determined, Ding Sheng decided to venture into the experimental base tonight. However, there were still preparations to be made beforehand. He quietly slipped out of the conference room, bending low, and first went off campus to procure some raw materials. Ding Sheng then meandered through various research institutes within the Machine Intelligence Laboratory, gathering materials and hastily assembling a small device. With this, he felt assured of success. By afternoon, after estimating the time, Ding Sheng changed into a new outfit and departed from Yuzhou University. On his way out, he passed by an elementary school just as classes were letting out. Observing the bright red scarves adorning the necks of the young students, an idea struck him, prompting him to purchase one as well. Concealing his face with it would surely add to his charm. "Handsome, wait. Come and see this fine merchandise." A greasy voice called out from a roadside stall as he walked a short distance. "What's the matter?" Ding Sheng confidently turned around, convinced that the vendor was indeed addressing him, given the flattering remark. "You have an impressive physique, clearly a fitness enthusiast. Every wild boy needs a leather jacket, and I'm offering it for a flat price of $198. The oily man gestured towards a row of leather jackets hanging behind him, glancing around to ensure the city inspectors were not nearby. "No thanks. I refuse to pay $198 for a fake leather jacket," Ding Sheng replied without looking back. Come on, handsome. Business is tough these days. Consider it a charitable act." The greasy vendor lamented, clearly frustrated by the lack of customers. Selling leather jackets in the sweltering heat was no easy task. Moreover, who was this charity supposed to benefit? Wearing a leather jacket while running errands would be incredibly cool. He recalled searching for various images of Terminators online, inspired by Arnold Schwarzenegger. There seemed to be some merit in that idea. Thus, Ding Sheng indeed pulled out some money and purchased a jacket, draping it over his shoulder as he boarded the light rail towards the suburbs. After traveling to the southernmost point of the light rail, with approximately 10 kilometers left to the experimental base, he meandered leisurely, perfectly timed for the dark, windy night, a fitting moment for his endeavor. Equipped and masked with the red scarf, he donned the inferior leather jacket to conceal his physique and arrived at the familiar spot where he had previously scaled the wall. "Give me a song's worth of time," he said, as Guanju was busy cracking the system. Previously, he could breach any system in seconds, but this time, the Mandala group presented a formidable challenge. 3 minutes later, the system was hacked, and Ding Sheng leaped into the experimental base. Where to now? At the moment of system access, Guanju was already sifting through the internal surveillance footage of the base. The cameras were only located in the patients' rooms, and many patients were currently absent. After a thorough review, no anomalies were detected, except for one detail: the internal network of Building No. One had been cut off from power, rendering it invisible. Not allowed to see? This clearly indicates something suspicious, Ding Sheng realized. Proceed. Formula 71, number 5. Upon arriving at the entrance of Building Number 1, Ding Sheng felt compelled to reiterate that a purely mechanical lock was decidedly preferable, particularly those that cost 3 yuan each or 10 yuan for 3. Those were the most reliable. As he stepped inside, the pervasive darkness, likely due to a power outage, enveloped the space, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. However, this suited Ding Sheng just fine. His enhanced physique as a super soldier had fortified not only his body, but also his vision. While not capable of true night vision, his sight was sufficient for navigation. Silently, he wandered through the lobby on the ground floor, yielding little in terms of discoveries. With the elevator out of service, he decisively opted for the stairs leading to the second floor. The layout there suggested it was a lounge and activity area, and, at this hour, it seemed the patients had already retired, leaving the space deserted. Continuing his ascent to the third floor, the accommodation area awaited. Strangely, the entrance to this section was fortified with a solid steel door that effectively separated the interior from the exterior. Should he attempt to open it? Guanju, upon seeing the electronic lock, felt an inexplicable urge to pry it open. This was a troubling impulse, one that needed addressing. Suddenly, Ding Sheng noticed something unusual. The seemingly robust steel door bore multiple subtle protrusions, as if something had struck it from the inside, creating indentations. Without knowing the door's thickness, he could not gauge the force that had caused the damage. Leaning closer to the door, he listened intently, but detected no abnormalities before signaling Guanju to unlock it. Once inside the accommodation area, the corridor was strewn with dilapidated tables, broken benches, and discarded beds. Each room, once intended for patient habitation, lay in a state of utter disrepair, some even having lost their plaster. Had the enemy invaded? Just as he pondered the situation, a figure passed nearby, prompting Ding Sheng to softly call out, "Brother, wait a moment. What in the world is going on here?" Before he could finish his sentence, the figure turned, startling Ding Sheng. The person's face was marred with traces of dry blood, and upon closer inspection, their eyes were an unsettling shade of deep green. A sense of foreboding surged within Ding Sheng's mind. Do you recognize him? Guanju's neural connection with Ding Sheng allowed her to share in his unease. I do not. but I have seen those eyes before. A strange sound escaped the figure, and without hesitation, it lunged toward Ding Sheng, crashing into a chair on the ground, yet continuing its relentless advance. In an instant, it was upon him, raising a fist to strike. Ding Sheng, unperturbed, seized the assailant's wrist with one hand, feeling a tremor of unexpected strength resonate through his palm. This was no ordinary opponent. Given Ding Sheng's current superhuman condition, he regarded typical individuals as akin to children in kindergarten. The force he felt was unsettling and confirmed his growing sense of dread. He vividly recalled that during the 5th experimental formulation of Super Serum 20, the laboratory mice, after ingesting the serum dilution, underwent a violent transformation, their strength amplified, and their pupils shifted to a deep green hue. This state mirrored that of the individual before him. Due to the formulation's inherently nefarious nature, Ding Sheng had destroyed it on the spot, certain that no information regarding the 5th formula had circulated within the Marvel Universe, let alone in his homeland. Grasping the stranger by the collar, he hoisted him up as one would a piglet, demanding, "Who are you?" After a prolonged silence, the individual merely uttered incoherent sounds. Was this brain death? Another case exhibiting symptoms identical to those of the 6th formula. Although coincidences can occur, the degree of similarity was undeniable. Whether Ding Sheng wished to acknowledge it or not, the formula's leakage had become a stark reality. Resolutely, he clasped the stranger's head with both hands and twisted forcefully. A crack echoed as the man's neck snapped, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This was how Ding Sheng had executed that unfortunate laboratory mouse. Brain death signified the end of life. The man before him was already deceased, merely a lifeless husk driven by the effects of the formula. Ding Sheng's action was a form of liberation for the deceased. Yet, as a fellow human, he initially lacked the courage to confront the act directly. The commotion soon attracted the attention of others, and rapidly, more than a dozen shambling corpses converged from all directions, intent on tearing Ding Sheng apart. The strength of these mutants was at least 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary person. Even the formidable Smith could not withstand a single blow. Had Ding Sheng remained the same mundane individual he once was, even the protagonist's halo would have been of no assistance. However, circumstances had changed. Regardless of the mutant's ferocity, the aberrant blood coursing through their veins was merely a discarded remnant of Ding Sheng's former self, riddled with flaws. It bore no comparison to his current robust super soldier physique. It was like a genuine product facing a counterfeit, the latter a malnourished imitation, making the confrontation feel effortless. With a swift motion, he dispatched the creatures one by one, akin to slicing through vegetables. Occasionally, he endured a few powerful strikes to his abdomen, back, and head, but merely experienced a fleeting discomfort, quickly brushing it aside. Such was the strength of his superhuman constitution. In no time, over 30 mutants lay vanquished at his feet. Just as he prepared to ascend to the laboratory above for further investigation, he suddenly spotted a living creature lurking in the shadows. Striding purposefully towards it, he seized the individual, ready to act when he noticed the person's pupils were black. Startled, he exclaimed, "You're alive?" "I am not alive," the person blurted out, but then realized he had misspoken. "Who are you?" Gently placing the individual down, Ding Sheng caught a glimpse of the vibrant veil adorning the person's face and proudly declared, "Please call me Red Scarf. Are you affiliated with those who entered previously?" "I shall lead you out first," he continued. Since this was a living being, Ding Sheng felt compelled to save them. "I won't leave," the individual quickly gestured, retreating further into the shadowy corner. Ding Sheng, believing the person was merely frightened, confidently asserted, "I can ensure your safety. I do not require protection," came the cryptic response. Ding Sheng was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" The individual candidly replied, "I can only die here. My family will receive compensation only upon my demise. I have never contemplated leaving alive." It was a stark admission. No good counsel can sway the damned. Great compassion cannot save one who is resolved to end their own life. Nonetheless, Ding Sheng felt it necessary to convey, "The Iris Group has already made a payment." "Really?" A glimmer of hope flickered in the person's eyes, only to swiftly diminish, a tear escaping as they continued. "If I were to escape, that money would be spent on medical treatment. You should go. Do not concern yourself with me." A man may shed tears but seldom does so without cause. Yet once the dam breaks, the flow is unrelenting. Blood tears. Witnessing this scene, and then glancing back at the corridor strewn with corpses, Ding Sheng felt an unprecedented wave of guilt wash over him. He could only hope to mend what was broken before it was too late. Fate's Confrontation. September 19th, 2010, 2:25 a.m. A video titled "Exposing the Iris Group's Cancer Treatment Drug Research Center's Alarmingly High Mortality Rate in Live Experiments" was dispatched to all mainstream media outlets in Huaxia with branches in Yuzhou. The source was unknown. The video was dimly lit, yet one could barely discern a middle-aged man whose face, save for his eyes, was obscured by mosaic. Blood streamed continuously from his eyes, Gradually, his originally black pupils transformed into green, then deep green. At the video's conclusion, the precise address of the research center was clearly marked. Instantly, the phones of all Yujo branches were inundated with calls, as waves of media personnel, armed with cameras of various sizes, departed from BD and rushed toward the experimental base. How much time do I have left? After recording the video, the despairing survivor leaned against a window, through which the luminous moon was distinctly visible. It varies by person. Some are swift, others swifter, Ding Sheng replied. Red scarf. Could you remove your scarf for me? I am quite curious. Unable to see your face leaves me unsettled. It appeared this individual harbored a touch of obsessive compulsiveness. Very well. In the face of imminent death, any wish may be granted. With that, Ding Sheng drew down the veil. So it is you. The individual seemed to recognize an old friend, a faint smile gracing their lips. It is I, Ding Sheng responded. In the next moment, the man contentedly closed his eyes. And when he opened them again, he had transformed into a bloodthirsty mutant, unleashing a barrage of wild punches towards Ding Sheng. With a soft sigh, Ding Sheng repeated the maneuver of twisting his neck. Do not underestimate this action, for an ordinary person attempting to twist a mutant in such a manner. The likelihood of dislocating both arms is exceedingly high. Only Ding Sheng, with his sheer brute strength, could accomplish such a feat with reckless abandon. His next target was the second building. Ding Sheng had already gleaned information about the experimental base from this individual's account. There were a total of 160 patients distributed across 4 large buildings. Each underwent a treatment cycle every 15 days. The 40 volunteers in Building 1 had all perished, while the experiments in Building 2 had reached the 4th day, where Meng Zhao's father, Meng Jianzhong, was located. Building 2 was heavily fortified, with 4 foreign guards stationed at each of the 2 main entrances, making it nearly impossible for even a fly to enter. Ding Sheng, wishing to avoid alarming the guards, preferred to wait for the media's arrival, intending to take advantage of the ensuing chaos. The roads in Yuzhou were clear at midnight, and those reckless enough for news pressed the accelerator to the floor. 40 minutes later, the first batch of media representatives arrived at the experimental base, clamoring to enter. Smith, burdened with security responsibilities, remained unflustered by this sudden turn of events, efficiently redirecting over half of the deceased team members to block the entrance, leaving Building 2 vulnerable to an offensive. Ding Sheng seized the opportunity to slip inside. Mr. Zhang, we are in dire straits, Smith reported after stabilizing the situation outside. What is amiss? Zhang Xiaoshu had not left the experimental base since discovering the unique mutant Meng Jianzhong. He intended to witness firsthand how the first mutant to avoid brain death could use abnormal blood to eradicate cancer cells within. It seems the media has uncovered some confidential information about the laboratory and is causing a ruckus outside, Smith explained. Media? A flicker of disturbance crossed Zhang Xiaoshu's otherwise calm face, but he quickly regained his composure. These journalists would soon quiet down upon receiving a legal notice. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaoshu's command, Xiao Lin had already begun dialing the legal department. However, before her call could connect, the legal department reached out first, succinctly summarizing the situation at hand. The media possesses footage of the volunteer mutants. This is absolutely impossible. Xiao Lin, still youthful and naive, exclaimed in shock. After informing her superior, he remained unfazed. Whether feigning calmness or genuinely untroubled was unclear. George, it seems your arrival is most timely. Let us depart, he concluded. Zhang Xiaoshu's gaze fell upon a middle-aged Caucasian man casually toying with the experimental apparatus in the laboratory. With a feigned smile, he remarked, Now, George, do you understand why I travel everywhere by helicopter? George chuckled heartily, then rose to signal Smith to clear the way. The individuals in the room prepared to ascend to the rooftop to board George's private helicopter. Take him with us, Zhang Xiaoshu said, gesturing towards Meng Jianzhong, who was peacefully slumbering after receiving a sedative in the laboratory. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the laboratory door collapsed, revealing a man clad in leather with a red scarf draped around his neck, leaning against the doorframe. I don't think that's feasible, Ding Sheng declared upon entering Building No. 2. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a thorough beating to a patrolling foreigner, yet the adversary proved to be remarkably resilient, remaining tight-lipped. Having no alternative, Ding Sheng knocked him unconscious and sought out a research staff member working late. This individual was far more accommodating, with a reference point on the floor. He readily answered every inquiry, including details about Meng Jianzhong and the number of personnel in the laboratory. Naturally, Ding Sheng reciprocated this kindness by rendering him unconscious as well. Hey, Smith stepped forward. Call me Red Scarf. Ding Sheng found the name quite fitting, both enigmatic and uplifting. Eliminate him, Zhang Xiaoshu commanded, eyeing the troublemaker with disdain. George remained silent, tacitly endorsing Zhang Xiaoshu's orders. In an instant, Smith executed a front flip followed by another, launching a spectacularly flashy spiral kick aimed at Ding Sheng's face. All show and no substance, Ding Sheng thought, opting not to evade. He merely raised his hand to block. And Smith felt as if his leg had struck a steel plate, the pain so intense he could not utter a sound. Subsequently, Ding Sheng deftly maneuvered his wrist and yanked, sending Smith crashing to the ground. Knockout, Ding Sheng declared, clapping his hands. Before he could strike a pose, George, visibly irked by the swift defeat of his chief bodyguard, drew a formidable black firearm, aiming it at Ding Sheng. You possess remarkable combat skills, young man, George remarked with a grin. You're cheating, Ding Sheng retorted, though he obediently raised his hands. The particulars of whether a super soldier could withstand bullets had not been disclosed to him, and the situation felt perilously precarious. Remove your mask, Zhang Xiaoxiu stepped forward. Certainly, Ding Sheng complied, removing his mask. Upon seeing the face beneath the mask, Zhang Xiaoxiu was taken aback. It's you? Indeed, it is, Ding Sheng replied with a smile. You cannot be Schwarzenegger. His Chinese is not this proficient, Zhang Xiaoxiu remarked, astounded by the resemblance to the visage of the Terminator. Ding Sheng casually explained. Living beings are not mere photographs. They cannot be altered, so I am indeed real. That said, the intricacies of Black Widow's disguise techniques would be lost on you rustic folk. Today, as fate would have it, Ding Sheng had spent the afternoon tinkering in the mechanical laboratory, striving to create a set of Widow's signature disguise equipment. When determining the facial template, his initial choice was Beckham, for reasons you can surely comprehend. However, upon reflection, he deemed that the visage of the Terminator might be more suitable for executing the task at hand. Thus, he hastily opted for an electronic disguise mask modeled after Schwarzenegger. This decision also accounted for his purchase of a leather jacket on such a sweltering day, as the Terminator and leather jackets are a match made in heaven. At present, Ding Sheng found himself under the threat of a gun. To claim he was entirely unperturbed would be disingenuous, yet to assert he was afraid would be an exaggeration. After all, in addition to his formidable physique, he had Guan Zhu by his side. Suddenly, with a command, Guan Zhu infiltrated the power system and promptly severed the electrical supply, plunging the entirety of Building 2 into darkness. A gentleman does not position himself beneath a precarious wall. And Ding Sheng swiftly concealed himself behind a large apparatus, seizing a metal chair for protection. The unexpected blackout caught Zhang Xiaoxiu and his companions off guard. Ding Sheng had an opportunity to seize the gun amidst the chaos, yet lacking professional training, he hesitated. George, on the other hand, was evidently a seasoned marksman, his finger never straying far from the trigger, a testament to his heightened vigilance. Should he fail in his attempt to disarm, it would be a farcical end before the mission even commenced. Thus, he chose to remain hidden. Meanwhile, the agile Smith quickly activated his personal flashlight, restoring a modicum of light within the laboratory. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? Zhang Xiaoxiu scanned the room, acutely aware that Schwarzenegger was still present. Ding Sheng remained silent, fully cognizant that revealing his voice would betray his position. The armed foreigner appeared, quite ready to pull the trigger. Damn it, even with superhuman resilience. This was frustrating. Was it because he lacked a shield? No, without vibranium, a regular shield would be ineffective in absorbing damage, rendering it of little significance. It seemed that upgrading his iron armor was the path forward. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Ding Sheng tightened his grip on the chair. The standoff endured for half a minute before Smith's communicator crackled to life. Captain, a mutation has been detected in Building 2. Repeat. A mutation has emerged in Building 2 and has gone out of control. Requesting backup. This revelation struck Smith like a thunderbolt, sending a shiver down his spine. What was the reasoning behind this? Why did such occurrences always transpire during power outages? Most of the team members were currently stationed at the entrance of the base, intercepting news media. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. Just when things couldn't get worse, the communicator crackled to life with another urgent voice. Captain, the media presence is escalating, and the situation is spiraling out of control. Reporters have breached the premises. We must urge the boss and Mr. Zhang to evacuate immediately. In the midst of chaos, Smith quickly relayed the troubling news to the two prominent figures before him. We are facing an unprecedented crisis. The mutated entities have escaped from the isolation chamber due to a power outage, and the media has swarmed into Building 2. It is inevitable that chaos will ensue. What are we to do? Smith implored. The weight of the situation was overwhelming. It was clear that such convoluted matters should be left for the boss to strategize. George, merely a guest come to visit an old friend, found himself at a loss for words upon hearing this disarray. This was more troublesome than arms dealing. First and foremost, I cannot afford to be seen by the media. We must evacuate by helicopter at once, Zhang Xiaoxiu astutely noted. As the helm of the Iris Group, he understood that showing his face at the scene would leave him no room for deniability. The cacophony of reporters echoed from the lobby below, prompting Zhang Xiaoxiu to signal for the group to ascend to the rooftop. Additionally, Smith, you must ensure that the mutated entities are dealt with before they are exposed to the media. If any reporters catch sight of them, we cannot afford to take chances. You must act decisively. Remember, these individuals succumb to trampling during the power outage. If we do not act ruthlessly, we cannot stand firm. In a frenzied bid to preserve the reputation of the Iris Group, Zhang Xiaoxiu appeared increasingly desperate. Lastly, safeguard Meng Jianzhong. His progress in this experiment is paramount. Despite the mounting pressure, Zhang Xiaoxiu exhibited a remarkable composure. Not long after his words echoed, the power to Building 2 was restored. With Ding Sheng no longer needing to hide, he allowed Guanju to disengage from the power grid. Smith promptly alerted the nearest team member to the main switch, instructing them to cut the power immediately. Within half a minute, the lights in Building 2 flickered out once more. Guanju, what is happening? Ding Sheng, having just emerged into the light, was in the lounge of the laboratory, checking on Meng Jianzhong when the lights extinguished again. It is not my doing. Someone internally has manually cut the power, Guanju replied. Intentional blackout? This is undoubtedly a prelude to chaos. Although Ding Sheng possessed heightened awareness compared to the average individual, he had not gleaned any useful information before Zhang Xiaoxiu and his entourage departed. Unbeknownst to him, a mutated entity had already lost control within Building 2. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoxiu and his party reached the rooftop, and the helicopter roared to life, swiftly making their escape. Before leaving, George pressed a handgun into Smith's hands, urging him to ensure Zhang Xiaoxiu's predicament was resolved. With the advent of firearms, Smith's confidence surged. He promptly summoned his team to assemble, dividing them into 3 groups, one to ascertain the number of patients and confirm the count of mutants, the second to conduct a thorough search of the building for mutants, and the third to proceed to Laboratory Number 1 to protect Meng Jianzhong. In the dimly lit break room of Laboratory Number 1, Ding Sheng scrutinized the flickering glow of the 5230 screen, carefully assessing Meng Jianzhong's state of sleep. A wave of unease washed over him as he noticed the distinct traces of dried blood tears at the corners of Meng's eyes. It was evident that he had already been injected with the 5th formula, and the tears were the harbinger of mutation. Ding Sheng lifted Meng Jianzhong's eyelid, only to be astonished to find his pupils still black, indicating that he had not yet mutated. Was this not a contradiction? How could one weep blood after receiving the 5th formula, yet remain unchanged? What set Meng apart from an ordinary person? The answer struck him. The diluent. Yes. Meng had consumed a diluted version of his super serum 20 for a while, and it was likely this latent power that had prevented the 5th formula from affecting his brain. Thus, Meng's eyes had not turned green, nor had he suffered brain death. Panic surged through Ding Sheng as he quickly deduced the implications. If Meng Jianzhong had fortuitously avoided mutation due to the diluent, what about the others? Good day, sir. We are reporters from Utah Daily. May we interview you regarding the cancer treatment drug trial? In the darkness, illuminated only by the faint light from the equipment, a female reporter approached, but before she could complete her sentence, she was startled into a scream by the ghastly visage of a man whose eyes mirrored those she had seen in a recent video. The mutant emitted a horrendous hissing sound and lunged forward. Run, run. The female reporter abandoned her equipment, throwing it aside as she fled. The others, not oblivious to the danger, scattered in an instant, fearing for their lives. The unfortunate reporter, on the brink of being struck in the back of the head by a mutant's fist, was saved at the last moment by an arm clad in substandard leather, which seized the deadly fist midair. Go ahead, don't mind me. 74, Red Scarf Hero. Ding Sheng awoke from the dormitory of the experimental lab, the sun blazing outside, casting a somewhat glaring light through the window. Guanju, what time is it? Ding Sheng, disinclined to move, called out mentally. It's 11:56 a.m. in Huadu. Guanju replied, and then excitedly added, Ding Sheng, you're trending. What trend? Ding Sheng questioned. Is it that fire? The name Chai Liehua sounded distinctly masculine, and Ding Sheng was not one to chase after men. He preferred the company of women, particularly those with long legs. Indeed, it has ignited a fervor. News of you now permeates the internet. As she spoke, Guanju meticulously curated a selection of articles, embedding them into Ding Sheng's consciousness. The first was a series of videos, clandestinely captured by an unknown journalist in dim lighting. While the clarity was not optimal, it was still discernible that Ding Sheng portrayed the male protagonist, cornered by a throng of frenzied individuals, ultimately triumphing against overwhelming odds. At that moment, the staircase leading to the first floor was besieged by no fewer than 20 mutated beings, and the emergency exit loomed tantalizingly close. Yet none dared to advance, save for Ding Sheng. All the media personnel cowered behind the Red Scarf Hero, witnessing his heroic act of salvation. With so many eyes upon him, and the journalists unaware that these individuals were mere shells of their former selves, Ding Sheng had to execute his evasive maneuvers with utmost subtlety, creating the illusion of a balanced struggle, occasionally appearing to falter. This video, propelled by the relentless promotion of major news outlets, amassed over 10 million views within a single morning. Below are the headlines. Last night, a renowned pharmaceutical research facility was struck by a mass outbreak of violent madness, and a mysterious figure descended from the heavens, embodying chivalry and bravery, saving countless lives. A journalist from Utah Daily, who witnessed the entire event, claimed that this enigmatic man bore a red scarf, his most striking feature being his captivating eyes. All the rescue journalists referred to him as the Red Scarf Hero. Today's lifestyle segment poses the question, what manner of individual is the Red Scarf Hero? Why did he choose a red scarf among numerous disguises? Is it merely because he is a young pioneer? Next is the video interview. He emerged like the hero of a film, stepping onto a radiant cloud, effortlessly subduing the deranged individuals. If possible, I would gladly marry him. I love you, Red Scarf Hero. The male journalist in the video lacked restraint, while the female journalist was notably pragmatic. Subsequently, a social phenomenon has arisen. Merely hours after the incident, a wave of Red Scarf Hero fervor has swept through the Yuzhou region. Numerous shops near elementary schools have sold out of red scarves, with countless individuals proudly donning them. Experts have condemned this trend, asserting that the red scarf is sacred and inviolable, urging the public to cease its consumption and advising the Red Scarf Hero to abandon this emblem and surrender himself, suggesting leniency for his actions in light of his heroic deeds. What chaotic mess this all is. Ding Sheng, upon completing his reading, found himself utterly bewildered. Had these journalists chosen to selectively forget? Was the focal point of last night not the reckless drug testing by the Iris Group as Pharmaceutical Research Center that led to a multitude of mutants assaulting innocent bystanders? Yet, as I perused the news, it appeared that the Iris Group was merely glossed over by certain renowned entities. Numerous comments beneath the articles speculated wildly, with some attributing the chaos to XX Pharmaceuticals and others to XXX Pharmaceuticals, as if they possess such capabilities. Absurd conjectures, indeed. Ultimately, no one seemed inclined to implicate the Iris Group. Is it that the group's commendable reputation has rendered them beyond suspicion? Or have they been subjected to deliberate suppression of criticism? Ding Sheng rose from his slumber, gently flexing his left arm, still feeling a twinge of soreness. After managing the mutants last night, the media had barely escaped, and amidst the turmoil, Ding Sheng was struck in the arm by Smith, who was lying in wait. The harsh reality is that the super soldier physique could not withstand bullets, at least not in Ding Sheng's case at present. By that time, Smith's team recognized the situation had spiraled beyond their control. With merely 20 of them, they could not create a facade of a stampede that resulted in casualties. The task assigned by Mr. Zhang was evidently unattainable. Smith's gunfire was purely a matter of personal vendetta, fearing the potential of leaving bloodstains at the scene. Ding Sheng refrained from lingering and seized the first opportunity to withdraw. He returned to the laboratory dormitory in the early hours of the morning. Due to the resilience of his muscular tissue, the bullet had not embedded deeply. After extracting the bullet and tending to the wound, he lay down to recuperate, gradually drifting into slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself in the present. Ding Sheng unwrapped the bandage to inspect the recovery of his superhuman physique and was pleasantly surprised. The area that should have borne the mark of a gunshot had nearly healed, and he daringly speculated that by nightfall, the wound would vanish completely, perhaps without a trace. Splendid. Although this healing speed may pale in comparison to Wolverine's, it suffices as long as he avoids severe injury. Guanju. Search for information regarding the Iris Biotechnology Group and Zhang Xiaoxiu. I refuse to believe such a significant incident could be concealed. What infuriated Ding Sheng further was the multitude of media outlets brazenly disseminating falsehoods, even fabricating tales of patient madness. Their audacity was astounding. You may find yourself disappointed, as the most substantial news concerning the Iris Group revolves around the recent International Biotechnology Symposium, and according to data from NASDAQ, the group's stock price has risen by 21% today, reaching a record market capitalization of $624.24 billion, placing it 96th globally and first in the biotechnology sector. The data presented by Guanju is sourced from authoritative websites, lending it credibility. Quite impressive, indeed. The stock price has reached new heights. As for Zhang Xiaoxiu, the latest news dates back to May regarding a scientific donation totaling an astonishing 3.2 billion renminbi. In the suburban expanse of Yuzhou, at the Zhang family villa, a dozen black police vehicles were stationed before the entrance. Inside the villa's conference hall, Mr. Zhang Xiaoxiu sat expressionless upon the sofa, exuding an air of nonchalance. Mr. Zhang Xiaoxiu, we suspect your involvement in the case concerning the Iris Group's Cancer Treatment Drug Research Center, where the use of illicit substances in human trials has resulted in numerous patient fatalities. We ask you to accompany us for an investigation, stated an officer, presenting all pertinent credentials. Very well. Zhang Xiaoxiu rose, adjusting his suit. with a web of intricate connections both domestically and internationally cultivated over the years. The Iris Group swiftly suppressed the incident in the public eye, temporarily safeguarding its reputation. However, as the individual responsible, Zhang Xiaoxiu could not evade culpability. Chairman? Xiao Lin called out. Remember my words. He is a man on the brink of demise, always prepared for the worst. Early that morning, the experimental base had already been thoroughly sealed off, and the surviving patients had been relocated by the police. Thus, he was not taken aback by the unfolding events. Once the police vehicles departed with Zhang Xiaoxiu, Xiao Lin promptly followed his directives, contacting the elderly Sue, who was in Hawaii, to return and oversee the situation. She then informed the group's legal department to prepare for a defense of innocence, and, if that proved futile, to seek medical parole. As the dust settled, although not publicly disclosed, Guangzhou received immediate word of Zhang Xiaoxiu's arrest. Soon after, Ding Sheng discerned the underlying reasons. Should such a scandal emerge regarding the Iris Group, its international influence and standing in the professional realm would undoubtedly suffer a catastrophic blow, leaving it in disarray. From a long-term perspective, this would be a loss for the biotechnology field and for China itself. However, the integrity of the judiciary needed to be upheld. Thus, while Zhang Xiaoxiu could be apprehended, the Iris Group must not falter. This outcome appeared to be a consensus reached through the interplay of various powers within acceptable parameters. The remaining patients at the experimental base had been relocated to the city hospital under police protection, including the fortunate survivor Meng Jianzhong. These volunteers would be allowed to return home after a brief period of observation. With this, the matter seemed to reach a temporary resolution. Yet, Ding Sheng harbored a lingering concern regarding the issue of the lost formula. If Zhang Xiaoxiu was the butcher, then Ding Sheng was the blacksmith forging the tools. He had not anticipated that a pile of discarded drafts, carelessly thrown away, would ultimately find its way into Zhang Xiaoxiu's possession, and within such a short span. He had deduced the equation for the fifth formula from those scraps. Given sufficient time, it was conceivable that he could gradually reconstruct the 10th and 30th formulas. His capabilities were undeniable. Nonetheless, he would ultimately meet his demise. The super serum, initially at a formulation of 20, has been revised by Ding Sheng to over 100 iterations, yet has failed to yield any curative effects against cancer. Zhang Xiaoxiu's pursuit of this path seems undoubtedly misguided. The dilutions sent to Meng Xiao should suffice to suppress the fifth formulation within his father's body. One can only hope he traverses his final journey in tranquility. Contemplating this, Ding Sheng found himself in the printing room of the laboratory, preparing to print his thesis. On this very day, Su Jian's construction team had called to inform him that the new base in Corridor 4 had been fully completed, necessitating Ding Sheng's uncle to allocate time for inspection. Soon, the long October holiday in Huaxia would arrive, during which Ding Sheng had initially planned to oversee the new base, but circumstances had shifted. Now it was all about the thesis. Yang Huaigu had stated that once the thesis was deemed satisfactory, Ding Sheng would graduate with his bachelor's degree, though it was foreseeable that he would be urged by the elderly Yang to pursue a master's and subsequently a doctorate. However, that was a matter for the future. For the time being, Ding Sheng could at least relish a period of freedom before the holiday concluded. Over half a month, in fact, in mechanical engineering laboratory. Within the academician's office, following new advancements in gamma ray experiments, Yang Huaigu was eager to involve more of his team in the work, leading to a less hectic schedule of late. Upon entering, Ding Sheng refrained from idle chatter and placed his thesis gently on Yang Huaigu's desk. "What is this?" Yang Huaigu inquired, taking the document in hand. "My graduation thesis," Ding Sheng replied earnestly. If Yang Huaigu had retained his youthful temperament, he might have flung the stack of A4 paper back at Ding Sheng's face, exclaiming, "I asked you to write a thesis yesterday, and you present it today? Are you jesting?" Yet, with age had come a temperance of his earlier volatility, and he had grown more composed. One ought to assess the merits of good and ill before passing judgment. The title of the thesis, Research on the Tuning Capability of Membrane-Constrained Magnetorheological Elastic Beam Vibration Absorbers, immediately captured Yang Huaigu's attention. The title suggested substance. "What inspired you to write this thesis?" he inquired, foregoing the body of the text for the moment. Ding Sheng had already articulated in the abstract that while dynamic vibration absorbers are commonly utilized in industry to mitigate vibrations in primary structures, their efficacy is limited to a very narrow frequency range, which constrains their application. Since Yang Huaigu had insisted on questioning, Ding Sheng reiterated this point. His choice to write such a thesis was deliberate. Since he needed to satisfy Yang Huaigu's standards, the primary focus would naturally be on physics. Given that this was the comprehensive research laboratory of mechanical engineering and applied sciences, a thesis related to the industrial sector would undoubtedly align more closely with the expectations. Given the current pace of global development, It is inevitable that this paper will be written within the next 3 to 4 years. By presenting it now, Sheng not only demonstrates his capabilities, but also avoids appearing excessively avant-garde. Subsequently, Yang Huaigu ceased to question Sheng, having been completely captivated by the paper. The adoption of a constrained rebeam-type vibration absorber indeed holds the potential for achieving broader frequency domain vibration control across multiple modes. Sheng, why have you lingered in high school for 3 years? Yang Huaigu repeated his praises thrice, not merely due to the extraordinary nature of the paper, but rather because its author is remarkably youthful. Observing Sheng was akin to a mother-in-law, gazing with increasing satisfaction at her son-in-law. However, was this inquiry necessary? After all, high school lasts 3 years, does it not? Have I passed? Sheng was already aware of the answer. There was no grounds for failure regarding this paper. You have already spent 3 years in high school, and I shall not permit you to squander another 4 in undergraduate studies. Yang Huaigu felt a profound sense of relief. He had finally uncovered a gem. From the moment Sheng entered Huazhong University of Science and Technology, Yang had recognized his substantial grasp of university-level coursework and sought to immerse him further alongside graduate students. Unexpectedly, a casual mention of graduation paper requirements led Sheng to reveal such a substantial card, a fortunate serendipity. Yet, what Yang Huaigu perceived as a trump card, Sheng regarded as merely a low-ranking hand. Once the experiment concludes, I shall seek out old leave for personnel, and at that point, you'll be a student of the Academy of Physics, Yang Huaigu remarked. If that is the case, may I have the freedom to move about beforehand? Sheng tentatively inquired. With the experiment still ongoing, Yang Huaigu lacked the energy to oversee Sheng closely. Rather than allow him to return early to Huazhong University and be swayed by the life sciences faculty, it was preferable to let him remain in Yuzhou for a period of independent growth. Certainly, but I have a condition. Yang Huaigu, ever astute, had his plans well calculated. Sheng remained silent, clearly aware of the potential pitfalls. If he fell into them, it would not bode well for him. Indeed, a young person must learn patience. Let me be candid. I require you to join the roster for the Asia-Pacific Robotics Olympiad in December. If you agree, I shall grant you freedom of movement until the gamma ray experiment concludes. Yang Huaigu did not prolong the discussion, presenting his demand directly. Although the gamma ray experiment was nearing completion, it would still take at least a month to produce results. Yang Huaigu was enticing Sheng with a month of freedom, which would allow him to properly renovate the new base in the mountains. However, he had little interest in such a juvenile competition and declined to participate. You want to even represent the nation? Yang Huaigu displayed a look of astonishment and promptly placed a large hat atop his head. Well, it seems we have now ascended to a national level. How shameless this old man is. As for examples, Sheng had one Jew search for the name, which was too lengthy to remember amidst the competition. Since the onset of the Industrial Revolution and the advent of the technological era, robots have remained an inescapable theme in both cinematic narratives and scientific inquiry. Data indicates that while the Robotics Olympics has yet to hold many editions, its influence has already reached considerable proportions globally. Each December, leading science and technology universities across the Asia-Pacific region vie for qualification to enter the international competition. With limited slots available, the competition is fierce. A cursory glance reveals that over the years, the representative team from Huazhong University of Science and Technology has consistently ranked among the top in the Asia-Pacific, only failing to qualify for the International Cup in its inaugural year. A remarkable achievement indeed. To be frank, just moments ago, Sheng believed he was destined to face trials and tribulations summoned amidst calamity. Now, it appears he may have overthought the situation. Yang Huaigu's actions are clearly a means of granting him an opportunity to contribute to the team, thereby securing a trophy with minimal effort, an act of goodwill, albeit of little utility to Sheng. Very well, I accept. With a month-long holiday secured, Sheng promptly departed from the machine application laboratory, first returning to the underground parking lot he had rented in the neighboring state to retrieve his Land Cruiser, then making his way to the fourth corridor. Following a newly constructed asphalt road upward, a villa emanating a sense of futuristic technology soon emerged amidst the woodland. This villa in the fourth corridor spans over 1,000 square meters, not accounting for the swimming pool on the left and the garden on the right. From its inception, the villa's various furnishings have been globally customized, and now all installations were complete. After overseeing the handover from his uncle and the construction team, Sheng needed only to finalize the power supply system and activate the intelligent ventilation system, making it possible to move in within a day. The power supply system he tailored for the villa comprises 3 main components: the power source, various voltage levels, and an intelligent power network. The power source consists of both a main and a backup supply, which are essentially enlarged versions of polymer batteries designed to fuel steel armors, with future upgrades to an arc reactor being certain. However, at present, this ready-made and mature solution is undoubtedly the most suitable for immediate implementation. The voltage levels are categorized into several tiers, with different voltages appropriate for varying power transmission needs, classified as safe voltage, low voltage, high voltage, ultra-high voltage, and extra-high voltage, ranging from the power for a razor to the continuous operation of specialized high-voltage equipment. All are encompassed. Both of these aspects pose no technical challenges for Sheng. They merely require some time for procurement and production. Ultimately, the intelligent power network rendered Sheng's previous concerns obsolete. Guanju had evolved into a sophisticated superintelligent system, now capable of crafting such petite, intelligent programs. He transported the pre-assembled intelligent mechanical devices from Feng Shi's mold factory to the underground laboratory. Thus, Sheng toiled fervently by day and continued his labor into the night, relying on his unparalleled physical stamina, managing only brief moments of rest every 2 to 3 days. After a relentless 10 days of work, a comprehensive power supply system was officially activated. Guanju, power up the main source, Sheng commanded. With a soft hum, the long-prepared intelligent ventilation system commenced its operation, incessantly refreshing the villa with the crisp air from the surrounding mountains. Simultaneously, the security system, water treatment system, intelligent home system, and central dust removal system were all set into motion. From that moment forth, this place became Sheng's second home, his first true stronghold. On October 1st, Sheng received a call from Su. Huan-san have returned. Previously, he had heard Su mention that he was retaking classes at a private high school in Jingguanqi, a school notorious for its brutal regimen aimed at enhancing the college admission rate. The morning schedule consisted of 6 demanding classes, making the coursework exceedingly rigorous. Aren't you busy? How do you have time to come back? Sheng inquired. My father stated that if I don't return home during the long holiday, my living expenses would be curtailed. Alone in my quest for knowledge, should my rations be cut off, the consequences would be dire, Su explained. Therefore, during the school holiday, he feigned illness to secure an absence from classes. Feigning illness is no simple task to convincingly portray a state of exhaustion. He resorted to self-inflicted tribulations, a strategy that, while effective, was decidedly harmful. The two friends engaged in light banter, agreeing to return home that evening without meeting in person. At Yulin Garden, after a month apart, Sheng's mother was genuinely startled when she opened the door to see him. To be precise, it was Sheng's stature that took her aback. It is rare for a mother and son to reunite after a prolonged separation without exchanging the customary remark about weight loss. Instead, she astonishingly asked, "Son, what have you been eating at university? How have you grown so much taller? Is that so? Perhaps it's due to my rigorous military training," Sheng replied, blushing at his own embellishment. "Indeed, you used to be a mere 176 centimeters. Now you appear to be at least 180 centimeters." His mother stated candidly, "I used to be 180 centimeters as well." Sheng retorted, attempting to defend himself. "Growing taller and stronger is a good thing," his mother replied dismissively, unwilling to engage with someone so oblivious to reality. Although her son had only been away for a month for Sheng's mother, it was the longest separation in 18 years. Since morning, she had been bustling about preparing meals. Now, it was time to eat. At the dining table, watching his mother continuously serve him dishes, Sheng suddenly felt a surge of emotion. He pondered how heart-wrenching it would be for his parents in that alternate timeline 8 years hence had he not returned. The Ding family exuded warmth and joy, while the Chun family, on the other hand, was a different story. The parents of Chun, of course, first remarked on how slim their son had become, then inquired about his university experience. Su, having not attended university, had to fabricate a narrative. When his story faltered, he asked his parents if they had visited the university's official website. "We wouldn't know how," they replied. Mr. and Mrs. Chun were not particularly educated and struggled with accessing online information regarding universities. "That's fine," Su thought, promptly searching for the official website of Huadu University of Engineering on his phone and presenting it to his father for review. The homepage was impressively sophisticated, focusing on artificial intelligence and bionics. Mr. Chen nodded appreciatively, visibly satisfied. Su felt a sense of accomplishment. One of his initial requirements for the website was that it should exude an air of prestige and impress viewers. Although he was uncertain where Sheng sourced his information, the outcome was commendable. "Your school even has scholarships specifically for black students?" Mr. Chen clicked on a secondary page. "That must be for exchange students," Su hastily clarified. "Son, your university's notable alumni have a rather peculiar name. Darwin?" Despite his limited education, Mr. Chun was meticulous and occasionally pedantic. Wasn't Darwin a foreigner? It must be a coincidence. After all, the surname Dar is associated with notable figures as well. Chen Su sensed something amiss and began to fabricate further. He wasn't even sure if the surname existed in the list of Chinese surnames. It was evident that Ding Sheng had gleaned information from the official website of Cambridge University. You've really gone all out. Chen Su had initially wanted to commend Ding Sheng, but now he preferred to light an incense in his honor. Ding Sheng at home inexplicably sneezed. As a product assembled from various sources, it was inevitable that flaws would appear when scrutinized too closely. For example, Mr. Chun was not intentionally being difficult. His curiosity was purely academic. The surname with its equestrian connotations, was merely a beautiful error. I am not a returnee. I am but a passerby. During the extended holiday, Ding Sheng rose early and returned late each day, diligently refining the new base. Although his parents occasionally found his behavior peculiar, they recognized that their son was now an adult and a university student, entitled to his own personal space, thus refraining from interfering with his activities. Xiao Sheng, how is university life treating you? After dinner, the father and son found themselves washing dishes together, engaging in a heartfelt conversation. University life? I truly have no idea. The words last virgin remained unspoken by Ding Sheng. Even the notorious Demon King knows the importance of context. Clearly, this was not an appropriate moment. Moreover, even if it were suitable, his psychological maturity had surpassed the age of 26. Was it truly a matter of pride? Voicing such thoughts would bring no honor to his face. Thus, a change of topic became imperative. Ahem, Dad, during my few days back home, I've noticed that you and Mom have been inseparable. It seems that your love continues to flourish. This compliment regarding love was a rhetorical strategy developed by Ding Sheng specifically for his father. In the past, when his father heard such words, he would reminisce about his relationship with Ding Sheng's mother, often recounting tales from their youth, typically starting with their first encounter at the age of 8. Your mother has diligently managed this household over the years. It has been quite a burden. You must focus on your studies in college, not necessarily to achieve greatness, but simply to ensure a comfortable life in the future, Ding Sheng's father would usually say. Yet today, his father's tone bore a weight of earnestness that was unusual. Ding Sheng, perceptive as he was, instantly sensed something amiss. Dad, I'm not used to you speaking this way. Has something happened at home? His father glanced back at his wife, who was engrossed in a soap opera, his expression laden with complexity. What is wrong with Mom? Ding Sheng's heart raced, particularly sensitive to the natural cycles of life and death due to recent events. Don't be alarmed. She mentioned feeling a bit fatigued lately. So we went to the hospital for a checkup. So far, it appears to be nothing serious. She just needs to rest, his father reassured him. Really? Ding Sheng felt a twinge of concern, suspecting that his father might be withholding information. Indeed. Therefore, you must concentrate on your studies and take responsibility for your life, so your mother and I can enjoy our lives without worry. Following this, Ding Sheng's father took on the role typically held by his mother, delivering a 10-minute lecture on life philosophy. These words were familiar to Ding Sheng, who hardly paid attention, his mind racing instead. Guangzhou. Check the databases of all hospitals in Nizu City and also those in Jianan and Yuzhou regions to review my mother's medical records. Within less than a second, Guangzhou had fed the relevant information into Ding Sheng's mind, confirming that his mother had no medical records outside Nizu. According to the most recent examination results from Nizu First Hospital, it was indeed as his father had said. There was no cause for concern. With a sigh of relief, Ding Sheng spoke again. Dad, we have a distinguished senior at the university who has high hopes for me. He has invited me to participate in several scientific projects, and soon I will be able to earn money through my intellect. If anything arises at home, please do not conceal it from me. After much contemplation, Ding Sheng decided to proceed in this manner, gradually implanting the notion of substantial financial success into his parents' minds, a process he wryly dubbed brainwashing. This way, when the time came for him to procure a significant sum of money, his parents would not find it peculiar. An academician from Huazhong University of Science and Technology? Excellent. Splendid. Ding's father was well aware of how rare it was for someone of such esteemed stature to take an interest in his son, and he promptly conveyed this delightful news to Ding's mother in the living room. What is an academician? They are remarkably distinguished. Surely you are familiar with the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Ah, this show is quite captivating. I hear the ratings are exceptionally high, and the performances are commendable. Listening to their conversation, Ding Sheng, who was quietly tidying the dishwashing area in the kitchen, felt a seed of ambition take root within him. His parents, after all, were growing older with each passing day. Since he possessed the capability, it was prudent to prepare early. In the fourth corridor at the new base, he established a private health consultant archive, aptly codenamed Baymax. During his 8 years within the Marvel Universe, Ding Sheng had spent the first 2 years in New York, while the subsequent 6 years were spent in the undulating landscapes of San Francisco. In the real world, San Francisco is home to the thriving tech industry of Silicon Valley. Likewise, the Marvel version of San Francisco holds its own significance. In 2014, the city was the scene of the nefarious doctor's quest for vengeance on behalf of his daughter, an event that occurred without the involvement of any Avengers and garnered considerable attention. Utilizing his exceptional knack for imitation, Ding Sheng managed to procure several valuable items from this incident. After all, in the realm of academia, borrowing is not deemed theft. Among these, the most renowned was undoubtedly the plump, white robot. Ding Sheng had no particular aspirations of becoming the superhero Baymax, the savior of San Francisco, as he felt his functions closely mirrored those of Iron Man. However, as a private health consultant, Baymax was an adorable, heartwarming, and irresistibly endearing mobile marshmallow. With Disney currently preoccupied with planning the Marvel Cinematic Universe and unable to dedicate resources to a major film about that particular event, Ding Sheng resolved to act swiftly, intending to equip his parents with such a health consultant before Baymax became a household name. The essence of this technological marvel lay in its main chip, ethylene resin skin, hyperspectral lens, carbon fiber skeleton, central drive, and power supply. As for the main chip, Ding Sheng aimed to create the first generation specifically designed as a purely private health consultant, following the 2 generations crafted by the brothers Teddy and Hero in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. While Teddy employed ethylene resin to ensure Baymax was soft, harmless, and adorable, Ding Sheng recognized that the differences between his world and the Marvel Universe were substantial. The existing ethylene resin on the market did not seem to meet his requirements and necessitated secondary processing. The hyperspectral lens was also a piece of advanced technology. Given that Ding Sheng's new base laboratory was not fully equipped, its creation posed a considerable challenge. One must first procure a high-end Sony lens, subsequently subjecting it to rigorous modifications for initial use. In the future, when the laboratory reaches maturation or there arises an opportunity to borrow relevant research equipment, a genuine product can be produced. The carbon fiber framework is similarly straightforward in terms of technical difficulty. However, due to equipment limitations, Ding Sheng can only temporarily utilize a titanium alloy framework, reserving the carbon fiber for the second-generation upgrade. The central drive, akin to the primary chip, constitutes a core component of the White Giant. One must not skimp on this. It must be reproduced with utmost fidelity. Compared to the propulsion system of a steel battlesuit, the central drive of the White Giant serves a more singular and uncomplicated purpose, thus presenting minimal design and production challenges for Ding Sheng. As for the power source, it is a well-trodden topic, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. A polymer battery, composed of high molecular materials and advanced composite energy rings, will suffice. Step aside, I am about to install the AC. After the 7-day holiday in October, Ding Sheng feigned to return to school, yet remained at the new base to fabricate the White Giant, as it was intended for his parents' use. He meticulously verified the program in the main chip 3 times before deeming the first task complete. The transition from ordinary ethylene resin to skin-like ethylene resin necessitates a special formulation from Marvel, followed by processing with a melt spinning machine and a high composite lamination machine. While these machines are not particularly rare, Ding Sheng does not possess them. For a considerable duration ahead, their only utility for him would be to alter the ethylene resin's texture. Thus, he has no plans to manufacture or acquire these machines. Instead, a different approach is warranted. Generally, universities that classify materials science and engineering as a primary discipline possess both machines within their laboratories. Unfortunately, the nearest institution, Yuzhou University, which has some connections to Ding Sheng, lists materials science and engineering as a secondary discipline and only has one melt spinning machine, which is currently out of order. Upon inquiry, Guangzhou discovered a university in Jiangnan province that possesses both machines in working condition, Jiangnan University, a leading institution in the region. Thus, in a flurry, Ding Sheng loaded a truck with ethylene resin and raced toward Chengdu. During this juncture, one should truly appreciate the honor of knowing an academician of the Academy of Sciences. He merely mentioned to Yang Huaigu that he encountered a bottleneck in his studies and needed to observe and borrow the 2 machines. The esteemed academician, without hesitation, made a phone call to the Materials Science and Engineering Department at Jiangnan University. The director on the other end, addressing him as Old Yang, promptly invited Ding Sheng to select a date for his visit. In this manner, Ding Sheng embarked on a day trip to Jiangnan University and successfully acquired the skin-like ethylene resin. The ultra-wide lens being a modification, alongside the titanium alloy framework. Central drive and power source were all readily available at the new base's laboratory, areas in which Ding Sheng excels, allowing him to complete the task swiftly. "Mother, Please wait for me at home with father tonight. I have matters to attend to. On October 11th, for days after leaving home, Ding Sheng returned to Garden, laboriously carrying a box. It was fortunate that his health was robust. Otherwise, it would have been a daunting task for anyone else. In truth, the box wasn't particularly heavy. It contained a personal health consultant robot named Dabai, developed by the university's research institute, which had selected his home for a long-term domestic trial. Thus, Dabai would now reside with them. Ding Sheng possessed an extraordinary talent for embellishing the truth, and his words were nearly flawless. Greetings, I am Dabai, your personal health consultant. Ding Sheng's parents stared in astonishment at the plump, inflatable figure emerging from the box, their mouths agape. Its Mandarin was exceptionally articulate. Indeed, that was Ding Father's initial impression of Dabai. So adorable was Ding Mother's first thought, reflecting the innate visual nature of women. The box served as a charging station for Dabai. Without power, it would deflate. Since his parents exhibited no resistance, Ding Sheng eagerly began to explain Dabai's functionalities. He had even printed a detailed manual, which he promptly handed to his father. Each morning, you both should allow Dabai to scan you. It will record your health data, which is crucial for the institute's research. This data would ultimately be transmitted to the research team. Ding Sheng added, with an air of mystery, "This robot is a confidential project of the Academy of Sciences. Please do not flaunt it, or I might face dire consequences." His serious tone left his parents momentarily bewildered, and they nodded vigorously in agreement. "It's not easy for our son to gain admission to such a prestigious university. We mustn't let this jeopardize his studies. We will keep this a closely guarded secret. If any relatives or friends were to visit, they could simply instruct Dabai to retreat into the box and press the sleep button, allowing it to conceal itself." Ding Sheng had meticulously arranged everything. "Now, let's proceed with the scans, one after the other," he said, gently guiding his mother to stand before Dabai. "Scan me?" she asked hesitantly. "Your neurotransmitter levels are elevated, and your heart rate is slightly quickened, indicating that you are quite pleased and satisfied with Dabai. Now, I will perform a thorough scan." Subsequently, detailed health data was transmitted via the shared network to the Guanju system, from which Ding Sheng retrieved it. It appeared that the doctors at Nizu First Hospital were competent. Indeed, his mother was in good health. Perhaps age was catching up with her, compounded by her busy work schedule and her recent longing for her son, which had left her feeling somewhat fatigued. Next came Ding Father. His body bore the cumulative toll of years of occupational ailments, and in comparison, his health was even less favorable than Ding Mother's. Having arranged everything, Ding Sheng left without having dinner. Creating an atmosphere that suggested his return home was necessitated by duty, while in truth, he was quite occupied with his studies. To his surprise, his parents did not attempt to keep him there. Instead, they were entirely engrossed with Dabai. "Ha ha, dear, listen, Dabai can tell jokes. Indeed, it's utterly hilarious. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. Dabai, can you sing? Sing about in winter. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving." Ding Sheng, feeling discontent, shouted once more. It can only be said that Dabai's endearing demeanor is irresistibly charming, leaving Ding's mother utterly defenseless against such a delightful creature. As for Ding Sheng, What did you say? Young man, what is your full name?" Ding Sheng from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, School of Physics, Laboratory of Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Automation. Yet, they still faced insurmountable challenges with the technical hurdles of stretchability and measurable pressure. Glancing at the data obtained from their experiments, a graduate student expressed his dismay. "Let us try again with a transparent hydrogel electrode wrapped in soft rubber material for the upper and lower layers, and a middle layer containing vulcanized zinc fluorescent powder in rubber soft material." Zheng Shi, the captain of the Huazhong University team for the Asia-Pacific Robotics Championship, the most competent member of the group, proposed a new modification plan. The other team members promptly divided the tasks, and 2 hours later, the student responsible for calculations presented the results. Zheng's proposal showed a degree of feasibility. However, the costs were prohibitively high, likely making it impossible to meet the budget constraints. The conflict between the entry work and the competition regulations effectively meant that yet another proposal had been rejected. The entire team once again found themselves engaged in a battle of wits. These ridiculous regulations are clearly designed to disadvantage us. Every year, Edo University has the Honda Robot Future Technology Development Department assist in lowering costs, essentially competing online without any repercussions, one team member lamented, unable to contain his frustration as he pounded on the back of his chair. Setting aside Edo University's affairs, our school has qualified for the cup competition for 3 consecutive years. If we do not resolve these 2 issues within a month, we will be branded with disgrace. Another team member remarked, "Zheng, didn't we request additional personnel from the department? What did Director Zhao say?" According to Yang Lao's instructions, Director Zhao has assigned Ding Sheng. Upon hearing this news, she felt a sense of helplessness. That undergraduate from the School of Life Sciences? This is a disaster. The progression of time continued. The holidays were not yet over, and Ding Sheng remained in the neighboring province, making daily trips to the mold factory. The new underground laboratory spanned 2 levels, covering over 1,400 square meters, and, according to Ding Sheng's plan, it was intended for long-term experimental use. However, due to the slow and steady efforts of the Feng family, only a fraction of the finished products has emerged thus far, with the majority of these devices being simple mechanical arms and transmission systems. Of course, what is deemed simple here refers to the context of the Marvel Universe. In comparison to the current state of Earth, these fundamental mechanical devices, akin to those found in Iron Man's laboratory, are indeed quite advanced. At the current pace, it will take until the end of the year to complete the previous order in its entirety. Although Ding Sheng is not in a hurry, the sluggish start is an undeniable reality. Guanju, under the constraints I have just mentioned, is tasked with simulating the time required for the laboratory to develop a rudimentary arc reactor. Once Ding Sheng's laboratory is fully operational, its functionalities will be remarkably diverse. Yet its ultimate aim is undoubtedly to align with the cutting-edge black technology of the Marvel Universe. Among the numerous constraints he has imposed, the paramount one is confidentiality, specifically ensuring that core technologies remain undisclosed. 8 years and 3 months. Guanju, being an honest system, straightforwardly provided a timeline. 8 years. In the Marvel Universe, 8 years is ample time for Tony Stark to evolve his Iron Man suit into a portable nanotech armor capable of confronting Thanos on alien planets. Although he did not emerge victorious, Mr. Stark has claimed to have exerted his utmost effort. It is unfathomable that, upon returning to his own Earth, the lag in industrial capabilities necessitates an 8-year wait just to manufacture a basic arc reactor. This is utterly intolerable. What about PIM particles? In terms of sheer difficulty, they are far more complex, and yet Ding Sheng has yet to find a solution for the side effects of inferior replicas. 12 years and 9 months. Guanju can only provide a rough estimate, yet the margin of error cannot be too significant, fluctuating by approximately 3 months at most. Clearly, this is equally unacceptable. What if the constraints are relaxed a bit? For instance, I might disclose a portion of technology pertaining to control systems and microprocessors that does not exceed a decade's advancement in the current world, significantly upgrading the mold factory. First, analyze the pros and cons before discussing the outcome. Since the incident of formula leakage, Ding Sheng has gained a deeper understanding. Although he possesses technology that far surpasses the world's standards, it does not imply he is infallible. Conversely, Guanju, as a superintelligent system, will undoubtedly avoid errors as long as data is available. This underscores the necessity for Ding Sheng, Tony, or Wakanda to have an intelligent system for assistance, not merely for convenience, but also for error correction. The advanced mechanical devices in the current world are fundamentally based on microprocessor programmable logic controllers, and the control systems are heavily reliant on the controllers from the Japanese company Audiobooks. Under this premise, regardless of how Mr. Feng upgrades the mold factory, the ultimate ceiling will not substantially shorten the industrial process, necessitating that you spearhead a technological reform. Assuming that you relax the standards akin to battery technology, and subsequently downgrade to utilize novel processors and control systems for industrial production, the advantages and disadvantages become glaringly apparent. The merits lie in the fact that within a year, or at most 3, you could thoroughly refine and expand your laboratory. However, the drawbacks are significant. Your personal technology could disrupt the industrial foundation of the world. With automation control technology companies, particularly those led by Audiobooks and Yamato, and even those across various nations, viewing you as a formidable competitor, it is highly probable that you may find it challenging to cope. It is imperative to articulate this clearly. Unlike the previous endeavor involving mobile phone batteries, where, to begin with, the fruit company never actually mass-produced the batteries. Even if they had, the outcome would merely have revolutionized the standby time within the mobile phone industry. Moreover, as mobile screens continue to enlarge, this duration will inevitably shorten further. Concerning the core upgrade technology of polymer batteries, Ding Sheng has disclosed not a morsel of information. Even the closest contender, Sony, lacks the qualifications to even glimpse at the tail lights of this innovation. If necessary, he could adopt a strategy akin to Intel's gradual enhancements, making incremental upgrades over a decade or more without issue. Furthermore, technologies such as high composite energy rings remain impenetrable unless there exists someone who has returned from the Marvel Universe or possesses an advanced technological system within a visible time frame. Breaching this technological stronghold is utterly impossible. However, the microprocessors and control systems for industrial automation mentioned today do not present an insurmountable barrier when downgraded. Once implemented, Their expansive implications could lead to a substantial reshuffling of the global automation industry. To exaggerate slightly, it could signify an industrial revolution within the automation sector. Ding Sheng was the first to venture into uncharted waters. Initially, no one dared to partake, but once a bold individual took the plunge, they discovered that crafting crabs was not as arduous as presumed, and the innovator behind this idea was a true maverick. This scenario positions Ding Sheng as a high-tech entity within the Marvel Universe, while related enterprises globally transform into mere imitators. Some companies may even brazenly replicate under the auspices of their hegemonic nations. At that juncture, it would be beyond Ding Sheng's individual capacity to halt the tide of progress. Indeed, he does not seek to impede the march of time. Rather, he possesses a deeper understanding, having witnessed more, and recognizes that technology, when applied correctly, yields benefits, whereas misapplication leads to calamity. Thus, my counsel is for you to establish a company and patent the core technologies you release, branding them effectively to thrive under the shade of a mighty tree, operating within the framework of global regulations. In summation, this world operates on the principle that innovation is driven by profit. Hence, to safeguard innovation, the concept of patent protection exists. Who would have imagined that an individual who rose to prominence through imitation would ultimately find themselves troubled by the need to protect patents? Indeed, Ding Sheng has become a figure akin to a certain prominent innovator in the realm of technology. Since his return, Ding Sheng has harbored no intentions of establishing a company, wishing to remain unbound by the so-called constraints of conventionality. To illustrate, let us consider the Marvel Universe. The scientist with legacy, represented by Iron Man, contrasts sharply with the one without, represented by the Hulk. The Hulk's formidable strength is a reflection of his lack of familial ties. Had he followed a gradual path of advancement akin to Iron Man, he would have perished prematurely. Presently, Ding Sheng finds himself at a crossroads, grappling with the dilemma of whether to embody Tony Stark or Bruce Banner. This is not a Marvel realm. The establishment of a business does not afford one the same carefree existence as Stark's, for the constraints are far more pronounced. Yet, Ding Sheng is not the Hulk either. He does not possess the unbridled power that allows him to disdain all, nor does he revel in a life of solitary freedom, unencumbered by relationships, as he has family and friends. In the future, he may even fashion his own Hulk armor, but for now, at this very moment, he is far from Bruce Banner's level. He is unable to fully embody either persona, leaving him in a state of indecision. In light of this quandary, Ding Sheng has momentarily set aside the question of launching a company. The immediate priority is to fortify the new base to prevent potential crises. Following yet another upgrade to the security system, Ding Sheng utilized the available equipment to make minor modifications to several sets of Iron Man suits, enabling them to function remotely as security personnel for the base. However, constrained by the standby duration and portability of these suits, they proved ineffective during the incident at the Iris Group's research center, where they could not save him. Unless someone were foolish enough to attack directly, the suits would serve little purpose beyond being ornamental in the lab, occasionally allowing Ding Sheng to enjoy the thrill of low-altitude flights. The aspiration to soar freely across the world like Iron Man is hindered by the limitations of standby time. Thus, Ding Sheng must continue to delve into polymer battery technology. In a strict sense, with 5 suits available for rotation, should an incident akin to that of the research center occur, they would suffice for dealing with minor threats. The primary concern remains portability. The ideal scenario would mirror the nano-armor that Mr. Stark employed against Thanos. Currently, Ding Sheng is willing to make sacrifices, perhaps striving for a scaled-down version of the Mark II. High-end products like nano-armor are not feasible at this juncture. What about a portable, briefcase-style suit? He vividly recalls the news of Iron Man's battle against Whiplash at the racetrack, and a simplified, upgraded briefcase version of the Mark II left a lasting impression on him. However, the craftsmanship of the portable battle armor undoubtedly surpasses that of the Mark II. If Fengshe delivers the first batch of equipment before the end of the year, Ding Sheng could gradually scale up production. And after deducting the costs of the arc reactor, it would not be impossible to possess such a suit. But that will be a matter for the year ahead. With the school term approaching, it is unlikely that he would truly accompany the representative team from Huazhong University of Science and Technology to participate in any robotics competitions. Is it? May I interject? Guanju was not in a dormant state while communicating with the Iron Armor regarding security permissions. Of course, why must you insist on achieving a finished product? Given the current perilous climate of this world, you may never encounter an incident akin to that of building No. 2 again in your lifetime. Moreover, the portable armor is still quite bulky, only relatively portable. Though Guanju is not the same Guanju from Marvel, by this time, Iron Man 2 had already premiered, and this movie aficionado had certainly seen it. If Pepper and Happy had arrived just a moment later, Tony would have already met his demise. What sort of portability is that? One must admit that Guanju, oblivious to the true value of resources, has become somewhat detached. And what is your suggestion? It must be said that Guanju's words carry considerable merit. The world indeed is far safer than that of Marvel. Even if Ding Sheng were to create a portable iron armor, he cannot let paranoia dictate his life. Hiring an assistant and a bodyguard to drag a suitcase around every day. Splitting it down, Guanju, with her pride, merely uttered 2 words, leaving the rest for Ding Sheng to interpret. Are you suggesting to upgrade a specific part of the iron armor for personal portability? Ding Sheng's intellect clearly remains intact, as he instantly grasped Guanju's intention. This way, not only would it be portable, but it would also be discreet. More importantly, the cost would be significantly reduced, allowing for ample funding to pursue perfection. My suggestion is the gloves. Guanju is well aware of the components of the iron armor. It is evident without analysis that if only one part were to be upgraded, the gloves would be the most practical and least ostentatious choice. Wearing a steel glove all day would indeed be peculiar. I understand. Your intention is to further minimize the gloves, enabling them to materialize only when needed. Do not misunderstand. Ding Sheng does not intend to create a PIM particle version of the iron armor. When he crossed over into the Marvel Universe, the timeline was too early, and the Marvel films had not yet reached Captain America: Civil War. Otherwise, he would have known that Tony Stark possesses a dazzling watch that can transform into an iron glove in a short span, deflecting a bullet from the Winter Soldier. Yes, just like my home. Guanju's home is a Nokia 5230, which often transforms into a wristwatch, but in essence, it is a quantum space-time machine entirely crafted from nanomaterials, capable of morphing at will. Of course, a device composed solely of such pure nanomaterials, like the one in my home, is currently unattainable. However, you should have a fair degree of confidence in the preliminary fusion technology of integrating nanotechnology with steel combat gloves, Guanju remarked. Indeed, the nanomaterials of the quantum space-time machine and the nanotech armor that Iron Man utilized against Thanos originate from the same lineage, representing one of the pinnacle technological achievements of the illustrious Tony Stark within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The fact that Ding Sheng cannot produce it at this moment is not a source of shame. Yet, if it is merely a matter of merging nanotechnology to create transformable steel gloves, the difficulty shifts from insurmountable to moderate. Thus, there is no need for further discussion, and one might as well establish a relevant database. By the way, could you look up the current location of the most advanced nanotechnology research laboratory in China? The world of nanotechnology has steadily progressed, with numerous universities, including Huazhong University of Science and Technology, housing dedicated nanoscience institutes. Where there are disciplines, there are laboratories. Naturally, this implies that there are many existing facilities available for Ding Sheng to utilize. Presently, it appears that the key laboratory of molecular nanostructures and nanotechnology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is the foremost establishment, which has significantly contributed to the advancement of nanotechnology while also engaging in interdisciplinary research across chemistry, physics, materials science, and biology. Guanju made numerous comparisons and arrived at a relatively objective conclusion. See? Ding Sheng was assured that his decision to choose Huazhong University of Science and Technology was indeed correct. The phrase "under the shade of a large tree," one finds comfort speaks for itself. The Chinese Academy of Sciences and Huazhong University of Science and Technology are indeed one family. Thus, borrowing resources in the future will surely be a pleasure. However, there exists a matter of moderate concern, Guanju continued. I'm all ears. The key laboratory of molecular nanostructures and nanotechnology was established under the leadership of academician Li Chuanbo. And so, Ding Sheng perceived no issue, having met academician Li once and found him to be exceedingly amiable. Moreover, he was still a student of the School of Life Sciences. Oh dear, I will soon no longer be a student of the School of Life Sciences. It suddenly dawned on Ding Sheng that upon returning to Huazhong University, he would be transitioning to the School of Physics. Over such a trivial matter, academician Li surely would not hold a grudge against me. Academician Li has long since stepped back from administrative affairs. The current laboratory director, the principal authority, is his most esteemed pupil, Yu Fei. It is likely that there have been disparaging remarks made about Director Yu Fei on the campus network or school forums, as Guanju has gathered data indicating that this individual has quite an eccentric temperament. In the Marvel Universe, what was Ding Sheng's persona? Transformation was an impossibility, a feat that would never come to pass in this lifetime. He lacked the capability to invent groundbreaking technology and could only mimic certain innovations to sustain his livelihood. Can anyone's temperament rival that of Hank Pym? There is nothing that Ding Sheng cannot procure. I, Ding Che Guevara Sheng, fear nothing.